Bringing the Farm to Live in Another World Chapter 4327 to Chapter 4378. When the others heard Chen Yan, they couldn't help but stare. Then their expressions changed. One of them looked at Chen Yan and said, "Old Chen, what do you mean by that? Could it be that you're hiding some secrets?" Chen Yan looked at the person and smiled faintly. "Everyone, we're all telling lies in front of honest people. Don't you have any secrets? We've joined several gangs, so we've more or less learned some techniques and cultivation methods. It's just that we didn't take them out. Also, there are some things that Elder Wen and the others don't know. Don't you know?" When the others heard Chen Yan, they understood what he meant. They had joined several gangs and also wandered outside. Because of this, they knew some cultivation methods and techniques. However, they didn't take them out. In their opinion, what was theirs and the Ecstasy Gang was the Ecstasy Gang. They couldn't mix them up. Besides this, there were some things that they knew that Wen Hai and the others didn't necessarily know. For example, every few years, the Spirit Crab Island would select some people to join the island. Although these newcomers were only outer disciples, they still had a backer and could take care of their friends outside. However, rogue cultivators who ascended from the lower realms wouldn't contact their friends outside after joining an organization like the Spirit Crab Island. Because of this, Chen Yan didn't tell Wen Hai and the others about this matter. Although Wen Hai and the others ascended several years ago, they hadn't been to many places. Moreover, they had been living in a relatively peaceful place like Tideview City. Therefore, it was understandable that they didn't know about this matter. But Chen Yan and the others were very clear about this matter. However, they didn't tell Wen Hai and the others because they were afraid that Wen Hai and the others would end up like the other gangs. If that happened, then Chen Yan's relationship with Wen Hai and the others would be wasted. Therefore, it would be better for them to just stay here. However, Zhao Hai's appearance today made Chen Yan think a lot. He discovered that the Ecstasy Gang might really have a big development. If that's the case, then he can tell Zhao Hai and the others what he knew. At first, the others didn't understand what Chen Yan meant. But now that Chen Yan said this, they understood what he meant. They couldn't help but think about it. This was because they didn't want to tell others what they knew. One must know that some of the things that they knew were things that they exchanged with their lives. Chen Yan looked at the others and said, "Everyone, don't blame me for not telling you. I'm going to observe for a while. If I think that the Ecstasy Gang will develop, then I'll do my best to join them." Just like what Zhao Hai said today, as a cultivator, if we don't have the courage to make progress, then our cultivator path will come to an end. But rest assured, if I really want to join Zhao Hai and the others, then I'll inform you in advance. Everyone, I'll take my leave first. Then he stood up and cupped his fist to the others before turning around to leave. After Chen Yan left, the others couldn't help but look at each other. Then one of them opened his mouth and said, "Everyone, what do you think?" The others sighed, then one of them opened his mouth and said, "We'll also observe for a few days. If it's really feasible, then we'll tell them." The others nodded, then they didn't speak anymore. For them, this was a very difficult choice. This was because some of the secrets they knew might bring them unexpected benefits. Sometimes, it might even save their lives. They were reluctant to tell others. The next morning, after everyone got up and had their breakfast, Zhao Hai followed Wen Hai and the others out of their rooms. When they arrived at the courtyard, they saw that all the members of the Ecstasy Gang were present. Everyone was standing in the courtyard. Some were practicing martial arts, some were chatting and laughing. But if you pay attention, you'll notice that all of their gazes were focused on Zhao Hai's room. When they saw Zhao Hai and the others come out, these people immediately saluted Zhao Hai and Wen Hai and said, "Greetings gang leader, greetings elder." Zhao Hai waved his hand, then he smiled faintly and said, "Everyone should be busy. Today, I just want to take a look at the beaches of the Ecstasy Gang. There's nothing else. Wen Hai, let's go." When Wen Hai nodded, then he led Zhao Hai outside. After arriving at the Sword Spirit World, Wen Hai and the others discovered that they couldn't ascend. They understood that in the Sword Spirit World, only those who reached the Void Returning Realm can fly. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to do so. Naturally, Zhao Hai wasn't one of them, he could also fly. However, he didn't do so, it was too conspicuous. Actually, if when Wen Hai and the others used their artifacts, they could also fly. However, they didn't. This was because after arriving in the Sword Spirit world, they discovered that the research of the Lost Soul Empire had already surpassed the research of the Sword Spirit world. If their performance was too outstanding, then they would certainly be noticed. When the time comes, they would be in danger. Capturing people in the Sword Spirit world and refining their souls was something that happened from time to time. Therefore, the best way to keep this secret was to not let others know about it. After arriving at the Sword Spirit world, Wen Hai and the others only used ordinary techniques when fighting. They didn't take out their powerful artifacts unless it was a matter of life and death. However, if they did take out their artifacts, then they would certainly kill their opponents, leaving no one alive. However, Zhao Hai and Wen Hai wanted to leave and not let others follow them. However, the others didn't think the same. They were all very curious about Zhao Hai. Even the new members of the Ecstasy Empire were curious about Zhao Hai. They didn't know what ability Zhao Hai had to be promoted to the position of gang leader by Wen Hai and the others. Wen Hai and the others had become famous in Tideview City over the years. On the other hand, Zhao Hai and the others had just ascended. In this case, Wen Hai and the others actually promoted Zhao Hai to the position of gang leader. This really surprised them. When Zhao Hai saw these people following him, he didn't say anything. He just smiled faintly at them and then ignored them. Instead, he turned to Wen Hai and said, "How many beaches are there in our gang? Also, what's the terrain around Tideview City?" Wen Hai replied, "Currently, our Ecstasy Empire only has 2 beaches. One is our original beach number 3 while the other is the Swordfish Beach of the Swordfish Gang. These 2 beaches are next to each other. The only difference is that the Swordfish Gang's Swordfish Beach was naturally formed while our beach number 3 was flattened by us. It's precisely because our 2 beaches are next to each other that Xiaoyu decided to target us." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Beach number 3? Why did you give it that name? Is there another beach number 1 and 2? Wen Hai smiled and said, "There really are. But those are 2 beaches that haven't been flattened yet. We're going to flatten those 2 beaches and turn them into Beach 1 and Beach 2. It's precisely because of this that we call the beach Beach 3. Boss, let's go take a look." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Lead the way. Let's go to the beach first and then take a look at the surrounding terrain." Wen Hai smiled and said, "I can take you to the beach. But if we want to take a look at the terrain, we'll need Qianyan. Qianyan has been in Tideview City for a long time. Moreover, he often goes out to hunt, so he's very familiar with the surrounding terrain. Qianyan, come quickly. Hey, Qianyan has seen the gang leader and the elders." When Qianyan heard Wen Hai calling him, he immediately ran over and gave a flattering smile to Zhao Hai and Wen Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Qianyan and smiled faintly. "All right, then let's go to the beach first." "Let's go." Wen Hai nodded and then followed Qianyan to lead Zhao Hai to the beach. The others followed behind them. When they reached the street, they immediately caused a sensation. The other gangs in the city were stunned, they didn't know what they wanted to do. They thought that they were going to start a fight with another gang. Because of this, the other gangs became nervous. When they saw the group leaving the city and heading towards the beach, the other gangs couldn't help but curse them. Now wasn't the time to catch rock spirit crabs. Why would they go to the beach? To drink the sea breeze? Then they didn't care anymore. Before long, Zhao Hai and the others arrived at the beach. They were still some distance away from the beach. Although they couldn't fly, they could still use lightness techniques. Each of them had a different movement technique, but their speed wasn't slow. Therefore, it didn't take long for them to arrive at the beach. Zhao Hai stood on the beach and looked around. The beach wasn't very big. It was covered with fine sand and gravel. There was nothing to look at. The sea in the distance was blue, it was very beautiful. Zhao Hai stood there and looked at the sea, he nodded and said, "Good, but it's a bit small. Where are the first and second beaches that you want to level?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, but it's a bit small." Wen Hai pointed to the side of the beach. There was a beach with more rocks, but if those rocks were removed, it could be leveled out into a good beach. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, let's go. I'll come back the next time we catch rock spirit crabs." Right now, we can only see the beach. Let's go and look at the surrounding terrain. Wen Wenhai nodded and then led Zhao Hai to the mountain next to them. The mountain next to them was called Tidewatch Mountain. Tidewatch City was on the side of this mountain that faced the sea. In fact, it wasn't suitable for people to live in this place. But since the people of Spirit Crab Island built the city there, Wen Wenhai and the others couldn't do anything about it. Because Tidewatch City was on a mountain, Wen Wenhai and the others' activities were mostly on this mountain. Tidewatch City wasn't an independent small mountain range, but a branch of a huge mountain range. This huge mountain range was called the Dragonback Mountain Range. Because this mountain range was very long, it had ups and downs, just like a dragon lying on the ground. Because of this, people gave it this name. While Zhao Hai and the others were walking towards Tidal Mountain, Qianyan told Zhao Hai, "Leader, there are a lot of good things in Tidal Mountain. Some of the herbs are quite old. There are also some beasts that aren't very strong, so they can be used as food. Also, it seems like the people of Spirit Crab Island don't care about those herbs, but we have some use for them. As for Dragon's Back Mountain, it's better if we don't go there. I heard that Dragon's Back Mountain is very dangerous, there are some powerful beasts there. Moreover, it's also a training ground for the disciples of the 72 islands of the South Sea. If we go there, it would be no different than courting death." Zhao Hai nodded, then he followed Qianyan forward. There was no path on the mountain, so they had to push aside the plants and move forward bit by bit. Naturally, the people from the Soul Confusion gang didn't follow them. Many of them had already left. Only Wen Wenhai and Qianyan remained by Zhao Hai's side. Stonehammer and the others had just arrived in the Sword Spirit world, so they needed some time to adapt. Because of this, they didn't follow Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai and Qianyan kept moving forward. Along the way, Zhao Hai communicated with the plants around him. It didn't take long before he discovered that his ability to communicate with the plants was still there. Moreover, it was very good. The plants seemed to like Zhao Hai very much. Zhao Hai also helped them to exchange energy. This made the plants closer to Zhao Hai. Actually, at this point, Zhao Hai didn't need Qianyan to follow him. However, he didn't let Qianyan leave. Instead, he listened to Qianyan's introduction of the surroundings. Through these introductions, Zhao Hai discovered that Qianyan was very familiar with the surroundings. This made him surprised. Generally, people who ascended from the lower realm would spend most of their time on cultivation after reaching the upper realm. People like Qianyan, who still ran around everywhere, were very rare. Along with the day's visit, Zhao Hai also gained some understanding of Tidewatch Mountain's topography. He also gained some understanding of the vegetation on the mountain. Then they returned to Tidewatch City. After returning to the Ecstasy Gang's base, Zhao Hai received Wen Wenhai and the others into his room. After everyone arrived, Zhao Hai looked at Wen Wenhai's tools and said, "Wenhai, I want to know if we need the Spirit Crab Island's permission to do something. If they agree, then we can make some changes to the surrounding mountains." Wen Wenhai knit his brows and said, "I haven't heard about this. This is because we don't have people who farm here. Also, nobody has any ideas about the mountain. Therefore, I didn't ask before. How about this, boss, I'll call Qianyan over and you can ask him. He's a know-it-all, he knows a lot about everything. Maybe he knows something about this." Zhao Hai nodded. Then Wen Wenhai immediately went out to call Qianyan. Before long, Qianyan arrived. Upon entering the room and seeing the people inside, Qianyan knew that this was a high-level meeting of the Ecstasy Gang. He immediately gave everyone a salute and then stood there, waiting for Zhao Hai to ask. He knew that Zhao Hai called him over for something. Therefore, he didn't speak and just waited for Zhao Hai to ask him. Zhao Hai looked at Qianyan and couldn't help but smile faintly as he said, "Qianyan, interesting. I've only been here for 2 days, yet I'm already familiar with you. It seems like you're really a know-it-all. Come in, have a seat. We don't have such big rules." When Qianyan entered the room, Wen Wenhai had Qianyan sit down. Looking at Qianyan's appearance, Wen Wenhai smiled faintly and said, "Qianyan, I called you over because I have something to ask you. You should be very familiar with Tidewatch City, right? I'm referring to the rules of Spirit Crab Island in Tideview City." Xianxia nodded and said, I've been in Tideview City for many years, so I have a good understanding of the city. As long as the syndicate master wants to ask, I'll tell you everything I know. Zhao Hai smiled and said, there's no need to be so formal. We're just chatting today. I just want to ask if the land on Tideview Mountain is managed by the Spirit Crab Island? If we want to use some of the land, will the Spirit Crab Island agree? When Qin Yan heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he immediately shook his head and said, Syndicate Master can rest assured. Not only will the Spirit Crab Island not interfere, they will also support it. The entire Tideview Mountain is managed by the Spirit Crab Island, so the powerful beasts here will be cleaned up. Naturally, the land on Tideview Mountain is managed by the Spirit Crab Island. However, the Spirit Crab Island doesn't care about the land. I heard that the Spirit Crab Island wanted to open up a field here and plant some things, but because they didn't have the right people to manage the land, they gave up in the end. I remember a few years ago, the Spirit Crab Island said that no matter who it is, as long as they want to plant something on Tideview Mountain, the Spirit Crab Island will support them. Not only will they not charge any fees, they will also buy the things that they grow at a high price. But after so many years, nobody has done this. Nobody knows how to grow things, and the land on Tideview Mountain isn't very good. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's good. Then do you know why the Spirit Crab Island catches the rock spirit crabs? When Qin Yan heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he carefully looked at Zhao Hai and saw that Zhao Hai was just looking at him curiously. It seems like Zhao Hai wasn't inquiring about his background. Then he opened his mouth and said, Sect Master, I really don't know about this. However, there are rumors that the Spirit Crab Island is called the Spirit Crab Island because of a beast called the Boulder Crab. Moreover, it can only be tamed by the Spirit Crab Island's people. The Rock Spirit Crab Island has a Boulder Crab as a battle pet. There are also rumors that the Rock Spirit Crab is actually a Boulder Crab when it was young. When the Rock Spirit Crab grows up, it would become a Boulder Crab. But later on, there were people who wanted to raise the Rock Spirit Crab, but they didn't succeed. Therefore, this news has never been confirmed. Zhao Hai nodded and said, since it hasn't been confirmed, then this news might be true. However, I'm very curious about the rock spirit crab. Do you know what the rock spirit crab likes to eat and what kind of environment it likes? After catching the rock spirit crab for so long, you should have some understanding of it, right? When Qin Yan heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Leader, we really don't know what you're talking about. Everyone generally catches rock spirit crabs on the beach, or they go into the sea to catch rock spirit crabs. There are too many rock spirit crabs, so no one really observes them. Moreover, every time a rock spirit crab appears, everyone is busy catching them. At most, they would catch a few at a time, then they would immediately send them back to the city and hand them over to the people of Spirit Crab Island. If they're late, the rock spirit crabs might die, so there's no time to observe them. Zhao Hai nodded and said, so it's like that. Alright, I understand. You can go back and rest. If there's anything else, I'll call you. Chen Yan nodded before he turned around and left. After he left, Zhao Hai turned to Wen Hai and said, it seems like planting in Tideview City is developing. Wen Hai forced a smile and said, there's development, but not everyone is a plant master. Boss, in the sword spirit realm, the plants don't grow very fast. Of course, the spiritual chi in these plants is also very high. Eating them is very beneficial to cultivators. But at the same time, these plants are also very difficult to take care of. If the plants die, then the cultivators would lose everything. Because of this, people don't want to plant them. Instead, they stay by the beach and catch rock spirit crabs. As long as they catch rock spirit crabs, they can directly exchange them for spirit stones. Isn't this easier? Zhao Hai nodded and said, alright, then we'll go to the Spirit Crab Island branch tomorrow and report our identities to them. Then I'll tell them that I want to farm. Let's see how Spirit Crab Island's people would react. Wen Hai smiled faintly and said, I think they'll be very happy. But boss, shouldn't we think about what to plant? Like the bread tree that we planted in the lower realm, we can't plant it here. Didn't Xiaoyu say before that the plants he brought up would still have some vitality after a few years? Some of them might even die. You should know that all the plants he brought up were good things. Since we're going to plant something here, shouldn't we be careful? The plants in the sword spirit realm contain a lot more spiritual chi than the plants in the lower realm. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "You're thinking too much. Of course, we can't use the plants in the lower realm, but don't the people of Spirit Crab Island need to eat? If we plant some crops here, then maybe they'll provide us with some seeds. We'll see when the time comes." When Wenhai nodded, then he said, "Boss, now that you mention it, I remember that Grandpa Hu Yuan said that some big forces have a lot of service disciples. These service disciples can also cultivate and get the protection of those big forces. However, they have to do a lot of work every day. A lot of these jobs are like planting vegetables and feeding pigs. In fact, it's similar to us. It's just that they're managed by big forces, so the things that they grow will be taken away. However, they'll be rewarded. Moreover, their cultivation methods are much better than ours. Strictly speaking, our lives aren't as good as those service disciples, let alone outer disciples." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It should be like this. Just like our Lost Soul Empire, those with good talent would be picked out and trained individually. Those with bad talent would have to work in addition to cultivation. It's the same here, there's nothing strange about it." When Wenhai nodded, then he said, "Every force needs different things. Therefore, their requirements for odd jobs disciples are also different. We don't know what plants the Spirit Crab Island needs, so this time, we'll have to rely on you, boss." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "All right." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "That's not a problem. Farming is the specialty of plant masters. However, you should also learn from them. In the future, our gang might make a living by farming. Alright, let's go back and rest. Tomorrow, we'll go to the Spirit Crab Island branch in Tideview City. We've been here for 2 days, so it's time for us to register. Otherwise, we won't cause trouble for them." The next morning, Zhao Hai woke up early. After having breakfast, Zhao Hai was led by Wenhai and Chen Yan to the Spirit Crab Island branch in Tideview City. Tideview City wasn't big, it could only house 50,000 people at most. At this time, the population of this small city was at most 10,000 people. There were also a lot of empty houses. However, these empty houses belonged to the Spirit Crab Island. If you want to live in them, you'll have to pay for it. You can either buy it or rent it, in short, you'll have to pay. The Spirit Crab Island branch in Tideview City was a very stylish place. It was also the best building in the city. It was a 3-story building with a courtyard. The courtyard had fake mountains, small bridges, flowing water, flowers, and trees. Most importantly, one could see the sea just by turning one's head. It could be said that this place was absolutely beautiful. Zhao Hai's group arrived in front of the courtyard. The door was open, and one could see several people laughing inside. These people were wearing purple robes. There were both men and women. It was unknown what they were talking about. When Wenhai and Zhao Hai arrived outside, Wenhai immediately said, "Ecstasy Gang's elder." Wenhai requests an audience with the elders of the Spirit Crab Island. After that, Wenhai stood there and didn't say anything. At the same time, the people in the courtyard also looked at them. Zhao Hai was sure that the people in the courtyard already knew that they were coming. It's just that they pretended not to know and waited for Wenhai to register himself. This was the way of cultivators. The people in the courtyard didn't make Wenhai and the others wait for too long. Soon, a voice was heard, "Come in." Wenhai led Zhao and the others into the courtyard and towards the people in front of him. These people looked at Wenhai and then turned their eyes to Zhao Hai's group. Zhao Hai deliberately suppressed his cultivation so that they couldn't see anything. Stonehammer and the others were the same. Because of this, these people only glanced at them before turning their eyes to Wenhai. Then a 30-year-old man opened his mouth and said, "Wenhai, do you need something?" Wenhai immediately replying to the elder, "Our ecstasy gang had a conflict with the swordfish gang some time ago. Xiaoyu was killed by us, and the swordfish gang was merged into the ecstasy gang. At the same time, these people are new members of our gang. This is Zhao Hai, the leader of our ecstasy gang. Currently, our ecstasy gang has 315 members." When the person heard Wenhai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he turned his gaze to Zhao Hai. They already knew that the ecstasy gang didn't have a leader. However, they didn't expect the gang to have one at this time. Moreover, this leader was someone who just ascended. This made them very curious about Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai suppressed his cultivation, so the person didn't notice anything. Moreover, the people of Spirit Crab Island didn't care about ascenders. In their opinion, the life and death of these ascenders had nothing to do with them, let alone who would be the leader. Because of this, the person only looked at Zhao Hai curiously and didn't pay any attention to him. Afterward, that person took out a jade slip and entered some information into it. Then he said in a deep voice, "All right, I've recorded it. You can go back now." At this time, Zhao Hai cupped his fist and said, "I've seen, sir. I heard that the lords of Spirit Crab Island allowed us to grow crops. I wonder if this is true." When the person heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then his eyes lit up as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "What's wrong? Do you want to grow crops?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Yes. This little one is a botanist in the lower realm, specializing in plants. This little one arrived yesterday and looked around Tideview City. There are a few places on Tideview Mountain that are suitable for growing crops. Because of this little one wants to try growing crops. Because the people in the city can only eat salted fish every day, I want to grow some grains and vegetables. I hope that sir will allow it." The person looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You can grow crops. Our Spirit Crab Island will support you. However, what you want to grow will be up to the Spirit Crab Island. Unless you complete the task that we give you, then you can grow other crops. How about it? Do you agree? Naturally, we won't let you do it for free. As long as you do your best, we can exempt you from the Rock Spirit Crab task. If you complete the task, we can give you a reward. If you can't complete the task, but we can confirm that you've done it seriously, then we will still reward you. But if we find that you're not serious, then we won't be polite to you. Do you understand?" Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, "Yes, sir, I will do it seriously. However, I want to try planting some seeds first. If it goes well, then we can expand." The man nodded and said, "All right, this is a bag of spirit rice seeds. You can take it back and try to plant it. This spirit rice matures once every 3 months and needs to be irrigated with spirit rain every day. This spirit rain must be made using the spirit rain technique. If you can do it, then you can take it back and plant it." Zhao Hai stared blankly, then he said in a deep voice, "Sir, this lowly one doesn't know the spirit rain technique." That person took out a jade slip and placed it on the spirit rice seed. Then he said in a deep voice, "This jade slip contains the spirit rain technique. Take it back and try it." Zhao Hai took the jade slip and bag and said in a deep voice, "Thank you, sir." The man nodded, then he waved his hand and said, "You can go now. After 3 months, bring the harvest back. If you can't plant it, then we won't blame you. Go." Zhao Hai nodded, then he took the things and led Wen Hai and the others away. After leaving the courtyard, when Wen Hai snorted, the others' expressions weren't good either. Zhao Hai received the rice seed and the jade slip. Then he looked at Wen Hai and smiled faintly. "What's there to be unconvinced about? This is the sword spirit world. We're newcomers here, what's there to be afraid of?" Wen Hai said, "I don't mind being bullied, but I really can't stand boss being bullied like us." Zhao Hai laughed, then he patted Wen Hai's shoulder and said, "All right, don't take it to heart. I'm fine. Let's go." Then he walked towards the Ecstasy Gang's camp. After arriving at the Ecstasy Tribe's camp, Zhao turned to Wen Hai and said, "You guys continue with your cultivation as usual. I'll go outside the city and open up a field to try planting these rice seeds. You don't need to worry about me." Wen Hai quickly said, "Boss, we'll go with you." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "There's no need for that. You won't be able to help even if you go. Also, there's only a few things, why would you follow me? Have a good rest, I'll be back soon." When Wen Hai and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but nod. Then Zhao Hai left the camp and went straight out of the city. Before long, Zhao Hai arrived at a small platform on the mountainside. This place was very strange, it was only about 2 acres of land, but it was very flat. Moreover, this place was very hidden. Most importantly, there weren't any tall trees here, only some rocks. However, Zhao Hai could already see that the land here was very good. Most importantly, there should be an underground river. It wasn't very deep, but he could feel a very rich water element here. This place was very suitable for growing rice. Zhao Hai waved his hand, causing the rocks to fly to the side. At the same time, the small trees on the ground were also moved to the side by Zhao Hai. However, since Zhao Hai took away the soil, it wouldn't affect the growth of the small trees. Since Zhao Hai became a plant master, he was very fond of these plants. He wouldn't easily harm them, so he did what he did. Then Zhao Hai cleaned up the weeds and flattened the ground. After that, Zhao Hai turned over the ground to prevent any pests' eggs. Then he took out a formation. But after thinking about it, he put away the formation and took out another formation. This formation was a lot smaller than the one he took out before. Moreover, there was a slot on it where he could place crystals. Zhao Hai took out a crystal and placed it on the formation. Only then did the formation activate. The formation that Zhao Hai took out before had an energy-gathering formation. However, Zhao Hai felt that he shouldn't take it out right now. This was because he still didn't know how developed the Sword Spirit World's formations were. If he took out the formation, then it might alert the people in the Sword Spirit World. Therefore, he took out a very ancient formation that used crystals. After opening the formation, Zhao Hai went to the side of the formation and cleaned up the ground. Then he looked at the Spirit Rain technique. Upon seeing the Spirit Rain technique, Zhao Hai revealed an interested expression. The Spirit Rain technique was very different from ordinary water techniques. Ordinary water techniques were all used to attack. Even if they weren't used to attack, they were just condensed from ordinary water elements. There was nothing special about it. However, the Spirit Rain technique was different. This Spirit Rain technique compressed a portion of spiritual energy into water. In other words, the water wasn't just composed of water elements. There were other elements inside. Moreover, the concentration of these elements was many times higher than normal water. When Zhao Hai saw this technique, he immediately understood the principle behind it. This technique compressed spiritual energy into water, making it easier for plants to absorb. Although the plants might not immediately become advanced, the spiritual energy content of their fruits would be many times higher than before. If these seeds were left behind and then planted using this method, then the plants would naturally become more advanced. When people eat these plants, not only would there be no residual toxins, they would also be very beneficial to their cultivation. Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. Everyone had their own methods. There shouldn't be any plant masters in the upper realm, but they could still transform plants. This was very rare. Zhao Hai looked at the Spirit Rain technique for a while and understood its principle. He immediately used the Spirit Rain technique to make a water droplet and put it directly into the small pond. Then he put the seeds of the spirit rice inside. This allowed the spirit rice to germinate as soon as possible, growing seedlings, and then transplanting them. After all of this was done, Zhao Hai looked around. He wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, he made a cave on the side of the mountain. Then he entered the cave and closed his eyes. Naturally, Zhao Hai wasn't planning to live here. He wanted to comprehend the Spirit Rain technique. Although the Spirit Rain technique was very ordinary, it gave Zhao Hai an inspiration. When various elements are compressed together, not only can it create destructive power, it can also create something like the Spirit Rain technique. From this, it can be seen that the spells of the Sword Spirit World were very unique. However, the people of the Sword Spirit World didn't seem to pay much attention to these spells. Otherwise, the spells that Xiaoyu gave him wouldn't have the Spirit Rain technique. Moreover, this Spirit Rain technique pointed out a different path for Zhao Hai. This path might not produce strong offensive spells, but it could simulate a type of land that could allow plants to grow quickly, which was very important for the cultivation realm. Zhao Hai was very confident that he would be able to use the Spiritual Rain technique, but he was confident that he would be able to use it in the future. Where did the various herbs in the cultivation realm come from? They grew for a long time and absorbed a lot of spiritual energy. The spiritual energy would slowly fuse with the properties of the herbs, turning them into heavenly treasures. Actually, Zhao Hai already knew how to make plants grow quickly. It was nothing more than having more nature energy. But how can nature energy be rich? Besides using the nature's heart's energy, were there any other methods? In the past, Zhao Hai didn't think that there would be any. But now, Zhao Hai thought that there were other methods. For example, he could use the spirit rain technique to create spirit rain. He could also use the plant master's method to improve plants. He could also use the spirit rain technique to research soil that was rich in spiritual energy. He could even use this method to make the spiritual energy in the air thicker. Then by combining these methods, he would be able to grow plants that had more spiritual energy and a shorter time to grow. The nature's heart's energy couldn't be easily used outside. Even the crystals that contained the nature's heart's energy couldn't be easily taken out. This was because although Zhao Hai had a lot of them in the space, they could still be regarded as treasures in the outside world. Without those things, how could the plants grow faster and better? The method that Zhao Hai thought of before was likely to succeed. If Zhao Hai could really do it, then this method could be popularized. This was because this method didn't use nature's energy crystals. Only Zhao Hai had nature's energy crystals, but this method could be used by any cultivator. This way, Zhao Hai would only be regarded as a heavenly treasure. No one would covet him because of his treasures. Zhao Hai believed that the sword spirit realm wasn't simple. Although he knew some things about the sword spirit realm from Xiaoyu, Zhao Hai knew that what he learned from Xiaoyu wasn't necessarily the true face of the sword spirit realm. Just like the 5 spirit realms, how could the people of the 5 spirit realms know that the 5 spirit continents were just 5 ordinary continents that were affected by the 5 spirit beads? On the other hand, Zhao Hai also believed that the sword spirit realm wasn't simple. The fact that the people here could divide a realm into 2 meant that this place wasn't simple. Because of this, Zhao Hai was very careful after arriving at the sword spirit realm. He couldn't expose too many things. Even the formations he used were very primitive. Naturally, he couldn't take out the nature's heart crystals. If people were to find out that he had nature's heart crystals, then they would certainly come and snatch them away. Zhao Hai didn't dare to do so. Zhao Hai rarely used the nature's heart crystal. This was because he had too many good things in his hands. He had too many things that could replace the nature's heart crystal. Therefore, he didn't need it. But even if he didn't use it, it didn't mean that the people of the sword spirit realm didn't. In fact, in Zhao Hai's opinion, the nature's heart crystal was a treasure in the sword spirit realm. The people in the sword spirit world were still using spar as a power source, because they didn't seem to have a spirit gathering array, nor did they have an energy pool. Without an energy pool, there was no way to provide enough power for a large artifact, so they could only use spar. On the other hand, the nature's heart crystal contained a huge amount of nature energy. Comparing an ordinary crystal to a nature's heart crystal was like comparing a piece of coal to a nuclear reactor. There was absolutely no comparison. In other words, it would be very important for the people of the sword spirit realm to obtain a nature's heart crystal. Let's not talk about others, just take Xiaoyu for example. If he obtains a nature's heart crystal, then his spiritual qi would become more active. He would be able to cultivate regardless of his age and keep his spiritual qi active. Then sooner or later, he would become an expert of his generation. If a nature's heart crystal was used as a power source, then it would be comparable to countless ordinary crystals, or even ordinary high-grade crystals. It was precisely because of this that Zhao didn't take out nature's heart crystals. Without nature's heart crystals, the plants that he planted would grow faster than others and also contain a lot of spiritual qi. Just relying on the energy of the plants wouldn't be enough. He would need to use other methods, such as the spirit rain technique, which was a very good choice. Zhao Hai was very knowledgeable about the various elements. Therefore, when he saw the spirit rain technique, he immediately understood how it was formed. At the same time, he also thought about the spirit rain technique. Because of this, he began to comprehend the spirit rain technique. The spirit rain technique was indeed very useful, but it was also very simple. It was just an ordinary water element technique that compressed spiritual qi. Naturally, spiritual qi would contain other elements. By compressing these elements, it would turn them into water and sprinkle it on the ground. Plants would then be able to absorb this water. Naturally, the fruits that grow would contain a lot more spiritual qi. To put it simply, the spirit rain technique was an artificial method of making water that contained a lot of spiritual qi. However, this method had never been used before. Zhao Hai had a lot of high-grade water in the space, so he didn't need to learn how to make high-grade water. Therefore, he had never thought about using a technique like the spirit rain technique. Now, Zhao Hai could learn the spirit rain technique. Moreover, he could use this method to improve other techniques. This way, he would be able to create an environment with a high concentration of spiritual qi. Even if this place wasn't big, it would still be very useful. Zhao Hai sat inside the cave, he couldn't help but comprehend the spirit rain technique. This technique wasn't complicated, but if he wanted to use it on other techniques, then he would need to comprehend it himself. In Zhao Hai's view, this method could be used on any other type of ordinary spells, and this was the key to his comprehension. If it was just the spirit rain technique, then he wouldn't need to spend so much time on it. After 2 hours, Zhao Hai finally opened his eyes. He had already used the spirit rain technique to comprehend low-level spells. In addition to the earth element, he also comprehended the wind, metal, fire, and wood elements. Moreover, he also used his biological brain to perform simulations. At this time, he had completed all of them. Zhao Hai went to the piece of land that he had sorted out. Then he divided a small piece of land and began to use the earth element to separate it. Then he used the spirit rain technique to slowly use his spiritual force to guide the surrounding spiritual qi into the soil. This process wasn't easy, but it wasn't very difficult either. Any ordinary ascender would be able to do this. However, this technique didn't require a strong spiritual force, but rather precise control over it. This was very important. Before long, Zhao Hai had turned the piece of land into one with a high concentration of spiritual qi. This was because this was the first time he had used this technique, so he wasn't very familiar with it. Once he became more familiar with it, then it wouldn't take this long. Then Zhao Hai used the spirit rain technique to wet the piece of land. Then he transferred the seeds of the rice to this piece of land. Then he began to prepare the land for planting, turning it into one with a high concentration of spiritual qi. Then he used the spirit soil technique on the other pieces of land. After 2 hours, the piece of land that was less than 2 mu had completely turned into one with a high concentration of spiritual qi. However, Zhao Hai also discovered a problem. Because the concentration of spiritual qi in the soil was different from outside, the spiritual qi in the soil was slowly disappearing into the air. Zhao Hai stood at the edge of the field for a while and calculated that at this rate, the land would return to its original state in 3 days. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but frown. If the spiritual qi in the soil couldn't be preserved, then it would be a big problem. It seems like this method wasn't successful. However, Zhao Hai didn't have any good ideas right now. He couldn't stay in the field forever. Therefore, he looked at the field before his figure moved and headed towards Tideview City. Upon entering Tideview City, Zhao Hai was stunned. This was because he discovered that there were a lot of people in Tideview City today. Many cultivators were whispering to each other as they looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at these people in confusion. At this time, a person came to Zhao Hai's side and bowed to Zhao Hai, Gang Master. Zhao Hai looked at this person and recognized that he was from the Ecstasy Gang. However, this person was originally from the Swordfish Gang and later surrendered to the Ecstasy Gang. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "What's going on today? Why is everyone out on the street?" The person smiled bitterly and said, "This matter has something to do with Gang Master. Everyone in the city knows that the Ecstasy Gang has swallowed the Swordfish Gang and that Xiaoyu is dead. They also know that the Ecstasy Gang has a new Gang Master. They even thought that Gang Master was helping the people of Spirit Crab Island to farm. Because of this, everyone came out to inquire about you." Zhao Hai was surprised for a moment, then he smiled faintly and said, "This is a bit interesting, they're actually inquiring about me. Haha, that's good, let them inquire about me. Let's go back." The man nodded, then followed Zhao Hai back to the Ecstasy Gang station. Naturally, the people in the city recognized the person who followed Zhao Hai. They knew that he was from the Swordfish Gang. Now that they saw him greet Zhao Hai and call him Gang Master, it was clear that Zhao Hai was the Ecstasy Gang's Gang Master. This made the people in the city turn their attention to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't care about this as he followed the person back to the Ecstasy Gang's residence. When they entered the courtyard, they saw a lot of people standing there, chatting in low voices. When these people saw that Zhao Hai had returned, they immediately gave Zhao Hai a salute. Zhao Hai nodded and then walked towards his room. Before Zhao Hai entered his room, Wen Hai came out with a smile on his face. When he saw Zhao Hai, he immediately said, "Boss, I was just about to look for you. I have some news to tell you." Zhao Hai nodded and then followed Wen Hai into the room. Upon entering the room, Zhao Hai saw Qin inside. When Qin saw that Zhao Hai had returned, he immediately stood up and smiled at Zhao Hai. "Gang master, you're back." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Qin and said, "Qin, I heard that there's news. Did you inquire about it?" Qin smiled and said, "Yes, boss. I've inquired about it. It's about the news that's spreading like wildfire in the city. They already know that we've annexed the Swordfish Gang and that you've become the Ecstasy Gang's boss. However, they believe that you've received the attention of the Spirit Crab Island. Otherwise, they wouldn't have allowed you to plant crops. They also believe that the Spirit Crab Island has taken a liking to our Ecstasy Gang. Some of the gangs in the city have already sent word that they shouldn't provoke us." When Zhao Hai heard Qin, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Then he said, "There's actually such a rumor. However, this rumor is both a good thing and a bad thing. The good thing is that we're safe now. The bad thing is that we'll become the focus of everyone. If we want to expand in the future, I'm afraid that it won't be easy." When Wen Hai and the others stared, then they immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. On the surface, this rumor seems to be a good thing. The gangs in the city wouldn't dare to provoke them, allowing them to develop in peace. However, the bad thing was that because of this rumor, they would attract the attention of the people in the city. If they want to do something in the future, then they would certainly attract everyone's attention. At that time, if they want to expand, then it would be very difficult for them to expand. When Wen Hai and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but frown. This was indeed a troublesome matter. The biggest problem was that they didn't have a way to explain it. This was because Zhao Hai was currently farming for the Spirit Crab Island. He was the only person in the entire Tidewatch City who was farming for the Spirit Crab Island. Therefore, this rumor wasn't wrong. Zhao Hai had no choice but to do well. If he does well, then the Spirit Crab Island would certainly reward him. If he doesn't do well, then the Spirit Crab Island wouldn't allow Zhao Hai to farm in the future. Then Zhao Hai would lose the opportunity to use his advantages to obtain better cultivation conditions. Because of this, Zhao Hai must do well. And the better he does, the more attention he would attract from the Spirit Crab Island. This would make it even more difficult for the Ecstasy Gang to expand. When Qin heard Zhao Hai, his eyes lit up. If Zhao Hai didn't want to expand, then Qin would think that Zhao Hai wasn't that great. But now that Zhao Hai said that he wanted to expand, Qin felt that Zhao Hai might have bigger plans. When he thought of this, Qin couldn't help but cough. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Gang master, I think that this is definitely good news." Zhao Hai looked at Qin, somewhat puzzled, and said, "Oh, you tell me, why is this good news the only good news that we have? If our Ecstasy Gang can't expand, then how will we develop in the future?" Qin smiled and said, "Gang master, you're saying this because you don't know much about the Spirit Crab Island. Although I haven't joined the Spirit Crab Island, I've been in the Spirit Crab Island sphere of influence for quite some time. Because of this, I've heard some things about the Spirit Crab Island. The Spirit Crab Island is one of the lower middle forces in the Southern Sea's 72 islands. The reason why the island's strength can't increase is because the island's resources are very scarce. If all the forces in the Southern Sea's 72 islands were to be ranked, then the Spirit Crab Island should be ranked around the 60th position." Qin paused and looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai had an interested expression as he said, "Let's sit down and talk." Then he sat down. When Wen Hai and the others also sat down. At the same time, they looked at Qin with interest. They didn't know that Qin actually knew about these things. After thanking Zhao Hai, Qin sat down. The reason why he said these things today was because Zhao Hai wanted to expand. Because of this, Qin felt that Zhao Hai was an ambitious person. Moreover, he had the means. Qin saw this from Wen Hai and the others. Wen Hai and the others ascended a few years earlier than Zhao Hai. However, when they saw Zhao Hai, they were still very respectful. This was enough to explain Zhao Hai's means. A person with ambition, means, and people helping him. As long as this person's luck wasn't too bad, then his future development would be very good. Therefore, Chen Yan decided to get closer to Zhao Hai. The first step was to tell Zhao Hai some things that he didn't know. He believed that after Zhao Hai knew about these things, he would certainly look at him in a new light. It's precisely because the Spirit Crab Island's resources are very scarce that the Spirit Crab Island has established the most strongholds. They have no choice but to set their sights outside the island. They have established a lot of strongholds along the coast of the continent. However, because there are too many strongholds, the Spirit Crab Island's disciples can't take care of them all. Therefore, the Spirit Crab Island has a very special rule. As long as someone makes contributions to the Spirit Crab Island, then that person may be specially approved to join the Spirit Crab Island and become an outer disciple. The sect master is an outer disciple, not a handyman disciple. The Spirit Crab Island can even give him a stronghold to manage, and everything in the stronghold will be decided by him. As long as a certain amount of resources is handed over to the Spirit Crab Island every year, the Spirit Crab Island won't care about anything else. It can be said that this person is the manager of the stronghold. He can do whatever he wants in the stronghold. Moreover, he can enjoy all the benefits that an outer disciple of the Spirit Crab Island can enjoy. In other words, he can learn the cultivation techniques of the Spirit Crab Island, obtain artifacts, and even battle pets. Chen Yan had decided to get closer to Zhao Hai. Therefore, he told Zhao Hai everything he knew about the Spirit Crab Island. When Zhao Hai heard Chen Yan, he was really stunned. He didn't think that the Spirit Crab Island would have such a rule. However, this rule was a good thing for him. Zhao Hai couldn't help but nod as he said, "Then what kind of contribution does one have to make to the Spirit Crab Island to become an outer disciple?" Chen Yan replied, "That's not necessarily true. I heard people say that a person can become an outer disciple of the Spirit Crab Island just because he's good at planting. Some disciples can become an outer disciple because they're talented in formations and created a new type of formation that was helpful to the Spirit Crab Island. It's hard to say what kind of contribution one has to make to become an outer disciple of the Spirit Crab Island. Chen Yan, I don't care what methods you use, whether it's bribing or threatening, I want to know all the information about the gangs in Tideview City. The more detailed the better. If you can find out what the leaders of the other gangs eat every night, and when they fart, then that would be even better. I'll reward you heavily." Then Zhao took out 10 crystal stones and gave them to Chen Yan. "Chen Yan, I don't care what methods you use, whether it's bribing or threatening, but I want to know all the news about the gangs in Tideview City. The more detailed the better. If you can find out what the leaders of the other gangs eat every night, and when they fart, then that would be even better. I'll reward you heavily." Then Zhao took out 10 crystal stones and gave them to Chen Yan. The crystals that Zhao Hai took out weren't the best. If these crystals were placed in the space, they could only be used to pave the ground. Even if they were used to pave the ground, they would still be considered hard. However, in the Sword Spirit realm, these crystals were second-class crystals. They were much better than the worst first-class crystals. Chen Yan and the others generally used first-class crystals. Second-class crystals were very rare. A second-class crystal could be exchanged for 10 first-class crystals. Therefore, the reward of 10 second-class crystals wasn't small. When Chen Yan heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but become excited. He excitedly received the crystals and said, "Leader can rest assured, I'll definitely do a good job." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Besides the information about Tideview City, you also need to collect information about Spirit Crab Island and the 72 islands. But don't let them find out. You should know that collecting information is sometimes taboo. If they find out, then you'll be in danger. You can choose the people who will go with you. You don't even need to catch the rock spirit crab, I can have others help you complete the task. As long as you can collect information that I'm interested in, then you'll have completed the task." Chen Yan immediately replied, "Yes, leader can rest assured, I'll do my best." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "All right, you can go now." Chen Yan nodded, then he gave one Hai and the others a salute before he turned around and left. After Chen Yan left, Tang Ming smiled and said, "Leader, you really have a way." We've been here for a long time, but we didn't find this advantage of Qianyan. You immediately found it, that's very rare. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, this Qianyan is a wily old fox. You should pay attention to him and don't be sold by him. He's a smooth and slick person. If we can use him, then it's a good thing. Alright, let's not talk about this. Let's talk about the spirit rice. When Wenhai and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then they looked at Zhao Hai and asked, spirit rice? What's wrong with spirit rice? Leader, could it be that you can't grow spirit rice? Zhao shook his head and said, no, it's because I learned a new spell when I was growing the spirit rice. It's called the spirit rain spell. Although this spell looks very ordinary, I can deduce a series of spells based on it. Therefore, I feel that this spell isn't simple. If I can deduce this series of spells, then the growth of the spirit rice might be even faster. If that's the case, then perhaps this series of spells will make the people of Spirit Crab Island think that it's our contribution. When Wenhai and the others heard Zhao Hai, they stared. Then their faces lit up as they said, really? That's great. Leader, if that's the case, then Tideview City might become our territory. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, it's not that simple. I still don't know if the Sword Spirit Domain has such spells. If it does, then all of my efforts would have been in vain. Therefore, we still have a lot of things to inquire about. When Wenhai said, we can have Qianyan try. I can see that Qianyan is very good in this aspect. Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, we can have him inquire about it. Right, call him over and ask him if he knows about this matter. If he doesn't, then it wouldn't be too late for him to inquire about it. When Wenhai responded and immediately ran outside to call back Qianyan who had just left. Qianyan had just received the crystal and was feeling happy. So when he heard Zhao Hai calling him, he immediately ran over and gave Zhao Hai a salute and said, I've seen the sect master. Does the sect master have any orders? Zhao Hai looked at Qianyan and said, Qianyan, do you know about the spiritual rain spell? Qianyan stared, then he thought for a moment and said with uncertainty, I seem to have heard about the spiritual rain spell. It should be a very basic spell. It seems that only the service disciples of some forces use it. It doesn't have any power and can only be used to irrigate the land. Zhao Hai's heart couldn't help but move when he heard Qianyan. Then he said, then what about the spiritual rain spell? What other low-level spells are there? Do you know? Qianyan shook his head and said, Sect Master, I really don't know. Because there's very little information about this, nobody would care about these low-level spells. Even the service disciples of some sects wouldn't learn these spells. It's a waste of time and it's not very useful. Sect Master, did you learn the spiritual rain spell? Right, the people of Spirit Crab Island would certainly teach you the spiritual rain spell if they let you do farming. Zhao Hai said, Qianyan, I'll give you a task. I'll give you some money, so you can find people to inquire about the spirit rain technique. At the same time, look for the various forces that specialize in farming. You can inquire about it in the city, or you can leave the city and go to other places to inquire. As long as you can find something, it'll be fine. Can you do it? Qianyan's body couldn't help but shake when he heard Zhao Hai. People like them would rarely leave Tideview City. This was because in big cities, they would be as inconspicuous as ants, they might even be killed. But in Tideview City, they would at least be able to keep their lives. Because of this, ascenders like Qianyan couldn't stay in big cities. Although there were more cultivation resources and opportunities in big cities, the dangers were also huge. If they really went to big cities, it wouldn't take long before they turned into a pile of bones. It wasn't that no one had ever left Tideviewing City, but those who left never came back. There were rumors that these people had joined great forces and were awe-inspiring. However, Qianyan was very clear that those who joined great forces and were given important positions were few and far between. Some people joined great forces at most and became janitor disciples. The best they could become was an outer disciple. Moreover, such people were few and far between. Now that Zhao Hai wanted him to go to big cities to inquire about information, this was definitely a huge test for him. At this time, he was in a dilemma, thinking about whether he should go or not. After some time, he clenched his teeth and said, Yes, boss. I'll go. I'll go directly to big cities to inquire because nobody in the city knows about this. If someone does, then I'll know about it. But I haven't heard anything about it, so I think that nobody in the city knows about it. Therefore, I'll go outside. But it's not safe for me to be alone, so I'll call 2 more people to come with me. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right. Stone Hammer, Iron Wire, you 2 will go with Chen Yan. Chen Yan, you can also call 2 more people, making 5 people together. Is that okay? Chen Yan nodded and said, that's fine. Boss, rest assured, I'll make sure to inquire carefully. Zhao Hai nodded and said, if you can't find any information, then forget it. I'll save your life and come back. Go, this is for you. Use it for your expenses. But remember, when you're outside, don't show off your wealth. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right. After saying that, Zhao Hai took out a small bag and handed it over to Chen Yan. This bag wasn't a space bag, it was just an ordinary bag. Inside the bag were some second-grade crystals, a total of 100 pieces. Chen Yan received the bag and then gave a salute to Zhao Hai. Then he went outside with Stone Hammer and Iron Wire following behind him. After Chen Yan left, Zhao Hai turned to Wen Hai and the others and said, for the next few days, I'll be going to the fields to see if my method works. You guys keep an eye on the gang's situation. Remember, we must keep a low profile for the next few days. There are a lot of eyes in the city watching us, even the people from Spirit Crab Island. Therefore, you must keep a low profile. After a few days, when it's time to catch the rock spirit crabs, I'll be back. Also, Wen Hai, you guys need to discuss the division of the gang in the next few days. Select some people to specialize in combat training, select some people to specialize in catching the rock spirit crabs, and select some people to specialize in farming. Let's set up the framework first. When Wen Hai nodded and immediately went to prepare. Zhao Hai stood up and looked at Tang Ming and the others. Then he said, Old Tang, you've been in charge of gathering intelligence before. Now, it's the same. Our intelligence work will be left to you. Pay attention to Chen Yan and prevent him from making any moves. At the same time, make sure that everyone's preferences are clear so that we can assign tasks to them in the future. Tang Ming nodded and then went to prepare. Zhao Hai turned his head to the others and said, you guys also need to help Wen Hai and the others. Let's set up the framework of the Lost Soul Gang first. If we really control this stronghold in the future, then we can use this framework to establish the Lost Soul Gang. Everyone nodded. Zhao Hai nodded, then he left the group and went outside. Before long, Zhao Hai returned to his field. He needed to think of a way to keep the spiritual energy in the ground and not fly up into the air. When Zhao Hai returned to the spirit field, he was stunned. This was because he discovered that the spirit rice in the field had already sprouted. Although the spirit rice hadn't yet grown and had just sprouted, how could the fluctuations of life be hidden from Zhao Hai? Naturally, Zhao Hai immediately discovered that the spirit rice had sprouted. Upon discovering this, Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Now, he was waiting to see how long it would take for the spirit rice to mature. If the spirit rice could mature in less than 3 months, then it would prove that the method he came up with was absolutely effective. Moreover, it was something that the sword spirit realm didn't have. But now, there was a problem, and that was how to prevent the spiritual energy from disappearing into the air. This was very important. Zhao Hai walked around the spirit field a few times and discovered that the spiritual energy in the field was slowly disappearing. Although the speed wasn't very fast, it wouldn't take more than 3 days for the spiritual energy to completely disappear. If that happened, then his efforts would have been in vain. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but frown. Then he walked out of the spirit field. He wanted to go back to the cave and see if there was any way to keep the spiritual energy in the field. Just as Zhao Hai was about to leave the spirit field, he suddenly stopped. Then his eyes lit up as he looked at the place where he was cultivating the rice seedlings. The reason why Zhao Hai paid attention to this place was because he discovered that the spiritual energy there was denser than the spiritual energy in the field. In other words, the spiritual energy there was disappearing slower than the spiritual energy in the field. Before, Zhao Hai didn't notice this point. He thought that it was because of the spiritual energy in the spirit rice seedlings. But now that he paid attention, He discovered that the reason why the spiritual energy was dense wasn't because of the spirit rice seedlings, but because the spiritual energy in the soil was much more than the spiritual energy in the field. This discovery made Zhao Hai stare. Zhao Hai immediately squatted down next to the field and carefully studied why the spiritual energy in the field was denser than the other places. After carefully studying it, Zhao Hai finally discovered that it was because after the spirit rice seeds germinated, the roots of the rice seedlings fixed the soil and locked the spiritual energy in the soil. After discovering this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but pat his head. He finally remembered that he had used this method before. It was to plant some spiritual energy in the field. These plants could release spiritual energy, making the spiritual energy in the field higher than the outside. This way, the spiritual energy in the field wouldn't escape, and the spirit field would naturally be good. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai immediately turned around and went to the spirit field. Then he took out a handful of seeds and sprinkled them on the ground. Then he used natural energy to activate the seeds, allowing them to grow quickly. The seeds quickly grew and turned out to be grass. This grass was very special. It had green leaves, red stems, yellow roots, blue flowers, and silver fruits. This was the 5 elements grass. The 5 elements grass was a low-level plant. It contained the power of the 5 elements, in other words, spiritual energy. However, it was very weak. It was a good fodder for animals. And this time, Zhao Hai took out the 5 elements grass. He wanted it to evolve in the shortest time possible. Then he could plant the 5 elements grass in the field. The spiritual energy that the 5 elements grass emitted would increase the spiritual energy in the field, making it much stronger than the outside world. This way, there wouldn't be any problems in the field. The 5 elements grass quickly grew. Then Zhao Hai collected the seeds of the 5 elements grass. Then he planted them, activated them, and collected them again. After doing this for 100 times, the seeds that Zhao Hai collected were no longer silver. Instead, they had turned into a very ordinary black color. They didn't look very eye-catching. However, Zhao Hai let out a long breath. He knew that he had succeeded. The next step was to test whether his idea was valid or not. Zhao Hai first used the spirit soil technique to turn the soil in the field into spirit soil. This spirit soil contained a lot of spiritual energy. Then he planted the 5 elements grass in the field. These 5 elements grass naturally divided the field into small pieces. This way, the spiritual energy in each piece would be very rich. Moreover, after the 5 elements grass matured, there was no need to collect them. As long as the weather didn't cause the plants to wither, the 5 elements grass wouldn't die. It would continue to emit spiritual energy. After Zhao Hai planted the 5 elements grass, he directly activated them. The 5 elements grass immediately grew. Zhao Hai wanted to see if his idea was successful. After the 5 elements grass grew, Zhao Hai discovered that his idea was very successful. The spiritual energy emitted by the 5 elements grass was very rich. Moreover, there was a formation here. Because of this, the spiritual energy in the field was much richer than in other places. Seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but let out a long breath. He knew that his experiment was successful. Zhao Hai nodded with satisfaction. Then he left the field and returned to the cave. Sitting in the cave and looking at the field, Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Then he slowly closed his eyes. Right now, he still needed to deduce the spiritual rain technique. After being reminded by the spiritual rain technique, Zhao Hai suddenly thought of something. That was, could he compress the spells that he had learned before and then use them? Take the fireball technique for example. If the fire element in the fireball technique was compressed, then the fireball technique's fire element would be 5 to 10 times more than the other fireball techniques. Then wouldn't the fireball technique's power be even greater? After thinking about this, Zhao Hai immediately started to deduce the simplest spells. He discovered that this was completely feasible. He only needed to make some small changes to the original spells. Now that he has the 5-element spirit pearl, he can easily change the form of the spells. This way, when he uses spells in the future, their power would be even greater. After Zhao Hai finished deducing some low-level spells, he opened his eyes and discovered that the light outside wasn't right. He immediately knew that it was already morning. He immediately went out of the cave and looked outside. The rice seedlings had already grown very tall, they were ready to be planted. Xianxia immediately went to the field. Then he used the spiritual rain technique to turn the dry field into a paddy field. Then he began to take out the rice seedlings along with the soil on their roots. Then he planted them in the field. At this point, the paddy field could be considered to have been planted. Xianxia calculated that he didn't use too much time. As long as there weren't any problems with the paddy field in the future, he wouldn't need to worry about it. He just needed to wait for the harvest. Although the formations that he arranged weren't very strong, it was still impossible for ascended cultivators to break through. It was also impossible for ordinary beasts to break through. Moreover, Tidewatering Mountain was very safe. Because of this, there shouldn't be any problems. This made Xianxia feel relieved. Xianxia looked at the sky and saw that it was already afternoon. His figure moved and went straight to Tidewatch City. Before this, he wanted to spend some time researching how to prevent the spiritual chi from disappearing. But now that his research was going smoothly, there was no need for him to stay here any longer. It was time for him to go back and take a look. In the future, as long as he comes to the field every day, he doesn't need to stay here all the time. When Xianxia returned to Tidewatch City, he found that the city had returned to its original state. There were only a few people on the streets. Everyone was hiding in their rooms and cultivating. Very few people would go out. Xianxia returned to the Ecstasy Gang's encampment and found that the situation there was similar. Besides 2 people standing guard outside, the others were hiding in their rooms and cultivating. No one came out at all. Xianxia understood the thoughts of these people. They ascended from the lower realms with great difficulty. If they couldn't live a long life here, then wouldn't it be a waste? One must know that when they were in the lower realm, they were all influential figures. But after coming here, they became the most basic cultivators. The change before and after was too great. If they didn't seize the time to cultivate and live a better life here, they would really be letting themselves down. Therefore, it was understandable that they spent all their time on cultivation. When Wenhai and the others saw that Xianxia had returned, they were surprised. Wenhai immediately went up to Xianxia and said, "Boss, you're back already? Did something happen?" Xianxia shook his head and said, "It's nothing. The matter with the spirit field has already been solved. You can go there every day, you don't need to stay there. Come, let's go in." Wenhai nodded before he followed Xianxia into the room. Tang Ming and the others were also in the room. After they sat down, Xianxia looked at them and said, "How about it? Have you thought about the framework of the Ecstasy Gang?" Wenhai nodded and said, "Boss, I've already thought about it. I want to use the Ecstasy Empire's framework and then divide the people into different positions. This way, the Ecstasy Gang's framework will be established." When Xianxia heard Wenhai, he shook his head and said, "No, using the Lost Soul Empire wouldn't work. This is the Sword Spirit realm. The people here are all ascended from other planes. All of them have their own ambitions. They want to live longer and become stronger. Nobody would be willing to farm or catch crabs. If you give them the job of farming or catching crabs, then they would certainly not agree." When Wenhai nodded, then Xianxia shook his head and said, "You can't do that. The Sword Spirit realm is the Sword Spirit realm. The people here are all ascended from other planes." When Wenhai heard Xianxia, he couldn't help but stare. Then he thought for a moment before he nodded and said, "Boss, you're right. Those people wouldn't agree. What should we do? For example, if we catch rock spirit crabs in the next few days, we can reward those who catch more. Those who catch less, we can even punish them by sending them to farm. As for other tasks, we can also give rewards. For example, Qianyan's mission this time was very dangerous, so we can give him more rewards. If there are other tasks in the gang, then we can issue them with rewards. As long as he completes the task well, then we can give him a reward. If he doesn't complete it well, then we can give him a corresponding punishment. What do you think?" Xianxia nodded and said, "Yes, I'm going to ask for more rock spirit crabs in the next few days. For example, Qianyan's mission this time was very dangerous, so we can give him more rewards. If there are other tasks in the gang, then we can issue them with rewards. As long as he completes the task well, then we'll give him a reward. If he doesn't complete it well, then we'll give him a corresponding punishment. How about that? When Wenhai and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then their eyes lit up as they said, "That's a good idea. What if a newcomer comes to the gang?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "If a newcomer comes to the gang, then we'll have to look at their strength. If their strength is average, then they can only catch crabs and plant crops. If they're strong, then they can take missions. Remember, whether it's catching crabs or planting crops, they must be rewarded. The rewards aren't necessarily crystal stones, they can also be cultivation methods or artifacts. However, these cultivation methods and artifacts can't be given out as rewards. We need to look at what they do for the gang. And what they do will be given out in the form of contribution points. This way, they can use their contribution points to exchange for crystals, artifacts, and cultivation methods." When Wenhai and the others' eyes lit up, then Wenhai immediately said, "Good, boss, this method is very good. But how do we calculate the contribution points?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment, then said, "According to Spirit Crab Island's calculation, 10 spirit crabs will give us 1 crystal stone, and the crystals they give us are all first-class crystals. Let's do it this way. 10 first-class crystals will be equivalent to 1 contribution point, 5 second-class crystals will be 1 contribution point, 1 third-class crystal will be 1 contribution point, 1 fourth-class crystal will be 10 contribution points, 1 fifth-class crystal will be 50 contribution points, 1 sixth-class crystal will be 100 contribution points, 1 seventh-class crystal will be 5,000 contribution points, 1 eighth-class crystal will be 1,000 contribution points, and 1 ninth-class crystal will be 10,000 contribution points. For a low-level cultivation method, Spirit Crab Island will give us 100 first-class crystals, but in our gang, we can only exchange them for 9 contribution points, which is equivalent to saving the gang members 10 crystals. Also, in the future, all of our harvests will be handed over to the gang, and then the gang will hand it over to Spirit Crab Island. We will only give contribution points to the gang members. If they want to use crystal stones to exchange for contribution points, then they can only exchange for 12 first-class crystals per contribution point. If they use contribution points to exchange for crystal stones, then 1 contribution point can only be exchanged for 10 crystal stones, so they won't easily use their contribution points to exchange for crystal stones. Also, make it clear to them that if they want to buy cultivation methods, they can only use contribution points. If they don't have contribution points, then they can only use crystal stones to exchange for contribution points, and the gang won't directly accept crystal stones. Zhao Hai nodded, then said, "If you want to use crystal stones to exchange for contribution points, then you can only use contribution points to exchange for contribution points. If you don't have contribution points, then you can only exchange crystal stones for contribution points." When Wenhai and the others stared blankly at Zhao Hai's words. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would be able to come up with such a complete management system in such a short time. Moreover, it was completely applicable to the exchange of contribution points. This made them feel very surprised. When Wenhai and the others didn't know that Zhao Hai's method was something he used to manage the gang before he entered the Soul Gang. Now, he was using it once again. This method of exchange of contribution points can make a gang more united. It can also make the members of the gang more inseparable. Zhao looked at Wenhai and the others and said, "Everyone in the gang can use other things to exchange for contribution points. In addition to doing missions, they can also use magic tools, spells that the gang doesn't have, refining methods for pills, special materials, and so on in exchange for contribution points. As long as these things aren't available in the gang, they can be given more contribution points. If the gang does have them, they can be given less contribution points. All of these things need to be clearly stated. In the next few days, I'll be concentrating on these regulations. At the same time, I'll be making an identity jade card for everyone in the gang. I'll also be arranging several formations in the gang so that this contribution point system can be implemented." When Wenhai, Tang Ming, and the others nodded. Then when Wenhai said, "I'll first tell you some simple rules regarding the contribution point system. You'll need to explain it to the others in the next few days. Once I'm done, you can tell them that if they accept the system, then they can stay. If they don't, then they can leave. We won't stop them." Wenhai and Tang Ming nodded. They weren't afraid that these people would leave. In fact, after joining a gang in Tideview City, as long as the gang wasn't destroyed, no one would leave. This was because leaving the gang was tantamount to betraying the gang. This was a serious crime, punishable by death. Even if Wenhai said that they could leave and that he wouldn't do anything to them, those people wouldn't believe him. In the end, they would still stay. Although the contribution point system seemed to be disadvantageous to the gang members, it wasn't a loss for them. If they didn't leave the gang and only used their contribution points in the gang, they would be able to obtain a lot of benefits. Zhao Hai took out a jade slip and recorded the simple rules of the contribution point system. Then he handed the jade slip over to Wenhai. Wenhai took the jade slip and looked inside. He found that the contents of the jade slip were even more detailed than what Zhao Hai said. In Wenhai's opinion, Zhao Hai didn't need to make any more detailed rules, these rules were already detailed enough. After giving the jade slip to them, Zhao Hai said, "I'm going back to my room. You can go talk to those people." Wenhai and the others nodded before they turned around and left. Zhao Hai also returned to his room and began to refine identity jade slips. Zhao Hai was very familiar with refining identity jade slips. Not only would there be a defensive formation inside the jade slip, it would also record the completion of a person's mission as well as their life. If someone killed them, the identity jade slip would shatter and Zhao Hai and the others would know. When the time comes, the Ecstasy Gang would take revenge for them. Zhao Hai had made a lot of jade slips in the past. He had even made higher-grade jade slips. Because of this, he was very familiar with the process. After Wenhai and Tang Ming learned about the contribution point system, they directly went to the courtyard and called out all the members of the Ecstasy Gang. Although the members of the Ecstasy Gang were called out while they were cultivating, they didn't have any complaints. They knew that the Ecstasy Gang didn't have a leader before, so they were free to do as they pleased. But now, the Ecstasy Gang had a leader. Moreover, this leader was going to farm. It was obvious that the Ecstasy Gang would bring about some changes. They already knew that there would be changes, but they didn't know when it would happen. Now that Wenhai called them out, it was clear that this was the leader's idea. They wanted to see what the leader wanted to say. When Wenhai saw that everyone had arrived, he opened his mouth and said, "Everyone, I've received the leader's order to gather everyone here. Now that everyone has arrived, only Xianxia and the others are out on a mission, so they aren't here. Let's wait for them to come back before we inform them. Now, I'll announce the leader's order. From today onwards, the Ecstasy Gang will implement a contribution point system. Instead of giving crystals, they will be directly given contribution points. In the future, if they need anything, they can use their contribution points to exchange for it." When Wenhai's words came out, the members of the Ecstasy Gang couldn't help but go into an uproar. They didn't think that Wenhai would actually give them such an order. This made them feel that they couldn't accept it. One must know that in the past, when they were catching rock crabs, although they received spirit stones, they still had crystals in their hands. But now, they didn't have any crystals. How could they accept this, when Wenhai already thought that this would happen? So he looked at everyone and said, "Don't make a fuss, these are the rules set by the leader. Everyone, take a look at them. You can also record them in jade slips. Inside these jade slips are the ways to exchange contribution points and crystals. If you want crystals, then you can exchange them with contribution points. But if I were you, I wouldn't do that. Here, take them. It's best if you find a blank jade slip to store the contents of these jade slips." Then Wenhai took out several jade slips and handed them over to everyone. The people from the Ecstasy Gang also knew that this matter couldn't be changed. The people in front of them immediately took out their jade slips and used their spiritual force to look at the contents. After looking at the contents of the jade slips, their expressions changed. They didn't think that contribution points would be used in this way. These people have been in the sword spirit realm for more than a day or two. Therefore, they were aware of the management of the sects in the sword spirit realm. They knew that the sects in the sword spirit realm used contribution points to manage their sections. Now that the Ecstasy Gang had introduced this contribution point system, it wasn't a bad thing for them. This wasn't something that they couldn't accept. Then the jade slips were passed around. Before long, everyone in the ecstasy gang had seen the contents of the jade slips and recorded them. Then the jade slips returned to Wen Wenhai and the others. When Wenhai received the jade slip, then he looked at everyone and said, "Now that everyone has some understanding of the contribution point system, let's talk about it. Is this system acceptable? If you can't accept it, then I'll tell the gang leader to let you leave. You can rest assured that if you leave this time, it won't be considered a betrayal of the gang. We definitely won't chase you down." The people in the ecstasy gang looked at each other. Many of them had a look of disbelief in their eyes. However, there was one person who had a trace of hesitation in his eyes. At this time, someone suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Elder Wen, I want to know if everything in the gang can be exchanged with contribution points. For example, artifacts, cultivation methods, and the like. Can these things also be exchanged for contribution points?" When Wenhai nodded and said, "Right, everything in the gang can be exchanged for contribution points. However, everyone should know that our ecstasy gang doesn't have anything good right now. Moreover, the gang leader is currently organizing the things that we have. In a few days, everyone will know what we have. Moreover, in a few days, we'll be catching rock spirit crabs. Everyone can catch rock spirit crabs and exchange them for contribution points. When the time comes, we'll be able to exchange them for contribution points. The reason why I'm showing you these things today is to let you know what's going on in your heart." Everyone understood Wen Wenhai's meaning. He showed them these things to inform them that the Ecstasy Association would implement the contribution point system in the future. They should be mentally prepared. As for when the contribution point system would be implemented, it would have to wait until after they caught the rock spirit crabs. After all, they didn't have any contribution points right now, so the contribution point system couldn't be implemented. However, after reading the introduction of the contribution point system, they weren't against it anymore. On the contrary, they were planning to see how they could use their contribution points more rationally after the implementation of the contribution point system. When Wenhai looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, I'm not afraid to tell you that although the leader has just ascended, his strength isn't something you can imagine. It can be said that even if all of us in the ecstasy gang worked together, we still wouldn't be a match for the leader. Moreover, the leader's methods aren't something you can imagine. Artifacts, pills, cultivation methods, these things might be very precious to us, but they are nothing to the leader. You might not believe me, but as long as you join the ecstasy gang, you will obtain endless benefits in the future. You will certainly become a famous expert. You can see that there are no gangs in Tideview City that use the management method of the Sword Spirit Boundary. Only our ecstasy gang. This is enough to prove the ambition of our ecstasy gang. Whether you join an ambitious gang and fight together or join an ordinary gang and fight for a few crystals every day, it's all up to you." Upon hearing Wen Wenhai's words, everyone was stunned. Then, they looked at each other and saw a trace of fire in each other's eyes. When they were in the lower realms, they were also experts who could get whatever they wanted. But here, they had become the lowest level of cultivators. They couldn't even guarantee their own lives. Moreover, everyone in the sword spirit world looked down on them. Such a drop almost drove them crazy. No one had gone crazy. But after arriving at the sword spirit world, their strength had been reduced to less than 1%. Any one of them could take their lives. In this case, they didn't have any ideas or ambitions. Those who went crazy had already turned into a pile of bones. No one would be polite to them here. However, this didn't mean that they didn't have any desire. On the contrary, their desire to succeed was much stronger than the natives of the Sword Spirit Boundary. The natives of the Sword Spirit Boundary were only cultivating and pursuing the Great Tao. On the other hand, the natives of the Sword Spirit Boundary also wanted to pursue the feeling of being above others. This was because the natives of the Sword Spirit Boundary didn't enjoy the taste of power, but the natives of the Sword Spirit Boundary did. But in the past, they couldn't see any hope. Tidewatch City was safe and they wouldn't die so easily. But at the same time, this place was like a pool of stagnant water. Everyone was doing the same thing and getting the same things. This kind of life seemed endless. What hope was there? But now, it was different. Although the ecstasy gang hadn't changed, changes were already happening. The contribution point system was proof. Just like when Wenhai said, besides the Ecstasy Gang, no other gang in Tideview City implemented the contribution point system. Everyone was muddle-headed, there was no hope and no future. On the other hand, the Ecstasy Gang had changed. Although they didn't know if this change was good or bad, and what would happen in the future, why not give it a try? If they didn't give it a try, they would always be like this. But if they gave it a try, then everything would be the same. These people weren't lacking in determination. Otherwise, they wouldn't have ascended. It was just that the various blows they suffered after ascending made them quiet down. But now, when Wenhai's words made their silent hearts jump once again, when Wenhai looked at the crowd and said, "Everyone," the gang leader said that before the next rock spirit crab, you can choose to stay or leave. Until the next rock spirit crab, those who stay will belong to the Ecstasy Gang. Those who leave will no longer belong to the Ecstasy Gang. If you still want to leave after that, then you will be punished as a traitor. Please go back and think about it carefully. Then when Wenhai and Tang Ming returned to their rooms. After when Wenhai and the others left, the gang members looked at each other before dispersing in twos and threes. Everyone went to find their acquaintances to discuss this matter. This was a big matter, so they needed to think about it carefully. The people who were chatting with Chen gathered together. One of them opened his mouth and said, "Old Miao, what do you think? Do you think this matter is good or bad?" The person called Old Miao was a middle-aged man in his 40s. However, he had a lot of wrinkles on his face. His skin was also somewhat dark, making him look like an old farmer. At this moment, he was sitting there with a frown on his face. When he heard the man, he couldn't help but sigh and said, "Old G, I'm not sure right now. However, it seems like Chen Yan really wants to rely on them. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been sent out alone. We're already one step behind Chen Yan. If we don't make a decision, then we'll fall further behind him." Old Miao's name was Miao Zhendong. It has been more than 20 years since he ascended to the Sword Spirit Realm. He and Chen Yan have known each other since then. It has also been several years since they joined the Ecstasy Gang. Because they ascended for a long time, they knew some things about the Sword Spirit Realm. It was also because they stayed in Tideview City that they knew about the Spirit Crab Island. However, when Chen Yan discussed with them about relying on Zhao Hai, they were hesitant. On the other hand, Chen Yan was one step ahead of them. This made them passive. This was because Chen Yan knew everything that they knew. However, there were things that they didn't necessarily know. If they didn't show their loyalty, then they would fall behind Chen Yan. And looking at today's situation, if they fell behind Chen Yan, then they wouldn't have the chance to catch up in the future. Old Ji's name was Ji Feng. His situation was similar to Miao Zhendong's. He ascended to the Sword Spirit Realm 24 years ago. He has known Chen Yan and the others for 20 years. It can be said that they were old friends. However, they didn't have much affection for each other. After all, they were all cultivators. Sometimes, friendship was a luxury for cultivators. When Ji Feng and the others heard Miao Zhendong, they turned silent. Miao Zhendong looked at them and said, "I think the current situation is that Chen Yan hasn't told us everything he knows, especially about cultivation methods. This is an opportunity for us. Chen Yan went out on a mission, we don't know when he'll come back. If we agree to stay in the Lost Soul Gang, then we can take advantage of this and go to the gang's leader. If we agree to stay, then we can hand over our cultivation methods in exchange for contribution points. In my opinion, contribution points are more precious than crystal stones. Later on, we can use these contribution points to exchange for things." Everyone, right now, everyone is watching, but there will certainly be people who will make the first move. Now, it's a matter of being fast and having nothing. We only have some low-level cultivation methods. If we wait for others to hand over their cultivation methods, then we won't be able to get anything. Let's not talk about others, but if Chen Yan comes back and knows about this, then he will certainly hand over his cultivation methods in exchange for some benefits. When that time comes, the gang won't be able to get anything. When Miao Zhendong said that, Ji Feng and the others couldn't help but stare. Then they immediately understood what Miao Zhendong meant. They knew that Miao Zhendong wasn't lying. Chen Yan was indeed capable of doing such a thing. Whoosh! Ji Feng stood up and said, "Old Miao, I don't want to wait anymore. I've decided to stay in the Lost Soul Gang. In any case, from the current situation in Tideview City, only the Lost Soul Gang is worthy of staying. The other gangs aren't as good as the Lost Soul Gang. Like Elderwin said, it's worth a shot. If we don't, then we'll be like this for the rest of our lives. What about you? If you agree to stay, then we'll gather our cultivation methods and hand them over. Everyone will get an equal share of contribution points. What do you think? But if we don't act, then we won't get anything when Xianxia comes back. That guy is very crafty. Miao Zhendong and the others looked at each other before nodding in agreement. Just like Jifeng said, only the Ecstasy Gang was worth the risk. The other gangs weren't even as good as the Ecstasy Gang. If they went to the other gangs, they would just be living the same life as they are now. What's the point? It's better to take a gamble, this might be an opportunity for them. Seeing everyone nodding, Jifeng happily said, alright, it's good that everyone agrees. Now, we'll share our cultivation methods and distribute them. Then we'll go to Elder Wen and explain the situation to him. What do you think? Miao Zhendong and the others didn't object. They all shared their cultivation methods. The cultivation methods they knew were all low-grade. In fact, they couldn't get their hands on any high-grade cultivation methods. The Sword Spirit realm didn't focus on magic arts, so what they learned were cultivation methods. Some of these cultivation methods were related to spiritual chi cultivation, some were related to martial arts, and some were related to magic arts. However, their grades weren't high. This was because the Sword Spirit realm didn't pay much attention to magic arts. Because of this, the Sword Spirit realm didn't have anyone to develop the Spirit Rain technique. In the end, they calculated that there were a total of 6 of them, and each of them knew a total of 33 cultivation methods. Each of them could hand in 5 cultivation methods, so there were still 3 left. In the end, they decided that they could hand in the remaining 3 cultivation methods, but even if Xianxia handed them in, they had been friends with him for more than 20 years. Moreover, Xianxia was the first one to wholeheartedly submit to the Ecstasy Gang. If they really went too far, it wouldn't be too good for them. Leaving 3 cultivation method contribution points for Xianxia could be considered as not letting him down. After discussing, the group stood up and walked out together. After leaving the house, they went directly to Wenwenhai's house. Just as they arrived at the door opened. Wenwenhai looked at the group and said, Miao Zhendong, Jifeng, what's wrong? What's the matter? Miao Zhendong opened his mouth and said, Elder Wen, we have something to tell you. Wenwenhai nodded and said, come in. Then he stepped aside and let the group enter the room. After the group expressed their gratitude, they entered the room. Upon entering the room, they discovered that Tang Ming and the others were also present. Moreover, they seemed to be discussing something. Tang Ming stood up and smiled at Miao Zhendong, Old Miao, you're here. Have a seat. After thanking Miao Zhendong, he sat down. Miao Zhendong and the others thanked Tang Ming before they found a place to sit down. After they sat down, Wenwenhai looked at Miao Zhendong and said, Old Miao, why are you here today? Is there something you need? Miao Zhendong nodded and said, yes, Elder Wen. We're here today to talk about contribution points. Wenwenhai nodded and said, I've already guessed it. Tell me, what do you think? Miao Zhendong said in a deep voice, Elder Wen, we fully accept the reform plan regarding contribution points. Today, we are here to exchange for some contribution points. When Wenwenhai heard Miao Zhendong, he was surprised. He thought that Miao Zhendong wanted to leave the Ecstasy Gang. He didn't expect that Miao Zhendong was here to exchange for contribution points. When Wenhai looked at Miao Zhendong and frowned, Old Miao, to tell you the truth, it isn't easy to exchange for contribution points. The gang leader is preparing to give everyone an identity card. This identity card will record how many contribution points you have. Moreover, you can directly exchange your contribution points within the gang. But the gang leader hasn't finished refining the identity cards yet, so I'm afraid that you can't exchange them for contribution points. Miao Zhendong stared, then his expression couldn't help but change. Then he smiled bitterly and said, Elder Wen, to be honest, the reason why we want to exchange contribution points is because we have some low-level cultivation methods. We want to give these methods to the gang and exchange them for contribution points. But we don't know if other people also have these methods, so we want to be one step ahead of them. If other people also have them, then we won't be able to do it. So can you let us exchange our contribution points first? Sure. Before Wenhai could speak, a gentle voice was heard. Miao Zhendong and the others turned their heads and saw that it was Zhao Hai who spoke. Zhao Hai looked at them with a smile and said, "You can exchange for it now. These are your jade tokens. You can drip a drop of blood on it and then place a trace of your spiritual force into the jade token. This jade token will forever belong to you. I want to make it clear that this jade token will not only display your identity, but also how many contribution points you have. Inside the jade token, if you encounter an enemy's attack, this defensive formation will help you resist the enemy's attack. Naturally, this defensive formation isn't very strong. If an expert from the sword spirit realm attacks you, then this formation wouldn't be able to resist. However, I think that this formation should be able to block attacks from experts who can refine their essence into chi. At the same time, this jade token will also record your completion of missions. If you clearly didn't complete a mission, but you come back and say that you have completed it, then we can see that this jade token is also your life token. If you are attacked or killed outside, then this jade token will shatter and we will immediately know that you are dead. We will also know who killed you, and then we will take revenge for you." Miao Zhendong and the others nodded and said, "You can exchange for it now. This is your jade token. You can drip a drop of blood on it and then place a trace of your spiritual force into the jade token. This jade token will forever belong to you. I want to make it clear that this jade token will not only display your identity, but also how many contribution points you have." As Zhao Hai spoke, he handed the jade token over to the group. When the group heard Zhao Hai, they looked at the jade token in a completely different light. They didn't think that the jade token would have so many functions. After Zhao Hai handed the jade tokens to the group, he said, "You can now turn your cultivation methods into jade tokens and then hand them over to Wenhai. Wenhai, according to the amount we agreed upon, give them the contribution points." When Wenhai nodded, then he turned to Miao Zhendong and the others and said, "Old Miao, you're really lucky. Come, this time you've taken the initiative." Miao Zhendong and the others excitedly thanked Zhao Hai. Then they turned their heads and walked towards Wenhai. Then they took out their jade slips and recorded their cultivation methods before handing them over to Wenhai. After Wenhai checked the contents of the jade slips one by one, he smiled and said, "Good, very good. There are a total of 33 cultivation methods, all of which the gang doesn't have. The gang can give you 12 contribution points for each cultivation method, making a total of 396 contribution points. Tell me, how do you plan to divide these contribution points?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Miao Zhendong immediately said, "Elder Wen, we want to divide the contribution points among the 6 of us. As for the remaining 36 contribution points, we want to keep them for Qinyan. If Qinyan decides to leave the gang, then we hope that the gang can exchange these contribution points for crystal stones for Qinyan. Is this possible?" When Wenhai smiled and said, "Good, good. I didn't expect you to be good friends with Qinyan. However, I don't think that Qinyan will leave the gang." As he spoke, he recorded 60 contribution points into the jade token for them and then returned the jade token to them. Miao Zhendong and the others received their jade slips. Looking at the numbers on the jade slips, their faces couldn't help but smile. Zhao Hai looked at their expressions and smiled faintly. "You can go back. Tomorrow, everyone will receive their jade slips. Naturally, those who want to leave will need to return their jade slips. If someone asks you about today's matter, you can tell them about it. You can go." The group nodded, then they gave Zhao Hai a salute before turning around to leave. After the group left, when Wenhai turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Leader, you made the jade slips so quickly? They have so many functions, that's amazing." Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he took out several jade slips and gave them to the group. Then he casually said, "Making jade slips isn't difficult. The formations inside were all carved by my spiritual force, it's very simple." Naturally, the process was very fast. "These are yours, you can use them for self-defense. Take them." The group nodded and received the jade slips. Each of the jade slips had a number on it. The number wasn't big, it was only 100. Zhao Hai said, although you are the managers of the gang, I can't give you too many contribution points at once. Right, there are some records in this jade slip. These records are all low-level cultivation methods. Some of them were given to us by Xiaoyu. I've recorded them all. You can add them to the gang's cultivation method records and let the gang members exchange them. You also need to write down the cultivation method records and give it to everyone in the gang to choose. This is also a form of stimulation for them. When Wen Hai and the others nodded, then they received the cultivation method records from Zhao Hai. When they looked at the contents of the cultivation method records, they were startled. This was because there were hundreds of cultivation methods in the cultivation method records. Most of them were low-level cultivation methods, but there were also some high-level cultivation methods. And these high-level cultivation methods were all related to the sword. It was clear that these cultivation methods were left behind by the Skysword sect. Zhao Hai took out another jade slip and said, this jade slip contains some missions. You can also release this jade slip so that everyone can do the missions and then give them contribution points. Then he took out another jade slip and gave it to Wen Hai and the others. After Wen Hai and the others received the jade slip, they looked at the contents. There were a lot of missions in the jade slip, most of them were missions related to herbs and minerals. Moreover, the level of the missions wasn't high. Because of this, the rewards weren't much. Naturally, there weren't any dangers. Then Zhao Hai looked at Wen Hai and the others and said, tomorrow, we'll officially distribute the jade slips to the gang members. This time, I'll personally distribute them. You just need to pay attention and see if anyone from the gang is in contact with other gangs. When Wen Hai and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then their expressions immediately turned serious as they nodded. Then Zhao Hai returned to his room. The next day, Wen Hai gathered all the members of the Ecstasy gang together. Everyone looked at Wen Hai, waiting to hear what he had to say. Wen Hai looked at the crowd and said in a deep voice, everyone, yesterday the leader refined some identity jade cards. Today I will give these identity jade cards to everyone. These identity jade cards have several functions. First, it can record how many contribution points you have so that you can exchange for things in the gang. Second, there is a defensive formation inside the jade card that can block a full blow from a chi refining stage cultivator. Even if it is a 9th level chi refining stage cultivator, it can still block a full blow from him. Third, it can record how many tasks you have completed. If you didn't complete a task but said that you completed it, the jade card will be checked. Fourth, you can understand your life situation. If you are killed outside, the jade card will be broken and the gang will know that you are dead. At the same time, the gang will know who killed you and the gang will help you take revenge. The way to use the jade card is very simple. You just need to drop a drop of blood on the jade card and leave a trace of your spiritual force in it. If you use the jade card, it means that you have decided to become a member of the Ecstasy gang. If you want to leave, then don't use the jade card for the time being. When you leave, you will have to return the jade card. Then Wen Hai turned to look at Zhao, who was standing next to him. Zhao nodded, then he looked at the crowd and said, everyone, if you use your jade token, then you can receive missions from the business. You can also see how many cultivation methods the gang has, what you can exchange for, and what missions you can do. Now, I ask everyone to come forward and receive your jade token. Zhao nodded, then turned to the crowd and said, everyone, if you use your jade token, then you can receive missions from the business. When the Ecstasy gang heard Zhao Hai, there was an uproar. When they heard about the functions of the jade tokens, they were very tempted. One must know that when they ascended from the lower realms, some of them brought artifacts with them. However, these artifacts were basically artifacts from the lower realms. After arriving in the sword spirit world, they couldn't use them. Because of this, they didn't have any opportunities to obtain artifacts. Therefore, they didn't have any defensive artifacts in their hands. But this jade token was equivalent to a defensive formation, and it also had other functions. This made them very tempted. Because of this, a lot of people began to waver. Some of them even decided to stay in the Ecstasy gang and not go anywhere else. Zhao Hai looked at these people. He wasn't in a hurry. He just took the jade tokens and stood there, distributing them to the people who came forward. After everyone received their jade tokens, their eyes lit up as they looked at them. However, only a few of them were willing to drip their blood and spiritual force on the jade token. This meant that most of them were still hesitating. Zhao Hai looked at these people and didn't care about them. After distributing the jade tokens, he opened his mouth and said, "Alright, since everyone has received their jade tokens, as long as you make your jade token your own, then you can come to the gang to exchange for things. Miao Zhendong, you guys come over." Miao Zhendong and the others were standing on the side. Since they already received their jade tokens, then naturally, they didn't need to go to Zhao Hai's side. But now that they heard Zhao Hai calling them, they immediately went to his side. Zhao Hai looked at the group and smiled faintly. "Since you've already confirmed your jade tokens, then you're now part of the gang. Yesterday, I organized the gang's cultivation methods. Today, you can take a look and see if there are any cultivation methods that you want to exchange for. Here, take a look." Then Zhao Hai took out a jade slip and handed it over to Miao Zhendong and the others. Upon seeing Zhao Hai's action, Wen Hai and the others couldn't help but sigh. Zhao Hai was really smart. They were worried about how to make the gang members confirm their jade tokens. Zhao Hai's move would certainly move a lot of people's hearts. The reason why Zhao did this was to let the gang know that Miao Zhendong and the others had already confirmed the jade tokens. They were now part of the Ecstasy Gang, so naturally they would be able to enjoy the benefits of the Ecstasy Gang. At the same time, he was also telling the gang that someone had already confirmed the jade tokens. Zhao Hai was very clear that there were some things that were afraid of a leader. As long as someone took the lead, then others would follow suit. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to do this. Miao Zhendong and the others stared, but they were also old foxes. Naturally, they understood why Zhao Hai did this. However, they didn't oppose it. In any case, Zhao Hai didn't make them do anything, he just told them what they did. Moreover, this matter wasn't shameful, there was nothing to hide. Miao Zhendong cupped his fists at Zhao Hai and said, "Thank you, gang leader." After he finished speaking, he took Zhao Hai's jade slip and scanned it with his spiritual force. Originally, he didn't take it to heart. He thought that Zhao Hai was just using him to act. He didn't believe that there would be any special cultivation methods in the gang. Therefore, he just wanted to put on a show and use his spiritual force to scan the jade slip and then say that there was no cultivation method that caught his eye. However, when Miao Zhendong scanned the jade slip with his spiritual force, he couldn't help but stare. Then he saw several high-level cultivation methods. Miao Zhendong looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Sect Master, does our sect have all of the cultivation methods in this jade slip? Do you really have everything?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Naturally, I wouldn't use this kind of thing to deceive you. You can exchange the cultivation methods in this jade slip as you wish, but you can't pass it on, not even to the people in the gang." Miao Zhendong nodded, then his eyes shined as he sent his spiritual force into the jade slip. He carefully looked at each cultivation method. He found that as long as he focused his spiritual force on a cultivation method, the introduction of the cultivation method would immediately appear, along with the corresponding cultivation conditions. Iron Palm 18 Strikes, Low-Level Body Cultivation Method. After cultivating it, one's fists will have the strength of 10,000 Jin and will be as hard as iron. No weapons will be required. Cultivation Requirement, Body Cultivation, Qi Transformation Level 1. Exchange Points, 9 points. Shadowless Kick, a low-level movement technique. After mastering it, one's light body technique will be greatly improved. One will be able to move within a radius of 5 meters, making it extremely convenient for one to engage in close combat. Requirement, Essence Qi Transformation Level 2. Exchange Points, 15 points. Earth Spike Technique, low-level Earth Attribute Technique. Can release 5 3-meter-long earth spikes with a diameter of 30 centimeters to attack the enemy. The attack range will not exceed 20 meters. Cultivation Requirement, Qi Transformation Level 3. Exchange Points, 30 points. One by one, cultivation methods and techniques appeared in the jade slip. These cultivation methods and techniques made Miao Zhendong very excited. One must know that after they ascended from the lower realm, the cultivation methods and techniques that they used in the past were almost all useless. Although these cultivation methods were low level, they could all be used in the sword spirit world. For them, this was definitely a good thing. Moreover, there were also exchange points. This way, they could choose a cultivation method according to their existing points. This was definitely very convenient. Miao Zhendong felt dazzled. After a while, he calmed down and let out a long breath, calming his emotions. Then he recalled his own cultivation path. He was a martial warrior, not a pure body cultivator. Moreover, it has been 25 years since he ascended to the sword spirit world. In this period of time, his strength had reached the Qi transformation level 10, which was the upper stage of the Qi transformation realm. In this case, he had a lot of cultivation methods to choose from. This was because there weren't many body cultivation methods and techniques in this jade slip. On the contrary, ordinary cultivators were the ones who cultivated the most. Therefore, he had a lot of cultivation methods to choose from. However, for some high-level cultivation methods, his current contribution points simply weren't enough. But he forgot that he only had 60 contribution points. It was impossible for him to exchange for high-level cultivation methods. However, the contribution points in the sect were much cheaper compared to the Spirit Crab Island. With his 60 contribution points, he could choose a few cultivation methods. Of course, they would be the most advanced ones. If he wanted to choose a better cultivation method, he would only be able to choose one or two. After some thought, Miao Zhendong decided to choose two skills. One was the shadowless kick, because it was a movement skill, whether it was in battle or in a hurry, it was useful. As for the other skill, he chose a fist skill called the chaotic flower fist. The level of this fist skill was not very high, it could only be practiced by someone at the 4th level of the Qi realm. Moreover, the attack power was not weak, it was very suitable for his style. It also worked well with the shadowless kick. These two skills cost him a total of 50 contribution points, but he felt that it was very worth it. After choosing the cultivation methods, Miao Zhendong handed the jade slip over to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai faintly smiled, then he pointed to Ji Feng and said, "Let them take a look." "Old Miao, have you chosen your cultivation method?" Miao Zhendong nodded and said, "Yes, sect master. I've already chosen. I choose the shadowless kick and the chaotic flower fist." When Zhao Hai heard Miao Zhendong, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "Good, you've made a good choice." After saying that, Zhao Hai took out 2 jade slips and handed them over to Miao Zhendong and said, "Use your blank jade slip to copy them." Miao Zhendong nodded. He excitedly took out his 2 blank jade slips and copied the 2 cultivation methods into his own jade slip. Then he returned the original jade slip to Zhao Hai. Then he kept his fist towards Zhao Hai and stood to the side. At this time, Ji Feng was also looking at the contents of the jade slip with surprise. Aside from them, the people in the courtyard were silent. Everyone was quietly looking at them with a trace of suspicion in their eyes. In their view, Zhao Hai and Miao Zhendong seemed to be acting. They didn't believe it at all. Zhao Hai and Miao Zhendong seemed to be acting. However, after a while, Ji Feng also chose his cultivation method. He also chose a movement technique and a sword technique. The others also chose their own cultivation methods. After they finished choosing, Zhao Hai looked at the people in the courtyard and smiled faintly. "Everyone can disperse. If you want to exchange your cultivation methods, then you can first confirm your jade token. Then you can exchange your crystals for contribution points or come to the sect to accept missions." "Right, old Miao, you can now do missions. If you want to know what missions the sect has, then you can look for Wenhai. If you earn contribution points, then you can exchange them for cultivation methods, pills, and artifacts." Miao Zhendong and Ji Feng nodded. However, they didn't immediately go to Wenhai to accept a mission. They wanted to go back and look at the cultivation methods that they exchanged for before making a decision. However, the other people in the courtyard didn't disperse. They were still looking at Miao Zhendong and the others. It was clear that these people wanted to get information from Miao Zhendong and the others. Zhao Hai looked at these people and then said, "Everyone, I want to remind you that before you decide to withdraw from the Ecstasy Gang, you are still a member of the gang. I hope that what happened in the Ecstasy Gang won't be spread outside. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." After he said that, Zhao Hai's eyes swept through everyone. The 2 people who were swept by his gaze felt the spiritual qi in their body suddenly stop, they couldn't circulate it anymore. When Zhao Hai's eyes stopped looking at them, their spiritual qi returned to normal. This made everyone in the ecstasy gang startled. When they heard from Wen Hai that Zhao Hai's strength was unfathomable, they didn't believe it. In their opinion, Zhao Hai was just a newly ascended person. How could he be so strong? However, Zhao Hai's gaze made them understand that Zhao Hai's strength was indeed unfathomable. One must know that after they ascended, although the energy in their bodies didn't exist, the energy in their bodies was still many times more concentrated and active compared to when they were in the lower realms. However, Zhao Hai's gaze stopped the energy in their bodies. In other words, when Zhao Hai looked at them, they couldn't use the energy in their bodies. This was very shocking. This meant that in front of them, they couldn't even resist. Zhao Hai didn't threaten them. Instead, he turned around and returned to his room. Wen Hai and the others also returned to their rooms. When they left, the other members of the ecstasy gang immediately surrounded Miao Shandong's group. Although Wen Hai and the others had known the ecstasy gang for a long time, they were still elders, they were different from Miao Shandong. Therefore, the members of the ecstasy gang were more willing to talk to Miao Shandong. Miao Shandong looked at the crowd and couldn't help but smile. He then looked at the crowd and said, "Everyone, the leader has ordered that we can't pass on the cultivation techniques that we have exchanged. However, I, Old Miao, can tell you from the bottom of my heart that if you join the ecstasy gang, there will only be benefits. Old Miao, tell me, where did you get your contribution points from? We didn't get any contribution points from the jade plates we received, so why did you get them? Is it because you were the first to confirm your identity, so the gang leader rewarded you?" Miao Shandong looked at the person who spoke, then he shook his head and said, "I'm not afraid to tell you that although the gang has a lot of cultivation methods, there are still some cultivation methods that we don't have. Yesterday, we sent a few cultivation methods to the gang, and those cultivation methods were converted into contribution points. Everyone, if you have something good, then you should hurry up. If your cultivation methods are the same as the others, then your cultivation methods won't be able to be exchanged for contribution points. I'm sorry, I have to go back and look at my cultivation methods, so I won't be able to accompany you." After he said that, Miao Shandong cupped his fist towards the crowd before turning around and leaving. Ji Feng and the others were the same. They were now in a hurry to go back and look at their cultivation methods, so they didn't have time to chat with these people. Therefore, after exchanging a few words, they turned around and left. Watching Miao Shandong and the others leave, many people in the ecstasy gang were still standing there discussing. They really didn't know if Miao Shandong and Zhao were just putting on an act. If Miao Shandong and Zhao were really putting on an act, then they wouldn't have the chance to lead the ecstasy gang. But at the same time, if they weren't acting, then they wouldn't be able to get any benefits if they were delayed. One must know that the Spirit Crab Island had a limited number of low-level cultivation methods in Tideview City. There were only so many types of low-level cultivation methods that were distributed by the Spirit Crab Island. If someone else was the first to send a cultivation method, then all the benefits would belong to someone else. This made everyone feel very conflicted. While everyone was still conflicted, someone finally made a move. This person was called Li Hai. He has ascended to the Sword Spirit realm for more than 10 years. Just like Miao Shandong and the others, he didn't want to live a muddle-headed life. Therefore, after seeing Miao Shandong and the others exchange for a cultivation method, regardless of whether it was real or fake, he felt that he should give it a try. He immediately bit his finger and dripped a drop of blood on the jade token. Then he sent his spiritual force into the jade token. After sending his spiritual force into the jade token, he immediately felt a message enter his mind. Upon seeing this message, Li Hai couldn't help but stare. Then his face lit up with joy. This was because this message was the method to use the jade token and cultivation method. There was also a cultivation method that Wen Hai didn't mention. The jade token can help people cultivate. This identity jade token can help people cultivate. When you cultivate, the jade token can guide spiritual qi into your body. At the same time, it can help you calm your mind, making it easier for you to enter a state of cultivation. Naturally, the effect of cultivation would be better. However, there was another message in the message, which was for Li Hai to keep it a secret. Naturally, Li Hai wouldn't say anything, but he now believed Miao Shandong's words. Even if the ecstasy gang didn't have that many techniques for him to choose from, just this jade token alone was enough for him to make a profit. This jade token was very important for low-level cultivators. Li Hai believed that even if it was a disciple from a big influence, their disciple's identity token wouldn't necessarily have such a function. From this point alone, one could see how formidable Miao Zhendong's refining technique was. Innate talent was very important in a cultivator's cultivation. But in addition to innate talent, other external factors were also very important. For example, a cultivation method or a very systematic cultivation method. These could allow a cultivator's innate talent to be maximized. In addition to the cultivation method, the cultivation environment was also very important. The cultivation environment here didn't just refer to the concentration of spiritual qi in the place where you cultivate. It also referred to whether the place was suitable for you to cultivate, whether it could provide you with good medicinal pills, whether it could provide you with good artifacts, and whether it could provide you with good medicinal pills. These were all very important. Medicinal pills and magic tools had always been indispensable to a cultivator's cultivation. It didn't matter if you were a body cultivator, an ordinary martial cultivator, or a warlock, you couldn't do without magic tools and medicinal pills. Take body cultivators as an example. On the surface, body cultivators didn't seem to need artifacts, but in fact, this wasn't the case. The artifacts that body cultivators needed were actually more than the artifacts that ordinary cultivators needed. What did body cultivators cultivate? Body. What can you do to make your body stronger? Could it be that just by doing palm presses and lifting stones, one's body could become stronger? That was impossible. Only the lowest level of body cultivators would use this kind of cultivation method. Even the lowest level of body cultivators wouldn't use this kind of cultivation method. If body cultivators wanted to make their bodies stronger, they must let their bodies constantly challenge their limits. Just like carrying weights, not all body cultivators could find a natural gravitational field. A lot of body cultivators used artifacts to carry weights because only artifacts could make your body reach the limit of a body cultivator. A sword that weighed a few thousand pounds could only be done by an artifact. How could ordinary weapons do it? Warlocks were the same. Warlocks used more magic tools, and ordinary martial cultivators were the same. If they had a good magic tool, they would be able to display more power, and it would also allow them to be safer. It was precisely because of this that a good weapon refiner was very important to a sect. There was no sect that didn't value artifacts. If a sect didn't have a specialized weapon refiner, then all their artifacts had to be bought from outside, then that sect wouldn't be far from being annexed. If you bought all your artifacts from others, then would they sell you the best artifacts? Moreover, all your artifacts were produced by others, so they would have a deeper understanding of your artifacts than you. In this case, wouldn't it be easy for them to deal with you? On the other hand, the people in the ecstasy gang were all cultivators who ascended from the lower realms. They were all experienced cultivators, unlike those who didn't know anything. Therefore, after Li Hai learned about the jade token, he immediately knew that his choice was correct. It could even be said that he was lucky. This was because Zhao Hai's weapon refining technique was far more formidable than he imagined. After receiving his jade token, Li Hai strode towards Wenhai's room. Before long, he arrived at the door. Then he reached out his hand and knocked on the door. "Elder Wen, I'm here to exchange for contribution points." Li Hai's actions and words attracted everyone's attention. One must know that most of the people in the ecstasy gang hadn't returned to their rooms yet. Therefore, when they saw Li Hai's actions, they were surprised. They didn't think that Li Hai would take the initiative to exchange for contribution points. The door to Wenhai's room was opened. Wenhai looked at Li Hai and smiled faintly. "Li Hai, come in." Li Hai nodded and then went inside. After entering the room, Wenhai asked Li Hai to stand down. Then he smiled and said, "I didn't think that you would be the first one to exchange for contribution points. Li Hai, you're usually very low-key. I didn't think that you would be the first one to do so. But this is also good. Now that you've recognized the jade token, you're now one of us. This jade slip contains all of the ecstasy gang's cultivation methods. If you know a cultivation method, then you can directly exchange it for contribution points. Of course, if you have any special items or herbs, then you can also exchange them for contribution points." Li Hai nodded and received the jade slip. When he saw the names of the cultivation methods, Li Hai's complexion changed. He didn't think that the ecstasy gang would have so many cultivation methods. No wonder Miao Zhendong and the others were so happy. It turned out that they found a suitable cultivation method. Thinking of this, Li Hai couldn't help but rejoice. This was because it wasn't too late for him to exchange for contribution points. If he was late, then he wouldn't even be able to get anything. After looking at the cultivation methods, Li Hai looked at his own cultivation methods. He discovered that he had a few cultivation methods that he could use to exchange for contribution points. Moreover, his cultivation methods weren't the simplest. First-layer cultivators could practice cultivation methods, but second-layer cultivators could only practice cultivation methods. There were a total of 3 types. Li Hai looked at Wen Hai and said, "Elder Wen, I have 3 cultivation methods that can be exchanged for contribution points. Moreover, all of them can be practiced by second-layer qi refining cultivators." When Wen Hai heard Li Hai, he couldn't help but smile and said, "Good, very good. Yesterday, Old Miao and the others brought a bunch of cultivation methods to exchange. However, all of them were first-layer cultivation methods. Your second-layer cultivation methods are much more advanced compared to theirs. First-layer cultivation methods cost 9 contribution points while second-layer cultivation methods cost 15 contribution points. Since you are exchanging your cultivation methods with the gang, then the gang can give you 20 contribution points for each second-layer cultivation method. How about it, Li Hai?" Li Hai didn't think about it and immediately said, "Exchange, of course I'll exchange. Elder Wen, please wait a moment." After saying that, Li Hai took out 3 blank jade slips and recorded the cultivation method he wanted to exchange into the jade slips. Then, he gave the jade slips to Wen Hai. Wen Hai took the jade slips and looked at them. Then he nodded and said, "Very good. Li Hai, take out your jade slips. I'll transfer the contribution points to you." Li Hai nodded and gave the jade slips to Wen Hai. Wen Hai also gave 60 contribution points to Li Hai. After receiving the jade slips, Li Hai looked at Wen Hai and said, "Elder Wen, I want to exchange for some cultivation methods. Can I?" Wen Hai smiled and said, "Of course you can. As long as the gang has cultivation methods, you can exchange for them. Tell me, which cultivation method do you want to exchange for?" Li Hai wasn't polite and directly exchanged for the cultivation method that he had already chosen. After he recorded the cultivation method into the blank jade slips, he didn't leave. Instead, he looked at Wen Hai and said, "Elder Wen, I heard that the gang has issued missions. Can I take a look?" Wen Hai nodded and said, "Of course you can. This jade slip contains the mission issued by the gang. Take a look." Wen Hai nodded and took the jade slip. Then he used his spiritual force to explore the jade slip. Wen Hai nodded and took the jade slip. As soon as his spiritual force entered the jade slip, Li Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because these missions were very strange. The first year's mission was, how to quickly catch rock spirit crabs and how to use rock spirit crabs multiple times. If someone can do this and succeed, they will be rewarded with 500 contribution points. 500 contribution points was definitely not a small number. If one contribution point was worth 10 level 1 crystal stones, then these 500 contribution points were worth 5,000 level 1 crystal stones. For a rogue cultivator like Li Hai, this was considered a fortune. When Li Hai saw this mission, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Then he looked at Wen Hai and said, "Elder Wen, does the first mission count as 1 mission or 2 missions?" When Wen Hai heard Li Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then his eyes couldn't help but light up as he said, "It counts as 2 missions. Completing one of them will give you 500 contribution points. You should know that rock spirit crabs are the main source of income for our gang." Because of this, the gang leader attached great importance to this matter. That's why he gave you such a high reward. Li Hai's face was filled with joy as he said, "That's great. Elder Wen, I know how to transport multiple rock spirit crabs at once. As for the method to quickly catch rock spirit crabs, I really don't know." Wen Hai quickly said, "Is that so? Hurry up and tell us. But we'll need to test your method in a few days. As long as it succeeds, we'll immediately give you the contribution points." Li Hai nodded and said, good. Actually, this method is very simple. If we want to transport more than one rock spirit crab at a time without them fighting and dying, the best way is to prepare some bamboo tubes and fill them with sand from the beach. After that, we can put the rock spirit crab in the sand. This way, the rock spirit crab can be preserved for a longer time. Moreover, as long as we don't put two rock spirit crab in a bamboo tube, they won't fight. Of course, the bamboo tubes can't be placed in a spatial equipment. Elder Wen, you also know that living things will die immediately after being placed in a spatial equipment. As long as we don't put them in a spatial equipment, the rock spirit crab won't die within a day. When Wenhai nodded and said, I didn't expect the method to be so simple. Alright, rest assured, the next time we catch rock spirit crabs, we'll conduct an experiment. As long as the experiment is successful, then the 500 contribution points will immediately be given to you. Li Hai gave Wenhai a salute, then he picked up the jade slip and looked at it. His eyes immediately lit up. This was because there were a lot of missions in the jade slip. Many of them were very simple. As long as you do them, then you'll certainly gain something. Most importantly, some of the missions were long-term. No matter when or how many times you hand in the mission wouldn't stop. Generally, these missions were related to mining and medicinal herbs. Because of this, Li Hai could take these missions and do them whenever he wanted. This way, his income would be higher. As for the long-term missions, there was no limit to the number of people who could take them. In other words, Li Hai didn't need to specifically take these missions. As long as he knew about the missions, then he could complete them. When the time comes, he would naturally receive the corresponding contribution points. These missions were very simple. Li Hai recorded all the missions in a jade slip, then he cupped his fist towards Wenhai before turning around and leaving the room. When Li Hai came out of his room, the people outside stared at him. Li Hai looked at them and then smiled. He didn't say anything as he went straight to his room. At this time, two people immediately surrounded him. One of them said, Brother Li, why did you go in? Did you confirm the jade token? Li Hai nodded, then he smiled faintly and said, I've confirmed it. Brother, don't blame me for not telling you. If you have something good, you should go in now. Otherwise, you won't be able to get anything. When Li Hai said this, his voice was very soft. Almost no one else could hear what he said, except for the other two. After that, Li Hai stopped talking and went straight back to his room. The two looked at each other before they ran towards Wenhai's room. Their actions were naturally noticed by the others. They weren't fools, so when they saw this, they immediately guessed that there must be something good in the ecstasy gang. Therefore, they were in a hurry. When they thought of this, they couldn't wait any longer. They took out their jade tokens and confirmed it. These people weren't stupid, they knew that if cultivators like them were to slow down by a step, then it wouldn't be just a matter of being slow in the future. What Wenhai didn't expect was that in just one day, almost everyone had confirmed their jade tokens. Besides Li Yan and the others who weren't in the gang, the others didn't leave. In fact, these people's choice wasn't strange at all. They were all cultivators, so they were very familiar with the situation in Tideview City. They also knew the situation of the other gangs in the city. It can be said that the Ecstasy Gang's conditions were pretty good. The other gangs weren't as good as the Ecstasy Gang. If they left the Ecstasy Gang, then they might not be able to find a suitable gang. Because of this, they didn't leave. Jiao Hai stayed in his room and didn't come out. This matter was handed over to Wenhai and the others. In any case, the Ecstasy Gang's members were very few, so Wenhai and the others were enough to handle it. When the Ecstasy Gang grows stronger, then it wouldn't be too late to assign people to handle this matter. Since everyone had confirmed their jade tokens and wanted to know what they could exchange for, Wenhai and the others were very busy. Jiao Hai looked around the room for a while before he left through another door. He wanted to go to the field to take a look. When Jiao Hai arrived at the field, he couldn't help but stare. This was because the rice seedlings in the field had grown a lot. This was something he didn't expect. Jiao Hai carefully looked at the water and soil in the field. They were very good. Because of the 5-element grass, the spiritual energy in the field was denser than outside. And with the formation sealing the spiritual energy in the field was much stronger than outside. This made it very suitable for the growth of spirit rice. With this, Zhao Hai felt relieved. Since there was nothing to do in the field, Zhao Hai went to the mountain. What surprised Zhao Hai was the fact that he saw people from the ecstasy gang. These people were looking for herbs on the mountain. When they saw Zhao Hai, they immediately gave a salute to Zhao Hai. They were very polite. Zhao Hai also greeted these people before he returned to Tideview City. After returning to the city, Zhao Hai immediately looked for Wen Hai and had him issue a task. This task was to look after the spirit fields. Naturally, they didn't have to live there every day. As long as there were no problems with the spirit fields, they could go do other things. However, the spirit fields needed to be looked after every day. Wen Hai didn't have any objections. In their opinion, with Zhao Hai's strength, he shouldn't have gone to the spirit fields in the first place. Now that this task was issued, they naturally didn't have any objections. After a day of silence, the next day, a lot of people came to turn in their tasks. They picked some herbs, some even found ores, and some even hunted some beasts. All of these were handed into the task. Wen Hai and the others were also busy. They began to distribute contribution points according to the tasks they completed. These people also wanted to use their contribution points to exchange for cultivation methods. This made Wen Hai and the others very busy. At the same time, the other people in Tideview City also noticed the situation with the ecstasy gang. They didn't know what happened to the ecstasy gang and why it was so lively these days. Everyone seemed to be very busy. How could they calm down and cultivate like this? In the next few days, the ecstasy gang was like this. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai knew that the place they were currently living in was no longer suitable for them. Zhao Hai immediately went to the Spirit Crab Island branch. Now that he was the leader of the ecstasy gang, he naturally needed to take care of some matters. When Zhao Hai arrived at the Spirit Crab Island branch, there weren't many people inside. Zhao Hai stood outside the courtyard and loudly said, "Ecstasy gang's leader, Zhao Hai, requests an audience." A voice was heard, "Come in." Zhao Hai nodded and went inside. When he arrived at the courtyard, Zhao Hai saw the person who spoke to him before. When Zhao Hai came last time, he didn't know this person's name. But now, Zhao Hai knew. This person's surname was Guan and his name was Xing. He was the branch leader of the Spirit Crab Island branch. Naturally, although he was called a branch leader, he was actually just an outer disciple of the Spirit Crab Island. Being a branch leader was just taking over the island. After a few years, he would return to the island. Zhao Hai gave a salute to Guanxing and said, "I have seen Sir." Guanxing nodded, then he said, "Do you have something to say? Is there a problem with the spirit rice?" Zhao Hai quickly replied, replying to Sir, "There's no problem with the spirit rice. I came this time because of the ecstasy gang. Sir, our gang wants to buy more houses in the city and build a bigger base." When Guanxing heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "What's wrong? Did your ecstasy gang annex other gangs?" Naturally, Guanxing was very clear about the various gangs in the city. Therefore, he asked this question. Zhao Hai quickly replied, replying to Mr. "We didn't. Our Spirit Crab Island didn't annex any other gangs. It's just that our original encampment is too small, so there's no way for us to make a practice field. We want to make a practice field, so we need a bigger place. There are a lot of empty houses in the city, so we want to buy a bigger place." Guanxing nodded and said, "So it's like that, it's not impossible. What place do you have in mind?" Zhao Hai quickly replied, replying to Sir, "We saw an area in the northwest corner of the city. We want to buy the 20 courtyards there." Guanxing stared, then he thought for a moment and said, "The area in the northwest corner of the city? If I remember correctly, the 20 courtyards you mentioned are very close to each other. And outside of those 20 courtyards, there are 2 roads. It can be said that those 20 courtyards are independent areas, right?" "Yes, Sir's memory is very clear." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "That area has a total of 20 courtyards. If you want to live there, then you should be able to house 2,000 people. The place is very big, and although our gang doesn't have that many people, I still want to buy that area. This way, we can maintain our independence. I hope that Mr. can agree." Zhao Hai smiled and said, Guanxing said, selling that area to you isn't a problem, but the problem is, do you have that much money? Zhao Hai quickly replying to Sir, we can pool the money together. Moreover, I have something to discuss with Sir. Our ecstasy gang has a few empty courtyards outside. What I mean is, if we return these courtyards to Sir, then we can ask Sir to sell the 20 courtyards to us for the price of 18 courtyards. What do you think? When Guanxing heard Zhao Hai, he stared for a moment, then he looked at Zhao Hai with interest and said, you're quite courageous, you actually dare to talk business with me. Hehe, but what you're doing isn't wrong. How many courtyards does your ecstasy gang have outside? Zhao quickly said, back to the big sky, we have 5 courtyards in the city. 3 of them are relatively small and can only house less than 100 people. There are also 2 courtyards that are relatively large. One of them can house less than 200 people, and the other can house about 400 people. Guanxing thought for a moment, then he nodded and said, I know about the northwest area of the city. The courtyards there aren't small, they can be considered medium-sized. Good, I can let you change 2 courtyards. That's equivalent to you spending 18 courtyards. 18 courtyards, each courtyard's price is 230 third-class crystals. Altogether, it's 3,600 third-class crystals. Did you bring them? Zhao Hai quickly took out a spatial ring and handed it over to Guanxing and said, Sir, this is 3,600 third-class crystals. Please take a look. There are also the deeds for the previous 5 courtyards. Guanxing nodded, then he took the ring and scanned it with his spiritual force. Sure enough, there were 3,600 third-class crystals as well as 5 deeds for the 5 courtyards that Zhao Hai mentioned. These house deeds were all made by the Spirit Crab Island. They were made from a special kind of grass on the island. Therefore, these house deeds couldn't be faked by others. Guanxing nodded and said, right, good. Wait a moment. After saying that, Guanxing waved his hand and took out a pile of deeds. Then he carefully looked at them and took out 20 pieces of paper. Then he took out a piece of paper and a pen and wrote some words on the paper. After that, he took out an iron token and imprinted it on the paper. The iron token was the city lord's token. Once this token was imprinted on the paper, it was equivalent to the city lord's approval. Even if the city lord changed in the future, the things written on the paper would still be valid. It can be said that as long as Spirit Crab Island existed, the things written on the paper would remain valid. It can be said that as long as Spirit Crab Island existed, the things written on the paper would remain valid. Guanxing handed over the deeds to Zhao Hai and said, since you're so powerful, I'll write a certificate for you. From now on, this area will belong to your Soul Confusion gang. You can modify it as you wish. Zhao Hai nodded. Guanxing nodded. When Zhao Hai heard this, he immediately expressed his gratitude. Then he received the deeds and the paper. When Zhao Hai returned to the Ecstasy Gang's base, he didn't immediately announce that he bought a new base. Instead, he returned to his room and waited quietly. Because it was daytime, a lot of people in the Ecstasy Gang had gone out to do missions. Even if Zhao Hai made the announcement, there would still be a lot of people who wouldn't know. Therefore, Zhao Hai decided to wait for everyone to return before making the announcement. At night, all the members of the Ecstasy Gang returned to their station. Although the place they went to wasn't very far and there wasn't any danger, they still didn't want to spend the night outside. This was because the Guandian Mountain wasn't necessarily safe at night. Sometimes, some powerful beasts would come to the mountain. If they were to encounter these beasts at night, then it would be very dangerous. Moreover, at night, it wasn't only those powerful demon beasts that would come out. Some snakes, insects, rats, and ants would also come out. Many of these things were poisonous. If you didn't pay attention at night and were bitten by these things, then it was very likely that you would be in trouble. After everyone returned to their base, Zhao Hai came out of his room and said to Wen Hai, call everyone out. I have something to announce. Wen Hai nodded and then ran outside to call the others. Before long, everyone came out of their rooms and arrived at the courtyard. The courtyard was a bit crowded. Zhao Hai stood in front of the door and looked at everyone. Then he smiled faintly and said, the reason why I called everyone out today is because I have something to tell everyone. I have already had Spirit Crab Island take back this place. In the future, this place will no longer be our base. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I've already called everyone out. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, everyone stared. Then an uproar broke out. Everyone looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. They didn't know why Zhao Hai had the Spirit Crab Island take back their base. Li Hai looked at Zhao Hai and said, Leader, if the base is taken back, then where will we live in the future? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Everyone, don't worry. I just bought a new base. But because this base is too small, it's not suitable for our ecstasy gang. Therefore, I bought another base. Tomorrow, don't go out to do missions, we'll be moving. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, everyone relaxed. Then they all looked at Zhao Hai. Naturally, they wanted to know where Zhao Hai's new base was. Zhao Hai looked at them, then he smiled faintly and said, Our new station is in the northwest corner of Tidewatch City. Do you know where it is? Upon hearing Zhao Hai, everyone couldn't help but stare. Then they looked at each other in dismay. This was because they knew where Zhao Hai was talking about. However, it wasn't close to where they were living. Moreover, it could be said that it was the most remote place in the city. They couldn't understand why Zhao Hai would choose such a place. Zhao Hai looked at the crowd and said, Our ecstasy gang needs a bigger place to grow. Later on, we will need to build a martial arts field, a scripture pavilion to store cultivation methods, an alchemy room for refining pills, and a refining room for refining tools. But in order to build this place, we will need space. Right now, this courtyard is only big enough for us to live in, there is no way to build other places. That's why I bought our new place. Miao Zhendong looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression and said, Leader, how big is the place you bought this time? The courtyards in the northwest corner seem to be medium-sized. They aren't even as big as our current one. Did you buy 2 courtyards? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I wonder if anyone has an impression of the northwest corner of the city. Do you know what the terrain of that place is like? Jifeng took a step forward and said, I know, the northwest part of the city is a very strange area. There are 20 courtyards there, each courtyard isn't small. It's a medium-sized courtyard that can accommodate more than 200 people. There are also 2 main roads that divide the area. There are also some small courtyards in that area, but the main road and the city wall have separated the area. It seems like it's completely separated from the other areas. I remember that there's also a small city gate there. It's not big, it's only about 10.5 times the size of a city. I don't know why the Spirit Crab Island Sir built such an area. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Right, I'm talking about that area. Moreover, I can tell you that I've already bought all 20 courtyards in that area. From now on, that area will belong to our ecstasy gang. Moreover, I've also obtained permission from the Spirit Crab Island's lord to remodel that area. Everyone, that area will belong to us from now on. Zhao Hai's words made everyone in the courtyard stare blankly. Everyone stared blankly at Zhao Hai. They didn't seem to understand what Zhao Hai was talking about. One must know that they were all old people in Tideview City. Naturally, they knew how much houses cost. The houses in Tideview City were built by the people of Spirit Crab Island. Although these houses weren't very good, the design was still good. Each courtyard had a lot of small rooms that were specially designed for cultivators. Because of this, when the Spirit Crab Island sold these houses, the price was calculated by the number of rooms. Generally, a room was equivalent to a third-grade crystal. Because of this, the courtyard that they were living in now had nearly 400 rooms, which cost 400 third-grade crystals. As for the northwest corner of Tideview City, although they weren't very familiar with it, they knew that there were a lot of courtyards there that could accommodate several thousand people. In other words, if they wanted to buy that area, they would need at least several thousand third-grade crystals. Several thousand third-grade crystals wasn't a small amount. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and smiled faintly. Then he waved his hand and took out a stack of papers. Then he raised the papers in front of everyone and said, Everyone, these are the deeds for the courtyards. At the same time, there's also the city lord's iron seal. Do you believe me now? That area really belongs to us. Although a lot of people didn't see whether the papers in Zhao Hai's hand were deeds or not, they believed that Zhao Hai wouldn't lie to them. Therefore, they cheered. They knew that if Zhao Hai really bought that area, then their base would be 10 times bigger than their current courtyard. Then they would have the martial arts field and the scripture pavilion that Zhao Hai mentioned. Zhao Hai looked at the cheering crowd and couldn't help but smile. He let the crowd vent for a while, then he said, "Everyone, I want to renovate that area, but we don't have enough time right now. The day after tomorrow is the day to catch the rock spirit crabs, so we'll move in tomorrow. After 10 days, we'll renovate the courtyard. Does anyone have any objections?" Zhao Hai nodded, then said, "All right." "No." Everyone responded loudly. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and smiled, "All right, everyone go back and tidy up. We'll be moving tomorrow." Everyone nodded and then went back to their rooms with smiles on their faces. Although there wasn't anything in their rooms, they were still very happy. Zhao Hai didn't care about them, he just led Wen Hai and the others back to their rooms. After everyone sat down, Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled, "The ecstasy gang has taken another step. The next step is to wait for Xianxia and the others to come back. Then we'll experiment with the spirit rice. As long as we succeed, we can offer this method to the Spirit Crab Island. At that time, even if they don't hand over Tideview City to us, we'll still receive a lot of rewards. This way, our ecstasy gang will be able to develop better." When Wen Hai sighed, then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Boss, I'm sorry. We've been here for 10 years, but we still haven't made any progress. We have to wait for you to come and solve everything. I feel very useless." Tang Ming and the others also lowered their heads, their faces filled with shame. Zhao Hai looked at Wen Hai and the others, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "You guys, alright. What kind of relationship do we have? Why would I care about these things? Alright, no need to say anything, go rest. Don't think about those useless things. Remember, you're Zhao Hai's subordinates, Zhao Hai's brothers. We're doing all of this for the Ecstasy Empire." Wen Hai and the others had firm expressions on their faces. Then they nodded and said, "Yes, boss. We're doing all of this for the Ecstasy Empire." Zhao Hai nodded, then he waved his hand. Wen Hai and the others gave Zhao Hai a salute before they left the living room and returned to their rooms. Zhao Hai also returned to his own room. After returning to his room, Zhao Hai directly entered the space. Laura and the others were waiting for him inside the villa. Zhao Hai appeared outside the villa, then he pushed the door and entered. Laura and the others looked like wives welcoming their husbands back after a day of work. Laura and the others looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, you're back." Zhao Hai nodded, then he smiled and said, "I'm back." "Right, how do we feel? Can we go out?" Laura nodded and said, "We can go out, but we still need to use some formations. Otherwise, we would feel very uncomfortable when we go out." Zhao Hai nodded. In the past few days, he had Laura and the others experiment to see if they could move around the Sword Spirit Realm. But Laura and the others said that they could move around the Sword Spirit Realm. However, they felt very uncomfortable. Because of this, they needed to use a formation to separate them from the Sword Spirit Realm. To be honest, the feeling wasn't very good. It was like wearing a spacesuit and walking around the world. Zhao Hai couldn't do anything about this situation. He could only sigh and said, "It seems like it's because this place is the soul realm. Everyone here has a soul, except for beast cultivators. You shouldn't have ascended to the soul realm, so you would be affected. It seems like I can only think of ways to let you go out and play in the future." Laura smiled faintly and said, "Alright, Brother Hai, you don't need to worry about it. We can't go out anyway. In any case, the outside world isn't attractive to us. We can still see the outside world from the space. As long as Brother Hai has our identities, it doesn't matter if we don't go out." Meg and the others nodded with smiles on their faces. It seems like they really didn't care. Zhao Hai looked at their expressions and couldn't help but smile. Then he said, "Alright, I understand what you mean. Thank you. Let's go and eat something. I'm really hungry." "Right, what do you think I should do with this new place?" When Laura heard Zhao Hai, she immediately said, "Let me design it. We'll make it beautiful, sturdy, and even have formations. What do you think, Brother Hai?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Alright, I'll hand it over to you. But there's no need to make it too complicated. Just design it as an ordinary encampment. This is because we don't know how long this place will last. If the people of Spirit Crab Island hand over Tideview City to us in the future, then this place wouldn't be suitable for the Ecstasy Gang's headquarters. Laura smiled and said, although this place isn't suitable for the Ecstasy Gang's headquarters, it can still be remodeled in the future. You can leave it to us to design. Don't worry, I guarantee that you'll be satisfied. Zhao Hai laughed and didn't say anything else. Then he followed Laura and the others into the dining hall. Inside, there was already a table full of sumptuous food. The next morning, Zhao Hai came out of the space early and then left his room. There was nothing in his room, so naturally, he didn't need to pack anything up. When Zhao Hai went outside, he saw that a lot of people were already outside. It was obvious that they were ready to move. Wen Hai and the others were also ready. When they saw Zhao Hai come out, Wen Hai immediately greeted him. He cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Boss, everyone is ready. Should we move now?" Zhao Hai looked at everyone and couldn't help but smile faintly as he said, "All right, let's move now. Let's go." After he said that, he walked out of the courtyard. Everyone followed behind Zhao Hai. The group swaggered through the streets and headed towards the northwest corner of the city. However, their actions didn't attract much attention. Because it was still early, the other gangs hadn't come out yet. One must know that they were all low-level cultivators, so they needed to sleep. Zhao Hai led the group to the area. This area was very strange. The city walls and two wide roads turned the area into a square. Inside this area, there were small roads and courtyards that made the area look like a chessboard. It was very strange. However, these people weren't here to look at these courtyards. They were all very happy as they looked at the courtyards. It was as if they were children looking at their favorite toys. They knew that all the courtyards here belonged to them. How could they not be happy? Zhao led the group to the main road in front of the area. Then he stopped and turned to look at the group. He smiled and said, "Brothers, this place is ours. Go and pick a room you like. All the rooms here are ours." The group cheered and ran straight to the area. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Brothers, this place is ours. Go and pick a room you like. All the rooms are ours." The Ecstasy Gang had changed their base. Now, the entire northwest area belonged to the Ecstasy Gang. This news spread like the wind throughout Tideview City. Before long, all the other gangs in the city knew about this. After hearing this, all the gangs turned silent. They didn't know what to say. Everyone in Tideview City knew how big that area was. But the Ecstasy Gang actually bought it. This was too shocking. One must know that the other gangs in Tideview City didn't have this kind of financial resources. Even if they did, they wouldn't buy it. This was because crystal stones were more useful to them. However, this news only spread for one day in Tideview City. By the next day, it was no longer important. In fact, nobody paid attention to this news at night. Everyone was focused on the next day. The next day was the first day of the 10 days of high tide in Tideview City. They had to go to the beach to catch rock spirit crabs. These crabs were their source of crystal stones, so they had to take action. Zhao Hai didn't know much about the process of catching rock spirit crabs, so he didn't give any orders. Instead, he left it to Wen Hai and the others. In any case, it was Wen Hai who was in charge before. Wen Hai wasn't idle either. On the first night, he had the group go out to cut bamboo and prepare some bamboo pipes. These bamboo pipes were very easy to make. They were just a section of bamboo that was split in the middle and turned into two small bamboo pipes. This was enough. That night, everyone was busy making bamboo pipes. The next morning, everyone stored the bamboo pipes in their spatial equipment and then went straight to the beach. The tides in Tideview City were very strange. Generally, the tide would rise at night and then recede in the morning. At that time, they could go to the beach to catch rock spirit crabs. This was because the crabs would stay in the sand and wouldn't return to the sea. This was Zhao Hai's first time participating in a crab-catching activity. He followed the group to the beach and found that it was different from what he saw a few days ago. The beach was now much more slippery. A lot of small fishes and shrimps were jumping around on the beach. It was clear that they came to the beach when the tide rose. But when the tide receded, they didn't have time to leave and stayed there. However, everyone's goal wasn't to catch these small fishes and shrimps. They all lowered their heads and looked at the beach. Sometimes, they would bend down and reach into the mud. Then they would catch a fist-sized gray-white crab. Zhao Hai has been observing everyone, including the rock spirit crabs. He now understood why they couldn't catch many rock spirit crabs in the past 10 days. It was because they were very difficult to catch. It can be seen that the rock spirit crabs were earth-type beasts. Moreover, these beasts had the ability to hide in the sand. One's spiritual force wouldn't be able to sense them. They might not be buried deep, but one's spiritual force wouldn't be able to find them. Therefore, one could only observe with one's eyes to see where the rock spirit crabs were. On the other hand, the rock spirit crabs would leave some clues behind. Bubbles would appear in the sand. Besides these bubbles, there wouldn't be any other characteristics. However, because the tide had just receded, there would be a lot of bubbles on the beach. It wasn't easy to distinguish which bubbles were left behind by the rock spirit crabs and which bubbles were naturally produced. A lot of people would dig for bubbles when they see them. And in 10 times, they would be lucky to find a rock spirit crab. Naturally, there were also some very experienced people who took less time. In 10 times, they would find a rock spirit crab 3 or 4 times. This was already a very good result. However, the problem was that there weren't a lot of rock spirit crabs on the beach. Now that the Ecstasy Gang and the Swordfish Gang controlled the beach, it was a very large beach. But even so, there weren't a lot of rock spirit crabs on the beach. It wouldn't be easy to find enough to hand over to Spirit Crab Island. Zhao Hai calculated that according to the speed of these people, some of them wouldn't be able to catch 10 rock spirit crabs a day. Even the experienced ones would only be able to catch 10 rock spirit crabs a day, which was already very good. The people of the Ecstasy Gang saw that Zhao Hai didn't catch any rock spirit crabs, but nobody said anything. This was because they understood that although Zhao Hai had just arrived in Tideview City, he had already done enough for the Ecstasy Gang. However, what they didn't know was that Zhao Hai was actually observing. He had a better understanding of earth element magic compared to everyone here. His spiritual force was also stronger than everyone here. He was using his own method to find the rock spirit crab. Naturally, he could find the rock spirit crab. Although the rock spirit crab's innate ability was very formidable, it could hide from the spiritual force of a lot of people. Even some powerful cultivators in the sword spirit plane couldn't use their spiritual force to find the rock spirit crab. However, Zhao Hai could do it. However, Zhao Hai was able to find the rock spirit crab not because of his strong spiritual force, but also because of his earth spirit bead. Because of the earth spirit bead, he was able to find the rock spirit crab. It can be said that the rock spirit crab was a very talented beast. Now Zhao Hai almost understood why the people of Spirit Crab Island wanted to catch the rock spirit crab. This rock spirit crab indeed had the potential to be trained into a battle pet. Zhao Hai didn't try to catch the rock spirit crabs. He was just observing. He wanted to see what the crabs were doing in the soil. Why did they drill into the soil? Was it just to protect themselves? At the same time, he also wanted to see if there were any differences between where the rock spirit crabs drilled into the soil and the other places. However, after observing for a long time, Zhao Hai didn't find anything special. The rock spirit crabs didn't drill into the soil to protect themselves. Moreover, the place they drilled into didn't seem to be special. Zhao Hai frowned as he stood there. He watched the people of the gang put the rock spirit crabs into the bamboo tubes. He knew that he wouldn't find anything today. The day passed quickly. When Wen Hai and the others spent the whole day catching rock spirit crabs on the beach. Because of the bamboo tubes, they didn't have to run back to Tideview City after catching 2 rock spirit crabs like before. Because of this, they were able to catch a lot more than before. By the time the sky darkened and everyone was ready to return to the city, they had already caught 4,000 rock spirit crabs. This was a huge harvest for them. Looking at the happy faces of the gang, Zhao Hai didn't seem happy at all. When Wen Hai saw Zhao Hai's expression, he couldn't help but be surprised. Then he asked in confusion, "What's wrong, boss? You don't seem to be happy." Zhao shook his head. "It's nothing. Wen Hai, you take everyone back to turn in the mission. I want to stay here tonight." I want to observe how the rock spirit crabs come ashore when the tide rises. You can go back. Wenhai shook his head and said, you can go back now. Zhao Hai's words made Wenhai stare. Then he looked at Zhao Hai with a surprised expression. Then he nodded and said, all right, boss. Then I'll take everyone back. Although we have the bamboo tubes, I'm still worried that the rock spirit crabs will die. If that happens, then our efforts would be in vain. Zhao Hai waved his hand. Then when Wenhai and the others left. When everyone left, they looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. They didn't know why Zhao Hai stayed behind. After everyone left, Zhao Hai went to a pile of rocks on the beach. Then he sat on a rock and calmly looked at the sea, waiting for the arrival of the tide. The sky slowly darkened, and before long, the sun disappeared from the horizon. Then, the moon slowly appeared. Then, waves of crashing sounds could be heard from the sea. Along with these sounds, the sea began to rise. The rise of the sea wasn't slow, so the crashing sounds were very loud. Even in some places where there were rocks, one could hear waves of rumbling sounds. These sounds came from the waves crashing against the rocks. It sounded like thunder, but also like the roar of the sea. The expression on Zhao's face didn't change. He just slowly closed his eyes, then slowly extended his spiritual force into the sea. But as soon as his spiritual force reached out, he immediately felt a very powerful force rushing towards his spiritual force. His spiritual force shook, and he almost collapsed. Zhao Hai stared. He had observed the sea before, but he never thought about using his spiritual force to feel the sea. He had used his spiritual force to explore the sea before, but that was only during battles or when the sea was calm. At that time, his spiritual force was able to detect the situation of the sea. But today, when the tide was high, he used his spiritual force to touch the sea. This was the first time he used his spiritual force to touch the sea. But this time, there seemed to be a force in the sea that almost made his spiritual force collapse. This made Zhao Hai curious. He really wanted to know what was going on. Why was there such a force attacking his spiritual force? But just as he was curious, he suddenly felt another force rushing towards his spiritual force. This time, the impact on his spiritual force was even stronger. He had no choice but to strengthen his spiritual force in order to resist this force. But this wasn't the end. Then an even stronger force rushed towards his spiritual force. He had no choice but to strengthen his spiritual force in order to resist. But then the force came again, wave after wave, making him feel very uncomfortable. It was as if he was standing in front of a wave, welcoming the impact of the waves again and again. Zhao Hai suddenly understood that the force attacking his spiritual force was the force of the waves. The waves were rising, and when he was rising, there would be a force that would attack his spiritual force. Again and again, this force made his spiritual force unable to do anything else. He could only passively resist time and time again. He felt like a rock that was being hit by the waves again and again, but he couldn't move. Either he would be crushed by the waves, or he would block the waves. It was that simple. The waves hit Zhao Hai's spiritual force again and again. However, Zhao Hai wasn't as nervous as before. He began to pay attention to the waves that hit his spiritual force. The waves were getting stronger and stronger. However, Zhao Hai also discovered that the waves could resonate with his spiritual force to a certain extent. They could even be absorbed by his spiritual force. This discovery made Zhao Hai surprised. Then he began to look for a pattern. To his surprise, he discovered that the pattern of the waves was surprisingly easy to find. The waves were attacking Zhao Hai according to a frequency. As long as he knew the frequency, Zhao Hai could adjust his spiritual force. Zhao Hai calculated for a while and recorded the frequency. Then he began to adjust his spiritual force bit by bit, making his spiritual force move according to the frequency. Zhao Hai's so-called adjustment wasn't to resist the waves. Instead, when the waves hit him, his spiritual force would slowly retreat. Just like a spring, when it was hit, the spring would retreat. However, when it retreated, it wasn't as if it had no power at all. On the contrary, in the process of retreating, it would slowly consume the enemy's strength. So when the enemy's strength was exhausted, it would rebound. Now, Zhao Hai was doing this. When the waves hit his spiritual force would slowly retreat. During this process, he would slowly consume the wave's power. When the waves disappeared, his spiritual force would rebound. When the next wave came, his spiritual force would retreat again. When the waves disappeared, his spiritual force would rebound again. When the next wave came, his spiritual force would retreat again. When the waves disappeared, his spiritual force would rebound again. This might seem very simple, but if one's control over their spiritual force wasn't strong enough, then it would be impossible. During this process, Xianxia discovered that his spiritual force seemed to have refined the wave's power. This allowed his spiritual force to improve. At the same time, his spiritual force had a wave-like characteristic. He felt that his spiritual force was like a wave, wave after wave. Moreover, each wave was stronger than the previous one. This was something that Xianxia didn't expect before. Xianxia didn't know how much time had passed, but he felt that the wave's power was slowly weakening. Xianxia knew that it was time for the tide to recede. He also slowly adjusted his spiritual force, weakening it little by little. At the same time, he was also in the mood to observe the situation on the beach. Sure enough, the sea was slowly receding. A lot of sea creatures were left on the beach. Among them were a lot of rock spirit crabs. There were still a lot of rock spirit crabs that haven't drilled into the soil yet. This was the best time to catch rock spirit crabs. However, Xianxia knew that it wouldn't be easy to catch rock spirit crabs at this time. This was because the beach was very dark, it wasn't easy to see rock spirit crabs. If you use your spiritual force to look for rock spirit crabs, then the wave's power would directly impact your spiritual force, making it impossible to use. If you weren't proficient in spiritual force, then you might get injured. However, Xianxia was currently observing the rock spirit crabs. He wanted to see what they were doing. Before long, Xianxia discovered that the rock spirit crabs were eating. Naturally, rock spirit crabs also need to eat, this wasn't strange. However, when Xianxia saw the rock spirit crabs eating, his eyes lit up. He began to pay attention to what the rock spirit crabs liked to eat. This was very important for him. At this time, Xianxia discovered that the rock spirit crabs seemed to like to eat a kind of small fish. There was also a kind of seaweed. This kind of fish was very small and didn't have any scales. Its body was also gray-white. However, this kind of fish had a big characteristic, it could jump very high on the beach. It was very strange. Besides the small fish, there was also a kind of purple seaweed that seemed to suit the rock spirit crab's appetite. Every pile of purple seaweed would have a pile of rock spirit crabs fighting over it. After discovering this, Xianxia couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. As long as they knew what the rock spirit crabs liked to eat, then they would be able to catch them more easily. With this in mind, Xianxia slowly walked towards the beach. He wanted to see what other characteristics the rock spirit crabs had. However, as soon as he walked towards the beach, the rock spirit crabs seemed to have discovered him. One by one, they quickly drilled into the soil. Before Xianxia reached the beach, the rock spirit crabs had already disappeared, not a single one was left. Xianxia stared, then he immediately understood why the people of Tideview City didn't catch rock spirit crabs at night. It was because the rock spirit crabs were too timid. As soon as there was any movement, they would immediately drill into the beach. At night, it would be very difficult for people to find rock spirit crabs. Moreover, they would also destroy the traces on the beach, making the process of catching rock spirit crabs the next day even more difficult. Xianxia couldn't help but shake his head. Then he didn't continue walking towards the beach. Instead, he slowly walked towards the rocky beach that Wenhai and the others were preparing. He wanted to see if there were any rock spirit crabs there. However, after looking around, Xianxia didn't find any rock spirit crabs. Then he used his spiritual force to sense the area and didn't find any rock spirit crabs. Only then did Xianxia give up. Looking at the sky and seeing that it was almost dawn, Xianxia didn't do anything else. Instead, he sat on a rock and began to focus on his spiritual force. Then he used his spiritual force to explore the sea. He wanted to see what would happen when his spiritual force entered the sea. However, Xianxia was quickly disappointed. There was nothing. The force of the waves that he fought with last night seemed to have disappeared. This made Xianxia feel disappointed. At the same time, this made Zhao Hai feel strange. He didn't know what kind of force it was last night. What kind of force could affect his spiritual force? Zhao Hai opened his eyes and looked at the calm sea. The sea reflected a huge round moon, looking very beautiful. Upon seeing the full moon, Zhao Hai's mind suddenly lit up. He suddenly thought of the force that attacked his spiritual force. It wasn't the force of waves, but rather the force of tides. To be exact, it should be the gravitational force of the moon. Then it passed through the sea and collided with his spiritual force. In other words, the force that came into contact with Zhao Hai was actually tidal force. It wasn't the gravitational force of the sun or the moon. Instead, it was due to the influence of this gravitational force that caused the sea to rise. This was the tidal force. Zhao Hai knew about the gravitational force of the moon and the sun. However, this kind of force couldn't be used to train spiritual force, nor could it be attracted by spiritual force. However, the force of tides could be absorbed by spiritual force. Upon thinking of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel happy. He found a way to train his spiritual force. This was a good thing. At this time, the sea was already turning white. Zhao Hai sat on a rock on the beach and calmly looked at the sun. He felt an unprecedented tranquility. At this time, a noise was heard. Zhao Hai looked towards the source of the noise. It was the people from the ecstasy gang. They came to catch rock spirit crabs. Since it was already dawn, they arrived early. The people from the ecstasy gang also saw Zhao Hai sitting on a rock. When they saw Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. When they left yesterday, Zhao Hai didn't leave. Now that they were here, Zhao Hai was still there. This made them wonder if Zhao Hai had left at all. Zhao Hai smiled faintly at the group and said, "Everyone came early. Go and do your work. Don't worry about me." Everyone nodded. At this time, when Wen Hai arrived beside Zhao Hai, he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Boss, what did you find?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's nothing. I just found 2 things that rock spirit crabs like to eat. I still need to observe for a few days before making a decision." When Wen Hai heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he said with a happy face, "Good, knowing what the rock spirit crabs like to eat is already very great. At night, there's a force on the beach that attacks our spiritual force, so there's no way to use spiritual force to observe the situation on the beach. If we go to the beach to observe the rock spirit crabs, then we would immediately disturb the rock spirit crabs. They would drill into the soil and we wouldn't be able to see anything. Because of this, we don't know much about the rock spirit crabs. Besides knowing how to preserve them, we don't know anything else about them." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "This is nothing. In fact, my goal is to raise rock spirit crabs. However, this might take a long time. Alright, let's go back to work. I'll observe the habits of rock spirit crabs for a few days and see if there's any possibility of raising them." When Wen Hai nodded and then quickly walked to the beach. Today's work wasn't any different from yesterday. The sea seemed to have countless rock spirit crabs. Every 10 days of the month, when the tide rises, countless rock spirit crabs would appear. Although people caught a lot of them, there were still a lot of rock spirit crabs left on the beach. Therefore, there was no need to worry about catching all of them. Zhao Hai didn't go to the beach to work. Although he wanted to catch more rock spirit crabs, it wouldn't be of much help to the ecstasy gang. He now wanted to study the rock spirit crabs and find a way to raise them. He believed that if he could really find a way to raise rock spirit crabs, then the Spirit Crab Island would certainly pay more attention to him. In that case, not only him, but the ecstasy gang would also gain a lot of benefits. This was what he wanted. When Wen Hai and the others had been with Zhao Hai for a long time, they knew that Zhao Hai wouldn't speak carelessly, nor would he make any promises before the matter was settled. Therefore, they didn't tell the gang that Zhao Hai wanted to try raising rock spirit crabs. Just like before, they led everyone to catch rock spirit crabs without any superfluous words. The next night, Zhao Hai stayed on the beach. He was still using his spiritual force to resist the tidal force. At the same time, he was also absorbing the tidal force. But today, his mental power could completely withstand the tidal force, and he seemed to be doing it with ease. Zhao Hai was now able to use his spiritual force to explore where the rock spirit crabs came from and why there were so many of them. However, Zhao Hai's harvest wasn't very big. This was because the rock spirit crabs seemed to have come from a very far place. Zhao Hai's spiritual force couldn't chase them too far. However, Zhao Hai didn't plan to chase after them. He took a few rock spirit crabs into the space and raised them there. Although the rock spirit crabs were immediately displayed in the space's shop, allowing Zhao Hai to easily buy them, Zhao Hai didn't plan to do so. He planned to have Laura and the others help him raise the rock spirit crabs so that he could understand their habits. Then he would summarize his experience and raise them outside. At this time, Zhao Hai was staying on the beach. His main purpose was to use the tidal force to temper his spiritual force. This was because he discovered that using the tidal force to temper his spiritual force was very beneficial. Zhao Hai discovered that he couldn't immediately restore his body to its peak state after arriving at the sword spirit world. It was impossible for him to become an expert. He needed to cultivate like the people in the sword spirit world. However, it was impossible for him to start from the bottom. In fact, his current strength should be equivalent to the spirit refining stage, which was a lot stronger than the Qi refining stage. Qi refining stage was similar to the Qi refining stage. Then the Qi refining stage would slowly increase until one breaks through to the spirit refining stage. And in the spirit refining stage, one can actually cultivate one's spiritual force. For example, when Wen Hai and the others were currently unable to cultivate their spiritual force. Only after reaching a certain level of Qi refining would they be able to cultivate their spiritual force. The reason for this was because the process of Qi refining stage was very special. When Wen Hai and the others were cultivators in the lower realms. When they were in the lower realms, they had already opened all the meridians in their bodies. But after arriving in the sword spirit world, the cleansing pond would seal all the meridians in their bodies. Moreover, the spiritual Qi in their bodies would also be compressed. Then they would use the remaining spiritual Qi to open up their meridians. Once they open up all the meridians, they would become spirit refining stage experts. In the refining essence into Qi stage, the last acupoint to be opened was the acupoint on the top of the head. First open the Yuzhen acupoint, then let the Qi flow upwards, then open the Sishend Song acupoint, and finally open the Baihui acupoint. After opening the Baihui acupoint, one would enter the refining Qi and restoring spirit stage. In this stage, the Qi in one's body would nourish one's spirit, and this spirit referred to spiritual energy. At the same time, once the Baihui acupoint was opened, one could directly absorb spiritual energy from the Baihui acupoint into one's body, and one's cultivation speed would be much faster than before. Although Zhao Hai also went through the cleansing pond, his situation was different from the others. His meridians weren't sealed. It can be said that he directly stepped through the Qi refining stage and entered the spirit refining stage. Because of this, his strength was much stronger than when Wen Hai and the others. Because when Wen Hai and the others weren't in the Qi refining stage, they could only use some very simple techniques. Moreover, when they used techniques, they also needed to use incantations and hand gestures. However, Zhao Hai didn't need to do this. And with the existence of the Beast King's Eye, Zhao Hai's techniques could be said to be very powerful. However, his spiritual force was affected by the law, so it wasn't very strong. Compared to his strongest state, it was still far from it. Because of this, Zhao Hai was very happy to have this method to train his spiritual force. At this time, Zhao Hai couldn't tell Wen Hai and the others about this method. When Wen Hai and the others were still in the spirit refining stage. Even if Zhao Hai told them about this method, they wouldn't be able to use it. When the time comes, not only would they not be able to help them, they would also be in danger. Time passed day by day. On the 5th day of high tide, Chen Yan and the others returned to the Ecstasy Gang. When they first came back, they didn't know that the Ecstasy Gang had already moved. Naturally, they didn't see anyone. This made Chen Yan very nervous. He thought that something had happened to the Ecstasy Gang. However, Chen Yan and the others still had some brains. They directly went to the beach and found Zhao Hai and the others. When Zhao Hai saw Chen Yan and the others return, he was very happy. He directly called Chen Yan to his side and said, "Chen Yan, you came back so quickly. What's the result?" Chen Yan first looked at the people who were catching the rock spirit crabs, then he said, "Gang Lord, the result this time was very good. In the sword spirit realm, aside from the spirit rain technique, the golden needle technique, and the earth turning technique, there are no other techniques related to farming. The golden needle technique is used to deal with pests in the fields, while the earth turning technique is used to turn the soil. It's impossible to increase the yield of the fields. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Very good, you've done well. Now that you're back, let me tell you something. Our Lost Soul gang has reformed. Everyone has an identity jade token, and we've started to implement a contribution point system. This jade slip introduces the contribution point system. Take a look and decide if you want to stay or not. If you feel that the system isn't good and want to leave, then I won't stop you. If you agree to stay, then I'll give you an identity jade token and you can activate it to officially become one of us." When Qin Yan and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. However, Qin Yan still took the jade slip and used a spiritual force to check the contents. After reading it, Qin Yan's eyes couldn't help but shine as he said, "Gang Lord, our contribution point system is really good. It's better than the contribution point system of the sword spirit realm. I'll join, of course I'll join. If I don't join, then wouldn't I be a fool? However, it seems like we've suffered a loss this time. I'm afraid that those fellows in the gang have already exchanged all their cultivation methods for the sect. We don't have anything else to exchange." After saying that, he handed the jade slip to the others. Zhao smiled and said, "When old Miao came to exchange, he told me about this problem. Haha, they gave you 36 contribution points. And since you have completed the mission, you will be rewarded with 100 contribution points. Everyone else will also be rewarded with 80 contribution points each." Zhao smiled and said, "You will be rewarded with 36 contribution points. You will also be rewarded with 100 contribution points." When Qin Yan heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then his eyes couldn't help but shine. He was very happy because he already knew that one contribution point was worth 10 crystal stones. Although it was the lowest grade of crystal stones, 100 contribution points was still worth 1,000 crystal stones. This wasn't a small number. For people like them, this was a considerable amount of wealth. Zhao Hai took out an identity jade card and gave it to Qin Yan. "If you don't have any objections, then drip a drop of blood into the jade card and pour in a trace of spiritual force. This jade card will become your identity jade card. The jade card has a defensive formation that can record your identity and contribution points. If something happens to you, then the jade card will also record who killed you. The gang will avenge you." Qin Yan nodded, then said, "All right, then I'll give you a piece of jade card." Qin Yan nodded, then he took the jade slip. Then he bit his finger and dripped a drop of blood on the jade slip. Then he poured in a trace of spiritual force. After he was done, the jade slip would be his. Zhao Hai gave Qin Yan 136 contribution points. Then he took out another jade slip and said, "This jade slip contains all the cultivation methods and spells of the gang. Take a look. If you have any cultivation methods or spells that the gang doesn't have, then you can exchange them with me." Qin Yan nodded, then he took the jade slip and used his spiritual force to explore it. He immediately saw the various jade slips in the gang. When he saw the cultivation methods in the jade slip, Qin Yan couldn't help but smile bitterly. At the same time, he was very surprised. He didn't think that the gang would have so many cultivation methods. At this time, the others also saw the contents of the jade slip. Stone Hammer and Iron Thread also saw it. Naturally, they wouldn't refuse to join the Ecstasy gang. They just wanted to know what the contribution point system was. Naturally, they wouldn't leave the Ecstasy gang. Because of this, when Zhao Hai gave them their identity jade slips, they immediately confirmed it. Then Zhao Hai gave them their rewards. After doing this, Zhao Hai turned to Qin Yan and the others and said, "Our Ecstasy gang has moved. Our new home is in the northwest corner of the city. There are 20 courtyards in that area, all of them belong to us. But we have just moved in, so we'll have to wait for the next high tide before we rebuild the place. Do you have any objections?" When Qin Yan heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then with a happy expression, he said, "Gang Lord, are you talking about a small city that's separated by 2 roads? If that's the case, then that would be great." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Right, that's the place. Alright, go and help me catch some rock spirit crabs. Xianxia and the others nodded before they turned around and went to do their work. When Zhao Hai saw Xianxia and the others leave, a smile appeared on his face. The information that Xianxia brought back was very important. At this time, the sword spirit world didn't have any magic techniques. Therefore, Zhao Hai's magic technique was very important. As long as the experiment is successful, then Zhao Hai would certainly obtain a lot of benefits. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stand up. Then he directly went to the spirit field. In the past few days, he would go to the spirit field from time to take a look. Although Zhao Hai said that he would issue a task to look at the spirit field, nobody had accepted it yet. This was because the reward for this task wasn't very high. Additionally, they were catching rock spirit crabs. Because of this, nobody wanted to accept this task. But even if someone accepted this task, Zhao Hai wouldn't feel relieved. This was the first batch of spirit rice, nothing can go wrong. Moreover, he wanted to use the spirit rice as an experiment, so naturally, he would pay more attention to the spirit rice. The length of the spirit rice was very long. Moreover, it had already grown very tall. At this speed, the spirit rice would mature in about a month. This was 2 months earlier than the original. This speed was very fast. Especially for a force like the Spirit Crab Island, it would be very helpful. Because of this, Zhao Hai believed that if the people of the Spirit Crab Island knew about this, they would certainly be very attentive. Moreover, they would also give him a good reward. Zhao Hai didn't believe that the people of the Spirit Crab Island wouldn't give him a reward. This was because there was no need for them to do so. How could a force like the Spirit Crab Island not give him a reward? Moreover, the Spirit Crab Island wanted Zhao Hai to be an example. If people knew that Zhao Hai gave the cultivation method to the Spirit Crab Island and the island didn't give him a reward, then who would dare to give good things to the Spirit Crab Island in the future? Because of this, the Spirit Crab Island simply wouldn't do such a thing. After looking at the spirit field and seeing that there were no problems, Zhao Hai directly returned to the beach. In the past few days, he didn't return to Tideview City. During the day, he would stay on the beach and sometimes go to the spirit field. At night, he would stay on the beach and cultivate. Because of this, he didn't have time to return to Tideview City. On this day, besides Xianxia and the others coming back, there was nothing else to do. At night, everyone returned to the city to rest while Zhao Hai stayed on the beach. At this time, Zhao Hai wasn't only cultivating his spiritual force. At the same time, he was also collecting the rock spirit crab's favorite fish and the purple seaweed. At the same time, he was also collecting other marine life and even some seawater. However, the things that Zhao Hai received weren't of much help to the space. This was because there were too many things in the space, and these things weren't of the highest grade. Naturally, they weren't of much help to the space. On the other hand, the 5 spirit beads that Zhao Hai received in the 5 spiritual realms were of great help to the space. Now that the space had 4 distinct seasons, it was becoming more and more like an ordinary place. Zhao Hai was very happy about this. Although the space was good, it always gave people a mechanical feeling. It was like a painting that would never change. But now, the space gave him a different feeling. It felt more like a normal space. The 10 days of high tide quickly passed by. Zhao Hai also returned to Tideview City. In these 10 days, the Ecstasy Gang had caught more than 40,000 rock spirit crabs. This was definitely a large number. They also received more than 4,000 first-class crystals from the Spirit Crab Island. However, Zhao Hai didn't directly give these crystals to the people in the gang. Instead, he gave them contribution points. These crystals were left in the gang. Zhao Hai was planning to use these crystals to go to the big cities and buy things back. Then he would let the people in the gang use their contribution points to exchange for these things. This way, the contribution point system would be established in the gang. Naturally, the people in the gang wouldn't oppose this. They already knew how much contribution points were good for them. However, they suddenly felt that catching rock spirit crabs wasn't a good task. After being busy for 10 days, they only received a few contribution points each. It was too little. It was much better to do other tasks. This was exactly what Zhao Hai wanted to achieve. Zhao Hai was very clear that catching rock spirit crabs was a waste of time and had very little income. Otherwise, Spirit Crab Island wouldn't have given this job to rogue cultivators. However, if the Ecstasy Gang wanted to develop, then catching rock spirit crabs was absolutely impossible. Therefore, they needed to find other methods. This time, Zhao Hai wanted to use this method to make the Ecstasy Gang understand that catching rock spirit crabs wasn't a good idea. It was even worse than looking at the spirit fields. This way, the Ecstasy Gang would slowly move on to other tasks and slowly lose interest in catching rock spirit crabs. As for how the gang would develop in the future, Zhao Hai had already thought about it. He was prepared to refine some pills and then sell them in some big cities. Otherwise, he would directly hand them over to Spirit Crab Island in exchange for things. Additionally, he would plant spirit rice and cultivate rock spirit crabs in the future. All of these things together would support the economic foundation of the Ecstasy Gang. Zhao Hai felt that a saying from Earth was very reasonable. The economic foundation determined the superstructure. Although it was said that in the cultivation realm, wealth was the most important thing, but for Zhao Hai, wealth was the most important thing. For Zhao Hai, he could solve these three things right now. This was because a cultivator's companion referred to a Dao companion, not necessarily a husband and wife. It could also refer to a person who cultivates together. This way, everyone would be able to exchange experiences and make progress. As for the law, it referred to cultivation methods and magical techniques. A good cultivation method could make one's cultivation speed faster, increase one's offensive power, and increase one's defensive power. Naturally, this was very important for cultivators. As for the law, it referred to cultivation methods and magical techniques. For Zhao Hai, it wouldn't be difficult for him to solve these factors. However, the prerequisite was that he would be able to gain control over Tideview City. And all of these were related to wealth. Without wealth, you wouldn't have a good cultivation environment. Without wealth, you wouldn't have a good cultivation method. Without wealth, you wouldn't have so much time to interact with others. Therefore, wealth was very important. Zhao Hai discovered before that the rogue cultivators in Tideview City had no other choice but to catch rock spirit crabs. This was because it was too dangerous for cultivators like them to live in a big city. They could lose their lives at any time. Since they were ascenders, they naturally knew how to cherish their lives. Because of this, they would rather cultivate slowly and live in a safe place like Tideview City. But Zhao didn't want to establish the Ecstasy Gang just to live a life of eating and waiting for death. So he wanted the people in the Ecstasy Gang to understand that there was another way to live. In addition to joining a large sect, they could rely on their own efforts to live a life that wasn't any worse than the disciples of those large sections. After 10 days of high tide, the Ecstasy Gang finally calmed down. Although people weren't very satisfied with their 10 days of income, there was nothing they could do about it. After all, if they wanted to stay in Tideview City, they had to catch rock spirit crabs. Zhao Hai let everyone rest for a day. Then he had Wen Hai gather everyone. After everyone was gathered, Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, the 10 days of high tide have passed. Although our income isn't very high, we still don't have the time to collect. But I think everyone should know that just catching rock spirit crabs isn't enough to cultivate. Therefore, we still need to complete the sex missions. Our Ecstasy Gang's base has become bigger, but this place isn't to my liking. I've already told everyone that we need to build a scripture pavilion, a refining room, an alchemy room, and a training field. Now, I'll treat these as missions for the gang. You can come to me to accept them. As long as you complete them, you'll be able to get contribution points. During this time, don't go out and do other missions. Once the base is built, you can do other missions in the future. What do you think? Does anyone have any opinions?" "No, we're willing to listen to the gang master's orders." Everyone replied in unison. They also thought that it would be good to rebuild the base. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright, if everyone has no objections, then I'll start issuing the mission. But before that, I want to show everyone something. This is it." Zhao Hai nodded. Then Zhao Hai took out a piece of paper. On this paper was a drawing of a building. This building was very beautiful and had a sense of hierarchy. On this building, there was a training field, a refining room, and an alchemy room. There were also some places that were marked as living quarters. The entire building could be said to be a large courtyard with high walls outside. The inside of the courtyard was divided into many small courtyards. Even the size of each courtyard were marked. Upon seeing the drawing, everyone immediately understood that this drawing was what their base would look like after it was built. This was because although the buildings on the drawing were completely different from their current base, the walls and the roads outside wouldn't change. Because of this, everyone could see where the drawing was. Zhao Hai pasted the drawing on the wall beside him and said, "This is what our new base will look like after it's built. Now, I'll issue the first mission. The first mission will be divided into 2 groups. These 2 groups can build a base at the same time. You can choose which one you want to complete. The first mission is to demolish all the buildings around the training field and use the stones to build a wall around the base." As Zhao Hai spoke, he drew on the drawing on the map and pointed at the training field. Then he pointed at the wall outside. Then Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Maybe there aren't enough stones, so we need to go to the mountains outside to mine some stones. Now, I have 2 missions for everyone. One is to demolish the buildings to build the wall, and the other is to mine the stones. Everyone can sign up voluntarily to accept these missions. The demolishing of the buildings to build the wall will give you 5 contribution points per day, and the mining mission will give you 8 contribution points per day." When everyone heard Zhao Hai's words, their eyes couldn't help but light up. Then they secretly began to think about which mission they should accept. In general, the demolishing of the buildings to build the wall was naturally easier, while the mining mission was more tiring. However, the difference of 3 contribution points made many people tempted. For these people, they weren't afraid of suffering. What they needed now was contribution points. One must know that there were a lot of people who took a fancy to the sex cultivation methods and spells, but they weren't able to learn them because they didn't have enough contribution points. If they could accept a mission and get more contribution points, then that would be a good thing. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "We need a total of 150 people to demolish the buildings and build the wall. The rest of you can go and mine stones. We need a lot of stones because we still need to build a lot of buildings. Moreover, there are also requirements for the location of the stones to be mined. It's at the beach where we originally planned to level the first and second beaches. There are a lot of stones there, so you can bring those stones back to the sect. This way, not only will you level the beach, it will also give you some stones to build the buildings. Naturally, there are also requirements for the size of the stones. Therefore, the stone mining mission will give you more contribution points. Next, the first to sign up is the demolishing of the buildings and the wall. Those who know some earth element spells and construction will have priority. I know that everyone thinks that you can get more contribution points by mining stones, but everything needs to be done, right? Therefore, I ask everyone to sign up." There wasn't an awkward silence like Zhao Hai expected. A lot of people came to sign up. Before long, 150 people were enough. Naturally, the others went to mine stones. Zhao Hai immediately had everyone start work. As for what to use to build the wall, it was actually very simple. Zhao Hai had already thought about the adhesive in the middle of the stones. It was a special plant that was pounded into a paste and then mixed with the soil. This made it a very viscous adhesive. Moreover, after drying, it would become very hard. It was best to use it to build the wall. There were a lot of these plants on Tidewatch Mountain. Zhao Hai also picked a lot of them. Now that he could directly take them out, the entire ecstasy gang became lively. The ecstasy gang's actions naturally attracted the attention of the other gangs in the city. These gangs didn't know what the ecstasy gang was doing, but they also knew that the ecstasy gang's actions weren't small. Therefore, they sent people to pay attention to them. Later on, when they heard that the ecstasy gang was building a base, the other gangs didn't pay attention to them. In the eyes of the other gangs, the ecstasy gang was just messing around. They were building a good base, this wasn't just messing around. In their opinion, they might as well use this time to cultivate. One must know that they didn't have any pills or crystals. Their cultivation depended on themselves. If they didn't use this time to cultivate, then they might not be able to reach the Qi refining realm in their lifetime. Although the Qi refining realm and the Qi refining realm were called the lower 2 realms in the sword spirit world, there was still an essential difference between the two realms. The most important difference was the lifespan. In the Qi refining realm, one could only live up to 200 years old. But as long as one can reach the Qi refining realm, then one could live up to 500 years old. The increase in lifespan made these people focus more on cultivation. Because of this, in the eyes of these people, the ecstasy gang was just messing around. The ecstasy gang didn't care about what these people thought, they were now full of enthusiasm. Moreover, they also discovered that they didn't delay their cultivation because of the tasks they did during the day. Their identity jade tokens would provide them with more spiritual qi when they cultivate, making their cultivation easier. Because of this, they only needed to cultivate for 2 hours at night, which was equivalent to a day's worth of cultivation. But after 2 hours, the jade tokens would lose this ability and their cultivation speed would return to normal. Because of this, they didn't need to worry about their cultivation anymore. The reason why the people from the ecstasy gang weren't worried about their cultivation was because of their identity jade tokens, as well as their trust in Zhao Hai. In the past, they had some doubts about Zhao Hai. But after discovering the usefulness of the identity jade, they trusted Zhao Hai completely. This was because they knew that if Zhao Hai can make identity jade, then he can certainly make things that are beneficial for cultivation. But because the ecstasy gang hasn't developed yet, Zhao Hai didn't have anything to make. If the ecstasy gang develops in the future, then wouldn't they be able to use better artifacts for cultivation? Because of this, they didn't oppose the construction of a base, they even supported it. The construction of the ecstasy gang's base was also very successful. Although these people didn't have any powerful instruments in their hands, the weapons they brought from the lower realm were also very good. At the very least, cutting a rock wasn't a problem. In addition, although they hadn't reached the spirit refining realm, they were still cultivators in the Qi refining realm. If they couldn't even deal with a rock, then wouldn't they be too stupid? Because of this, for them, picking rocks wasn't as tiring as they thought. For those who were demolishing houses and building walls, it was even easier. Those houses didn't have any reinforcement formations. For these cultivators, demolishing an unreinforced house was just too easy. The only thing that was slightly more troublesome was building walls. Building walls was never a simple matter, not to mention building them bit by bit with their hands. The walls they were building were very high. If they really toppled the walls, then it would be very shameful. Fortunately, these people also knew a little about construction, so they didn't directly topple the walls. Time passed by little by little. The walls of the ecstasy gang were quickly built. In fact, building walls wasn't difficult. For those who knew how to do it, it was very simple. It was nothing more than stacking stones. Therefore, the construction speed was very fast. In just 3 days, the walls were completely built. The entire wall was 3 mago high. This was to ensure that the people outside couldn't see the situation inside the yard. At the same time, Zhao Hai wanted to build several training grounds. They were basically done. They just had to demolish the original houses and lay some stones on the ground. Zhao Hai built a total of 3 training grounds, 1 big and 2 small. In addition to practicing martial arts, these training grounds could also be used as a meeting place. It was very convenient. After the training grounds were built, Zhao Hai began to let the ecstasy gang build other things. For example, the scripture pavilion, the alchemy room, the tool refining room, and so on. Each of these 3 places had its own separate courtyard. Moreover, they weren't very far from each other. In addition to these 3 places, the rest were the living quarters. Zhao Hai also made some changes to the living quarters. Everyone had their own suite. This suite had a lounge, a quiet room, and a living room. Although it wasn't very big, it was much better than before. The construction of these places didn't need to be completely rebuilt. Some places only needed to be remodeled. Therefore, the workload wasn't very big. The people of the ecstasy gang were cultivators. Naturally, their hands and feet were much faster. In more than 10 days, the reconstruction of the entire encampment was basically completed. This speed was somewhat beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. In addition to paying attention to the construction of the encampment, Zhao Hai also had another task. That was to observe the situation of the spirit rice. The spirit rice was very important to the ecstasy gang. Especially after Zhao Hai invented several techniques, the spirit rice became even more important. This was because this was an important means for Zhao Hai to obtain the rewards of the Spirit Crab Island. Because of this, Zhao Hai would spend some time in the spirit rice field every day to observe the situation of the spirit rice. Now that the spirit rice was about to mature, it was growing very well. Zhao Hai calculated that it would be harvested in a few days. The reason why it was a few days later than he expected was because he wasted some time growing the seedlings. In addition, he didn't have any spirit soil in the beginning. Therefore, the growth of the spirit rice was a few days later than he expected. Zhao Hai roughly calculated that if everything was normal, then the growth of the spirit rice could be controlled within 33 days. Now, there were still 6 days before the next high tide. Today was a good day for the Ecstasy Gang. The first good thing was that the construction of their encampment was finally completed. Although there was still some finishing work, it was generally done. The finishing work was just cleaning up after everyone moved in. There was nothing special. The second good thing was that the spirit rice could be harvested. It was precisely because the spirit rice could be harvested that Zhao Hai didn't celebrate in the encampment. Instead, everyone went to the spirit rice field. The Ecstasy Gang knew how important the spirit rice was to the Ecstasy Gang. Zhao Hai's face was calm. After a while, he opened his mouth and said, "Everyone, today is a very important day for the Ecstasy Gang. First, it's because our encampment has been completed. Second, the spirit rice has matured. We don't know if the spirit rice is qualified or not. But for us, the maturation of the spirit rice is our hope. If our spirit rice is successful, then our Ecstasy Gang will have another source of income. I can tell everyone how to grow the spirit rice so that we can provide Spirit Crab Island with spirit rice." Everyone looked at the spirit rice with a happy expression. For them, growing spirit rice was something that they wanted to do for a long time. However, no one was able to do it before. Now that Zhao Hai's spirit rice had matured, it gave them hope. If their spirit rice was successful, then they would have a stable source of income. Most importantly, they were very clear that planting spirit rice would only take a few days. After that, they would have a lot of time to do other things. This was very important for cultivators like them. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Alright, let's harvest the spirit rice. Everyone be careful, don't let the grains fall into the field. Let's get started." Everyone nodded. Then they carefully entered the field and began to harvest the spirit rice. If people were to see the way the Ecstasy Gang harvested the spirit rice, then they would certainly laugh to death. This was because these people were using swords to harvest the spirit rice. Moreover, their careful manner made people think that they weren't harvesting spirit rice, but ginseng fruits. The spirit rice was only 2 mu of land. For several hundred people, harvesting it was very easy. Even if they were very careful, they still managed to harvest the spirit rice in less than half an hour. After the spirit rice was harvested, Zhao Hai directly stored it in the space. Then he used a spell to turn over the ground before leading everyone back to Tideview City. After entering the station, Zhao Hai took out the spirit rice and placed it in the training field. The spirit rice that had just been harvested still needed to be dried before it could be threshed. After the threshing, Zhao Hai would keep some of the seeds while the rest would be handed over. Zhao Hai and the others weren't qualified to eat spirit rice. This was because spirit rice was very helpful for cultivation. Naturally, they would have to hand it over to Spirit Crab Island. Moreover, spirit rice was much more valuable compared to Spirit Crab Island. People like the Ecstasy Gang wouldn't be willing to eat spirit rice. After drying the spirit rice, Zhao Hai led everyone to clean up the station. The entire station was cleaned up, and this can be considered to be the finishing touches. After everyone sat down, Zhao Hai opened his mouth and said, "Everyone, you should already know that I was a plant master in the lower realm. Plant masters use plants to fight for us. Because of this, I have some seeds that I brought from the lower realm. After refining these seeds several times, they should be able to grow in the sword spirit world. Because of this, I plan to take everyone to Tidewatching Mountain tomorrow to plant these seeds. These seeds will grow into fruit trees that can be eaten. Although they don't have the same benefits as spirit rice, they should still be able to fill everyone's stomachs. Because of this, I want to ask if anyone is willing to accept this task." Jiao Hai nodded and said, "Everyone, I'm a plant master in the lower realm. Plant masters use plants to fight for us. Because of this, I have some seeds that I brought from the lower realm." When the people from the ecstasy gang heard Jiao Hai, they stared. Then their eyes couldn't help but light up. One must know that they can only eat fish every day. It can be said that these people eat fish every day. Whenever they see fish, they would want to vomit. However, they had no choice but to eat. This was because martial arts required energy. Although they had to eat, otherwise they would starve to death. If there really was a way to make them eat other things, then they would naturally be very happy. Therefore, everyone raised their hands and wanted to accept this task. Jiao Hai looked at everyone and couldn't help but smile faintly as he said, "All right, since everyone wants to go, then we'll go together tomorrow. But this way, it wouldn't take long for us to finish planting the trees. Then we won't have any contribution points to earn. How about this? I'll give everyone a contribution point each. Does anyone have any objections?" None. For them, being able to eat other things was more important. Even if they didn't get any contribution points, they would still plant the trees. Not to mention that they were now receiving contribution points. When Wen Hai and the others knew that Jiao Hai wanted to plant bread trees, so they didn't have any objections. In fact, they also wanted to eat bread. They had been eating fish for a long time and were already tired of it. Now that there was an improvement, they were naturally happy. After a night of silence, the next morning, everyone ate and went to the training field. Jiao Hai left Stonemer and the others behind to look after the house while he led the ecstasy gang out of the city. This caused the other gangs in Tideview City to speculate. However, these people were already used to the crazy behavior of the ecstasy gang, so they didn't suspect anything. Jiao Hai chose the location where he would plant the bread tree. There were a lot of hills in Tidewatch Mountain. Some of the hills didn't have anything on them, only some small trees. Also, there were a lot of people who would go there, so it was a good place to plant bread trees. In fact, Jiao Hai didn't care who would eat the bread trees after they were planted. Therefore, he chose a few hills to plant the bread trees. Of course, the breadfruit trees that Jiao planted were all made from mutated seeds. If you were to plant an ordinary breadfruit tree, it would take a few years before you could see the harvest. That was definitely not what Jiao wanted to see. Jiao Hai led the ecstasy gang members to a small hill he chose. Then he looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, pay attention. This time, the bread trees will be very tall. Therefore, when you plant them, remember to keep a distance. Come and take the seeds from me." Everyone nodded. Then each person went to Jiao Hai and took a handful of seeds. The bread tree seeds weren't very big, on the contrary, they were very small. Each person could take a dozen seeds. Then the group went up the hill. Jiao Hai told them to keep a distance. Then he dug a hole and buried the seeds. Everyone immediately did as they were told. After the seeds were planted, Jiao Hai used the spiritual rain spell to sprinkle water on the hill. After the hill was watered, the bread trees quickly grew. It didn't take long for the hill to be filled with bread trees. When the ecstasy gang members saw this, they couldn't help but stare. They had never seen such a thing before. Jiao looked at the situation on the hill and nodded with satisfaction. The breadfruit trees were growing well. Although they didn't have fruit yet, it wouldn't take long for them to bear fruit. Moreover, every time it rained, they would be able to harvest the breadfruit trees. And if they ran out of food, they could water the trees themselves. It wouldn't take long for them to harvest the breadfruit trees. Jiao Hai looked at everyone and said, "All right, let's go to the next location." Everyone nodded as they looked at Jiao Hai in awe. They all ascended from the lower realms, but their realm didn't have a plant master profession. Because of this, they haven't seen this ability before. Now that they saw Jiao Hai using this ability, they were naturally shocked. Before long, the group arrived at the second hill. This time, Jiao Hai didn't plant a bread tree, but a noodle tree. Just like last time, the noodle tree grew quickly. However, it would take a few days before it could be harvested. After that, Jiao Zhen planted bamboo rice. He also planted a lot of vegetables on a small hill. These vegetables were different. After they were planted, they would immediately grow after watering them. Then, they could bring them back to eat. When the group saw the fresh vegetables, they couldn't help but cheer. In the past few days, aside from some wild vegetables, they didn't eat any vegetables. This made them feel very bad. Now that they could finally eat vegetables, they were naturally happy. After everything was done, it was already afternoon. Zhao Hai had the group bring some vegetables before he led them back to Tideview City. Naturally, the people of Tideview City knew about the return of the Ecstasy Gang. However, because nobody followed them before, they didn't know where they went. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't tell them and just led them back to their encampment. After everyone returned to the encampment, the first thing they did was not to cultivate, but to cook. Everyone turned into rabbits, each of them holding a large handful of vegetables and eating with great relish. Zhao Hai didn't pay attention to them. Instead, he went to the training field to take a look. Because the training field was big and the weather was good today, the spirit rice was drying very well. It was already ready to be threshed. Zhao Hai nodded with satisfaction as he received the spirit rice and then returned to his room. The next morning, Zhao Hai took out the spirit rice and had the Ecstasy Gang help with threshing. This wasn't a difficult task. Zhao Hai made a few large barrels out of wood and then had the people take the rice stalks and smash them against the barrels. This way, the grains would naturally come out. Even if there was a bit left on the stalks, it would be easy for the cultivators to remove it. Therefore, the 2 acres of spirit rice were all threshed. After the spirit rice was successfully threshed, Zhao Hai took out some bags and directly put the spirit rice inside. However, he still left some rice seeds behind. Then he had the Ecstasy Gang carry the seeds as they followed him to the Spirit Crab Island branch. The 2 acres of spirit rice harvested less than 3,000 jin. The bags that Zhao Hai took out were ordinary bags and not spatial bags. This was because Zhao Hai didn't know if the spirit rice could be stored in spatial equipment. Therefore, he could only have the Ecstasy Gang carry the seeds and follow him to the branch. Their movements naturally attracted the attention of the other gangs in the city. However, when they saw the bags that the Ecstasy Gang were carrying, they immediately knew what Zhao Hai and the others were doing. Naturally, they didn't pay attention. They didn't know how long it would take for the spirit rice in the Sword Spirit realm to mature. Zhao Hai led the Ecstasy Gang to the Spirit Crab Island branch. Then he stood in front of the door and loudly said, "Ecstasy Gang's leader, Zhao Hai requests an audience with Hall Master Guan." Guanxing's voice was heard from the courtyard. "What's the matter? Let's talk inside." Zhao Hai nodded, then he led the Ecstasy Gang into the courtyard. At this time, Guanxing also came out of his room. However, his face had an impatient expression. But when he saw the bags that the Ecstasy Gang were carrying, his expression couldn't help but change. Then he quickly walked towards Zhao Hai and the others to greet them. Zhao Hai and the others stopped and saluted Guanxing. Guanxing waved his hand and then walked towards one of the Ecstasy Gang members. Then he grabbed the bag that the Ecstasy Gang member was carrying and quickly opened the bag. Upon seeing the spirit rice inside the bag, Guanxing's body couldn't help but shake. Then he grabbed the spirit rice and carefully looked at it. At the same time, he used his spiritual force to feel it. After looking at it, he turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "This is the spirit rice that you grew. How did you do it? It's only been a month? You actually managed to grow spirit rice?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Yes, sir. This is the spirit rice that I grew. It's about 2 acres. Aside from some seeds, all of the harvest is here. It's a total of 2,700 jin." Guanxing looked at Zhao Hai and said, "How did you do it? Spirit rice usually takes 3 months to ripen. Why did the spirit rice you planted ripen in just 1 month? Moreover, the quality is very good. Tell me, how did you do it?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Sir, when I was in the lower realm, I was a plant master. I specialized in dealing with plants. Although I didn't improve the rice this time, I still used other methods. Because of this, the spirit rice's growth speed increased." Guanxing waved his hand and said to the other members of the Ecstasy Gang, "You can put down the bags and go back. Zhao Hai, you stay here. I have something to ask you." Zhao Hai nodded, then he waved his hand. The other members of the Ecstasy Gang placed the bags on the ground. Then they gave a salute to Zhao Hai and Guanxing before turning around and leaving. After the ecstasy gang left, Guanxing waved his hand and stored the spirit rice into his spatial equipment. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Come with me." Then he led Zhao Hai to his room. The two of them quickly entered Guanxing's room. Guanxing's room was really good. There was a large living room outside, and there was a set of antique furniture inside. It was obvious that this furniture had been used for a long time. It looked very beautiful. Besides the furniture, there were also some small things in the room. But in general, the room was very clean. It made people feel very comfortable when they entered. At the same time, Zhao Hai also felt that the spiritual qi inside the room was richer than outside. Cultivating in this room was much better than outside. After entering the room, Guanxing waved his hand to Zhao Hai and said, "Take a seat. Let's talk about the spirit rice in detail." Zhao Hai nodded and sat down. Then he opened his mouth and said, "Because I was a plant master in the lower realm, I specialized in plant improvement. So after I got the spirit rice, I immediately thought about how to make the spirit rice have a high yield while also shortening its cycle. Later on, after reading the spirit rain technique that Sir gave me, I had some inspiration. I studied several techniques and then planted the spirit rice. In this month, although I've been doing other things, I haven't stopped observing the spirit rice. The growth cycle of the spirit rice can be determined, it won't exceed 33 days. I've already recorded the methods and the entire process of planting the spirit rice. It's all here. Sir, please take a look." Then Zhao Hai took out a jade slip and handed it over to Guanxing. Guanxing received the jade slip and then used his spiritual force to explore the jade slip. This jade slip was more like a report. It described the entire process of planting the spirit rice in detail. How to use the spirit rain technique, how to store soil in the field, how to turn the field, how to plant the seedlings, everything was written clearly. Moreover, there were several techniques that Guanxing hadn't seen before. After carefully reading the contents of the jade slip, Guanxing put it down. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "There are several techniques mentioned in the jade slip that I haven't seen before. Did you make them yourself?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, I made these techniques myself. They're very helpful in planting plants." Guanxing said in a deep voice, "All right. You should have heard that our Spirit Crab Island rewards those who have made great contributions to the island. If you give me these methods and we succeed in our experiments, then the Spirit Crab Island will naturally reward you accordingly. How about it? Do you agree?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, sir. I agree." Then Zhao Hai took out several jade slips and handed them over to Guanxing. Guanxing used his spiritual force to scan the contents of the jade slip. Then he nodded and said, "Good, you can go back and wait. If there's any reward, I'll inform you when the time comes." Zhao Hai nodded, then he stood up and gave Guanxing a salute before turning around to leave. After Zhao Hai left, Guanxing immediately took out a transmission formation and said, "I didn't expect it to work like this. If I give this method to the island, I'll definitely get a lot of benefits. Maybe I can even leave this place. A place like this should have been handed over to the rogue cultivators." Then Guanxing's mind moved. In the next moment, a white light flashed as he disappeared from the room. When Zhao Hai went outside, he also felt the energy fluctuations. He couldn't help but smile faintly as he walked towards the ecstasy gang's base. When Zhao Hai returned to the ecstasy gang's base, he discovered that the gang members were waiting for him. Upon seeing him return, they all looked at him eagerly. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Hall Master Guan said that he wants to give the method to the island for research. If the island approves it, then there will be a reward." When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they all cheered. Naturally, they were happy. No matter what kind of reward it was still a good thing for the ecstasy gang. Zhao Hai stretched out his hands and waved them down, then he said, "So we can't be idle right now. Everyone, come with me to Tidewatch Mountain. There are a lot of places in the plains that can be turned into arable land. I want to plant some spirit rice. Everyone, help me level the land first, then I'll teach you how to plant spirit rice. Let's go." When everyone heard what Zhao Hai said, they were all very happy. Then they followed Zhao Hai out of the mountain. Zhao Hai led everyone to the foot of the tidal mountain. There were a lot of open spaces there. However, there were a lot of rocks, weeds, and some small trees that needed to be cleaned up. Although Zhao Hai could communicate with these plants, he couldn't do anything about it. Therefore, he could only remove some of the small trees and let the others clean up the rest. Although the group hadn't reached the divine realm, they could still use some simple spells and hand gestures. Because of this, it wasn't difficult to clean up the area. In just one day, they managed to clean up about 100 mu of land. Zhao Hai nodded, then he had everyone stop. Then he began to use spells to turn the land into fields. Then he used the spirit rain spell to release water into the fields. After everything was done, Zhao Hai returned to the 2 mu of land and turned it into a huge breeding ground. Then he had people bring the rice seeds that he left behind. Then he planted the rice seeds in the ground and began to grow them. After all of this was done, Zhao Hai brought everyone back to the Ecstasy Gang's camp and had them rest. The jade slip that Zhao Hai handed over to Guanxing was very clear, including the use of the 5-element grass. The reason why he dared to write about the 5-element grass was because he saw some of it in the sword spirit world. Because of this, he wasn't afraid that the people of the Spirit Crab Island would find out that he was using the 5-element grass. In the next few days, the Ecstasy Gang became very busy. Everyone in the gang was busy planting the spirit rice. Naturally, this matter was also known by the other gangs. The other gangs could only look at Zhao Hai's group with envy. This was because although they saw Zhao Hai and the others planting the spirit rice, Zhao Hai and the others were using a lot of techniques that they didn't know about. In addition to using techniques, Zhao Hai also used formations. This was something that a lot of people didn't know about. Therefore, they could only look at it, there was nothing they could do. This time, Zhao Hai had no choice but to issue a task to the Ecstasy Gang members. They were responsible for planting the spirit rice, and their rewards weren't low. Once the spirit rice was delivered to the Spirit Crab Island, the Ecstasy Gang would reward them with 30 contribution points. 30 contribution points might not seem like a lot, but it was actually quite a lot. This was because the spirit rice planting cycle was about 30 days. This was equivalent to giving them 1 contribution point per day. What they needed to do was to look after the spirit rice. Zhao Hai assigned 10 people a long-term task for 100 mu of spirit rice. These 10 people didn't all need to stay in the spirit rice field. During the day, they only needed to leave 1 or 2 people to look after the spirit rice. The others could still do other tasks. But at night, they had to stay in the spirit rice field. This was because Zhao Hai was afraid that someone would destroy the spirit rice field. After the spirit rice was planted and the tasks were assigned, it was high tide time. Zhao Hai led the Ecstasy Gang members to the beach. This time, the beach area that they could use was much larger. Because they had already flattened the first and second beaches when they built their base, the beach area that they could use was much larger. With a bigger beach, it was naturally easier to catch rock spirit crabs. This time, Zhao Hai also went with the group to catch rock spirit crabs. Although Laura and the others had already obtained the method to raise rock spirit crabs, Zhao Hai didn't intend to take it out right now. This was because he had just handed the method to the Spirit Crab Island. If he handed the method to the Spirit Crab Island now, then the island might pay more attention to him. If the Spirit Crab Island really wanted to send Zhao Hai to the island to cultivate instead of Tideview City, then it would have a huge impact on him. This would also affect the Ecstasy Gang. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't want to take out the method right now. The spiritual fields that he had opened up were enough to feed the people of the Ecstasy Gang. If he caught more rock spirit crabs during the high tide, the people of the Ecstasy Gang would be able to live a better life than before. Only when he had complete control over Tideviewing City would he be able to truly change this place. Naturally, every night, Zhao Hai would still stay on the beach and cultivate his spiritual force. While using the tidal force to cultivate his spiritual force, Zhao Hai was also very curious. He wondered if he could use this method to cast his other techniques. If he could, then what would the result be? This question made Zhao Hai fall into contemplation. Then he began to modify his techniques in his mind. He wanted to see if he could use the tidal force to attack his other techniques. This might sound very difficult, but Zhao Hai didn't think that it was that difficult. Techniques and cultivation methods were the same, both of them were energy that was cultivated by people. A person's cultivation method could imitate a lot of forces, just like how some cultivation methods could imitate the force of rolling stones. When the cultivation method was used, the force would become stronger and stronger. Some cultivation methods could also imitate the force of tidal waves. One strike after another would send out waves of qi, divided into several layers of qi, attacking the opponent again and again. The unique forces of these cultivation methods were very difficult to defend against. It would make people feel that it was impossible to guard against. Techniques were also a kind of power that people cultivated. However, people didn't make good use of this kind of power. When people combined techniques, they only combined the state of the technique. They never thought about making the power of the technique become like a cultivation method. It could be varied. Take the icicle technique for example. To put it bluntly, the icicle technique was just a dart attack with the ice attribute. There was nothing special about it, especially for cultivators nowadays. When they used techniques to attack, it was like throwing a hidden weapon. As for whether the enemy would dodge or not, it depended on the timing of the attack and the speed of the attack. In other aspects, there was nothing special about it. But if it was possible to add the same power as the cultivation method, then the power of the technique would definitely be greater. Just like the icicle technique, the original icicle technique was to fly out. If it hit the enemy, then it hit. The power was just for a moment. If Jita blocked the attack, then it was blocked. The icicle technique would be useless. But if the icicle technique had several layers of power, then the effect would be completely different. The enemy could block the icicle technique, but there would still be several layers of power in the icicle technique that would constantly attack the enemy's defense. This would affect the enemy's reaction. Through these layers of power, the icicle technique could directly break the enemy's defense. The power of the icicle technique would be several times greater. If Zhao Hai was really able to research this matter, then the power of the technique would increase by several folds. After all, there were also high-level techniques. And don't forget that Zhao Hai also thought of compressing energy to release techniques. If these two methods were combined, then the power of the technique would be enormous. Zhao Hai's face was calm. After some time, he let out a long breath and muttered, "This method seems to be wrong." Good, it seems like I need to study this method properly. Because of the existence of the biological brain, if he wanted to research something, it wouldn't conflict with his normal life. Unless it was something very important, he could create a task in his biological brain and slowly deduce it. And this so-called slowly speed wasn't actually slow at all. After all, his biological brain had the same structure as the human brain, so it had the same ability. But Zhao didn't need to worry about it. His biological brain had the same structure as the human brain, and it also had the same ability as the human brain. Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry to research the power of the technique. There was no danger in Tideview City, nor was there any danger in Spirit Crab Island. Although Xiaoyu said that the Sword Spirit Realm was unstable, Zhao Hai had been here for a long time. In his opinion, the Sword Spirit Realm wouldn't be chaotic for a while. And even if it was chaotic, rogue cultivators like them wouldn't be affected. Because of this, Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. He could study it slowly. The most important thing right now was to wait for the reward from the Spirit Crab Island. He wanted to see what kind of reward the island would give them. 10 days of rising tide quickly passed. Although the Ecstasy Gang's harvest this time was more than before, the members of the Ecstasy Gang weren't very satisfied with the income from catching rock spirit crabs. They still wanted to complete the tasks that the Ecstasy Gang gave out. The missions that the Ecstasy Gang gave out didn't have high rewards, but these people still liked to do them. This was because they knew that doing these missions would be very beneficial to their strength. On the 5th day after Zhao Hai's group experienced the second high tide, Guanxing suddenly sent someone to look for Zhao Hai. He wanted Zhao Hai to go to the Spirit Crab Islands branch. Zhao Hai knew that the Spirit Crab Islands reward must have arrived. He immediately went to the branch while thinking about what reward he would get this time. After observing Tidewatch City for several days, as well as Tang Ming and Qinyan's infiltration, Zhao Hai had a certain understanding of Tidewatch City's gangs. Tidewatch City's gangs weren't very strong. If Zhao Hai wanted to swallow Tidewatch City, then it wouldn't take long for him to do so. The reason why the people of Spirit Crab Island didn't pay attention to Tideview City was because they didn't attach much importance to rogue cultivators. In their view, these rogue cultivators ascended from the lower realms. Although they went through the cleansing pool and recovered their bodies to their peak state, this state wouldn't last for a long time. At most, it would last 10 to 15 years. If these rogue cultivators couldn't break through to the void refinement realm in these 15 years, then they would never be able to reach the void refinement realm in their lifetime. They would be destined to never become an expert and would have no value in nurturing them. Most of the rogue cultivators couldn't adjust their mentality after ascending. They didn't have a good cultivation method or a good cultivation environment. These reasons made it impossible for them to break through to the spirit refining return to void realm in these 15 years. It was even very difficult for them to break through to the spirit refining return to spirit realm. Just like Miao Zhendong and the others who had ascended to Sword Spirit World for more than 20 years, they were still in the spirit refining return to spirit realm. They might be able to break through to the spirit refining return to spirit realm in the future, but it was impossible for them to reach the spirit refining return to void realm. Those who couldn't reach the spirit refining return to void realm would only be low-level disciples to the major forces and would never be valued. If there was a conflict, they could only be used as cannon fodder. It was precisely because of this that an organization like Spirit Crab Island wouldn't spend effort to nurture these rogue cultivators. Although Spirit Crab Island itself was established by rogue cultivators, don't forget that the rogue cultivators who could establish such a large force like Spirit Crab Island were all extremely talented individuals. Moreover, they certainly wouldn't be lacking in scheming. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to establish such a force. Such people were often ambitious and ruthless characters. How could such characters take care of rogue cultivators wholeheartedly? Perhaps in their opinion, only experts who had emerged from competition and slaughter were qualified to enjoy their nurturing. The life and death of ordinary people like Miao Zhendong had nothing to do with them. Providing them a place to stay was already the greatest care they could give them. Zhao Hai stood outside the Spirit Crab Island's branch. He took a deep breath and said, "Ecstasy Gang's leader, Zhao Hai, requests an audience with Hall Master Guan." Guanxing's voice was heard, "Come in." Zhao Hai nodded and walked into the courtyard. Upon entering, Zhao Hai stared. This was because he discovered that some things were missing. Some of the things that Guanxing and the others used in the courtyard had disappeared. This made Zhao Hai stunned, then he became happy. At this time, Guanxing came out of the room along with several cultivators from the Spirit Crab Island. They all had smiles on their faces. When Guanxing saw Zhao Hai, he smiled and said, "Zhao Hai, you're here. This time, I'm here to tell you about the reward that the island has given you." "Hee, congratulations, you've become an outer disciple of our island." Upon hearing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be happy. He quickly saluted Guanxing and the others and said, "Thank you for your help, sirs." Zhao Hai is very grateful. Guanxing smiled and said, "You don't have to thank us." Guanxing smiled faintly, then he said, "You don't need to thank us, it was you who did it. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to help you. Zhao Hai, from today onwards, you are an outer disciple of Spirit Crab Island. At the same time, you are also the city lord of Tideview City. You are in charge of Tideview City. The gang will no longer interfere with the city's affairs. However, you need to hand over 500,000 gene of spirit rice and 2 million spirit crabs to the gang every year. As long as you can do this, we will no longer interfere with Tideview City's affairs. This is an order from the island master of Spirit Crab Island." Zhao Hai hastily said to Guanxing, "Yes, island lord's order." Guanxing took out a token and handed it over to Zhao Hai. "Zhao Hai, this is the city lord's token of Tideview City. From today onwards, Tideview City belongs to you. As long as you hand over the things that the gang needs, then the management of Tideview City will be up to you. But if you don't hand over the things that the gang needs, then the gang will punish you. The heaviest punishment would be demoting you to a service disciple and sending you back to the island. Do you understand?" Guanxing nodded and said, "That's right." Zhao Hai hastily replied, "Yes, sir. I understand." Guanxing nodded and handed the token to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai took the token. Guanxing looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. "Later on, you don't need to call me Lord, just call me Senior Brother. Everything about Tideview City is stored in this token. At the same time, you can also know how to use this token. You can enter Spirit Crab Island at any time and exchange for cultivation methods that outer disciples can learn. Moreover, you can also teach the people in the city. But you have to guarantee that the people in the city won't leave Spirit Crab Island and won't betray Spirit Crab Island. Moreover, the cultivation methods and spells that you exchange on the island need to be exchanged with spirit stones. Nothing is free. In other words, although you can't enjoy the benefits that outer disciples of Spirit Crab Island enjoy, you still have the authority of an outer disciple. Do you understand? Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, senior brother. I understand." What Guanxing said about the benefits and power of an outer court disciple was definitely not the same thing. The benefits of an outer court disciple were actually a lot. For example, every month they could receive a certain amount of crystal stones, a defensive robe, a certain amount of medicinal pills, and even free cultivation methods. These were the benefits of an outer court disciple, but Zhao Hai didn't have any of them. However, using spirit stones to exchange for cultivation methods, artifacts, and pills was the right of an outer disciple. Unless they made a big mistake, no one could stop an outer disciple from doing these things. If someone dares to stop them, then they would be violating the sect's rules and would be severely punished. And Zhao Hai had these rights. In other words, Zhao Hai couldn't get anything that could be obtained for free. Everything that could be bought with money could be bought by Zhao Hai. This was the difference between him and the outer disciples of Spirit Crab Island. But at the same time, it was impossible for an ordinary outer disciple of Spirit Crab Island to manage too many people, unless they were a steward. However, Zhao Hai could manage all the rogue cultivators in Tideview City. That was nearly 20,000 people. Such authority wasn't small at all. However, no outer disciple of Spirit Crab Island would want to come here to manage these rogue cultivators. This was because in their opinion, managing these rogue cultivators wasn't beneficial at all. These rogue cultivators could only do a few things, and everything that they did had a price tag. Even if they wanted to do something, it would be very difficult. If they really managed to get some benefits and force the rogue cultivators away, then they would be the ones to be punished if they couldn't complete their mission. In a place like Tideview City, the concentration of spiritual energy couldn't be compared to Spirit Crab Island. Therefore, no one was willing to come here. Even those who knew that they had no hope of advancing didn't want to manage a place like Tideview City. They would rather go home and establish their own family or stay on Spirit Crab Island to manage some odd job disciples. In fact, with the current situation of Spirit Crab Island, they wouldn't allow their disciples to come out at will. There was a very strange rule in Spirit Crab Island. Unless they were very talented, all the outer disciples of Spirit Crab Island had to reach the spirit refining realm. Only the odd job disciples could reach the chi refining realm. In other words, every outer disciple of Spirit Crab Island wasn't weak and could become the island's defensive force. If Spirit Crab Island were to let these outer disciples go home, then the island's strength would drop by a lot. Now that the Sword Spirit World situation was unstable, the island would only let their outer disciples return to the island. How could they let them out at will? There were a lot of strongholds like Tideview City on Spirit Crab Island. The reason why they put 10 outer disciples in each stronghold was because they were afraid that these strongholds would be attacked. If someone were to attack, then 10 people would be able to resist and then escape. If one person were to be attacked, then they would be killed. But now, Spirit Crab Island had begun to take back people. Because of this, there were rewards for rogue cultivators to become outer disciples of Spirit Crab Island and manage these strongholds. This way, Spirit Crab Island could still receive a large amount of resources every year. However, they didn't need to send people to manage these strongholds. This freed up a lot of manpower, which was very important for Spirit Crab Island. Guanxing looked at Zhao Hai, then he smiled faintly and said, "Zhao Hai, I'm very optimistic about you. Although you haven't ascended for a long time, the Ecstasy Gang listens to you. Moreover, you're able to make so many kinds of spells and receive rewards from the island. Therefore, your future won't be simple. Work hard and help the island manage Tideview City. The island won't mistreat you. If you go to Spirit Crab Island to study in the future, you can come and look for me, we're going back." Zhao Hai kept his fist towards Guanxing and said, "If senior brother Guan wants to go out of the island to carry out missions, then you must come to Tideview City. I'll take good care of you." Guanxing laughed, Then he patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, "All right, then it's settled. Zhao Hai, remember, completing the sex missions is very important. Don't be too harsh on rogue cultivators. Alright, we'll be leaving this place to you." After he said that, Guanxing and the others emitted a white light before disappearing in front of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the place where Guanxing and the others left and smiled faintly. Then he walked into the courtyard and carefully looked around. Although there were fewer things in the courtyard, most of them were still there. Guanxing and the others only took away some of their personal belongings. The other things, such as furniture, were all still there. This saved Zhao Hai a lot of trouble. The environment of the courtyard was really good. The spiritual qi in the courtyard was denser than in Tideview City. Moreover, the spiritual qi in the room was denser than outside. The place with the densest spiritual qi was Guanxing's room. Although the courtyard was very beautiful, Zhao Hai didn't plan to keep it like this. He planned to renovate the courtyard. However, the first step was to take control of Tideview City. After coming out of the courtyard, Zhao Hai directly returned to the Ecstasy Gang. The people of the gang were all waiting for Zhao Hai. They knew that Guanxing sent people to look for Zhao Hai. They also knew that the Spirit Crab Island's reward had arrived. They were just curious about what reward the island gave Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the people of the Ecstasy Gang and couldn't help but smile. Then he extended his hand and took out a token. Then he said, "Everyone, from today onwards, I'm the City Lord of Tideview City." Zhao Hai's words made everyone stare. Then they cheered. They thought that Zhao Hai might become the City Lord of Tidewatch City. But when this day really came, they couldn't help but feel shocked. At the same time, they were also very happy. Zhao Hai looked at the cheering crowd and smiled faintly. Then he put away the token. This wasn't just a token, it was also Zhao Hai's identity token. At the same time, it was also a portable transmission formation. However, it was a portable transmission formation with fixed coordinates. In other words, Zhao Hai could only use this token to teleport to Spirit Crab Island or back to Tideview City. It was impossible to teleport to other places. However, the most important function of this token was the management of Tideview City. If a rogue cultivator dared to disrespect the holder of this token, then they would be hunted down by Spirit Crab Island. When Wenhai came to Zhao Hai's side with a smile on his face and said, "Boss, this is great. Now that you're the city lord, Tideview City is ours. Tell me, what should we do next?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't be happy too early. Spirit Crab Island also gave us a rule that we have to hand over 500,000 gene of spirit rice and 2 million rock spirit crabs every year. If we don't hand over enough, then I'll be punished." When Wenhai wasn't worried at all. Instead, he laughed and said, "I'm not worried about this. I believe that you'll be able to solve it. There are only so many things in total. It won't be difficult for you. Boss, why don't you tell me what to do next? How can we control the entire Tide-Seeing City?" Zhao looked at Wen Wenhai's appearance and shook his head. Wen Wenhai's trust in him was unreserved, which made him very happy. All the gang masters of Tideview City were summoned to the courtyard of the Spirit Crab Islands branch. There were dozens of gangs in Tideview City, big and small. The gang masters of these gangs were all powerful characters. They were either stronger than others or had their own unique techniques that could suppress others. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to suppress others. One must know that the people of Tideview City all ascended from the lower realms. Each of them was a great character in the lower realms. If you didn't have any ability, how could you make them listen to you? Even if they had been in the sword spirit boundary for a long time and lost their pride, they would still counterattack at any time if you didn't have any ability. The gang masters still didn't know that Zhao Hai had become the city lord. It's unknown if Guanxing forgot or did it on purpose, but he didn't inform the gang masters that the city lord of Tideview City had changed. When the gang masters arrived at the city lord's courtyard, they saw Zhao Hai standing there. However, they didn't see anyone from the Spirit Crab Island. These people were surprised. They looked around and after a while, a cultivator who looked to be around 40 years old said, "You're Zhao Hai, right? The Ecstasy Gang's gangmaster? Where's the Spirit Crab Island, sir?" Zhao Hai looked at the person and said, "The Spirit Crab Island, sir, has already left. I'm the one who called you here today." When the person heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then everyone else was stunned. Then one of them angrily said, Zhao Hai, you're really bold. You actually dare to fake the city lord's order. Aren't you afraid of the punishment from the Spirit Crab Island? Zhao Hai looked at the person and smiled faintly. I didn't fake the city lord's order because I'm the city lord. Because of my contribution in planting the spirit rice, the Spirit Crab Island has already appointed me as the city lord of Tideview City. Then Zhao Hai took out the city lord's token and raised it above his head. The leaders' gazes were all focused on the token in Zhao Hai's hand. After a while, they looked at each other in dismay. They really didn't know what to say. After a while, Zhao Hai said, as you can see, I'm now the city lord of Tideview City. This is why I called you here. The leaders looked at each other, then they gave Zhao Hai a salute and said, we have seen the city lord. Zhao Hai looked at these people, then he smiled faintly and said, there's no need to be so polite. I called you here today because I have something to tell you. You have to make a decision. These people calmly looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, I'll give you two choices. Either you dissolve your gang and join the enchanting gang, or you die. When the leaders heard Zhao Hai, their expressions changed. Then they looked at Zhao Hai with vigilance. Zhao Hai stood there and looked at them calmly. After a while, one of the leaders said, City Lord, the Spirit Crab Island didn't say anything about disbanding our gang. What do you mean by this? Zhao Hai sneered and said, I'm now an outer disciple of the Spirit Crab Island. However, I'm also the City Lord of Tideview City and the leader of the Enchanting Gang. The Spirit Crab Island ordered that starting today, Tideview City will be disbanded. I feel that there have been too many fights in Tideview City for a long time. I don't want Tideview City to be in a state of chaos. Therefore, I want to end this chaos. You have two choices, surrender or die. The leaders looked at each other, their expressions turned ugly. They knew that Zhao Hai was serious this time. One must know that Zhao Hai was now an outer disciple of the Spirit Crab Island. If Zhao Hai wants to kill them, the Spirit Crab Island wouldn't care. However, if they dared to make a move against Zhao Hai, then the Spirit Crab Island would certainly deal with them. It can be said that they have been forced into a dead end, there was only one path left for them to take. However, they were reluctant to give up their position as leaders. At this time, one of the leaders opened his mouth and said, City Lord Zhao Hai, aren't you afraid that you won't be able to complete your mission? I remember that the Spirit Crab Island also gives you missions. Every year, you have to hand over a lot of things to the Spirit Crab Island. If you kill us, then who will complete your mission for you? If you can't complete your mission, how will you explain it to the Spirit Crab Island? Zhao Hai looked at the leader and smiled faintly. Do you really think that if you die, no one will work for me? Aren't you overestimating the loyalty of your people? Do you think that they won't work for me because of your death? The leader turned silent. Zhao Hai had hit their sore spot. If they died, then their gang would be smoothly taken over by Zhao Hai. They wouldn't have any influence on Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, I can tell you that if you join our ecstasy gang, then I can make you a hall leader. You can receive benefits every month. If you don't agree, then you can only die. Everyone turned silent, they knew that they didn't have the qualifications to resist Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai giving them a hall leader position was already giving them a lot of face. However, a smart person immediately reacted. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, City Lord Zhao Hai, the ecstasy gang doesn't need so many hall leaders, right? Do you really want all of us to be hall leaders? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, of course not. I can tell you that the ecstasy gang has already undergone a reform. Our ecstasy gang is now implementing a contribution point system. Moreover, we will also give out missions, allowing you to exchange cultivation methods. Moreover, I'm also preparing to deepen the reform of the ecstasy gang. Anyone who has reached the 8th level of qi refining can become an inner disciple of the ecstasy gang. As for those below the 8th level, they will become outer disciples. Some of you will become outer stewards, some of you will become inner stewards, and some of you will be in charge of miscellaneous tasks. In addition to these, there will also be refining rooms and alchemy rooms. These are all things that need to be managed, so there are a lot of positions for you. When these people heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then they understood why the ecstasy gang was so busy. It turned out that they were doing missions. At this time, a leader opened his mouth and said, "City Lord, does joining the Ecstasy Gang mean that you have to do missions? Wouldn't it be hard to survive in the Ecstasy Gang if you don't do missions?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "No, even if you don't do missions, you can still live well. It's just that your cultivation speed will be slower, and your cultivation method won't be as good as others. If you can endure this, and if you just want to eat and wait for death, then the gang won't care about you. On the contrary, the gang will be making some adjustments. Every month, everyone will receive a certain amount of benefits from the gang. Of course, these benefits can only guarantee your survival, nothing else can be guaranteed." Everyone understood what Zhao Hai meant, but they looked at each other and still didn't agree. Zhao Hai took out a jade slip and said, "I think you're worried that joining the Ecstasy Gang won't bring you any benefits. Take a look at this jade slip. All the cultivation methods in this jade slip can be exchanged in the gang. If you join the Ecstasy Gang, then as long as you have enough contribution points, you can exchange these cultivation methods. You can take a look at these cultivation methods and then decide if you want to join or not." Then Zhao Hai directly threw the jade slip to the nearest leader. After the leader received the jade slip, he immediately used his spiritual force to scan it. Before long, a shocked expression appeared on his face. After looking at the jade slip, the leader looked at Zhao Hai and said, "City Lord, is what you said true? All the cultivation methods in this jade slip can be exchanged in the gang?" Zhao Hai replied, "Of course it's true. All the cultivation methods in this jade slip can be exchanged in the gang. Right now, a lot of people in the Ecstasy Gang have already started to practice these cultivation methods." At this time, the jade slip was handed over to another leader. Zhao Hai didn't worry, he waited for everyone to look at the jade slip. This time, a trace of hesitation could be seen on their faces. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Decide, join the Ecstasy Gang or die." When these people heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but smile bitterly. Nobody wanted to die. Zhao Hai's words left them with no choice. Moreover, the conditions of the Ecstasy Gang weren't bad. Joining the gang wouldn't be a bad thing for them. In fact, there would be a lot of benefits. They would have better cultivation methods to practice. This was definitely a good thing for them. After thinking about this, everyone bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "We've seen the gang master. We're willing to join the Ecstasy Gang. This token contains a defensive formation. When you are in danger, this formation can help you block an attack from a Qi refining or deity realm expert. At the same time, it will show you how many contribution points you have and how many missions you have completed. If you are killed, the token will shatter and the gang will know. At the same time, the token will know who killed you and the gang will take revenge for you." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Since you are a member of the Soul Enchantment Gang, then the gang will know who killed you and the gang will take revenge for you. Then the gang will avenge you." Then Zhao Hai waved his hand, when Wen Hai came out of the courtyard and gave each of them a jade slip. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "You just need to drip a drop of blood on the jade slip. At the same time, you also need to send a trace of your spiritual force into the jade slip to confirm your identity. Everyone, please." Everyone looked at the jade slip in their hands in puzzlement. They didn't understand what Zhao Hai meant. According to Zhao Hai, this jade slip would bring them a lot of benefits. So why would Zhao Hai force them to confirm their identity? This was too unreasonable. However, they didn't have any other choice. People under the eaves have no choice but to lower their heads. Because of this, they immediately confirmed their identity. After confirming their identity, the method of using the jade slip as well as the functions of the jade slip were transmitted to their minds. Just like what Zhao Hai said, there was even a cultivation method that could help them cultivate. This made them very happy. Zhao looked at them and said, "Now that you are members of the Ecstasy Gang, I want you to immediately return to your previous gangs and have your people join the Ecstasy Gang. How about it? Are you sure you can do it?" When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they all replied in unison, "We will obey the gang lord's command. Rest assured, we will definitely have everyone join the Ecstasy Gang." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Go. If they agree to join the Ecstasy Gang, then take them to the northwest of the city. Take them to the Ecstasy Gang's encampment and receive their identity jade slips. At the same time, they need to understand the rules of the gang as well as the contribution points system. Maybe you can even get some contribution points. The group nodded, then they turned around and left. After they left, Wen Wenhai turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Boss, are they trustworthy? What if they run away after going back?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "They won't be able to run away. The transmission formation in Tideview City can no longer be used. Moreover, I've already opened the city's barrier, so they can't leave the city. Most importantly, do you think that their identity jade slips are the same as ours? If they show any disloyalty, then I can immediately use their identity jade slips to take their lives." When Wenhai heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but nod and said, "So it's like that. That's good. Boss, if they all join the Ecstasy Gang, then we would have more than 10,000 people. With so many people, we would need to pay a huge amount of contribution points every day. Can we afford it?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, as long as they all join our Soul Enchantment Gang, we'll immediately have them open up the spirit fields. We'll plant more spirit rice, and when the spirit rice matures, even if we don't sell it to Spirit Crab Island, we can still sell it to other places." "Right, send a letter to Chen Ming and have him inquire about his situation." When Wenhai nodded, then he prepared to send a letter to Ding Chunming. It can be said that before Zhao Hai arrived at the Sword Spirit boundary, Ding Chunming could be considered the Ecstasy Gang's #1 expert. The current situation of the Ecstasy Gang had a lot to do with him. But recently, Hu Yuan was in seclusion, so Ding Chunming was sent to protect Hu Yuan. Because of this, Ding Chunming wasn't in Tideview City. Naturally, he didn't see Zhao Hai. Hu Yuan's current location wasn't under Spirit Crab Island, but a small city under the Xia family's rule. However, this small city was directly managed by the Xia family. Moreover, Hu Yuan was working in one of the Xia family's shops. And with Xia Shu taking care of him, Hu Yuan's degree of freedom was very high. Because of this, Zhao Hai wasn't worried about Hu Yuan. However, it was impossible for him to see Hu Yuan in a short period of time. After all, Hu Yuan was in seclusion. However, Ding Chunming was secretly protecting Hu Yuan. Xia Yu didn't know that Ding Chunming was from the Ecstasy Empire. Although Ding Chunming was in Hu Yuan's small city, he wasn't with Hu Yuan, he was only secretly protecting Hu Yuan. Zhao Hai had Ding Chunming inquire about the small city's situation. He believed that Ding Chunming would do a good job. With the return of the leaders, the entire city boiled up. The people of Tidewatch City didn't think that Zhao Hai would become the city lord. Moreover, their leaders decided to surrender to Zhao Hai. For them, this was a very unexpected piece of news. Zhao Hai didn't think that he would become the city lord. However, these leaders weren't to be trifled with. They had been in control of their gangs for a long time, so naturally, they had their own methods. Therefore, although the people were surprised, they still decided to surrender to the Ecstasy Gang. After all, joining a gang was the same for them. After these people decided to join the Ecstasy Gang, the leaders led them to the Ecstasy Gang's encampment to receive their identity jade tokens. At the same time, they also learned about the contribution points system. Regarding the implementation of the contribution point system, these people didn't have any objections. After all, the Ecstasy Gang had already implemented the contribution point system for some time. They had also inquired about it from the elders of the Ecstasy Gang. They knew that the contribution point system was very beneficial to them, so they agreed. The distribution of jade tokens and the introduction of the contribution point system took a total of 5 days. After 5 days, the city finally calmed down. At this point, everyone had joined the Ecstasy Gang and became its members. Moreover, they also knew about the contribution point system. They also received some contribution points. This allowed the Ecstasy Gang to have 2,000 low-level cultivation methods. These 2,000 methods ranged from the first level of qi refining to the 5th level. There were even some that could only be practiced by those at the 8th level and above. Regarding this situation, Zhao was very happy. Then Zhao ordered a detailed reform of the entire Lost Soul Gang. Like Zhao said before, those who had reached the 8th stage of qi refining were now considered inner disciples. Those who had reached the 8th stage of qi refining were now considered outer disciples. The gang leaders, as well as Wen Wenhai and the others, all had their positions confirmed. Wen Wenhai and the others were now elders of the gang, as well as the other gang leaders. At the same time, they were also assigned to various departments. At this point, the ecstasy gang was divided into several halls. Moreover, the disciples were also assigned to different living areas. These people also defined their own areas of management. The management of the ecstasy gang was now officially on track. But this wasn't the end. Then Zhao Hai began to remodel the entire Tideview city. The people of different halls lived in different courtyards. Each hall had its own alchemy room, refining room, and training field. As for the inner disciples, they were under the management of the head steward. The head steward's courtyard was the center of the reconstruction. At the same time, the gang also had an inner scripture pavilion and an outer scripture pavilion. The inner scripture pavilion didn't only contain some of the gang's cultivation methods and spells, but also some jade slips about formations, refining tools, and refining pills. Moreover, the cultivation methods were much higher than the outer disciples. For example, the cultivation methods that can be cultivated by the 8th level of qi refining were not available in the outer scripture pavilion. Only the inner scripture pavilion had them. At the same time, the tasks that the inner disciples and outer disciples could take on were different. The tasks that the inner disciples could take on were more difficult. Of course, the rewards for completing the tasks would also be greater. On the other hand, the tasks that the outer disciples could complete were relatively easier. Naturally, the rewards would also be smaller. Because there were a lot of people and they were all cultivators. With the experience from the previous reconstruction, the reconstruction this time took even less time. In less than 10 days, the reconstruction of the entire Tideview city was completed. When the reconstruction was completed, the tide had already risen. The ecstasy gang's people had to go to the beach to catch rock spirit crabs. At this point, Zhao Hai already knew how to deal with the rock spirit crabs. It was very simple to deal with them. After they were caught, they only needed to store them in a place with a very low temperature for a day. Then the rock spirit crabs would enter a dormant state. In this dormant state, the rock spirit crabs could sleep for several years without being affected. Therefore, there was no need to send the rock spirit crabs back to Spirit Crab Island. They could be sent once a year or once a month as long as they completed the tasks given to them by the island. In Tideview City's Spirit Crab Island branch, there were several rooms dedicated to storing the rock spirit crabs. There were several formations in these rooms that could lower the temperature of the rooms. However, the energy source of these formations was crystal stones. Zhao didn't make any changes to the rooms. The rooms were very large and had a basement that could store countless rock spirit crabs. This was because the rooms had wooden shelves with wooden trays on them. These wooden trays were divided into squares, and each square could hold a rock spirit crab. Inside these squares, there was also some ice. This ice was placed in the squares all year round, and because of the low temperature, it wouldn't melt. This was the place where the rock spirit crabs were stored. Of course, those rooms had also been remodeled. Above the room, Zhao had added a few floors to it. It was now a warehouse dedicated to the ecstasy gang, and on the top floor was Zhao's place to rest. This time, the process of catching the rock spirit crabs went very smoothly. Zhao Hai divided the gang into 3 groups. The inner disciples were responsible for putting the rock spirit crabs into the warehouse, the outer disciples were responsible for catching them, and the outer disciples were responsible for transporting the rock spirit crabs back from the seaside. In these 10 days, the entire ecstasy gang was busy. Zhao Hai had been cultivating by the seaside. After 10 days, the ecstasy gang finally calmed down for 2 days. But after that, Zhao Hai ordered them to open up new land and prepare to plant spirit rice. At the same time, they also found some barren hills to plant bread trees, noodle trees, bamboo rice, and vegetables. In the seaside where the rock spirit crabs couldn't be caught, they opened up some fish farms and prepared to raise fish. The ecstasy gang was once again busy. However, the members of the gang were very happy because they felt that they had hope. Because of this, their lives were improved. Now, their food was improved, and their cultivation was improved as well. Because of this, they liked to be busy. Even the members of the ecstasy gang found out that the ecstasy gang had quietly started to provide them with medicinal pills. Although the pills provided were only for treating injuries, stopping bleeding, detoxifying, fasting, and other low-grade pills, this still made the members of the ecstasy gang very happy. In addition to the pills, there were also some low-grade artifacts that appeared in the ecstasy gang. These artifacts weren't very expensive, but they had a lot of uses. When these artifacts appeared, they were immediately sold out. This made the members of the ecstasy gang even more excited. Some of them even burst into tears after getting their hands on the artifacts. This was because at this time, they felt that they were cultivators and not fishermen who only knew how to catch crabs on the beach. Because of this change, the ecstasy gang went crazy. In just a few days, they reclaimed 10,000 mu of new land. Moreover, these new lands were turned into spirit fields. They also opened up 5 fish farms and put in a large number of fish. As for the bread tree and noodle tree, the planting of their own food had reached a crazy point. In just a few days, they had planted more than 10 hills. This was because Zhao had found out early and immediately stopped them. Otherwise, who knows how many more they would have planted. After being busy for 10 days, Zhao didn't let everyone leave. Instead, he called everyone together and told them that he had found a way to raise rock spirit crabs. He wanted to build a large crab farm. But this time, Zhao told them that he had found a way to raise rock spirit crabs. He wanted to build a large crab farm. But this time, Zhao told them that he had found a way to raise rock spirit crabs. This caused a sensation in the ecstasy gang. Everyone was excited. Under Zhao Hai's lead, they circled a large beach and prepared to breed rock spirit crabs. However, Zhao still had them encircle 2 more beaches, where they could breed the small fish and aquatic plants that the rock spirit crabs eat. These 2 areas were bigger, because the small fish and aquatic plants could also become food for the fish in the fish farm. Although these people hadn't reached the spirit refining realm, they were still experienced cultivators. This kind of work was very easy for them. After setting up these places, Zhao Hai first put the small fish that were used to feed the rock spirit crabs into the fish farm. This small fish was named Silver Barracuda by Zhao Hai. Because this small fish was silver white and shaped like a shuttle. Moreover, it seemed like they would never grow. Therefore, Zhao Hai gave them this name. As for the purple aquatic plants, Zhao Hai directly named them seaweed. Although the seaweed was completely different from the seaweed that Zhao Hai used to eat, he still gave it this name. After the people of the ecstasy gang took care of these matters, the 100 mu of rice that they planted before could finally be harvested. Zhao Hai immediately led the people to the rice farm and harvested all the rice. After threshing, they began to grow seedlings. This was because although they had reclaimed a lot of fields and turned them into spirit fields, because they didn't have rice, the spirit fields were still empty. Now, they could finally be planted. After a day of growing seedlings, Zhao Hai led the people to plant all the spirit fields. Fortunately, everyone was a cultivator, so they worked much faster than ordinary people. It only took a day for all the fields to be planted. After that, they began to issue tasks to the outer court disciples to look after the spirit fields. This time, there were a lot of people looking after the spirit fields. Because there were too many spirit fields, not only would they be rewarded with contribution points, they would also be able to learn the spirit rain technique, spirit soil technique, golden needle technique, and spirit wind technique. Moreover, their contribution points would increase accordingly, allowing them to look after the spirit fields with peace of mind. After planting all of the spirit fields, the ecstasy gang's work finally came to an end. Although they still needed to raise the rock spirit crabs, this matter wasn't urgent. After all, the rock spirit crab's food requirements were very special. Before the silver barracuda and seaweed grow enough to feed the crabs, it would be impossible to raise rock spirit crabs. When the ecstasy gang finally had some free time, they suddenly discovered that their living environment had undergone earth-shaking changes. In the past, they could only eat fish. But now, they can eat bamboo rice, bread, noodles, vegetables, and fish. In the past, their income was only from raising rock spirit crabs. But now, every month, they have a fixed amount of contribution points. They can farm, do tasks, catch rock spirit crabs, and even request alchemy tasks from the gang. If you know how to refine, you can request alchemy tasks from the gang. If you know how to refine, you can request alchemy tasks from the gang. The gang will provide you with materials and places, but the things you refine must be sold to the gang. With the increase in income, their cultivation speed had also increased a lot. Because of the help of the identity jade token, their cultivation speed was now much faster than before. However, the ecstasy gang didn't have nothing to do just because they were idle. On the contrary, they had a lot of things to do. Some people started to do tasks, some people started to practice new cultivation methods. A lot of people exchanged for new cultivation methods from the gang, but they didn't have time to practice them. Now, they can finally practice. It can be said that with the end of the busy period, the ecstasy gang was officially on the right track. Even if Zhao Hai wasn't present, the ecstasy gang wouldn't make any mistakes. However, Zhao Hai can't leave yet. This was because besides him, there were no experts in the gang. He was still somewhat worried. Moreover, Zhao Hai has already thought about it. After some time, when the rock spirit crabs are really cultivated, he would go to Spirit Crab Island to see the situation there. Just as Zhao Hai was thinking about this, he suddenly received a letter. This letter was sent to him by Ding Chunming. Ding Chunming told Zhao Hai that Hu Yuan had finished his seclusion and had come out. Moreover, he wanted to see Zhao Hai. Hu Yuan's seclusion took nearly 5 months. Zhao Hai and the others had already ascended to the Sword Spirit Realm for 3 months. However, according to Ding Chunming, Hu Yuan's current situation was very good. He had already broken through to the Qi refining realm. Zhao Hai and the others were all in the Sword Spirit Realm. Hu Yuan was the first person in the entire Lost Soul Empire to ascend, and the time he took to ascend was also the longest. If he didn't have some good things on him, he wouldn't have been able to break through to the Qi refining realm. But now that he broke through, it was a good thing. Zhao Hai prepared to go see Hu Yuan. Since Hu Yuan was under Xia Shu's care, it was impossible for him to leave the small city. However, Zhao Hai can go see him. After all, Xia Yu's status in the Xia clan was very high. It was impossible for him to pay attention to Hu Yuan. After Zhao replied to Ding Chunming's letter, he immediately summoned Wen Wenhai and some of the other members of the gang. After everyone arrived, Zhao looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, I called everyone here today because I have something to tell you. I have to leave the gang for a period of time, so I'll have to ask you to take care of the gang during this time." Wen Wenhai nodded and said, "Everyone, I called everyone here today because I have something to tell you." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, everyone couldn't help but stare. Then an uproar broke out. Zhao Hai's prestige in the gang was very high. Everyone knew that it was under Zhao Hai's leadership that they were able to reach where they are today. Now that Zhao Hai wanted to leave, they naturally couldn't feel relieved. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Quiet." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, everyone slowly calmed down. Then one of the elders said, "Gang Lord, are you really going to leave? When will you be back?" Zhao Hai replied, "It won't take long before I return. You don't need to worry, I still have some things to take care of. While I'm gone, you have to take care of the house, the spirit fields, the fish farm, the silver barracuda, and the seaweed. These are the most important sources of income for the Lost Soul Gang in the future." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I'll be back soon." Everyone nodded. Then Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Before, everything in the gang was done by me. The pills and artifacts that you use were all refined by people. But now, there are people in the gang who are trying to refine pills. This is a good thing for them. You have to support them, this will be very beneficial to the development of the gang. But remember, we shouldn't have too much contact with the people in the big cities. Although we belong to the Spirit Crab Island, the situation in the Sword Spirit world isn't very stable. If people know that we can produce so much spirit rice, then we will become a piece of fat meat in everyone's eyes. When the time comes, I'm afraid that even the Spirit Crab Island wouldn't be able to protect us. Since we don't have the ability to protect ourselves, keeping a low profile is necessary." Everyone thoughtfully listened to Zhao Hai's words. Recently, they were very happy. This was because their lives had improved a lot. And this improvement made them feel like they were floating in the air. This made their hearts a little wild. Some people even wanted to exchange some crystals from the gang and then go to the big cities to spend. But now, after hearing Zhao Hai's words, they understood that although they were doing well, their strength was still very weak. If they lose the protection of the Spirit Crab Island, then they would just be a piece of meat in the eyes of others. Therefore, it was better for them to be careful. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and then said, Do you know how many targets the Spirit Crab Island set for us every year? I can tell you, it's 500,000 gene of spirit rice and 2 million rock spirit crabs. Do you know why there are only 2 million rock spirit crabs? It's because we can grow spirit rice. The Spirit Crab Island wanted us to hand over 500,000 gene of spirit rice because they wanted us to put more effort into growing spirit rice. However, they wouldn't even dream that we would be able to produce 10,000 mu of spirit rice. But I've also seen that the yield of these 10,000 mu of spirit rice wouldn't be too high, it might even be a little lower. Although these spirit rice fields were made using spirit rice methods, because of the country's soil, the yield would be lower. But even so, it wouldn't be a problem for us to harvest a few million gene of spirit rice each season. And in a year, there would be 3 months that wouldn't be suitable for growing spirit rice. Excluding the time for threshing and seedlings, we would be able to harvest 6 seasons of spirit rice a year. 6 seasons, that's tens of millions of gene of spirit rice. Do you know what these tens of millions of gene of spirit rice mean to the Spirit Crab Island? If we hand over 500,000 gene of spirit rice, then they would be very happy. If we hand over a few million gene, then I'm afraid that the Spirit Crab Island would immediately send people to receive us. And we wouldn't need to do anything else, we'll just plant spirit rice every day. Therefore, we can't let the people of the Spirit Crab Island know about this. If we can't even let the people of the Spirit Crab Island know about this, then there's no need to talk about other people. If other people know about this, then we'll be in even more danger. Therefore, this matter must be kept a secret. Do you understand? Understood, Gang Master can rest assured. When everyone heard Zhao Hai, their hearts shook. Then they responded with a deep voice. Zhao Hai nodded, then he sighed and said, I can tell you that the Ecstasy Gang will develop in the future. I want the Ecstasy Gang to develop into a force that isn't any worse than the Spirit Crab Island. It might even be stronger than the Spirit Crab Island. However, this doesn't mean that we have to do anything to the Spirit Crab Island. We can still provide things to the Spirit Crab Island, but we must have our own independence. If we can't have our own independence, then we can only be controlled by others. Aside from Wenhai's group, everyone else was stunned. They didn't think that Zhao Hai's ambition would be so great. He actually said that he wants to develop the Ecstasy Gang into a force that surpasses the Spirit Crab Island. This was too shocking. Because of this, I arranged for Wenhai and the others to enter the Sword Spirit world first before coming to Tideview City. At that time, I gave them the task of finding a relatively safe place to settle down. Naturally, they did well. But before I ascended, I received news that the situation in the Sword Spirit world has become unstable. The 72 islands of the South Sea might get involved. If that happens, then this place wouldn't be safe. But now, it seems like the situation in the Sword Spirit world won't change that quickly. This gives us time to develop and strengthen ourselves. If the situation in the Sword Spirit world changes one day, then we would have the ability to protect ourselves. We wouldn't be easily captured by Spirit Crab Island as cannon fodder. Do you understand? Zhao Hai nodded and said, I'm going to tell you the truth. But before I ascended, I received news that the situation in the Sword Spirit world has become unstable. The 72 islands of the South Sea might get involved. If that's the case, then this place wouldn't be safe. Do you understand? Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, everyone couldn't help but stare. Then their expressions turned cold. They understood what Zhao Hai meant. If the situation in the Sword Spirit realm is unstable and the 72 islands of the South Sea are involved, then people like them might really become cannon fodder. Moreover, they didn't have the ability to resist. Therefore, they understood what Zhao Hai meant. They were people who ascended, they had limitless glory in the lower realms. However, their limitless glory came from stepping on countless people. They had seen a lot of people with low strength who were treated as cannon fodder. Now that they were in the Sword Spirit realm, they were just like those people in the past. If something were to happen in the Sword Spirit realm, then they would certainly become cannon fodder. This was something that they had done before, so they naturally understood what Zhao Hai meant. Zhao looked at the crowd and said, after I leave, Wenhai will make some changes to the transmission formation. The transmission formation will only allow people to enter and not leave. I hope you can understand. At the same time, you have to tell the people in the gang that we are now in the same group. I hope everyone can understand my decision. Yes, Sect Lord can rest assured. Everyone will understand. With a flash of white light, Zhao Hai appeared in a transmission formation. Then he looked around and saw a small city by the sea. The city wasn't very big, but compared to Tideview City, it was much more lively. Cultivators could be seen everywhere. These cultivators were just like ordinary people. Some were shopping, some were hawking, and some were just watching. The entire city was very lively. Zhao Hai looked at the transmission formation. Besides the cultivators, there were also a lot of shops. Some of these shops specialized in selling pills, some specialized in magic artifacts, and some even sold cultivation methods. There were also all kinds of material stores, taverns, and restaurants. This really surprised Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai left the transmission formation and slowly walked forward. He knew that this small city was actually a market under the name of the Great Desolate Island. Hu Yuan worked in the Great Desolate Island spirit plant shop. His main job was to take care of the spirit plants that weren't sold. This was in line with Hu Yuan's profession. But because of Xiaoyu's care, Hu Yuan didn't have much work to do. Moreover, his work in the shop was very free. Of course, at the very beginning, Hu Yuan also received some disdain. Those people in the spirit plant shop thought that Hu Yuan was a person who took crystals but did not do anything. Naturally, they did not treat him well. Although they did not go so far as to speak sarcastically to him, no one liked Hu Yuan. But later on, Hu Yuan showed his skills as a plant master. This was amazing. One must know that the most important thing in the shop wasn't the people, but the spirit plants. These spirit plants were very useful. Some could be used to refine pills, some could be used to refine magic artifacts, and some could even be directly absorbed by people to replace something in the body. This would make people more powerful. They could even be used to replace damaged blood vessels in the body, allowing people to recover faster without any side effects. It was because of the magical properties of these spirit plants that they were very popular. If there was a problem with a spirit plant, then the people in the store would be punished. 3 months after Hu Yuan joined the spiritual plant shop, a spiritual plant in the shop suddenly had a problem. This frightened the people in the shop. Fortunately, Hu Yuan acted in time. After communicating with the spiritual plant, he found out what was wrong with the spiritual plant. He used his body's natural energy to cure the spiritual plant, preventing the shop from suffering any losses. After this incident, the people in the shop became more enthusiastic towards Hu Yuan. Hu Yuan's status in the shop became higher and he had more freedom. After so many years, Hu Yuan had always been in the store. Although he wasn't the manager yet, his position in the store was very high. It was precisely because of this that he could go into seclusion whenever he wanted. However, Ding Chunming didn't go directly to the spirit plant shop. Instead, he went to a small alley behind the spirit plant shop. There were some small courtyards in the alley where cultivators from the city lived. These cultivators would usually find some work in the city to earn some spirit stones to support themselves. Ding Chunming lived in this alley. Zhao Hai entered the alley and looked at the doors. Finally, in front of a door, he saw a sign that wasn't very obvious. Zhao Hai went over and then gently knocked on the door. The door quickly opened and Ding Chunming came out. When Ding Chunming saw Zhao Hai, he immediately became excited and said, "Young master, you're finally here. Come in." Zhao Hai nodded and then followed Ding Chunming into the room. Upon entering the room, Zhao Hai discovered that this should be Ding Chunming's resting place. The room wasn't very big, it only had 2 entrances. The interior was used for sleeping. There was only enough space for a bed, a cabinet, and a small table. There was nothing else. On the outside, there was a square table, a few stools, and a small stove. It was very simple. Zhao Hai turned his head to Ding Chunming and smiled faintly. "Chunming, it's been hard on you. This place is so simple, yet you still managed to stay here for so long. It's been hard on you." Ding Chunming smiled and said, "Young master, this is nothing. In the past, when I went out to train, I slept in the wilderness for several months. At that time, I was fine, let alone here. Young master, please take a seat." Zhao Hai nodded, then he sat down on the bench and said, "When did Grandpa come out of seclusion? Did he really reach the spirit refining realm?" Ding Chunming nodded and said, "Yes, Grandfather came out this morning. He has already reached the spirit refining realm. Therefore, he wants to see young master and see what plans you have." Zhao Hai nodded, then he let out a long breath and said, "I haven't seen Grandfather for many years. Is he doing well?" Ding Chunming smiled and said, "Good, very good. Young master doesn't need to worry. However, Grandfather is currently in the store dealing with some matters. It's not convenient for him to meet you. Young master, you can wait here for a while. Once Grandfather is done dealing with the matters in the store, he will immediately come and see you." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Ding Chunming and said, "Chunming, what about the matter I told you to do before?" Ding Chunming said in a deep voice, "Young master, I have already inquired about it. For large grain transactions, the most suitable place is actually the auction. Only at the auction can we sell a large amount of grain, and no one will know the source of the mission. This is because the auction only sells things, and they will not ask about the identity of the auctioneer or the origin of the items. However, in small places, there are no auctions, only some big cities have them. The closest auction to us is in the Sword in Tent City." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Sword in Tent City is the closest to us. However, it's also the most likely place to be targeted by the Spirit Crab Island. That place won't do. We need to find a place further away from Sword in Tent City." Ding Chunming said in a deep voice, "That's not a problem. As long as young master takes the teleportation array, you can reach any big city in the Sword Spirit world. It doesn't matter if it's the Buddhist sect's territory or the Tao sect's territory." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "It seems like this is the only way. I think we can ask Grandfather to help us collect some information. Then we can decide where to go for the grain transaction." Ding Chunming nodded, then he said, "Actually, young master, you don't need to do this. Aside from the 72 islands in the Southern Sea, other places don't care about spirit rice. This is because they don't lack spirit rice. Only the 72 islands in the Southern Sea lack spirit rice. In other places, spirit rice isn't very valuable." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Is there no one selling it?" Ding Chunming shook his head and said, "I don't know about this. However, it's rare to hear about an auction house that has a large amount of spirit rice for sale." Zhao Hai frowned, this wasn't what he wanted to see. Those big auction houses didn't have any spirit rice for sale. If he suddenly appeared, it would certainly attract the attention of some people. Moreover, it was possible that spirit rice wasn't important in the past. But now, the Sword Spirit Realm's situation was unstable. Nobody would dare to look down on spirit rice. The reason why Zhao Hai had this idea was because he knew that the current situation in the continent was very unstable. Sects were preparing for war. Although spirit rice wasn't the most sought after, there would still be people who would want it if it was put out. However, the problem now was that if a large amount of spirit rice were to be sold, it would certainly attract the attention of some people. In a place like the Sword Spirit Realm, if those big sects wanted to investigate, then it would be very simple. This was what made Zhao Hai feel the most difficult. However, Zhao Hai still decided that once the spirit rice matures, he would go to the big cities to trade. Otherwise, the ecstasy gang wouldn't have a stable source of income. This was indeed a problem. But before that, Zhao Hai also needed to deal with the spirit rice fields. If the people of Spirit Crab Island were to know about this, then they wouldn't be able to sell their spirit rice. Spirit Crab Island would certainly take away all of their spirit rice. Although they wouldn't treat them badly, they would only be able to grow spirit rice in the future. Moreover, the attention of the Spirit Crab Island would certainly be focused on them. This would be very detrimental to their future development. In order to get rid of this situation, Zhao Hai made this decision. Although there would be some risks in doing so, this was a risk that they must bear. In any case, the ecstasy gang must remain independent and under his control. Otherwise, there would be no way to carry out his plan. Zhao Hai had no choice but to do so. Although Zhao Hai and Hu Yuan hadn't seen each other for a long time, he wasn't in a hurry. In any case, he would be able to see Hu Yuan, so there was nothing to be anxious about. He sat in the room and chatted with Ding Chunming while calmly waiting for Hu Yuan. When afternoon came, Ding Chunming suddenly stood up and said to Zhao Hai, "Young master, Grandpa has come out. I'll take you to see him." Zhao Hai nodded, then he followed Ding Chunming outside. Before long, the two arrived in front of a small tavern in the city. Then they directly entered the tavern. The tavern looked small, but the space inside wasn't small. Moreover, it was actually a restaurant. After Zhao Hai and the others entered, a waiter immediately greeted them. The waiter gave a salute to Zhao Hai and Ding Chunming and said, "Do the two of you want to have a meal? Do you want a private room or in the lobby?" Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "We're looking for someone. You can go down." Then he followed Ding Chunming upstairs. The waiter didn't follow them, he just retreated to the side. There weren't many people who didn't have good eyesight. When they saw Zhao Hai's appearance, they knew that he wanted to meet someone, but didn't want them to know. Therefore, the waiter naturally didn't want to be an eyesore. Zhao Hai and Ding Chunming went upstairs. There were private rooms upstairs, but there wasn't anyone in the corridor. Zhao Hai and Ding Chunming went forward and stopped in front of a room. Then Ding Chunming directly pushed the door open and went inside. After Zhao Hai and Ding Chunming entered the room, they immediately saw Hu Yuan sitting inside. Hu Yuan didn't look any different from what Zhao Hai remembered. Hu Yuan's face was ruddy, his hair was a lot darker, and he looked more spirited. Hu Yuan also saw Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai quickly waved his hand and closed the door. Then he waved his hand and a barrier covered the room. Zhao Hai turned to Hu Yuan and said, "Grandfather, I finally see you." Then Zhao Hai went over and hugged Hu Yuan. Hu Yuan also laughed, then he patted Zhao Hai's back and said, "Good child, I finally see you here. Good, good. Come, sit down." Zhao Hai nodded and then sat down with Hu Yuan. Hu Yuan looked at Zhao Hai, then he nodded and said, "Good. Have you dealt with the matter in the lower realms?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, I've dealt with it. Grandfather, you don't need to worry." "Grandfather, how are you? How was your seclusion this time? Did the people of the Great Desolate Island make things difficult for you?" Hu Yuan smiled and said, "How could that be? Mr. Xia took good care of me, so how could he make things difficult for me? You don't need to worry about me. Tell me about your situation. You've ascended for a few months now, how is your situation?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Grandpa, you don't need to worry. My situation is very good. Now that Tideview City is under our control, all the rogue cultivators in the city have become our ecstasy gangs people. I'm preparing to turn Tideview City into our base. When we're not strong enough, we can use Tideview City as our center and slowly develop. In any case, there are no spirit veins there. As long as we hand over everything to Spirit Crab Island, the people of Spirit Crab Island wouldn't investigate Tideview City. This is also good for us, we can get shelter from Spirit Crab Island. Isn't it good?" "Ha ha ha, kid, you're really resourceful. You've only been in the Sword Spirit realm for a few months and you've already made such a big scene. Not bad at all. You're much better than this old man. Do well there. If you can't do it, then go to the Great Desolate Island. I think that Mr. Xia will still take care of us. Grandpa, rest assured, I know what to do. This time, I came here mainly to see Grandpa, and also to ask for Grandpa's help. Grandpa, can you inquire around the market and see if there's an auction house that's a bit safer? The information of the guests will be kept secret. We've planted a lot of spirit rice, but I don't want to give all of it to the Spirit Crab Island. I'm going to sell some of it myself, but if I sell a lot of it, it will attract attention. Therefore, I want to take this spirit rice to an auction house. What do you think, Grandpa? In fact, this matter is very simple. As long as you go to the big cities and walk around the auction house, it won't take long for someone to contact you. Those people are professional brokers, they can help you do a lot of things. If you have something that you don't want people to know about, you can hand it over to those brokers and have them sell it at the auction house. They will only take a portion of the commission, but they won't reveal your identity." Zhao Hai nodded his head and said, "That's right. In fact, this matter is very simple. You just need to go to those big cities and walk around the auction house." Brokers? Zhao Hai didn't think that there would be brokers in this world. Moreover, they specialized in selling things. This made him very surprised. Do these brokers really not betray their employers? Zhao Hai was still somewhat worried about these brokers. One must know that brokers only care about benefits, nothing else. Hu Yuan smiled faintly and said, right, brokers absolutely won't betray their employers. In fact, all the brokers in the continent belong to the same organization. Most people wouldn't dare to make a move against them. Even the great sects wouldn't find it easy to investigate them. This is because if the great sects investigate too much, then the brokers would rather commit suicide than betray their employers. Zhao Hai stared, then he said, are they really that powerful? They would rather commit suicide than betray their employers? Hu Yuan nodded and said, I also heard about this from people. I heard that when these brokers receive business, they would generally do it alone. But when they receive business, they would report it to their organization. If someone investigates this matter, then their organization would help them settle the matter. If the organization can't do it, then they would find a way to kill the broker. This way, they wouldn't betray their employers. It's precisely because of this credibility that this broker organization has become more and more prosperous. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, I understand. As long as this organization exists, then I can use another identity to meet them. This way, they wouldn't be able to find me. Hu Yuan nodded and said, good, that's a good idea. Little Hai, you can go back and develop the ecstasy gang. You can leave the matters here to me. Recently, I've been thinking of accepting 2 disciples. They have no hope of improving their strength, but they don't have any means to make a living. I'll teach them how to take care of plants. In the future, they will have a craft. Moreover, I also want to have them join the ecstasy gang. What do you think? What do you think? Zhao Hai thought for a moment, then he nodded and said, all right, Grandpa, you can do as you see fit. Grandpa, do you need anything to cultivate here? Medicinal pills or Dharma artifacts, I'll prepare them for you after we return. Hu Yuan shook his head and said, there's no need, the things I have are enough for me to cultivate. You don't need to worry about me. Come, we haven't seen each other for a long time. Let's have a meal together, then you and Chunming can go back. I'm not safe here, this is the Xia family's territory, nobody would dare to touch me. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Grandfather, could it be that you are now an outer disciple of the Xia family? Hu Yuan smiled and nodded, that's right, I'm now an outer disciple of the Xia family. Hee, everyone who works in the Xia family store was originally just an odd job disciple. Only those who have reached the spirit refining stage can become an outer disciple of the Xia family. Now, I can exchange a lot of things from the Xia family, and my monthly benefits have also increased. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's good. I'll leave with Chunming tomorrow. Before I leave, I'll buy some things in the city, such as Dharma artifacts and cultivation methods. There should be a lot of these things in the city. Hu Yuan nodded and said, of course there are a lot of these things in the city, but it's still better for you to bring some materials back. There are even more of these things in the city. There are a lot of people who set up stalls outside, and they have a lot of materials in their hands. The price of these materials isn't high, but their quality isn't bad. Most of those stalls are rogue cultivators, they rely on the market to make a living. They buy materials from outside and then use them for their own cultivation. They are all people who have a hard life. Zhao Hai nodded, then he pulled Hu Yuan and said, so there are people like this in the market. But this is also good, I can bring some materials back. Come, grandfather, let's eat. Then Zhao Hai and Hu Yuan ate while chatting. The two hadn't seen each other for a long time, so naturally they had a lot to talk about. After chatting for more than 2 hours, Zhao and Ding Chunming left. The two of them were the first to leave, and when they were half gone, Hu Yuan left as well. Zhao Hai and Ding Chunming returned to Ding Chunming's room and rested for the night. The next morning, Zhao Hai and Ding Chunming went to the market to make some purchases. First, they went to a cultivation method shop and bought a lot of low-level cultivation methods. Then they went outside and bought a lot of materials. Then they took the transmission formation and left. Their actions didn't arouse any suspicion. This was because there were a lot of small cultivation clans that did the same thing as Zhao Hai and Ding Chunming. Buying cultivation methods and materials from small shops wasn't strange at all. Zhao Hai and Ding Chunming returned to Taiview City. The city was still very normal, nothing happened. Zhao Hai gave Ding Chunming an identity card, making him an official member of the Ecstasy Gang. On the other hand, Ding Chunming was still doing his old job, becoming Zhao Hai's guard. At the same time, Zhao Hai gave Qin Yan a mission. He wanted Qin Yan to go to the big cities and inquire about brokers. At the same time, Zhao Hai also wanted Qin Yan to go to the big cities and learn more about the auction houses. People like Qin Yan were born with the ability to communicate with people. They were the best at dealing with people from all walks of life. That was why Zhao gave this task to him. Qin Yan was really talented in this aspect. After giving such an order to Qin Yan, Zhao began to focus his attention on the development of the Ecstasy Gang. Now that the Ecstasy Gang was developing very well, it was almost time to catch the rock spirit crabs. Of course, Zhao wouldn't give up the opportunity to catch rock spirit crabs. He would still catch rock spirit crabs and put them in the rock spirit crab pond. He would let the rock spirit crabs breed on their own, so that they would have a place that would provide them with a steady supply of rock spirit crabs. In order to breed rock spirit crabs, Zhao Hai prepared a lot of land. Along with the silver barracuda and seaweed farms, as well as ordinary fish farms, almost all of Tideview City's beaches had been set up. And now, the Ecstasy Gang was finally on the right track. With more than 10,000 people, they began to operate in an orderly manner. The members of the Ecstasy Gang suddenly discovered that they could cultivate like this in the upper realm. On the 7th day after Zhao Hai returned from Hu Yuan's place, when Wen Hai suddenly said to Zhao Hai, "Boss, there's someone in the gang who wants to see you." He's the former leader of the Sharp Sword Gang. Now, he's an external steward. When Zhao Hai heard Wen Hai, he stared. Then he asked in confusion, "Oh? Why does he want to see me?" When Wen Hai replied, "It sounds like it's something important." "Boss, do you want to see him?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment before replying, "Why wouldn't I? No matter what, he's still a steward of the Ecstasy Gang. If he wants to see me, how can I not see him? Tell him to come." When Wen Hai nodded and immediately went to call him. Before long, a man around 40 years old followed Wen Hai into the room. When Zhao Hai saw this person, he immediately recognized him. This was one of the leaders that Zhao Hai subdued when he became the city lord of Tideview City. Although this person didn't speak, Zhao Hai still had some impression of him. When the person entered Zhao Hai's room, he immediately saluted Zhao Hai and said, "Greetings, gang leader." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "There's no need to be so polite. I heard that you wanted to see me. What's the matter?" The person immediately replying to the gang leader, "I came to see you this time because I have something to tell you. Gang leader, there are some people in our gang who are in contact with outsiders and have leaked some information about our gang. They might not know that it's a secret. Moreover, they have good intentions and want to recruit these people into our gang. But I think that if this goes on, our gang's situation will be exposed to outsiders. If those big forces find out, it might bring us trouble." When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked deeply at the person and said, "You're called Feng Jinggan, right? How did you know about this?" Feng Jinggan immediately replied, "Yes, sect master. My name is Feng Jinggan. I heard about this by accident. The person who spread the news is now guarding the spirit field. He is very loyal to the sect. The reason why he told others about the sect was because he wanted them to join us. However, I think that it wouldn't be good if too many people knew about this." Feng Jinggan nodded, "Yes, sect master, I'm Feng Jinggan." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Your response to this problem is very timely. Right now, we can't let outsiders know too much about the gang's situation." "Right, do you know how they get in touch with the people outside? Are they using transmission formations?" "That's not right. I've already sealed the teleportation array. Unless you have my permission, you can't use the teleportation array." Feng Jinggan replying to the gang leader's question, "They don't use transmission formations. They use spells to communicate with the outside world. Communication spells are very common. The gang has a lot of them. With our strength, although we can't use them frequently, we can still use them a few times a day." Zhao Hai nodded. He had forgotten about communication spells. In fact, communication spells were very common in the sword spirit realm. Moreover, they were used by many cultivators. This was because communication spells were very convenient and fast. Sometimes, communication spells were faster than transmission formations. However, at the same time, Zhao Hai couldn't help but frown. If the ecstasy gang wants to expand, then they would need to recruit more people. However, using this method to recruit people was very risky. If the other party were to spread the news about the ecstasy gang, then it wouldn't be good for the gang. However, if Zhao Hai doesn't allow people to communicate with the outside world, then it would be unreasonable. Who doesn't have friends outside? If you completely forbid people from communicating with the outside world, then it would be the same as locking them up. This would cause a lot of backlash. However, allowing them to communicate with the outside world would also leak the gang's secrets. This gave Zhao Hai a headache. Wen Hai, you and Jin Gong go and call the people who are in contact with the outside world. I have something to say to them. At the same time, you give an order to the gang members. They can contact the outside world, but they must not reveal the gang's current situation. They can call people over, but they must not reveal the gang's current situation. Zhao Hai frowned and thought for a long time. In the end, he decided to use gentle means to deal with this matter. After all, the ecstasy gang hadn't been established for a long time. The gang members weren't completely loyal. If they were to be dealt with too harshly, then it would have a negative impact. When Wen Hai and Feng Jinggan nodded before they turned around and left. Zhao Hai sat there and thought for a while before he muttered, if we become famous in the future, then using the name Ecstasy Gang wouldn't be good. It seems like I'll have to change the name. When Zhao Hai met with Hu Yuan, he suddenly thought that Xiaoyu's status in the Xia family wasn't low. If Xiaoyu knew that there was an Ecstasy Gang on Spirit Crab Island, and that his name was Zhao Hai, then he might think of Zhao Hai. Because of this, Zhao Hai wanted to change the name of the Ecstasy Gang. However, this matter wasn't urgent. It wouldn't be too late to change it after some time. In any case, changing the name wouldn't have any effect on the gang. Before long, when Wen Hai and Feng Jinggan led several people to Zhao Hai's room. Zhao Hai looked around and saw a total of 5 people. They didn't look very old, and their expressions were somewhat nervous. Seeing their expressions, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "All right, don't be nervous. I called you here today because I want to ask you something. Have you been in contact with the outside world these past few days?" The group nodded, then one of them said, "Yes, Gang Lord. We've been in contact with people from the outside world. It's mainly because the people we contacted are from the same plane as us. Some of them ascended before us, some of them ascended after us. Their living places are also similar to Tideview City. Some of them live in other places, some near city squares, and some in small towns. Life is very difficult for them. Because of this, we've been in contact with them and wanted them to join our gang." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "You did the right thing. If the soul captivating gang wants to grow, then we need more people to join us. You didn't make a mistake in this regard. But there's one thing I want to ask you. When you contacted them, what did you say? For example, how much we can produce, how many cultivation methods we have, what kind of specialties we have. Did you tell them about these?" Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the group's expression couldn't help but change. One of them immediately knelt down and said, "Please punish us, Gang Lord. We told them everything. We didn't know that these things needed to be kept secret, so we told them everything." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Then do you know their current situation?" The group stared for a moment before the first one replied, "Reporting to Gang Lord, the person who contacted me ascended later than me. He has a good relationship with me since we were in the lower realm. After coming to the Sword Spirit boundary, I took care of him. However, at that time, he didn't join Tideview City and was making a living near a market square. His life wasn't very good. I heard from him that he's now with some rogue cultivators, he's looking for herbs and hunting beasts for a living. Sometimes, he's helping people in the market square. His income isn't high. Because of this, I told him about the Ecstasy Gang and wanted him to join us. He agreed and said that he wants to join us and will come in 2 days." The second person also said, "Leader, I've contacted 3 people. They also ascended from our realm. One of them ascended a bit earlier, while the other 2 ascended later than me. they all live in a small city. This small city is different from ours, it's managed by a small sect called the Sword Defense Sect. In this city, there are several small clans. These small clans were established by the disciples of this small sect after they left the sect. This small city is managed by these small clans. They make a living in this small city, but their lives aren't very good. Therefore, this little one called them over. So I asked them to come over. The situation of the other 3 people was similar. They had good friends who ascended to the sword spirit plane. But for some reason, they didn't live in Tideview City. Before this, they would still keep in touch with each other. But now that Tideview City was under Zhao Hai's control, their lives were much better. They wanted to call their friends over so that they could join the Ecstasy Gang and live a better life. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "What you did wasn't wrong, but we can't let outsiders know too much about our gang. Otherwise, it might bring trouble to us. Not to mention anything else, just the 10,000 mu of spirit fields is enough to make people drool. I'll give you a task, follow the people in the gang and go to the people they contacted. Check the situation and see if they have any recent actions. If they have something against our gang, then we can prepare in advance. If not, then if they really want to join our gang, then I'll certainly welcome them. When Hai, you arrange a group of 5 people, bring some supplies, and pretend to be merchants." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "You're right. But right now, we can't let outsiders know too much about our gang, otherwise it might bring us trouble. Not to mention anything else, just the 10,000 mu of spirit fields is enough to make people drool. Let's go." When Wenhai nodded. Then he turned to the group and said, "Let's go." The group nodded. Naturally, they didn't dare to resist as they followed Wenhai out. Feng Jing'an followed behind them. Zhao Hai opened his mouth and said, "Jing'an, you stay here." Feng Jing'an complied and stood there motionless. After Wenhai left, Zhao Hai looked at Feng Jing'an and said, "Jing'an, you've done well this time. It can be said that you've done very well. Recently, the gang is preparing to set up a branch. This branch will be known as the Foreign Affairs Department, but this branch will be the eyes and ears of the entire gang. I hope that you can join this branch and assume the position of Deputy Hall Master. The Hall Master of this branch will be Tang Ming, and the other Deputy Hall Master will be Chen Yan. Chen Yan is mainly responsible for gathering information outside the gang. But the gang can't just ignore it. Our Ecstasy Gang now has nearly 20,000 people. With 20,000 people in the gang, anything can happen, and any kind of people can appear. If someone betrays the gang, what should we do? If someone betrays the gang, then we can't be completely ignorant. Moreover, if the gang has any needs or complaints, then we need to collect them. Then the gang will deal with them when the time is right. Therefore, the Foreign Affairs Department can be said to be my eyes and ears. It will help me gather information about everything inside and outside the gang. What do you think? Are you willing to join this branch?" When Feng Jing'an heard Zhao Hai, he was stunned. Then he immediately said, "Thank you, Gang Master, for your promotion. I am willing to join the Foreign Affairs Department." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "This branch will be called the Foreign Affairs Hall. Calling it the Foreign Affairs Department would be a bit weird. Now that we've decided on this, you can go look for Tang Ming and the 2 of you to set up the structure of this branch. Wait for Chen Yan to come back before you perfect it." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Go." Feng Jing'an nodded, then turned to Ding Chunming and said, "Chunming, you also need to select some people from the gang and train them individually. I have 2 requirements for these people. First, they need to have good talent. Even if they aren't a member of the gang, as long as they are a rogue cultivator without any influence, as long as their talent is good, you can find a way to get them into the gang. Second, they need to be absolutely loyal to us. Right now, we have more than 20,000 people, but among these 20,000 people, I'm afraid there aren't many who are truly loyal to us. We must train a group of people who are absolutely loyal to us. These people will be the strongest force in our hands. With them, the Ecstasy Gang won't have any trouble. The reason why I told you to look for people outside the gang is because you've been in the city and have come into contact with a lot of people. You might have encountered some people with special talent, but they're still rogue cultivators. Such people can be brought into the gang. Ding Chunming nodded, then said, Chunming, you need to select some people from the gang and train them individually. I have 2 requirements for these people. First, they need to have good talent. Even if they're not a member of the gang, as long as they're rogue cultivators, you can find a way to get them into the gang. Second, they need to be absolutely loyal to us. Ding Chunming nodded and said, yes, young master. I know what to do. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, let's go. You haven't been home for a long time. Go and see your son. Ha ha ha. This kid is pretty good. His strength isn't bad. Moreover, he seems to have inherited some of your talent. However, it seems that he isn't as good as you. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Ding Chunming was very happy. It has been more than 10 years since he ascended to the sword spirit world. In order to not arouse suspicion, he didn't go back to the space with Zhao Hai. Now that he can finally go back, he was very happy. Zhao Hai's mind moved as he and Ding Chunming disappeared from the room and returned to the space. After returning to the space, Zhao Hai had Ding Chunming return home to accompany his wife and child. Ding Chunming's son's strength was very good. However, he was still lacking in order to live in the sword spirit world. Therefore, he still needed to stay in the space to cultivate. Zhao Hai didn't want to bring him to the sword spirit world. After returning to the space, Zhao Hai went to see Laura and the others. This time, Laura and the others weren't busy. Instead, they were soaking in the hot springs. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't be polite as he followed Laura and the others to soak in the hot springs. While soaking in the hot springs, they drank fruit wine and ate fruits. Zhao Hai and the others also talked about cursing formations and other matters. Zhao Hai looked at Laura and the others, then he smiled and said, "What's wrong? Are you tired? It's good for you to relax. There's no need to rush to make cursing formations. Don't tire yourself out." Laura smiled and said, "Brother Hai, we've already deciphered most of the cursing formations. Not only do we know how to cast them, we also know how to solve them. Moreover, we've also collected a lot of materials. Because of this, we can relax. Brother Hai, starting today, you can use cursing formations." Curses were something that Zhao Hai was very concerned about. This was because the power of curses was too formidable. Although Zhao Hai was able to analyze them in the past, his speed wasn't enough to satisfy Zhao Hai. In other words, when he used curses, he would encounter some difficulties. But now it was different. Laura and the others had already helped Zhao Hai analyze curses. Now, as long as Zhao Hai enters the information into his mind, he would be able to use curses directly. Naturally, curses needed special mediums. Fortunately, Zhao Hai had obtained a lot of things from the space, so he could use them as mediums. Because of this, Zhao Hai felt relieved. Because of this, when Zhao Hai heard Laura, his eyes couldn't help but light up. He looked at Laura and said, "Laura, is what you said true? Can I really use the curse technique?" Laura nodded and said, "Of course it's true, it's not just you, it's the same for us. We can also use curse techniques. But right now, you can only use curse techniques. You can't completely integrate curse techniques into other techniques, nor can you integrate curse techniques into cultivation methods. This is something that we were influenced by you before, so we came up with the idea of integrating curse techniques into other techniques and cultivation methods. At the same time, we can also use different kinds of attacks. But this still requires us to study it carefully. But right now, you can use curse techniques without any problems." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Being able to use curses, I'm already very happy. Let's talk about other things later. We can take our time, there's no need to worry." Laura nodded, then she looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, I think that you still haven't grasped the main point of establishing a sect. You should think about this issue now." When Zhao Hai heard Laura, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Laura and said, "What do you mean? I don't understand." Laura replied, "Brother Hai, have you thought about what the Ecstasy Society should focus on in the future? What should you focus on?" When Zhao Hai heard Laura, he couldn't help but knit his brows. Then he looked at Laura and said, "Laura, what you mean is that I should make a choice. I shouldn't be proficient in everything. Instead, I should specialize in something, right?" Laura nodded and said, yes, Brother Hai. In fact, whether it's techniques or cultivation methods, their final goal is the same. The 3,000 paths all lead to the same destination. Brother Hai, you're a bit too scattered right now. Although you're different from other people, you can still do things well. But Brother Hai, have you ever thought that if you concentrate all your energy on one thing, then you might be able to do better? Jiao Hai nodded and said, that's right. Brother Hai, whether it's techniques or cultivation methods, their final goal is the same. Jiao Hai pondered. He found out that Laura was right. He seems to have scattered his energy too much. This scattered energy was mainly reflected in the fact that he wanted to study everything. Formations, techniques, cultivation methods, and even ordinary farming. All of these required a lot of energy. If he wasn't different from others, then it would be impossible for him to have his current achievements. This was because his energy was too scattered. Now that Laura said this, Jiao Hai understood that if he really concentrated all of his energy on one thing, then he might be able to achieve greater things. Jiao Hai let out a long breath, then he looked at Laura and the others and said, if you didn't mention it, then I wouldn't have noticed that I'm indeed a bit too scattered. What do you think? Where should I put my energy? Laura replied, magic techniques and formations. Brother Hai, I think that with the curse technique, the 5-element spirit beads, the nature's heart, the golden book, and the golden pen, you should focus all of your energy on magic techniques and formations. Magic techniques and formations are actually related. As long as a magic formation is used, it would be able to maximize its effect. And the attacks of a magic formation are often in the form of magic techniques. No matter what kind of magic formation it is, it would be impossible for it to release martial techniques, it would only release magic techniques. Only by combining the two would one be able to display their greatest might. Jiao Hai nodded, then he said, right, techniques are indeed very powerful. Moreover, with the golden book, it doesn't mean that I put down my martial arts. This is a good idea. The reason why Jiao Hai said this was because after he recorded his techniques in the golden book would release golden men. And these golden men would be able to use martial arts against the enemy. Therefore, in a sense, Jiao Hai didn't put down his martial arts, he just focused on techniques and formations. Laura replied, now that Brother Hai has the curse technique, the golden book, and the void condensation technique, all of these added together would make it much more convenient for you to use your spells. Therefore, I suggest that you focus all of your energy on your spells. As for martial arts, you only need to communicate with your thoughts and add some of your own understandings before recording them in the golden book. Although liquid silver can be turned into any weapon, I think that it would be better for Brother Hai to use it as a tool to cast spells. Since you have the Eye of the Beast King, you don't need any tools to cast spells. Therefore, you should focus on your spells and formations. This is definitely the best choice. Laura nodded and said, now that you have the Beast King's eye, you don't need any tools to cast spells. Jiao Hai replied, you said before that the focus of the Soul Confusion Gang should be on magic arts, right? Jiao Hai nodded and said, what do you mean? Laura nodded and said, right, Brother Hai, that's what I meant. You should know the current situation of the Ecstasy Gang better than me. High-level techniques aren't easy to obtain, low-level techniques wouldn't be useful in the future, and it wouldn't be easy to get enough materials. If someone becomes a God-rank Qi refinement cultivator, then what techniques would they practice? Therefore, I think that Big Brother Hai might as well shift the focus of the Ecstasy Gang's cultivation to magic arts. Big Brother Hai's idea of integrating strength into magic arts is absolutely correct. It can even change the status of magic arts in the hearts of cultivators. This is because integrating strength into magic arts would bring about a qualitative change to magic arts. And these things are all unique to you, so you don't need to buy them from anyone else. But if the Ecstasy Gang learns these things, then they would have a place in the Sword Spirit realm in the future. Jiao Hai knit his brows and said, but there are two problems that need to be solved. First, the people of the Ecstasy Gang were mostly martial cultivators in the lower realms. If they suddenly changed to techniques, then I'm afraid that they wouldn't be able to get used to it. Second, this is the Sword Spirit realm. In the past, the Sword Spirit realm and the Magic realm had a dispute over techniques. If the Ecstasy Gang were to focus on techniques, then wouldn't the people of the Sword Spirit realm be hostile towards them? And if 0 were to do that, then it would be troublesome. Laura thought for a moment and then nodded, this is indeed a problem. But the first one is easy to change. Later on, the Ecstasy Gang can release more spells so that they can learn more. I think that they would slowly get used to it. Don't forget, although they are martial cultivators, they can still use spells. It's just that they aren't very important right now. As for the second point, there's no way to determine it right now. We need to observe them for a long time before we can be sure. Zhao Hai nodded and said, although they were martial cultivators in the lower realms, their cultivation in the sword spirit world is completely different compared to the lower realms. Because of this, they would have to start from scratch. Moreover, magic arts would only show their true strength after they reach the divine realm. Therefore, if they start learning magic arts now, it would be good for them in the future. As for the second point, it's worth considering. But in any case, it seems like learning magic arts is the best choice right now. After I go out, I'll discuss this matter with them before making a decision. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's right. But in any case, learning magic arts is the best choice right now. Laura nodded, then she said, we'll continue to study curses inside the space. If we can integrate curses into other spells and cultivation methods, then Brother Hai's fighting strength would undergo an earth-shattering change. When the time comes, running amok in this world wouldn't be a problem. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, all right. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly as he shook his head and said, I think you're underestimating curse techniques. You haven't used curse techniques before, so you don't know how powerful they are. Although I don't use curse techniques much, I've used them before. I can guarantee that curse techniques are very formidable, far more formidable than you can imagine. Not to mention running amok in this realm, as long as you practice curse techniques, you would be able to run amok in 10,000 realms. When Laura heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but be startled. She looked at Zhao Hai and said, but we've already analyzed it with the computer. Although curse techniques are very powerful, it doesn't seem to be as powerful as you said. Zhao shook his head. No, it's higher than you think. Forget it, let's not talk about this matter. You should study it. If you can really study the curse technique, then you can also study it. You can't always stay in the space. Later on, if you have the opportunity to go out, then this curse technique will definitely become your best self-defense weapon. Zhao shook his head and said, all right. Laura and the others nodded. They also understood that Zhao Hai wanted them to study curse techniques for their own good. Just like Zhao Hai said, they couldn't stay inside the space forever. They could also go out and explore. What if they encounter danger outside? Yes, Zhao Hai can save them and they can return to the space. However, the enemies they would face in the future might become more and more formidable. If they don't have the ability to protect themselves, then it wouldn't be a good thing for them. After that, Zhao Hai and the others didn't talk about this matter. They just casually chatted as they ate fruits and enjoyed a rare moment of leisure. After resting for a day, Zhao Hai came out of the space. Ding Chunming also followed Zhao Hai back to Taigyu City. After arriving outside, Zhao Hai immediately called Wen Hai, Tang Ming, and the others to his room. After the group arrived, Zhao Hai looked at Wen Hai and said, Wen Hai, tell me about the situation. What happened to Lei Hong and the others? Did you get any news? The Lei Hong that Zhao Hai mentioned was one of the outer court disciples that leaked the news. These people had a special characteristic, they ascended to the sword spirit plane less than 5 years ago. Because of this, they weren't very strong. Because of this, they were still in contact with people from their own planes. For example, Miao Zhendong and the others didn't have any contact with people from their own planes. This was because they knew that this was the sword spirit plane, it wasn't their plane. Here, they had to rely on themselves. If they were to contact people from their own planes, then they might even lose their lives. Don't think that just because they were born in the same realm, they would take care of each other. Due to different experiences and different living places, their personalities would also change. Many people's temperament would change greatly due to some unforeseen circumstances. They might specifically target those they were familiar with because it was easier for them to succeed. Therefore, people like Miao Zhendong who had ascended for more than 10 years wouldn't trust people from their own realm. After all, this was the sword spirit boundary. You might trust others, but others might not necessarily trust you. You might not have the intention to harm others, but others might want to harm you in order to obtain good things from you and advance their strength. This was the reality, and the reality was cruel. When Wen Hai immediately replied, "There's no news yet. After all, we just went out. However, there should be news coming back soon." "Boss, you don't need to worry." Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Tang Ming and said, "Old Tang, how are things going on your side? The Foreign Affairs Hall needs to be set up as soon as possible. Right now, we have too little information. Without any information, it would be very disadvantageous for us." Tang Ming replied, "Don't worry, boss. We're currently in the process of screening. The Foreign Affairs Hall members must be loyal. Otherwise, they might bring more harm to the gang. Because of this, we're still in the process of selecting people. Our gang situation is a bit special. All of us ascended from the lower realms. We don't have anyone that we've trained ourselves. Because of this, we'll have some difficulties in selecting people. Boss, if necessary, you can make a move and subdue some people for your use." Tang Ming didn't know about Zhao Hai's slave formation. However, he knew that Zhao Hai had a certain method of subduing people. As long as someone was subdued by Zhao Hai, they would feel that they might betray them. And the Foreign Affairs Hall needed such people. However, because the members of the Lost Soul gang were all ascended and weren't cultivated by the gang, there was a big problem in terms of loyalty. This made Tang Ming's work very difficult. Therefore, he wanted Zhao Hai to take action and subdue some people. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "If there's a need, I can take action. Old Tang, you have to remember that the Foreign Affairs Hall needs to pay attention not only to the inner disciples, but also to the outer disciples. Not only do you have to pay attention to the gang, but also to the information gathering outside the gang." Tang Ming nodded and nodded. He knew that these matters were very important. In fact, just like the Lost Soul Empire, the Lost Soul Empire attached great importance to the gathering of information. Only after gathering enough information would they take action. Because of this, Tang Ming wasn't surprised by Zhao Hai's order. After saying this, Zhao Hai looked at Tang Ming and the others and said, "Next, I want to talk about something else. It's about the name of our Lost Soul gang." When Wen Hai and Tang Ming looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. They didn't know what Zhao Hai meant. What problem could there be with the name Lost Soul Gang? They were using the name of the Lost Soul Empire, so there shouldn't be any problems. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "When I went to see grandfather this time, I suddenly thought of this problem. I didn't use a fake name in Tideview City and we're still called the Lost Soul Gang. Moreover, we're currently in the 72 islands of the South Sea. Xiaoyu's status in the Xia family isn't low. If one day, he comes to Spirit Crab Island and learns of our existence, as well as my name, do you think he'll think of something? If he knows that we're in the Sword Spirit boundary but didn't go looking for him, how do you think he'll react? I think there are only two possibilities. One is that he'll magnanimously forgive us and still treat us as friends. But if that's the case, then we'll be suspected by the people of Spirit Crab Island in the future. The second possibility is that he thinks that we don't trust him and even have ulterior motives. In the end, he'll turn against us. But I don't want to see either of these two possibilities. Therefore, I'm preparing to change the name of our gang. What do you think?" When Wen Hai and Tang Ming turned silent. They knew that Zhao Hai was right. But to be honest, the two felt aggrieved. After coming to the Sword Spirit boundary, they had been very cautious. This kind of life wasn't something they wanted to live. However, they knew that this kind of life was the safest. At the very least, they had to live this kind of life when they weren't strong enough. After some time, when Wen Hai let out a long breath and said, "All right, I think boss is right. The name Lost Soul Gang isn't suitable for us." "Boss, what name are you going to change it to?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Actually, a name is nothing more than a code name. There's no need to take it seriously. As long as we have enough strength, we can change our name back at any time. Now that we're in Tideview City and we have control of the entire city, I think we should change our name to Tideview Gang." When Tang Ming and when Wen Hai heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but laugh. Tang Ming smiled and said, "Boss, you're saving a lot of trouble by directly changing the name to Tideview Gang. But this is also good, no one will be suspicious. Alright, if we don't call ourselves Lost Soul Gang, then it doesn't matter what we call ourselves. Tideview Gang is also fine. When Wenhai nodded and said, it just so happens that our Lost Soul Gang hasn't been established for a long time. If we change our name, people won't have a problem with it. But if we change our name for a long time, people might think that there's a change in the gang. That wouldn't be good. Jiaohai nodded and said, alright, then it's decided. From now on, the Lost Soul Gang will change its name to Tidewatering Gang. You should also inform everyone that we're currently in Tidewatering City. Because of this, we've decided to change our name to Tidewatering Gang. When Wenhai nodded and said, boss, don't worry, I know. Jiaohai nodded, then he said, besides changing our name, I also thought of another important matter. And that is the cultivation method of our Tidewatch Gang. Right now, most of the people in Tidewatch City are martial cultivators. There are very few people who specialize in magic arts. However, our Tidewatch Gang has just been established in the Sword Spirit realm, so our foundation is very weak. Things from the lower realms are almost useless to us. In this case, it would be very difficult for us to become stronger. This is because martial cultivators need pills and artifacts. There are a lot of things that we don't have the means to make. Learning how to make them isn't easy. I'm afraid that it would be very difficult for us to get them from Spirit Crab Island. Because of this, it would be very difficult for our Tidewatch Gang to grow stronger in the future. Jiaohai nodded, then he said, our Tidewatch Gang needs pills and artifacts. When Wenhai and Tang Ming heard Jiaohai, they stared. Then they looked at Jiaohai in confusion. Tang Ming asked, boss, what do you think we should do? Jiaohai replied, recently, every time the tide rises, I would sit on the beach and try to refine the tidal force with my spiritual force. I found out that after blocking the tide with my spiritual force, part of the tidal force would enter my spiritual force and strengthen it. This strengthened spiritual force would be very helpful when using magic techniques. However, the people of the Sword Spirit realm don't pay much attention to magic techniques. Jiaohai nodded and said, that's because the Sword Spirit realm doesn't pay much attention to magic techniques. At this point, Jiaohai paused for a moment before he continued, the people of the Sword Spirit realm focus on martial cultivation. Because of this, people like us naturally fall behind them. This is because they have been exposed to high-level cultivation methods and martial skills since childhood. Because of this, we are all from the lower realms. In this aspect, we would suffer losses if we compare ourselves to them. But at the same time, we should also pay attention to the fact that the people of the Sword Spirit realm are very primitive in their use of magic. Moreover, they don't pay attention to magic. Even the people of the Sword Spirit realm aren't very good at using magic. They are more focused on the diversity of magic as well as the might of magic. Their understanding of magic is also very limited. Jiaohai nodded, then he said, the people of the Sword Spirit realm are very primitive in their use of magic. Moreover, they don't pay attention to magic. Tang Ming and Wenhai quietly listened to Jiaohai. But when they heard Jiaohai, they couldn't help but be startled. Their understanding of spells was similar to what Jiaohai said. Spells were nothing more than a way to make life more convenient without the use of artifacts. They could also increase the variety of attack methods and even produce large-scale attacks. What else could they do besides this? Jiaohai looked at the two and said, it's precisely because of this idea that a lot of people think that magic techniques are inferior to cultivation methods. Only cultivation methods are the right path. Even though magic techniques are mainly used to attack, they also practice martial skills. Most of their magic techniques rely on artifacts to release them. Although their attack power is formidable, in some aspects, there is no way to compare it to cultivation methods. This is because when magic techniques become more powerful, there will inevitably be a problem, and that is that the range of the magic techniques would also increase. This is also the shortcoming of magic techniques. Jiaohai looked at the two and said, because of this, a lot of people think that magic techniques are inferior to cultivation methods. Tang Ming and the others nodded. They have seen the spiritual cultivator's spells. When they use spells, they use a lot of artifacts. Moreover, the range of their spells was very large. What impressed them the most was that the spiritual cultivator's use of artifacts was beyond their imagination. Instead of focusing on spells, It would be better to say that they focus on artifacts. Because of this, in their minds, spells were just like that. However, Zhao Hai said that this was a weakness. Zhao Hai looked at Tang Ming and said, maybe you haven't noticed the difference between martial cultivators and arcane cultivators. When two martial cultivators fight, the other things around them will be destroyed, but that's because of the impact of their qi. When two arcane cultivators fight, they mostly use artifacts. If they use techniques, then there will be a lot of arcane cultivators' energy fluctuations. In other words, when they fight, a lot of energy will be wasted. If they only use artifacts to fight, then martial cultivators can also do the same, maybe even better than arcane cultivators. Therefore, in some aspects, arcane cultivators really can't compare with martial cultivators. Tang Ming nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, you might not have noticed it, but there is a difference between martial cultivators and arcane cultivators. When two martial cultivators fight, the other things around them will be destroyed, but that's because of the impact of their qi. Tang Ming and the others nodded. They really haven't seen the absolute spell cultivators that Zhao Hai spoke of. Although there were spell cultivators in the spirit realm, most of them used artifacts. They couldn't be considered spell cultivators. Tang Ming and the others nodded. You are also martial cultivators, so you should be very clear that the strongest aspect of martial cultivation lies in the application of force. For the same blade, a powerful martial cultivator can use several, or even dozens of different forces, such as pushing, sucking, drawing, striking, and so on. When these different forces are combined, the seemingly ordinary blade would become infinitely powerful. But a technique doesn't have this kind of power, it only has one kind of force. What I'm studying now is how to make a technique attack have the same force as a martial cultivator's attack. In other words, a technique can be used in multiple ways, making it as powerful as a martial arts technique. When Tang Ming and Wen Hai heard this, they looked at each other in dismay. They had never heard of this kind of thing before. Different kinds of forces could appear in a spell. This was too surprising. Zhao Hai looked at the two and smiled. Then he said, you can feel it. Then Zhao Hai turned to Wen Hai and shot an icicle towards him. Wen Hai was already mentally prepared, so he immediately punched the icicle. But when his fist hit the icicle, he felt that this icicle was completely different from the ones he had seen before. When his fist hit the icicle, he felt that the icicle's strength was like a wave that rushed towards him. It directly broke his fist's strength. Moreover, the icicle's strength drilled into his body. If he wasn't mentally prepared, he would have been injured. Wen Hai was surprised as he shook his hand. He had already used his own spiritual energy to dissolve the energy that entered his body. However, this kind of magical attack really surprised him. This was because the energy that entered his body still maintained several layers of energy. He had to dissolve it several times before he was finally able to dissolve it. Even so, the meridians in his hand were slightly damaged. However, this kind of damage would quickly recover. However, this kind of damage still surprised Wen Hai. One must know that this was just an ordinary icicle technique. Zhao Hai looked at Wen Hai and smiled, how do you feel? Wen Hai smiled bitterly and said, strong, very strong. I didn't expect the attack to be this strong. Boss, are you saying that our Tidewatch gang will have to focus on offensive spells in the future? Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, that's what I meant. In the sword spirit world, we lack high-level cultivation methods and artifacts. It would be very difficult for us to reach a higher level. However, in terms of magic arts, we can obtain a lot. If everyone cultivates improved magic arts, then the people of Tideview City wouldn't be weak in the future. Also, don't forget that in the sword spirit world, besides the first level, the second level is refining qi into qi, refining qi into void, refining qi into Tao, and refining qi into divine force. If we want to cultivate magic arts, then it would also be related to our spiritual force. Because of this, we wouldn't have to take a detour. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, that's what I meant. In the sword spirit world, besides the first level, which is refining qi into qi, the second level is refining qi into divine force, refining qi into void returning, refining qi into Tao fusing. Wen Hai didn't care about detours. He had absolute trust in Zhao Hai. He immediately asked, boss, when can we learn this spell? To be honest, I really want to learn this technique right now. This kind of technique with force is really too powerful. After learning it, my strength will definitely increase by a lot. Zhao Hai looked at Wen Hai and snappily said, "You want to learn it? Sure, but you have to practice it well. When you reach the spirit refining realm, I'll let you learn this technique. It's impossible for you to learn this technique in the spirit refining realm. First of all, your spiritual force won't be able to achieve the same effect as the tides. In this case, you won't be able to learn this technique. You just have to practice it honestly. When I said that you should focus on the technique, you can only start after you reach the spirit refining realm." When Wen Hai heard Zhao Hai, his face couldn't help but fall. On the other hand, Tang Ming's eyes lit up. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Boss, does that mean that when the people of the Tide-Watching Gang become stronger and reach the divine realm, they wouldn't have to worry about not having anything to learn?" Tang Ming nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Boss, does that mean that when the people of the Tide-Watching Gang become stronger and reach the divine realm, they wouldn't have to worry about not having anything to learn?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Yes, that's the truth. However, I don't want to teach them the method of refining tidal force. Instead, I want to teach them a method of imitation. After a long period of training, their spiritual force would reach the point where they can learn force techniques. This method of refining tidal force and increasing spiritual force would only be taught to the core members of the gang, such as you. This way, it would be more convenient for us to keep it a secret. It would also make it easier for us to control the entire gang." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "You're right." Tang Ming and Wen Hai nodded. Then Tang Ming said, "Boss is right. If the people here know about this method, then we won't have any advantage. It's better if we don't teach them this method." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "However, we still need to collect more cultivation methods. If a gang wants to develop, then it's impossible to rely on just one or two cultivation methods. Naturally, the more cultivation methods we have, the better. This way, we can satisfy the needs of people with different talents. In this regard, we still need to work hard. Therefore, I'm going to Spirit Crab Island in the near future to exchange for some low-grade cultivation methods." When Wen Hai nodded and said, "All right, we should exchange for some. It would be a pity if we don't take advantage of such convenient conditions. But boss, do you want to bring some spirit rice or spirit crab with you this time?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment, then he nodded and said, "I'll bring some with me. I also want to understand the management of Spirit Crab Island and see what I can exchange for." When Wen Hai smiled faintly and said, "It would be best if we can exchange for the method to cultivate spirit crabs. I heard that the reason why Spirit Crab Island is so strong is because of their spirit crabs. Without them, the strength of Spirit Crab Island would drop by half. If we can learn the method to cultivate spirit crabs, then that would be great." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "That's impossible. Moreover, in my opinion, Spirit Crab Island might not have fully grasped this method. Otherwise, they would have brought so many spirit crabs into the island. Their Spirit Crab Island would be filled with spirit crabs, and they wouldn't be like this. It's already good enough that everyone has one." When Wen Hai nodded and then asked curiously, "Boss, you say it's strange. The people of the 72 islands of the South Sea don't seem to be good at using large instruments, but they are very proficient in taming beasts. I heard that all the forces in the 72 islands of the South Sea know how to tame beasts and have their own unique battle beasts. Isn't this a bit strange?" Zhao Hai said, "This is indeed a bit strange. We all know that there are large artifacts in the sword spirit world. However, the 72 Southern Sea Islands don't seem to have any large artifacts. They mainly use beasts. It can be said that their beasts are equivalent to their large artifacts. But why do all the forces here have beasts? Where did they learn the method of controlling beasts? This is indeed very strange." Tang Ming nodded and said, "When Xiaoyu talked about this, he didn't go into detail. He only said that the 72 Southern Sea Islands do indeed have their own beasts. However, it's impossible for him to teach us the method of controlling these beasts. That's their biggest secret, so he didn't go into detail." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Let's not worry about him. If we can in the future, we should use our cultivation methods on our artifacts. Alright, you can go and do your own things." In a few days, I'll be going to Spirit Crab Island. I'm already an outer disciple of the island. If I don't go to Spirit Crab Island, they would be suspicious. After all, it would be strange if rogue cultivators like us don't go to Spirit Crab Island when we have such an opportunity. Tang Ming and Wen Wenhai nodded, then they turned around and left. After they left, Zhao Hai let out a long breath, then he turned to Ding Chunming and said, Chunming, take a good rest. I'll be concentrating on my research for a few days. Then I'll go to Spirit Crab Island. You don't need to follow me. Ding Chunming nodded, then he turned to Ding Chunming and said, Chunming, take a good rest. Ding Chunming nodded, he also knew that it wasn't suitable for him to go to Spirit Crab Island. Therefore, he didn't say anything. However, he still hesitated and said, Young master, if you focus on cultivation methods in the future, does that mean that I'll have to switch to cultivation methods as well? When Zhao Hai heard Ding Chunming, he couldn't help but stare. Then he laughed and said, Chunming, you're joking. Your talent has determined that you'll have to practice martial arts. You don't need to learn any advanced martial arts because those are useless. You just need to practice the most basic martial arts. What you need to learn is how to use your strength. With your strength, as long as you use it well, then you won't have to worry about anything in the future. Hearing this, Ding Chunming breathed a sigh of relief, then he nodded. That's good. I was really afraid that Master would make me learn spells. My talent in spells is really too bad. Even an ordinary spell would take me a long time to learn, not to mention those high-level spells. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. Ding Chunming nodded, then said, That's good. I was really afraid that Master would make me learn spells. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Alright, you don't need to worry about this. Just practice according to your method. Ding Chunming nodded, he seemed to be very happy. Zhao Hai sat there and didn't enter the space. Instead, he was inside his mind, observing the curse techniques that he had mastered. Zhao Hai had mastered a lot of curse techniques, more than 1,000 of them. Moreover, these curse techniques weren't very difficult to use. Some of them required a medium while others didn't. Those that didn't need a medium were much simpler to use, they only needed a single character to be used. Although Laura and the others had helped him analyze the curse techniques, Zhao Hai still hadn't fully mastered them. Most importantly, he still hadn't written the curse techniques into the Golden Book. What he needed to do now was to write the curse techniques into the Golden Book. Time passed by bit. For the next 3 days, Zhao Hai had been working on this matter. After 3 days, he was able to fully master more than 1,000 curse techniques. The next step was to master the curse formations. These curse formations were made up of curse runes. They were very powerful, but they were also quite troublesome to use. These curse techniques weren't like other curse formations where you can use them as long as you want. Almost all curse techniques needed a medium in order to display their might. And this medium wasn't easy to obtain. After 3 days, Zhao Hai decided to go to Spirit Crab Island first. He wanted to see the situation there before returning to Tideview City. This way, he wouldn't miss anything. After thinking about it, Zhao Hai told Wen Wenhai and the others to leave Ding Chunming behind. Then he activated his City Lord's token. Zhao Hai's City Lord's token wasn't only a token, it was also his identity card in Spirit Crab Island. It was also a portable transmission formation. So as long as Zhao Hai activates the transmission formation, he would be able to go directly to Spirit Crab Island. With a flash of white light, Zhao Hai appeared in a large square. This large square was paved with red stones. There should be transmission formations under these stones. Moreover, when Zhao Hai appeared in the square, other people would appear from time to time. These people were also alone. It seems like they had the same status as Zhao Hai. They were also the city lords of Spirit Crab Island's strongholds. Zhao Hai didn't want to get in touch with them. Instead, he slowly walked out of the transmission square. However, he didn't immediately head towards Spirit Crab Island. Instead, he went to a small room next to the transmission square. The reason why Zhao Hai entered this small room was because he discovered that the other managers of the stronghold immediately entered the room after exiting the transfer formation. Then they came out of the room and headed towards the island. From their appearance, it seems like they were going to enter those rooms. Zhao Hai didn't think that they would be able to enter those rooms. Jiao Hai didn't think too much about it. Jiao Hai also entered the room. Inside the small room, there was a counter. Behind the counter was a female cultivator. These female cultivators wore black robes and were very beautiful. However, their faces were cold. It seemed like they didn't want strangers to approach them. There were already several cultivators standing behind the counter. Jiao Hai didn't worry and just looked at the cultivators. The cultivators didn't do anything other than stand in front of the counter and take out their city lord's token. The female cultivator then gave each of them an iron token. Then the cultivators took the iron tokens and left without saying a word. Jiao Hai knew that this might be the reason why these people entered the room. However, he didn't know what the iron tokens were used for. After thinking about it, Jiao Hai decided to ask them himself. However, he still decided to prepare some gifts for the female cultivators. As the saying goes, people don't blame others for being too polite. He didn't need to prepare anything good, just some beautiful things would be enough. After thinking about this, Jiao Hai immediately sent a letter to Laura and the others. Laura and the others immediately used the universal machine to make some small ornaments. These ornaments were made of gold and some gems. They weren't magic artifacts, but they looked very beautiful. This was because these ornaments were things that Jiao Hai had seen in other realms. They shouldn't be found in the sword spirit world. After the cultivators in front of the counter left, Jiao Hai went to the counter and cupped his fist towards the female cultivator and said, "Junior sister, I'm Jiao Hai, the newly appointed city lord of Tideview City. Because I've just become an outer disciple of Spirit Crab Island, there are some rules that I don't know. This is also my first time coming to Spirit Crab Island. Therefore, I wanted to ask Junior sister, is there anything that I need to pay attention to?" The female cultivator looked at Jiao Hai and said, "You're now an outer disciple of Spirit Crab Island. You can go anywhere that an outer disciple can go. However, you can't stay on the island for more than 5 days a month. Take this iron token and go to the relay station. You can have a temporary room there. After 5 days, you must return to your city. This iron token shows where you can go and where you can't go. You can check it with your spiritual force." Jiao Hai nodded. Then he flipped his hand and a wooden box appeared in his hand. There were some small ornaments inside, but they were all very well made. Jiao Hai placed the wooden box on the counter and smiled at the female cultivator. "Junior sister, thank you for your help. These are some small ornaments that I brought from the lower realm. They aren't magic artifacts, but they should be very beautiful. I'll give them to you, junior sisters." When the female cultivator heard Jiao Hai, she couldn't help but look at the wooden box. Then she was attracted by the small ornaments inside the wooden box. She couldn't help but turn her head to look at Jiao Hai. Then she smiled and said, "Good, thank you senior brother. Senior brother, please be careful. Don't go to places that aren't open to outer disciples. Otherwise, you might be severely punished. Also, senior brother must return within 5 days. Otherwise, you will also be severely punished." When Jiao Hai heard the female cultivator, he quickly expressed his gratitude. Then he turned around and left the room. Outside the room, he immediately scanned the contents of the iron token with his spiritual force. This iron token might be standard. There was only a small amount of information stored inside. It was nothing more than some of the rules of the Spirit Crab Island. There were also some places that outer disciples could go and places that outer disciples couldn't. However, these things were very useful to Jiao Hai. This was because some of the information was specially set for people like Jiao Hai. For example, the female cultivator said that he could only stay on the island for 5 days at most. There were also rules that stated that he would be punished if he exceeded the time limit. Jiao Hai looked at the information and couldn't help but smile bitterly. The Spirit Crab Island had a lot of requirements for outer disciples like him. He believed that compared to the true outer disciples of the Spirit Crab Island, his treatment was much worse. However, this couldn't be helped. After all, he ascended. He wasn't a native cultivator of the Spirit Crab Island. So the difference in treatment was inevitable. Jiao Hai walked towards the direction that the female cultivator said. Before long, he saw a courtyard with the words Relay Manager written on it. Jiao Hai directly walked towards the courtyard. After entering the courtyard, he saw a few small buildings. In front of the first small building, there was a sign that said Registration Office. Zhao Hai directly walked over. After entering the small building, he saw a corridor on one side and a room on the other. The words Registration Office were written on the other side. Zhao Hai directly walked to the door of the registration office. Then he pushed the door and walked in. There were a lot of people in this room, but the design was similar to the room next to the Transmission Formation Plaza. There was a long counter with some female cultivators sitting behind it. What these cultivators were doing was very simple. They were giving out room numbers to people who came here or receiving the room numbers they sent back. Zhao Hai looked around and saw that there were a lot of female cultivators here. There were more than a dozen of them. There were also a lot of people who came to register for rooms. There were more than a dozen of them. Zhao Hai looked around and saw that half of the female cultivators here were responsible for issuing room numbers while the other half were responsible for receiving room numbers. Zhao Hai went behind the counter and quietly stood there, waiting for someone to open the room number. After waiting for the people in front of him to register for rooms, Zhao Hai walked over and took out his temporary identity card. Then he said to the female cultivator, "Hello, I want to register for a room." The female cultivator looked at Zhao Hai and was surprised. This was because ordinary cultivators wouldn't be so polite to them. Therefore, Zhao Hai's politeness made her feel uncomfortable. However, the female cultivator immediately nodded. Then she took out a token and gave it to Zhao Hai. Then she pointed at the number on the token and said, "The first number is the building number, the second number is the building number, and the third number is your room number." Zhao Hai nodded, then he received the number plate. Then he flipped his hand and took out a wooden box. Inside the wooden box were some small ornaments. Zhao Hai placed the ornaments on the counter and smiled at the female cultivator. "Master, these are for the junior sisters. Thank you for your information. I'll be taking my leave now." Zhao Hai nodded, then he received the number plate and took his leave. The female cultivator looked at the ornaments and then looked at Zhao Hai, who turned around to leave. She couldn't help but stare. Then she smiled and didn't call Zhao Hai. Instead, she received the wooden box. Zhao Hai found his room very smoothly. The room gave Zhao Hai a feeling that it was like a small restaurant back on Earth. The room wasn't very big. Inside was a bedroom for resting. Outside was a living room. Besides these, there was nothing else. However, on the first floor of each building, there was a restaurant. You can order food, but you have to pay for it. Zhao Hai looked around his room. The room was very simple. There was a wooden bed with luggage on it. The luggage was very clean. There was also a living room with wooden chairs, a tea table, and a bathroom for bathing and going to the toilet. There was nothing else in the room. Zhao Hai didn't care. He came out of the room and went directly to the dining room. The dining room was easy to enter. Moreover, the food was also good. Most of the food was seafood. The price was also reasonable and not very expensive. However, Zhao Hai didn't stay there. He directly left the station and then went to the outer disciple office according to the instructions in the iron token. This office was for all the outer disciples on the island, not just for them. Zhao Hai came here mainly to look for information about Guanxing. He wanted to visit Guanxing. When Guanxing left last time, he said that if Zhao Hai went to Spirit Crab Island, Zhao Hai could go and see him. Although these words were just polite, Zhao Hai still wanted to see him. It was up to him whether he wanted to see him or not, but it was up to him whether he wanted to see him or not. While walking forward, Zhao Hai took note of the surrounding situation. The environment of Spirit Crab Island was very good. Ancient trees could be seen everywhere. And these ancient trees were very old. However, they were very good. As Zhao Hai walked towards the island, he could see farmlands. There were always some courtyards in the farmlands. These courtyards were very big. People could be seen going in and out of the courtyards. They should be the odd job disciples of Spirit Crab Island. While Zhao Hai was walking forward, he suddenly heard the sound of wind breaking in the sky. Zhao Hai looked up and saw several brown-robed cultivators flying in the sky. But these cultivators weren't stepping on flying swords. Instead, they were stepping on big gray crabs. These crabs were very big. The smallest one was the size of a millstone. Moreover, they didn't seem to be walking sideways like ordinary crabs. Instead, they were flying forward. Zhao Hai stood there and carefully looked at these Spirit Crab Island disciples. The spiritual energy fluctuations on their bodies were very strange. Most importantly, the spiritual energy fluctuations on their bodies were actually one with the big crabs under their feet. It was like a cultivator using a flying sword. The cultivator had to pour spiritual energy into the flying sword. Therefore, it gave people the feeling that the cultivator and the flying sword were one. But now, these cultivators and the crabs were the same. It felt like they were one. These crabs were gray, just like the color of a stone, but their two large pincers were waving from time to time, making them seem extraordinarily mighty. Zhao Hai was sure that these large crabs' defensive power must be very amazing, and their attack power was definitely not weak. It seems like the battle beasts of Spirit Crab Island really had their own unique path. The Spirit Crab Island cultivators went far away in the blink of an eye. They simply didn't care about Zhao Hai walking on the ground. Zhao Hai also didn't pay attention to them. Instead, he went straight ahead. Soon, Zhao Hai discovered that the Spirit Crab Island was very big. Moreover, there were several mountains on the island. The outer disciple management office that he wanted to go to was at the top of a small mountain. The area of the outer disciple management office wasn't very big, it was just a small courtyard with a small building inside. However, there were a lot of disciples going in and out of the courtyard, it seemed like they were very busy. There were also a lot of big crabs standing in the courtyard. These crabs were standing there, but their pincers would move from time to time, showing that they were alive. Zhao Hai glanced at the big crabs, causing them to let out a low hiss. He then turned around and entered the small building. When he arrived at the small building, Zhao Hai was surprised. There were a lot of people in the small building. The layout of the small building was similar to the two places that Zhao Hai had been to before. There was a long counter with some cultivators sitting behind it. However, this time, there weren't only female cultivators here, there were also some male cultivators. They were all busy helping the outer disciples deal with some matters. Zhao Hai looked around and finally saw a room with the words Outer Disciple Registration Office written on it. Zhao Hai immediately went over and pushed the door open. The room wasn't big, there were only two male cultivators inside. They didn't look very old. The two were sitting behind a long table and chatting. When they saw Zhao Hai come in, the two stared. Then one of them opened his mouth and said, "What's the matter? Did you come to register your identity?" Zhao Hai gave the two a salute and said, "Senior brothers, I'm already an outer disciple. However, I'm the city lord of Tideview City. This time, I came to the island to exchange some things. Senior brothers, I just want to ask you something. I want to find an outer disciple, but I don't know where he lives. How can I find him?" When the two heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then one of them looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Who are you looking for? Why are you looking for him?" Zhao Hai quickly replying to the two senior brothers, "I want to see senior brother Guansheng. He used to be the city lord of Tideview City. Later on, because of my meritorious service, senior brother Guan returned to the island. We knew each other back in Tideview City. He told me that after I arrive on the island, I should visit him if I have time. I want to visit senior brother Guan, but I don't know where he lives, so I came here to ask." When the two heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then they looked at each other with a hint of ridicule in their eyes. Then they smiled at Zhao Hai and said, "You're quite considerate. But I happen to know senior brother Guansheng. After returning from Tideview City, he went into seclusion. He's currently in seclusion, so it's inconvenient to disturb him. I think you should go visit him later." When Zhao Hai heard this, he immediately understood what the other party meant. The other party had obviously encountered this situation before, so he knew how to reply. Although the other party used seclusion as an excuse, the other party's meaning was very clear. Guanxing didn't want to see him. Zhao Hai wasn't surprised. In fact, the last time Guanxing left Tideview City, although he told Zhao Hai to come see him, he was just being polite. Zhao Hai already knew this, but he still had to do it today. Otherwise, it would be rude. Some people were like this. They clearly didn't want to see you, but they were very polite. If you came to see them, they wouldn't see you and would even use this matter to ridicule you. But if you didn't come to see them, they would get angry and think that you didn't take them seriously. Zhao Hai already expected this, but in order to not offend Guanxing, he still came. And sure enough, the result was like this. Zhao Hai didn't say anything, he just nodded and said, "So that's how it is." That's really unfortunate. It seems like I can only visit senior brother Guan next time. Thank you for your trouble, senior brothers. I'll take my leave now. The two didn't say anything, they just nodded towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai cupped his fist towards the two before turning around and leaving the room. Just as Zhao Hai closed the door, he faintly heard someone say, "These rogue cultivators who are rewarded by the sect always want to form a relationship with the people in the sect." But they didn't think that the people in the sect wouldn't be willing to pay attention to them. Right, these fellows really take politeness as truth. They really don't know their own status. Zhao Hai smiled faintly, he didn't care. Then he turned around and left. He wanted to go to the mission building and see what missions he could receive there. He also wanted to see what missions were available in the Spirit Crab Islands mission building. The only place Zhao could go right now was the Outer Court Disciples mission building. After he entered the building, he was immediately attracted by the situation in front of him. There were a lot of people in the Outer Court Disciples mission building. The hall could accommodate 1,000 people, and people could be seen everywhere. On the wall facing the door, there was a large wooden board. The board was black, and there were some white words on it. But the words seemed to have been cast on it by magic. It was very strange. These words were all missions. The time, the level of the mission, the reward, and so on. But Zhao Hai discovered that under these missions, the word urgent was written. In addition to this, there was a long bar facing the door. This bar was very large, it could accommodate 100 people at a time. At this time, a lot of people were standing at the bar, each of them holding a jade slip in their hands. When Zhao Hai saw this, he knew that these people were looking at the missions in the jade slips. The missions on the wooden board were the most urgent ones, therefore they were displayed on the wooden board. Zhao Hai carefully looked at the missions on the wooden board. There were really all kinds of missions. Some of the missions were very special. For example, there were missions that required people to go to some strongholds on the island to check the situation. Because those strongholds were attacked by beasts, the people in those strongholds couldn't deal with it themselves. They could only hand it over to the sect. Then the sect gave out a mission that anyone could accept. There were also missions in the territories controlled by the Spirit Crab Island. There were some strange situations that required the sect's disciples to deal with. There were also missions that required the sect's disciples to find some herbs. There were also other missions that had rewards written on the back. The rewards were very generous. Zhao looked around the hall and found a sign next to it with some words written on it. Zhao immediately understood what was written on the sign. The first floor was where missions were issued, the second floor was where missions were handed in, the third floor was where missions were registered, and the fourth floor was where contribution points could be exchanged. The first floor was where missions were issued, the second floor was where missions could be handed in, the third floor was where missions could be handed in, and the fourth floor was where contribution points could be inquired about and exchanged. Zhao Hai thought for a moment before he went to the side of the hall and went up the stairs. Before long, he arrived at the second floor. There were a lot of people on the second floor, but there wasn't a mission bulletin board. All the cultivators were standing in line at the counter. From time to time, they would take out things from their spatial equipment. With a glance, one could see that they were here to submit missions. Zhao Hai didn't care about it. Then he went to the third floor. The third floor had fewer people and was also more peaceful. However, Zhao Hai didn't stop as he went to the fourth floor. The fourth floor had even fewer people. Moreover, there was only a row of short counters. Behind the counters were a few female cultivators. There was nothing special about this place. However, there were some rooms on the fourth floor. Zhao Hai didn't know what these rooms were for. This was because there were no words written on them, so he didn't know what they were for. Zhao Hai went to the counter and cupped his fist towards the female cultivators behind the counter. He said, "Junior sisters, I'm a rogue cultivator who just became an outer disciple. I'm currently the city lord of Tideview City. I don't know if I can get contribution points or how to get them. I hope you can help me take a look. After saying that, Zhao Hai took out his city lord's token and handed it over to one of the female cultivators. The female cultivator received Zhao Hai's jade token. After looking at it, she nodded and said, "There are 100 contribution points in your jade token. In the future, as long as you complete the missions given to you by the sect, you'll receive 100 contribution points. If you complete more missions, the sect will give you more contribution points. Generally speaking, 1,000 rock spirit crabs should be worth 1 contribution point. Or 100 gene of spirit rice would be worth 1 contribution point. If you want to exchange crystals for contribution points, then a 5th grade crystal would be worth 1 contribution point." Hearing this, Zhao Hai quickly said, "Thank you, junior sister. Then I'd like to ask, what can I exchange my 100 contribution points for?" The female cultivator smiled and said, "Your 100 contribution points can be exchanged for a lot of things. For example, chi refining cultivation methods are generally around 1 to 30 contribution points each. As for chi refining cultivation methods and deity rank cultivation methods, they're around 30 to 500. As for some low-grade magic tools, they're around 50 to 100. These magic tools can be used by chi refining cultivators. As for pills, you can also exchange them for a lot. You can go to the corresponding departments in the sect to check them out. For chi refining cultivation methods, you can check them out in the outer sect's scripture pavilion. For magic tools, you can check them out in the outer sect's tool refining hall." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Then if I want to exchange crystals for contribution points, can I do it here?" The female cultivator looked at Zhao Hai, then she nodded and said, "Right, you can exchange crystal stones for contribution points or contribution points for crystal stones here. Do you want to exchange crystal stones for contribution points?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment, then he shook his head and said, "I don't have many crystals right now, so I'll keep them. Junior sisters, these are gifts for you. I hope you don't dislike them. These aren't magic artifacts, they're just small ornaments that I brought from the lower realms. I hope that you'll like them. I'll take my leave first." After he said that, Zhao Hai took out a wooden box and placed it on the counter, giving it to the female cultivators. The female cultivators didn't think that Zhao Hai would actually give them gifts. However, these small ornaments were very beautiful and they liked them very much. Because of this, they didn't say anything and just directly divided the gifts among themselves. Zhao Hai left the mission building. After thinking about it, he decided to go to the outer sect scripture pavilion to take a look. He wanted to see if there were any techniques there. Moreover, he also wanted to exchange for some cultivation techniques. The mission building and the scripture pavilion weren't far from each other. After all, these were places that served the outer court disciples. If they were too far away, then it would cause a lot of inconvenience for the outer court disciples. Therefore, Zhao Hai arrived at the scripture pavilion before long. The scripture pavilion was a 5-story wooden building. It was very beautiful and had a very large area. There was also a small square outside the scripture pavilion. There were a lot of boulders here, but it was very quiet. The people who came here didn't speak loudly. Zhao Hai looked at the wooden building. He discovered that the wooden building was covered by a shield. However, this shield was transparent. If it weren't for Zhao Hai's keen senses, then it would have been impossible for him to discover this shield. Zhao Hai looked at the shield and then directly walked towards the wooden building. When he was about 3 meters away from the door, Zhao Hai suddenly felt as if he had touched a layer of water. However, this layer of water didn't block him, allowing him to smoothly enter the wooden building. After Zhao Hai entered the wooden building, he went to the first floor. This was because when he entered, he saw a small hall that was about 100 square meters. In the hall, there was a counter with 10 cultivators sitting there. However, they looked very relaxed. Some were chatting in low voices while others were flipping through a book. On both sides of the hall, there were 2 doors and 2 stairs. One could directly enter the door or go upstairs. However, the entire hall was very quiet. Zhao Hai quickly went to the front of the counter. Then he looked at the cultivator behind the counter and said, "Senior brother, I want to exchange some cultivation methods. This is my identity token. What kind of cultivation methods can I exchange for? While speaking, Zhao Hai took out his city lord's token and handed it over. When the cultivator saw the city lord's token in Zhao Hai's hand, he couldn't help but smile. Then he said, "You just became an outer court disciple? Let me see how many contribution points you have." Then the cultivator took Zhao Hai's city lord's token and scanned it with his spiritual force. Then a surprised expression appeared on his face as he said, "You actually have 100 contribution points. Not bad, it seems like your contribution isn't small." Zhao Hai quickly said, "I've let senior brother see a joke. Senior brother, please take a look and see what kind of cultivation methods I can exchange for." The cultivator looked at Zhao Hai and then smiled. Then he took out a jade slip and said, "All the cultivation methods you can exchange for are here. Take note that at the back of this cultivation method, there's a secret word. You can't teach others this cultivation method. Otherwise, you will be heavily punished." Then he handed the jade slip to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai expressed his thanks as he received the jade slip. Then he sent his spiritual force into the jade slip. The jade slip contained a list of cultivation methods. If you focus on the name of a cultivation method, then a brief introduction would appear. This was the same as the jade slips used by the tide-watching sect. Zhao Hai memorized all the cultivation methods. There were a lot more cultivation methods here compared to Tideview City. However, most of them were low-grade cultivation methods. Zhao Hai could only exchange for a few high-grade cultivation methods. Even if there were some, they would be classified as secret. In other words, these cultivation methods couldn't be passed on to the people of Tideview City. This made Zhao Hai somewhat disappointed. However, after looking through the jade slip, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because he didn't see any techniques in the jade slip. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. Zhao Hai put down the jade slip. Then he looked at the cultivator and said, "Senior brother, do you have any techniques? How come I don't see any?" When the cultivator heard Zhao Hai, he stared for a moment before he smiled and said, "So you want to learn techniques? Actually, you don't need to exchange for techniques here. In our Spirit Crab Island, techniques aren't kept secret. This is because we don't have any high-grade techniques. Even if you don't exchange for techniques, you can still learn them from others. Perhaps the price you would pay would be much lower than what you would pay here. Do you want to take a look?" When Zhao Hai heard this, he immediately understood what the cultivator meant. Because Spirit Crab Island didn't have any high-grade techniques, they didn't attach much importance to techniques. Because of this, techniques were kept secret. You can learn techniques from others. If you have a good relationship, then you might be able to learn techniques without paying any price. But if you don't, then you would only need to pay a small price. Because of this, the cultivator didn't give Zhao Hai a technique jade slip. It seems like he had good intentions. However, Zhao Hai really wanted to take a look at the technique jade slip. Therefore, he smiled bitterly and said, "Senior brother, let me take a look at the technique jade slip. You should know that I'm a rogue cultivator. Because of my contributions, I became an outer court disciple. I don't know anyone on the island, so I can't learn techniques from others. I can only exchange for techniques here." The cultivator looked at Zhao Hai and nodded. Then he sighed and said, "There are a lot of rogue cultivators who are in the same situation as you. Alright, take a look. Here are all techniques that you can exchange for. Right, my surname is Xiao. You can call me Senior Brother Xiao." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Thank you for your guidance, Senior Brother Xiao." Then he took the technique jade slip that Senior Brother Xiao handed over and sent his spiritual force into it. Upon seeing the technique jade slip, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh at the awkward status of techniques among cultivators. In the technique jade slip that Zhao Hai saw before, there were no less than 10,000 techniques that he could exchange for. But now, the technique jade slip that he saw added up to less than 3,000 techniques. Moreover, the contribution points required to exchange for techniques of the same level were very small. The number of contribution points required to exchange for techniques of the same level was several times, even 10 times. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. Another thing was that these techniques didn't have the word secret behind them. In other words, these techniques didn't need to be kept secret. Everyone in the Watcher gang could learn them. However, this made Zhao Hai very happy. He saw a lot of techniques that the Watcher gang didn't have right now. He wanted to exchange for them. Actually, Zhao Hai can change these techniques himself. If he wanted to exchange for them now, he would need to study them in the future. However, he couldn't do this because the Watcher gang was still very superstitious about Spirit Crab Island's techniques. In their view, Spirit Crab Island's techniques were all good things. If Zhao Hai made his own techniques, then they would be very powerful. But if the techniques of Spirit Crab Island appeared, then they wouldn't be as good as Zhao Hai's techniques. However, the Watcher gang would definitely choose the techniques of Spirit Crab Island and not Zhao Hai's techniques. This was actually a matter of perception. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai wanted to exchange for some spells. This way, when he goes back, he can say that those spells were all exchanged from Spirit Crab Island. Then the Tidewatching gang wouldn't have any objections. After Zhao Hai looked at the techniques, he immediately selected a dozen techniques. These techniques would cost Zhao Hai 70 contribution points. Zhao Hai also planned to leave some contribution points for the Alchemy Hall and the Refining Hall. After Zhao Hai selected the techniques, he directly returned the jade slip to Senior Brother Xiao and said, "Senior Brother Xiao, these are the techniques that I want to choose. You can take a look." Senior Brother Xiao received the jade slip that Zhao Hai returned. Then he used his spiritual force to scan the jade slip and immediately saw the techniques that Zhao Hai selected. Inside the jade slip, as long as you select a technique, the technique would turn red while the other techniques would turn green. Because of this, Senior Brother Xiao was able to easily find the techniques that Zhao Hai selected. After looking at the techniques, Senior Brother Xiao nodded and said, 17 techniques, and their ranks aren't low. Junior Brother, let me give you a piece of advice. Although these techniques aren't low in rank, their attack power and development potential can't be compared to other techniques. Do you really want to choose these? Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, Senior Brother Xiao, I don't have any other choice. My contribution points weren't obtained by me alone, it was obtained through the efforts of everyone in Tidewatch City. If I choose a secret method, then they wouldn't be able to learn it. Therefore, I can only choose a secret method. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, Senior Brother Xiao, I don't have any other choice. When Senior Brother Xiao heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but sigh and said, Junior Brother's life isn't easy. Alright, wait a moment. Brother Xiao took out a jade slip and engraved some information on it. Then he handed the jade slip to Zhao and said, take this jade slip to the second floor. The room on the left of the second floor has the technique you want. When you get there, give the jade slip to the manager and he will give it to you. After you record it, you can take it with you. You can't take the original jade slip with you. Also, don't use your spiritual force on this jade slip. This jade slip can only be used once, after which it will explode, so you can't look at it. Zhao Hai kept his fist towards Senior Brother Xiao and said, Thank you, Senior Brother Xiao. Senior Brother Xiao, this is some wine that I brought from the lower realm. No matter how good it is, please take it and share it with the other senior brothers. I hope you don't dislike it. After he said that, Zhao Hai took out a jug of wine. This jug was about 20 jin. Then he placed it on the counter. Senior Brother Xiao looked at the jug and smiled faintly, alright, then I'll take it. Thank you. Right, you're Zhao Hai, right? I'm Xiao Yi. Next time you come to the island, make sure to look for me. I think you're an interesting person. When Zhao Hai heard Xiao Yi, he couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, Senior Brother Xiao, are you telling the truth? Senior Brother Guanxing, who was the city lord of Tideview City, also told me to look for him. But because I didn't know where he lived, I went to the management office to ask. However, the people there told me that Senior Brother Guan was in seclusion. I couldn't even find out where he lived. Ha ha ha. Xiao Yi also smiled and said, Don't worry, I won't. I've always been working in the scripture pavilion. If you can't find me here, then I'm either out on a mission or in seclusion. But if you really can't find me, then you can go to the scripture courtyard to find me. I live there, so even if you can't find me there, you can leave a message for the people in the courtyard and tell them that you've been looking for me. How about it, do you believe me now? Do you believe me? Now? Zhao Hai immediately smiled and said, Thank you, Senior Brother Xiao. Senior brother Xiao, you should know that we don't have much ability right now, so we can't give you anything good. But in Tideview City, we're planning to use wild fruits to brew some wine. We're also planning to grow some vegetables. When I come back next time, I'll bring some back for you. Don't dislike it. Xiaoyi laughed and said, Junior brother, how could I dislike it? I'm more than happy. You should know that life on the island is very poor. It's very difficult to get a drink. Bring some more. Zhao Hai nodded and said, alright, then I'll definitely bring some more the next time I come. Then I'll go upstairs first. After I get the spell technique, I want to take a look at the alchemy hall. Then I'll go back. I've just taken over Tideview City, there are too many things to do. I can't stay here for too long. Xiaoyi waved his hand and said, go, I know it's not easy for you. Go. Zhao Hai nodded and cupped his fist towards Xiaoyi. Then he turned around and went upstairs. Seeing Zhao Hai's figure disappear up the stairs, a cultivator next to Xiaoyi smiled and said, this Zhao Hai is very lucky to meet senior brother Xiao on duty. If it was any other senior brother, they wouldn't be so polite to him. Senior brother Xiao, why are you so nice to a rogue cultivator? This Zhao Hai doesn't seem to be anything special. Xiaoyi smiled and said, he's actually very special. I have a friend who was in Tideview City before, so I know a bit about this Zhao Hai. Do you know how long it has been since this Zhao Hai ascended? The group shook their heads, then they looked at Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi looked at the group and said, he ascended less than 3 months ago. And before he ascended, some people from his realm also ascended. They lived in Tideview City and established a gang there. However, that gang didn't have a leader. It wasn't until Zhao Hai ascended that they had a leader. You can imagine how loyal those people were to him. Even after arriving at the Sword Spirit realm, they still treated him as their leader. Such a person isn't simple. Moreover, this Zhao Hai is very capable, he seems to have done a lot of research into magic. The improvement of the spirit fields on the island was proposed by him. Because of this, I think that he is a very important person. Xiaoyi nodded and said, you can see that Zhao Hai is a very important person. Zhao Hai naturally didn't know what Xiaoyi's impression of him was. He directly went to the second floor and entered the room on the left. He discovered that it was a large reading room. There were rows of shelves inside with jade slips as well as some paper books. There were also places for people to rest. There were also several cultivators sitting there and reading books. At the entrance, there was a small bar with 2 cultivators sitting there. The 2 cultivators were reading a book. When they saw Zhao Hai come in, they looked up at him. Zhao Hai cupped his fist towards the 2 cultivators and said, 2 senior brothers, I'm here to take the cultivation method. Then Zhao Hai took out the jade slip that Xiaoyi gave him. One of the 2 cultivators nodded and took the jade slip. Then he scanned it with his spiritual force. After that, the jade slip broke. The cultivator looked at Zhao Hai and said, you sit there and wait for a while. Then he pointed towards the resting area. Zhao Hai nodded and then went to the resting area. After waiting for some time, one of the cultivators went towards the shelf and took 17 jade slips before Zhao Hai. Then he placed the jade slips in front of Zhao Hai and said, record the contents of the jade slips onto your own jade slip. Then give it to me. Zhao Hai nodded and then took out several jade slips. Then he began to record the contents of the jade slips. This was actually very simple. As long as you use your spiritual force to connect the 2 jade slips, then you can directly record the contents of 1 jade slip onto the other. Just as Zhao Hai recorded the contents of the 5th jade slip, he stared. This was because the transmission formation in his space suddenly emitted a white light. Then a jade slip appeared on the transmission formation. Zhao Hai immediately had Laura and the others look at the contents of the transmission formation. Then he began to record the contents of the jade slip. After Zhao Hai finished recording the contents of the jade slip, he sent it to the cultivator at the bar. Just as he was about to leave, Laura opened her mouth and said, Brother Hai, quickly return to Tideview City. Wen Hai has an urgent matter to discuss with you. It seems like it's about the cultivators who leaked the information. They sent back some information. When he heard Laura, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed. Then he quickly went downstairs and saw Xiaoyi and the others. Zhao Hai quickly turned to Xiao and said, "Senior brother Xiao, I still have some matters to attend to. I'll be leaving first. When I come back to the island, I'll see you again." Xiaoyi nodded and said, "Junior brother, you don't need to be so polite." Zhao Hai nodded, then he cupped his fist and turned around to leave. Before long, Zhao Hai returned to the guest house. He took his identification card and checked out of his room. The female cultivators were very polite to him. Zhao Hai didn't lose his manners and chatted with them for a while before leaving the guest house. After leaving the guest house, Zhao Hai immediately went to the transmission formation and returned his temporary identification card. Then he directly went to the transmission formation and activated it to return to Tideview City. Upon returning to Tideview City, Zhao Hai immediately returned to his room. Wen Hai and the others also knew that Zhao Hai was back, so they went to his room. Zhao Hai looked at Wen Hai and said, "Tell me, what's going on? Did Lei Hong and the others send news back?" Wen Hai nodded and said, "Yes, boss. Lei Hong just sent back a message saying that one of the 3 people we invited has a close relationship with a small local clan. That small clan belongs to the Jianyu sect. They also discovered that the people from the Jianyu sect seem to be in close contact with that small clan." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, boss." Zhao Hai knit his brows and said, "You mean, those people might have told the small clans about our Tideview gang? And then those small clans told the Sword Imperial sect about it? Does the Sword Imperial sect want to deal with us? Do they have the guts to do so? You should know that we're a branch of the Spirit Crab Island." Wen Hai replied, "I'm not sure about this yet. But I think it's better to be careful. After all, if a place like yours is attacked, the Spirit Crab Island wouldn't know immediately. They would just run away after attacking. Nobody would know that they did it." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "We should be careful. Send more people to the small city to keep an eye on those clans. Also, pay attention to the Sword Imperial sect. Don't let them take advantage of any loopholes." Wen Hai nodded and said, "All right, I'll immediately arrange it." "Rest assured, boss." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Notify everyone that from now on, the gang will be under martial law. Everyone is to return to the city. Also, the spirit fields outside the city should be activated as soon as possible." Wen Hai nodded and then turned around to make the arrangements. Zhao Hai turned to Tang Ming and said, "Old Tang, this time you'll personally go to the small city and keep an eye on them. At the same time, pay attention to Lei Hong and the others. See if they have any thoughts of rebelling. If they do, then kill them first." Tang Ming nodded and then turned around to leave. After they left, Zhao Hai let out a long breath. Then he turned to Ding Chunming and said, "Chunming, it seems like you need to do this ahead of time. Go to the market on the Great Desolate Island and see if you can recruit some trustworthy people. Remember, don't let anyone discover you." Ding Chunming nodded and then turned around to leave. After they left, Zhao Hai's body flashed and entered the space. When he entered the villa, Laura and the others immediately surrounded him. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, it seems like Lei Hong and the others didn't betray us. However, the person who contacted Lei Hong seems to have betrayed us." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Monitor the people in the small city." "What about the Sword Imperial sect?" Laura replied, "We found a few people from the Sword Imperial sect. However, they still haven't returned to the sect, so there's no way to monitor them. Once they return to the sect, we should be able to monitor them." Zhao Hai nodded, he knew what Laura meant by waiting for them to return to the sect. Only when the people from the Sword Imperial sect return to their sect would the liquid silver in their bodies follow them back to the sect. Zhao Hai knit his brows and said, "Laura, what do you think? Should we make the first move and gain the upper hand?" When Laura heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but stare. "Make the first move and gain the upper hand? Brother Hai, you mean that we should make a move on the Sword Imperial sect first and make them obedient?" Zhao Hai nodded, then he shook his head and said, "No, if we make a move on the Sword Imperial sect now, then they would certainly suspect us. There are only a few days left until the harvest of the spirit rice. I think we should wait for the harvest of the spirit rice and immediately abolish all of the spirit fields, leaving only a small amount. After this matter, we can reclaim the spirit fields in other places." Laura nodded and said, "It seems like this is the only thing we can do." There are only 7 days left until the harvest. I think that the Sword Imperial sect wouldn't be able to attack that quickly. This gives us some time to prepare. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's the only thing we can do right now. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, keep an eye on the small clans as well as the Sword Imperial sect. I think that if they want to make a move on us, they would certainly try to probe us first. No matter what, we're still a branch of Spirit Crab Island. They would surely have some scruples about us. Zhao Hai nodded and said, alright. Laura nodded and said, alright, you don't need to worry about this matter. Just leave it to us. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, we're still too weak right now. If we're strong enough, then we wouldn't need to be afraid of them. Laura smiled faintly and said, there's no need to be anxious, Brother Hai. Take your time. I believe that with your strength, the sword spirit boundary would be yours sooner or later. When Zhao Hai heard Laura, he couldn't help but laugh. At this time, Julie opened her mouth and said, Brother Hai, I think that you were too anxious this time. You managed to get a lot of spirit fields. Moreover, the harvest was very good. Not to mention the Sword Imperial sect, even the people from Spirit Crab Island would be jealous of you. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, right, I was too anxious this time. I need to pay attention to it in the future. First, I need to establish a good relationship with the people from Spirit Crab Island. Then we can slowly develop. Kyer smiled and said, Big Brother Hai, you don't dare take out good things right now. Otherwise, you wouldn't be like this. The main problem is that you're not strong enough. If you're strong enough, then you can make a defensive formation around Tideview City and turn it into a vegetable city. At that time, no one would dare to provoke you. Zhao Hai smiled and said, you're right. Zhao Hai smiled and said, it won't be that easy. Let's take it slow. Sword Imperial sect, we need to teach them a lesson this time. However, we can't let them know that we're the ones who did it. Lizzie looked at Zhao Hai and said, Brother Hai, why don't you make another identity? With just this identity, it's very inconvenient for you to do things. Just like when you were in the spirit weapon world, wouldn't it be much more convenient for you to do things with another identity? If you make another identity that has nothing to do with Zhao Hai, then wouldn't it be more convenient for you to do things? When Zhao Hai heard Lizzie, he couldn't help but stare. Lizzie looked at Zhao Hai and said, Brother Hai, don't forget that you have a lot of cultivation methods besides magic. Moreover, your Buddhist cultivation methods are very powerful. But in the sword spirit realm, Buddhists have a lot of influence. Why don't you use Buddhist cultivation methods to deal with the people from the Sword Imperial sect? Although the sword spirit boundary looks calm on the surface, a storm is brewing. Although your actions will attract the attention of others, those from the big sects won't really care about the life and death of a small sect. Isn't this an opportunity for you? Zhao Hai hesitated for a moment, then he nodded and said, right, that's a good idea. However, it's better to take it slow. In fact, I can come up with 3 identities. The first is the Buddhist identity that Lizzie mentioned. The second is my current identity. This identity will focus on magic attacks. The last one is the curse technique. I want to list the curse technique as a separate identity. This is because the curse technique is too insidious. If I use it, people would think that I'm a devil cultivator. If that happens, then it would cause a lot of trouble. If I use it, then I would be a devil cultivator. Megan nodded and said, this is also good. As for the Buddhist identity, you can say that you obtained a Buddhist inheritance by accident and not a Buddhist disciple. As for the curse technique identity, you can say that you're a devil cultivator. Isn't this better? People of the devil path have always been unscrupulous in their actions. Therefore, no matter what you do with the identity of a devil path person, no one will suspect you. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, then this time, I think I can use my devil cultivator identity. This way, nobody would suspect me. The others nodded. Zhao Hai nodded and said, alright, then I'll go out now. You guys monitor the small city and the Sword Imperial sect. Leave the rest to me. Laura and the others nodded. After that, Zhao Hai's body flashed out of the space. After arriving outside, Zhao Hai immediately called Wen Hai over. At this time, Tang Ming and the others had already left Tideview City. Tang Ming and the others went to the small city while Ding Chunming went to the market to see Hu Yuan, Zhao Hai called Wen Hai over and said, Wen Hai, how is the city's layout? Have the people outside the city been withdrawn? Wen Hai nodded and said, yes, boss. The people outside the city have been withdrawn. Boss, there's still a few days until the harvest of the spirit fields. Isn't it a bit too hasty to withdraw everyone at this time? Zhao Hai replied, we can't afford to be hasty. If we don't withdraw them, then they might be in danger outside the city. Wen Hai, I've decided that after this season's harvest, we'll destroy most of the spirit fields and plant some trees. Only a small part of the fields will be left. We've planted too many spirit fields, it's too eye-catching. No matter who knows about it, they would definitely covet it. This wouldn't be good for our current development. Hearing Zhao Hai, Wen Hai's expression couldn't help but change. He anxiously said, Leader, there's no need to do that. Those spiritual fields were cultivated with great difficulty. It would be a pity if they were destroyed. Leader, we have a lot of people. Moreover, we have Spirit Crab Island behind us. Can't we protect these spiritual fields? Zhao Hai nodded and said. Zhao shook his head and said, it's not a question of whether or not we can protect them, it's just that there's no need for that. But those destroyed spirit fields can't really be considered destroyed. I want to plant some fruit trees in those fields. We don't need too many, just harvest them once a year. Then we can use those fruits to make wine. When the time comes, we'll still have a harvest, and it won't be too conspicuous. You can talk to the people in the gang about this matter. I want to visit Lei Hong in a few days. I'll go to Lei Lei's place in a few days. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Wen Hai couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he said, Boss, you want to go to Lei Hong's place? Didn't old Tang go? You don't need to go, right? Zhao Hai looked at Wen Hai's expression, then he smiled faintly and said, What's wrong? Are you worried that something will happen to me? Rest assured, nothing will happen. That Jian Yuzong dared to have ideas about me. How can I not teach them a lesson? When Wen Hai heard Zhao Hai, he quickly said, Boss, you can't go. You just arrived at the Sword Spirit Realm. You don't know much about the strength of the people here. If you go, you would be in danger. You can't let anything happen to you. If something happens to you, then what would we do? Zhao Hai nodded. When Zhao Hai heard Wen Hai, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, Don't worry, I'll be fine. I'm just going to teach them a lesson so that the people of the Sword Imperial sect will behave themselves. Wen Hai replied, Boss, you really can't go. If you want to go, then wait for Chen Ming to come back. You can take Chen Ming and the others along with Stonemer and the others. Zhao Hai laughed and said, Wen Hai, what are you thinking? Do you think that Chen Ming and the others are stronger than me? When Wen Hai heard Zhao Hai, he didn't say anything. He didn't know what to say. After some time, he sighed and said, Boss, do you really want to go? If you make a move against the Sword Imperial sect, aren't you afraid that they'll suspect us? Zhao Hai replied, I've already thought about this. But if we don't make a move, then we can only wait and suffer losses. I'll take care of it. Even if I want to go, I'll wait until I'm done with the matters of the gang. When Wen Hai nodded, then he said, All right, boss. Then I'll go and prepare. I'll tell everyone about the spiritual fields. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, Changing the spiritual fields isn't only to prevent others from suspecting us, it's also for our development. The amount of spiritual rice that we produce is too much, and it's not easy to sell it. We also need to ask a broker for help. This is very dangerous. But if we plant fruit trees, we can make fruit wine and then sell it. This way, the quantity will be a lot less and we won't attract too much attention. When Wen Hai replied, Yes, I understand. Then I'll go and prepare. Zhao Hai nodded, then when Wen Hai turned around and left. In the next few days, everyone in Tideviewing City knew that Zhao Hai wanted to change the spiritual fields to fruit trees. Moreover, when Wen Hai also told them that there were people who wanted to rob them. When the people of the Tideviewing gang heard Wen Hai, they felt very angry. They had been living a good life for a few days and now someone wanted to rob them. How could they not be angry? However, there were also some people who were very worried. Although these people were able to call the wind and summon the rain in the lower realms, after arriving in the Sword Spirit Realm, they had been living at the bottom. Because of this, they were now somewhat timid. They had an instinctive fear towards the sects in the sword spirit realm. Now that they heard that a sect wanted to deal with them, they immediately became afraid. Some people even wanted to ask for help from the Spirit Crab Island. Zhao Hai was also very clear about this situation. However, he wasn't prepared to ask for help from the Spirit Crab Island. Even if he did, now wasn't the time. He couldn't let the Spirit Crab Island know about what happened here. Otherwise, if the Spirit Crab Island were to ask, they wouldn't be able to answer. Zhao Hai had the gang fully alert while paying attention to Tang Ming and the others. At this time, Tang Ming and the others had already arrived at the small city. They were going in the form of a small caravan so that no one would be suspicious. There were a lot of small caravans in the sword spirit realm. They would buy things from the big markets and then send them to the small cities to sell. Because of this, they wouldn't attract any attention when they enter the small city. Zhao Hai gave Tang Ming and the others a lot of spirit stones so that they could go to the big cities to buy things and then send them to the small city to sell. This way, no one would be suspicious of them. Besides monitoring the small clans, Zhao Hai also knew about the Sword Imperial sect's situation. This was because the people from the Sword Imperial sect who were in the small city had finally returned. Speaking of which, the situation of the Jianyu sect was pretty good. The Jianyu sect wasn't very far from the small city. If one wanted to go from the small city to the Jianyu sect, then one must first take a transmission formation. However, this transmission formation didn't directly lead one to the Jianyu sect. Instead, it led to a small valley outside the Jianyu sect. When one arrived at the small valley, there would be someone there to receive them. If one was a member of the Jianyu sect, then they could directly fly into the valley. The valley was a maze. If one entered without a token, then they would immediately be trapped. If one had a token, then they would be fine. However, the Sword Imperial sect's true location was actually a mountain. The entire Sword Imperial sect was comprised of 5 large and small mountains. Moreover, these 5 mountains were all covered by a layer of shields. And with the addition of the maze outside, the Sword Imperial sect's defense could be said to be very good. Upon seeing the Sword Imperial sect's defense, Zhao Hai couldn't help but knit his brows. It must be said that the Sword Imperial sect's location was very good. From the data that Flowing Silver brought back, it can be seen that the Sword Imperial sect's spiritual qi was very abundant. Their location should have a spiritual vein. Additionally, if you want to go to their sect, then you must first pass through the maze. Moreover, Zhao Hai believed that the valley that the transmission formation led to wasn't a place that ordinary people could reach. It can be said that the Sword Imperial sect's location was very good. It was hidden, safe, and had a spiritual vein. However, the Sword Imperial sect's good defense actually made Zhao Hai's actions inconvenient. Although he could directly go to the Sword Imperial sect through the transmission formation, Zhao Hai didn't believe that the Sword Imperial sect didn't have any defensive measures. If they did, then even if they entered the Sword Imperial sect, they would immediately be suppressed. With Zhao Hai's current strength, if he was suppressed, then he would have to return empty-handed. And if he wasn't careful, then he might even expose the existence of the space. Moreover, after returning to the Sword Imperial sect, Zhao Hai was finally able to feel the strength of the Sword Imperial sect. The Sword Imperial sect's strength was very formidable. Through Flowing Silver, Zhao Hai could feel several powerful auras inside the sect. These auras were at least at the Void Refinement realm. One must know that it wasn't easy to reach the Void Refinement realm. In the Sword Spirit boundary, out of 10,000 people, only 10 would be able to become cultivators. And out of 10,000, only 100 would be able to reach the Qi Refinement realm. And out of 10,000 Qi Refinement realm cultivators, only 1 would be able to reach the Void Refinement realm. As for Void Refinement realm and Dao Fusion realm cultivators, their numbers were even fewer. As for Qi Refinement realm and Qi Refinement realm cultivators, they could only be regarded as low-level cultivators. Their strength wasn't very strong. However, once they reached the Void Refinement realm, they would be completely different. The Void Refinement realm and the Qi Refinement realm were 2 completely different concepts. Zhao Hai's strength still hasn't recovered. Because of this, he was still affected by the space's laws. Because of this, his recovery speed was very slow. Although he would be besieged by the Sword Imperial sect, he wouldn't be in any life-threatening danger. However, he might expose the existence of the space. At the same time, he might be injured. Because of this, Zhao Hai was in a bit of a dilemma. At the same time, Zhao Hai had to reanalyze the situation of the Spirit Crab Island. When he went to the Spirit Crab Island before, he didn't feel anything. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't think that the Spirit Crab Island was great. However, the Spirit Crab Island was one of the 72 islands in the South Sea. Its strength should be stronger than the Sword Imperial sect. If the Sword Imperial sect was this strong, then there's no need to mention the Spirit Crab Island. It seems like Zhao Hai had underestimated the heroes of the world. When he went to the Spirit Crab Island before, the reason why he didn't feel any threat was because he was from the Spirit Crab Island. If he wasn't from the Spirit Crab Island, then the situation would be completely different. However, although he was very afraid of the Sword Imperial sect, Zhao Hai still wanted to create some trouble for them. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to swallow his anger. After the spirit rice in Tideview City was harvested, Zhao Hai immediately destroyed most of the spirit fields and planted some trees. Zhao Hai didn't plant all of these trees with fruit trees. Instead, he mixed them with other trees. The seeds of these trees were all mutated seeds that were refined by Zhao Hai. Because of this, as long as the seeds were planted, then he would use the spirit rain technique to water the trees. After doing this, Zhao Hai prepared to go to the small city to take a look. He had no choice but to go. The Sword Imperial sect was already preparing to attack them. If he didn't go, then he wouldn't be able to achieve his goal of making the first move. After planting the trees, Zhao Hai handed the matter over to Wen Hai. Then he took the transmission formation and directly went to Sword Intent City. Little Green was called Green Wind Town. Although it was called a town, it was actually a small town with a population of 300,000. Most of the people in this town were ordinary people. There weren't a lot of cultivators here. Most of the cultivators here were attached to the 5 clans in the town. These 5 clans were established by the disciples of the Sword Imperial sect. Their relationship with the Sword Imperial sect was very close. Not only did these clans have disciples cultivating in the Sword Imperial sect, they also managed the town for the sect. They collected some materials for the sect and also selected some disciples for the sect. This was the common management method used by all sects in the Sword Spirit realm. When Zhao Hai arrived at Green Wind Town, he didn't attract anyone's attention. In fact, there were a lot of lone cultivators in the Sword Spirit plane. Some of them were rogue cultivators while some were small merchants who resell things to earn money. Nobody would pay attention to such people. Zhao Hai didn't pay any attention to them. When Zhao Hai arrived at Green Wind Town, he immediately found a small inn to stay in. This inn was specially prepared for merchants. However, the inn that Zhao Hai chose was very particular. This inn was where Tang Ming and the others were staying. At this time, it wasn't only Tang Ming who was staying here, Chen Yan and Lei Hong were also staying here. However, nobody knew that they knew each other. If they wanted to contact each other, they would secretly go to Tang Ming's room at night. Normally, they would meet each other as if they didn't know each other. This was because there were a lot of small merchants coming in and out of the inn every day. There were also some rogue cultivators staying here. Tang Ming and the others already knew that Zhao Hai would arrive. Therefore, although they saw Zhao Hai arrive, they didn't say anything. Zhao Hai also acted as if he didn't know them as he directly returned to his room. This was a small hotel. The entire hotel had dozens of rooms. There was a small building in the front and a large courtyard in the back. The large courtyard was divided into many small courtyards. These small courtyards were also part of the hotel. However, if one wanted to book these small courtyards, the price would be different. Zhao Hai's room was just an ordinary small room. This small room only had 2 entrances. The inside was a small bedroom while the outside was a square table. Next to the door was a wash basin and other things. If one wanted to use the toilet, then they would have to go to the back courtyard. There was also a small dining room on the first floor. The dining room wasn't very big and it only provided some simple food. After Zhao Hai looked at his room, he directly came out of the hotel and then strolled around the city. His approach was the same as the peddlers. He had never seen a peddler stay in a hotel every day. If he stayed in a hotel every day, then it would arouse suspicion. However, Zhao Hai had a purpose in mind. He went to the area where the great clans were located. Although these great clans had a certain competitive relationship, they didn't go too far. After all, they were all subordinates of the Imperial Sword sect, helping the sect manage the city. Moreover, the disciples of these great clans were all in the Imperial Sword sect. After entering the Imperial Sword sect, their status wouldn't be too high. Because of this, the great clans in Green Wind Town would act together and look after each other. It was precisely because of this that the great clans in Green Wind Town were very peaceful. After Zhao Hai looked at the situation of these clans, he directly left. He didn't get too close, afraid of attracting the attention of the other party. At this time, there were still people from the Jianfu sect in these clans. Zhao Hai didn't want to be discovered by them. Zhao Hai's target this time was the people from the Jianfu sect. These people came to the clans to look for people. The Jianfu sect was preparing to bring the experts of the clans to the Jianfu sect. Then from there, they would head to Tideview City to deal with Zhao Hai's group. This time, Zhao Hai wanted to deal with the people from the Jianfu sect. Moreover, Zhao Hai already thought about it. This time, he would use the Trent's Curse technique to deal with the people from the Jianfu sect. The Trent's Curse technique was a very powerful curse technique. Moreover, it was a curse technique that could spread. When a person was hit by this curse technique, as long as the curse technique flared up, they would immediately feel itchy all over. Of course, this wasn't the most terrible thing. The most terrible thing was that bark-like things would grow on your body. Not only would this affect your movements, it would also deform your meridians and absorb your spiritual qi. Not only would your spiritual qi be useless against these things, it would instead become their nourishment. Moreover, the Trent's Curse technique was a very powerful curse technique. Moreover, it was also very contagious. If two people were less than 5 meters away from each other, they would immediately be infected. However, this curse technique wasn't uncontrollable. It could only infect 10,000 people at most, then it wouldn't be contagious anymore. Zhao Hai wanted to use this curse technique to deal with the people from the Jianfu sect. He wanted to use this curse technique to deal with the people from the Jianfu sect. However, this curse technique could be remotely controlled by Zhao Hai. When he finds out that the people from the Jianfu sect had returned to the sect, he would activate the curse technique. Then the curse technique would quickly spread throughout the Jianfu sect. It wouldn't stop until it reaches 10,000 people. Although the Jianfu sect had more than 10,000 people, Zhao Hai believed that if 10,000 people were infected by this curse technique, then the Jianfu sect wouldn't be in the mood to deal with anything else. They might even suffer a great loss. Zhao Hai already understood that the Jianfu sect had about 20,000 people. There were also about 50,000 servants. Most of these servants were ordinary people. The Treyant Curse technique's strongest point was that it wouldn't infect ordinary people, it would only affect cultivators. Because of this, Zhao Hai was sure that as long as the Treyant Curse technique spreads to the Jianfu sect, the sect would immediately fall into chaos. They simply wouldn't have the time to deal with anything else. After leaving the residences of the great clans, Zhao Hai directly found a restaurant and went up. This restaurant wasn't big, it was called the Chigu Street Restaurant. When Zhao Hai entered the restaurant, a waiter immediately greeted him. The waiter gave Zhao Hai a salute and said, "Guest, please come in." "How many guests are there?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "My friends have arrived. I'm here to look for them. You don't need to worry about them." When the waiter heard Zhao Hai, he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "All right, guest, please help yourself." Then he stepped to the side. Zhao Hai went up the stairs. Before long, Zhao Hai arrived upstairs. Then he directly went inside. When he arrived at the door of the innermost private room, Zhao Hai pushed the door and went inside. Tang Ming and Chen Yan were already waiting for Zhao Hai. Upon seeing Zhao Hai come in, Tang Ming and Chen Yan immediately gave Zhao Hai a salute and said, "Greetings." But before they could finish, Zhao Hai waved his hand, causing them to swallow their words. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Since we're outside, there's no need to be so polite." After saying that, he looked for a place to sit down. Then Zhao Hai looked at the group and said, "I came here today to tell you that you should immediately leave this place and return to the sect. There's no need to stay here." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the group stared. Then Tang Ming said, "Boss, don't we need to monitor the people from the other clans? I recently discovered that the people from the other clans are very close to the Sword Imperial sect. If we don't monitor them, will something happen?" Zhao Hai said, "There's no need to worry about them. I'll handle this matter. You don't need to worry about it. Go back." When Tang Ming heard Zhao Hai, he immediately understood what he meant. His expression couldn't help but change as he said, "Boss, let us stay here. It's too dangerous for you to be alone." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "You can rest assured that I'll be fine. Something will happen here soon, so you can't stay here. Otherwise, you'll be in danger. Let's go." Tang Ming didn't ask anything and just nodded. Zhao Hai turned to Chen Yan and said, "Chen Yan, after we return, help Tang Ming and Feng Jinggan establish the Foreign Affairs Hall. I don't want something like this to happen again in the future." Chen Yan nodded, but Lei Hong's expression changed. Zhao Hai looked at Lei Hong and said, "Lei Hong, although this matter was caused by you, the main reason was because of me. I was too anxious, so I won't punish you this time. But don't do it again. Our Tidewatering gang needs new people, but before they join our gang, we must not leak Tidewatering City's secrets. Do you understand?" Lei Hong nodded, then he said, "Lei Hong, I didn't want you to do this." Lei Hong immediately replied, "Yes, I understand. Thank you, gang leader, for your generosity." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Let's eat. After eating, you can go back and prepare to leave. You'll be leaving in 3 days. Alright, let's eat." The few of them nodded and started eating. However, other than Tang Ming, the rest of them appeared to be too polite. Zhao Hai looked at them and couldn't help but smile. Then he picked up a jug of wine and said, "Everyone, don't be so reserved. The outside world is different from the gang. When you eat and drink outside, don't be so polite. Come, let's drink some wine." Then he poured wine for everyone. But when they saw Zhao Hai's expression, they quickly stood up. Zhao Hai waved his hand and had them sit down. Then he poured everyone a bowl of wine. Finally, Zhao Hai poured himself a bowl. Then Zhao Hai opened his mouth and said, "Come, let's drink together. Actually, I'm a person who likes to eat and drink. But because there are too many people in the gang and we don't have any wine, we haven't been able to get everyone together. It seems like we'll have to get together more often in the future." Tang Ming smiled and said, "Boss, is this the reason why you want to grow fruit trees and make wine? Ha ha ha, you understand me. It's boring without wine. Come, let's drink together." Then Zhao Hai raised his wine bowl and clinked it with everyone's. Then he drank the wine in his bowl. When the others saw Zhao like this, they followed suit and drank the wine in their bowls. After drinking the wine, everyone slowly relaxed and began to eat and drink. For a while, the atmosphere in the private room became more lively. After eating, Zhao Hai went back to the city. The others also returned to their hotel in batches. Chen Yan and the others directly packed their things and left. Zhao Hai didn't return to the hotel until dark. Today, Zhao Hai wasn't only observing the 5 great clans, he was also observing the rogue cultivators who were making a living in the city. These rogue cultivators were hunting beasts in the nearby mountains, collecting herbs, and escorting goods. Although there were transmission formations in the city, a lot of merchants didn't use transmission formations. This was especially true for the 2 cities that were close to each other. If there were a lot of goods that couldn't be stored in the space, then they could only use people to transport them. Generally, they would use huge beasts as transportation tools. These beasts were called pack beasts. They were as big as rhinos, but they looked like ordinary cows. They were very strong and had a very docile temperament. However, if one wanted to use pack beasts to transport things, then it would be very dangerous. Some rogue cultivators would become bandits outside the city. Moreover, some beasts would also attack people. Because of this, when merchants used pack beasts to transport things, they would hire rogue cultivators to protect them. These rogue cultivators relied on this to survive. However, the reason why Zhao Hai was observing these rogue cultivators was to see if they would be affected by what was about to happen. Zhao Hai had already thought about it. He wanted the 5 great clans to pay a huge price. He also wanted the person who sold out the Watcher gang to the 5 great clans to pay the price. Zhao looked at the 3 people who were walking towards him. The 3 of them were dressed very brightly, and they had arrogant looks on their faces, which made people feel very uncomfortable. These 3 were the ones who betrayed Lei Hong and Tideview City. They were originally from the same realm as Lei Hong. But after ascending to the Sword Spirit boundary, they didn't move to Tideview City like Lei Hong. In their opinion, Tideview City wasn't developing at all. It was just relying on the high tide to earn a few spirit stones every month. What could those spirit stones do? If they relied on those spirit stones to cultivate, they wouldn't be able to achieve anything for the rest of their lives. Because of this idea, these people didn't move to Tideview City. Instead, they prepared to make a living in this small city. However, they discovered that it wasn't easy to make a living in this small city. You can only earn a little bit of money to survive. It was simply impossible to cultivate by leaps and bounds. The only way was to join a clan. In that case, those clans would provide you with all kinds of cultivation resources. Only then would you be able to increase your cultivation speed. Because of this, joining a clan was their biggest wish. When Lei Hong gave them a position, they saw hope. They knew about the situation in Tideview City. They knew that Tideview City used to belong to the Spirit Crab Island. Moreover, the Spirit Crab Island had sent people to manage the place. But now, Lei Hong said that the people from the Spirit Crab Island had already withdrawn. The one managing the place was now a gang called the Ecstasy Gang. Although they still needed to hand over things to the Spirit Crab Island, there were no more people from the Spirit Crab Island. This gave them an opportunity. Because of this, they immediately sold this information to the great clans. The great clans also reported this information to the Jianyuzong. After receiving this information, the Jianyuzong summoned these people several times and asked them about the situation in Tideview City. Then the Jianyuzong decided to launch a surprise attack on Tideview City. The Jianyuzong didn't think about sending people to Tideview City to check the situation. Although Tideview City was a small city, it was actually a stronghold of Spirit Crab Island. The people living there were all familiar faces. If a new face suddenly went there, people would immediately recognize him. If they sent people there and Tideview City was attacked, then the Spirit Crab Island would follow the vine to find the melon. Although the Jianyuzong decided to attack Tideview City, they didn't want the Spirit Crab Island to know that they were the culprits. Although the Jianyuzong's strength wasn't weak, it was still lacking compared to the Spirit Crab Island. This time, the Jianyuzong only wanted to take advantage of the situation. They didn't want to go to war with the Spirit Crab Island. However, now that the Jianyuzong decided to take action, the 3 people began to tremble. Although the Jianyuzong didn't accept them as disciples, they still joined one of the great clans. Their standard of living improved, and with the support of the great clans, they began to tremble. Zhao Hai looked at the 3 people and smiled faintly. Then he closed his eyes. At this time, Zhao Hai had a piece of white cloth in front of him. On top of the white cloth were some things that didn't look very eye-catching. They looked like withered tree bark. However, these weren't ordinary tree bark, but rather the bark of a 1,000-year-old tree. This kind of bark was divided into tree species. Some trees would be useless even if they were 1,000 years old, while others would be worth a lot of money. The dried tree bark that Zhao Hai took out was actually the bark of a 1,000-year-old cedar tree. This kind of tree bark was one of the best cold attribute herbs. If you use it to refine some cold attribute pills, the effect would be very good. Moreover, this kind of herb wasn't easy to come across. If a cultivator saw it, they would definitely not let it go. Zhao Hai wasn't afraid that these people wouldn't recognize it. This was because this kind of herb naturally had some characteristics. Just like the cedar tree, it was born with a cold aura. One could feel this cold aura from a few meters away. Because of this, as long as someone walked in front of him, they would be able to see that the bark was extraordinary. The position that Zhao Hai chose was the path that the 3 people would take. They would certainly walk past him. Zhao Hai believed that as long as they walked past him, they would be attracted by the cedar bark. When the time comes, they would naturally buy the cedar bark. This was the first step of his plan. This time, Zhao Hai wanted to deal with the people from the Imperial Sword sect using the Trance Curse technique. The reason why the Trent's curse technique was so formidable was because it needed a casting medium. This medium was the bark of an ancient tree. Different types of bark would have different effects, and the higher the grade of the bark, the better the effect. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to take out the 1,000-year-old cedar bark. This bark already had the Trent's curse on it. As long as the three people brought the bark back to their clans, then Zhao Hai would be able to use the bark to attach the curse to their clans. It might even attach to the people from the sword defense sect and then spread it out. Most importantly, although this kind of bark was a medium for casting spells, it wouldn't be destroyed after the spell was cast. Instead, it would retain its original characteristics. In other words, even if someone suspected that the problem was with these pieces of bark, they wouldn't be able to find anything. This was because the curse had already been cast, and the bark was still the original bark. It wasn't poisonous, and there was nothing special about it. What Zhao Hai needed to do now was to wait quietly. Moreover, he had already changed his appearance. It was impossible for others to recognize him. Zhao Hai closed his eyes and paid attention to the footsteps of the three people. The footsteps were getting closer and closer. Zhao Hai didn't feel nervous, he just sat there quietly. Before long, the footsteps of the three people arrived in front of Zhao Hai's stall. Then one of them made a sound as the footsteps stopped. Then one of them opened his mouth and said, "This is thunder pine bark? Not bad, it seems like it's been here for a long time. Hey, let me ask you, how much is this cedar bark?" Zhao Hai opened his eyes, then he looked at the three people and said, "You want my 1,000-year-old cedar bark? 103 crystal for one." 103 crystal wasn't a low price, it could be said that it was very high. But the men looked at each other and laughed. Then one of them waved his hand and took out a cloth bag. "You have a total of 6 pieces of bark. I want all of them." Zhao Hai nodded his head and said, "You have 6 pieces of bark. I want all of them." Zhao Hai stared, he was prepared for the other party to bargain. However, he didn't expect the other party to directly buy the pieces of cedar bark. Zhao Hai quickly grabbed the bag and looked inside. The bag was full of 5th-grade crystals, a total of 30 pieces. It was just enough to pay for the cedar bark. Zhao Hai immediately received the bag, then he smiled at the three people and said, "Thank you, guests. What else do you need? This little one has a lot of connections, I'll certainly get it for you." The three people looked at Zhao Hai and then laughed. They received the pieces of bark into their space and then turned around to leave. They didn't pay attention to Zhao Hai at all. Zhao Hai looked at the appearance of these people and was stunned. But after they left, Zhao Hai immediately put away the white cloth in front of him. Then he turned around and left. The things in his stall had already been bought, so it was natural for him to put them away. After Zhao Hai left, he immediately returned to the hotel. After entering his room, he couldn't help but smile. However, Zhao Hai didn't stop there. Instead, he packed up his things and directly left the hotel. Then he went to the transmission formation and used it to return to Sword Intent City. However, he didn't directly return to Tideview City from Sword Intent City. Instead, he went to another city controlled by the Sword Imperial sect. Then he used the same method to buy several pieces of tree bark for the clans controlled by the Sword Imperial sect. Then he went to another city. This time, he didn't buy the tree bark for the clans controlled by the Sword Imperial sect. Instead, he directly ground the tree bark into powder and used it on the clans. There were a lot of cities controlled by the Sword Imperial sect. Zhao Hai went to 5 cities in total. These 5 cities were very far from each other. Moreover, although his casting material was tree bark, he only made it appear in 2 cities. He didn't make it appear in the other cities. Instead, he ground the tree bark into powder and used it on the clans. Zhao Hai did this in order to not expose himself. If he only targeted Green Wind Town, then the Sword Imperial sect might suspect him in Tideview City. However, if the Trent's curse broke out in several cities at the same time, then the Sword Imperial sect wouldn't suspect him. If he made the tree bark appear in all the places affected by the Trent's curse, then the Sword Imperial sect would suspect that there was a problem with the tree bark. However, if he didn't make the tree bark appear in all the places, then the Sword Imperial sect wouldn't suspect the tree bark. This way, he would be even safer. Zhao Hai had always been very careful when doing things. As for how many people would die, he didn't care at all. In any case, the people who died were all from the Sword Imperial sect. He would just treat it as the price they had to pay for their actions. Zhao Hai would just treat it as interest first. It didn't take long for Zhao Hai to do this. In just 3 days, all the clans controlled by the Sword Imperial sect were under the Trent's curse. However, he still hasn't activated it yet, but the Trent's curse had already begun to spread. The reason why Zhao Hai chose the Trent's curse was because the Trent's curse's ability to control it was very strong. The timing of its release could be controlled, the degree of its spread could be controlled, and it could even be finely controlled. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai chose the Trent's curse. This way, he could control the timing of the Trent's curse. This was also one of the powerful aspects of curses. Spells couldn't achieve this kind of effect, and even poisons couldn't. Only curses could do it. At this time, the Sword Imperial sect wasn't fully prepared to send troops to Tideview City. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't let the curse take effect. The Sword Imperial sect was very clear that their strength couldn't compare to Spirit Crab Island. If they used the transmission formation to go to Tideview City, then Spirit Crab Island would certainly investigate and find out that it was them who did it. At that time, the Sword Imperial sect would have to wait for Spirit Crab Island's retaliation. Because of this, the Sword Imperial sect couldn't use the transmission formation to go to Tideview City. They could only use artifacts to secretly transport their people and then suddenly attack Tideview City. But in this case, they would need more time to prepare. However, Zhao Hai didn't care about this. After making all the arrangements, he immediately returned to Sword Intent City. Then he casually looked for a small hotel to stay in. After entering his room, Zhao Hai's body flashed and returned to the space. After observing the situation of several cities, Zhao Hai immediately had the Trent's curse erupt. Lu Jianling was the sect master of the Jianyu sect. He was currently sitting in the Jianyu sect's conference room along with the elders of the sect. Looking at them, Lu Jianling said, "Everyone, we've received news that there's a large amount of spirit rice in Tideview City under Spirit Crab Island's rule. This is because the people in Tideview City have found a new method of growing spirit rice, greatly increasing the yield. I think everyone knows about the current situation in the continent, so we need to prepare more spirit rice in order to deal with the changes that might happen in the future. Therefore, I'm preparing to attack Tideview City. I've heard that the people of Spirit Crab Island have already evacuated from Tideview City. The one in charge of the place is a person who just ascended. Moreover, this method of growing spirit rice was developed by him. Therefore, our target this time isn't just the spirit rice, but that person as well. As long as we can bring that person back to the sect, we won't have to worry about spirit rice in the future. Therefore, we must act fast this time and make sure that that person doesn't escape. Even if we can't capture that person, we must capture the other people in Tideview City. I think they must know something about how to increase the yield of spirit rice. Now that the experts of the various clans have been transferred here, we can gather about 7,000 troops. However, there are about 20,000 rogue cultivators in Tideview City. Although they aren't very strong, we can't be careless. Therefore, we must act fast and ruthlessly. Do you all understand? Do you understand? Everyone nodded. Then someone turned to Lu Jianling and said, "Sect Master, if the people of Tideview City run to Spirit Crab Island and ask for help, what should we do? There's a transmission formation between Spirit Crab Island and Tideview City. Even if we seal the transmission formation, it wouldn't take long for the people of Spirit Crab Island to reach Tideview City. If we leave any traces behind, then it would be troublesome." Lu Jianling nodded and said, "I've also thought about this point. Therefore, in this operation, everyone needs to change their weapons. Most of the people in the Sword Imperial sect use swords. But in this operation, everyone needs to change their weapons. If you can avoid using swords, then don't use them." While Lu Jianling was giving out orders, a voice was suddenly heard, "Sect Master, there's an urgent matter." Lu Jianling stared, then he said, "Come in and talk." The person outside the door nodded, then he walked in and gave Lu Jianling and the others a salute. Lu Jianling said, "Speak, what's the matter?" That person immediately replied, "Gang Master, just a moment ago, a large number of people in the gang suddenly had strange things growing on their bodies for some unknown reason. They look like tree bark, and their spiritual qi is rapidly spreading. Right now, the number of infected people has already reached over 1,000. When Lu Jianling heard this, his expression couldn't help but change. Then he said, quickly, "Take me to see them." Then he immediately stood up and walked outside. At this time, the others also stood up and followed Lu Jianling outside. Before long, they arrived in front of a room. Painful roars could be heard coming from the room. The roars didn't seem to come from a person. Lu Jianling's expression changed as he followed the other elders into the room. As soon as they entered the room, they saw a monster lying on the bed. The reason why they called him a monster was because although he looked like a person, there were a lot of dark brown things on his body that looked like dried tree bark. These things looked like tree bark that had been blown away by the wind. If it wasn't for the fact that the person was still in human form and was still roaring, Lu Jianling would have thought that it was a tree stump that looked like a person. Lu Jianling immediately went to the bed and carefully looked at the person. He knew this person, he was an inner disciple of the Jianyu sect. His talent was very good, he was called Ma Zhong. Lu Jianling didn't think that he would become like this. Lu Jianling could clearly feel that the spiritual qi in his body was rapidly disappearing. And along with the disappearance of his spiritual qi, the bark-like things on his body were rapidly growing. This made him look even more terrifying. Lu Jianling's expression sank, he used his hand to touch Ma Zhong's bark-like body. It was rough to the touch, it felt the same as tree bark. Lu Jianling used his spiritual force to test it, but this test made him even more surprised. This was because Ma Zhong's body was made of tree bark, it wasn't made of human flesh. This made Lu Jianling very surprised. At this time, Lu Jianling suddenly felt an itch in his hand. He looked down and found that he didn't know when the bark-like things started to grow on his hand. This made Lu Jianling's expression change. He immediately shouted, "Everyone, leave the room. This thing is contagious. Because of this, no one is allowed to enter the room." While speaking, he quickly left the room. After Lu Jianling left the room, he immediately used his spiritual qi to feel his hand. However, as soon as his spiritual qi entered his hand, it immediately dissipated. Then his hand turned into a tree stump, and the tree bark became a lot thicker. Lu Jianling didn't know what to do with his spiritual qi. At this time, Lu Jianling heard a few low cries coming from beside him. He turned his head and saw that the hands of the elders who had followed him into the courtyard were also growing bark-like things. Moreover, these things were still growing rapidly. Lu Jianling's expression completely changed. He didn't think that these things would be so strange. They were actually contagious. Moreover, when they came in contact with spiritual qi, their growth would accelerate. Lu Jianling waved his hand and a jade bottle appeared in front of him. Then the jade bottle opened itself and a pill flew out and directly entered Lu Jianling's mouth. After Lu Jianling ate the pill, he began to pay attention to the changes on his hand. The pill had already turned into medicinal power, but the bark-like things on his hand didn't change at all. This made Lu Jianling's expression even more ugly. What Lu Jianling ate was an antidote made by the Jianyu sect. Although this antidote couldn't be said to be able to cure all poisons in the world, it was still able to suppress ordinary poisons. However, after Lu Jianling ate the antidote, it didn't have any effect. It was as if he wasn't poisoned at all. There were only two explanations for this situation. One was that he wasn't poisoned, and the other was that the poison was very strange. The antidote had no effect on him. However, no matter which one it was, Lu Jianling didn't want to see it happen. Lu Jianling's expression was very ugly as he said, "Pass down the order. Seal the sect. No one is allowed to enter or leave. Everyone is to return to their rooms. Without orders, no one is allowed to come out." Then his figure moved and disappeared. The other elders did the same. After Lu Jianling returned to his room, he immediately sat down cross-legged and felt the changes on his body. But what made him feel strange was that aside from feeling itchy, there were no other changes. If he didn't see his hand turn into a tree stump, he wouldn't have believed that his hand would become like that. But the more this was the case, the more worried Lu Jianling was. This was because even he didn't have a way to deal with this poison. If other people in the sect were to be poisoned, then the situation would be even more serious. Lu Jianling slowly closed his eyes and felt the poison in his body. However, he soon discovered that the poison had begun to spread from his hand to his surroundings. The itchy feeling had already spread to his elbow. Lu Jianling's expression couldn't help but change. He now had two choices. One was to cut off his wood-like arm to prevent the poison from spreading. However, there was only a 50% chance that this method would work. This was because this poison was too special. It was completely different from the poisons he had seen before. He didn't know if this method would work or not. The second method was to endure it and think of other ways to treat it. If it could be cured, then it would be for the best. Lu Jianling let out a long breath. In the end, he didn't cut off his hand. This was because a cultivator without a hand would have a huge impact on their strength. Lu Jianling tried to move his hand, but he found that he couldn't move it at all. It was as if his hand had turned into a piece of wood. He couldn't feel anything at all. His face turned even uglier. Then Lu Jianling took out several pills and ate them all. However, they were still useless. The poison was still spreading to his body. Moreover, it was getting faster and faster. Lu Jianling's expression was very ugly. However, he didn't dare to mobilize his spiritual qi to resist the poison. This was because even if he didn't mobilize his spiritual qi, he could feel that his spiritual qi was being absorbed by the poison. If he mobilized his spiritual qi, then it would be even more dangerous. Soon, Lu Jianling felt that his left hand was completely numb. Lu Jianling knew that he had to think of a way. If he couldn't, then he would be in trouble. Suddenly, Lu Jianling's eyes flashed. He thought of a way, and that was to use his sword intent to resist the poison. Sword intent and spiritual qi weren't the same. Pure sword intent couldn't kill people. Only by using spiritual qi to form sword qi would he be able to display great power. Sword intent and sword qi weren't the same thing. Sword intent was a person's understanding of the sword. Only when you truly understand the sword and comprehend your own sword intent could you be considered to have touched the threshold of a sword cultivator. However, it was a pity that sword intent was not so easy to comprehend. Even a swordsman who had been taught the way of the sword would find it difficult to comprehend sword intent. However, Lu Jianling was the sovereign of the imperial sword sect. Naturally, he was able to comprehend sword intent. Now that he had no other choice, he could only send his sword intent to his arm. This was because he heard that one sword could break 10,000 laws. Some people used sword intent to remove the poison in their body. Therefore, he wanted to give it a try. But generally speaking, people who knew sword intent wouldn't allow it to travel through their body. This was because sword intent was too strong. If they let it travel through their meridians, it would hurt them. But Lu Jianling didn't care about that. He wanted to try and see if sword intent was useful or not. If sword intent wasn't useful, then he would have to cut off his arm to see if it could stop the spread of the poison. Lu Jianling didn't care about that at this time, he wanted to see if sword intent was useful or not. Before long, the sword intent reached Lu Jianling's left arm. Lu Jianling felt a heart-wrenching pain. He couldn't help but groan. But then he became happy. This was because this was the first time he felt something other than itching. Although the sword intent was moving through his meridians, the pain was only a faint pain. It wasn't very uncomfortable. But now that the sword intent entered his left arm, the feeling was completely different. It felt as if a large needle had pierced his left arm. It made people feel a pain that went deep into their bones. It was really unbearable. However, Lu Jianling was very happy. He looked at his left arm and found that the sword intent was pushing forward little by little. The bark-like thing on his left arm was slowly peeling off, revealing his arm once again. Although his arm looked like it was peeling off a layer of skin, in any case, it was getting better. This made Lu Jianling very happy. Lu Jianling controlled the sword intent and pushed it forward little by little until it reached his elbow. Lu Jianling didn't stop, he still controlled the sword intent to push it forward. This was because he knew that once he stopped, the poison would immediately counterattack. He felt that the poison had been resisting his sword intent. As long as he relaxed, the poison would immediately counterattack. Lu Jianling, who was looking at his arm, suddenly felt a stinging pain in his eyes. He stared blankly, but he immediately discovered that he was sweating profusely. Just now, the sweat had fallen into his eyes, making his eyes uncomfortable. Lu Jianling casually wiped his head with his right hand, and focused his attention on his left arm. Pata! A wooden stake fell to the ground. Lu Jianling's face was extremely ugly. He looked at his left hand and saw that it had been cut off at the wrist. Originally, Lu Jianling felt that his sword intent had an effect on the poison. He was very happy and thought that he could break the poison. However, he didn't expect that when his sword intent pushed into his wrist, his hand would fall down like a piece of wood. Lu Jianling already knew that he couldn't feel anything in his hand. However, he didn't expect the poison to be so strong. His hand actually fell down. What surprised Lu Jianling the most was that although his hand fell down, he didn't bleed at all. He looked at his wrist and found that the skin there had already grown dead. It was as if his hand had been broken for a long time. The wrist had completely grown. Lu Jianling looked at his hand that fell to the ground. He knew that his hand was completely useless. However, he still had an idea. He directly pulled out his long sword and chopped at the hand that fell to the ground. Whoosh! Lu Jianling's sword cut off the wood-like hand. However, looking at the severed hand, Lu Jianling's face was extremely ugly. This wasn't because his hand was cut off, but because there was no flesh on the hand that was cut off. It had completely turned into wood, as if it was originally a piece of wood. Lu Jianling couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He had never seen such a vicious poison. It could actually turn a person's hand into a piece of wood in such a short time. At the same time, Lu Jianling also thought of the people in his gang. Many of them had already turned into wood. After such a long time, he was afraid that those people were already dead. Thinking of this, Lu Jianling immediately walked out of his room. At the same time, he had already integrated his sword intent into his spiritual energy. Outside his body, he formed a protective net. He knew that this could block the infection of the poison. Then Lu Jianling went to an elder's room. The elder's room had already lit up with a defensive formation. Lu Jianling immediately focused his energy into his dantian and loudly said, "Elder Wang, quickly use your sword intent. Only sword intent can deal with this poison." After he finished speaking, he went to another elder's room and informed all the elders. Then Lu Jianling turned around and walked towards the gang. After arriving, he immediately shouted, "Everyone in the Sword Imperial sect, listen up. If you can cultivate sword intent, put up a sword intent shield in your body. Quickly gather at the Imperial Sword Plaza." After he finished speaking, he stood there motionless. Before long, people arrived at the Imperial Sword Plaza. The Imperial Sword Plaza was the largest plaza in the Sword Imperial sect. It was usually used by disciples to practice martial arts. If there were any gatherings in the gang, they would also be held here. Therefore, everyone in the Sword Imperial sect knew about this place. Originally, there weren't many people in the Sword Imperial sect who cultivated sword intent. Now, there were even fewer. Looking at the disciples in front of him, Lu Jianling's heart bled. Originally, there were more than 20,000 disciples in the Sword Imperial sect. There were also some miscellaneous disciples and servants. The total number of people was no less than 100,000. Among them, there were about 500 people who cultivated sword intent. For a small sect like the Sword Imperial sect, this was already a very impressive level of maturity. Moreover, all those who cultivated sword intent in a small sect like the Sword Imperial sect would be heavily nurtured. They wouldn't be easily allowed to leave the sect. Therefore, these people were all in the sect. If the elders and stewards of the sect were included, the number of people who cultivated sword intent in the sect had reached about 700. However, the number of people who appeared in the plaza was at most 200. Although there might be more people coming, Lu Jianling understood that at least half of the potential disciples who cultivated sword intent in the sect had been lost this time. Even if they didn't die, only a few of them had a complete body. Some of them had a broken arm, some of them had a broken leg, and some of them had the characteristics of a wooden stake. Obviously, the poison in their bodies hadn't been completely removed. Lu Jianling looked at these disciples and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, use your sword intent to expel the poison." Quickly. The disciples complied and all of them sat down cross-legged. They began to use their sword intent to expel the poison from their bodies. From time to time, a part of the disciple's body completely turned into wood and fell to the ground. Not long after, Lu Jianling heard the sound of wind breaking. He turned his head and saw that the elders of the sect had all appeared in the plaza. However, everyone's complexion was very ugly. Their bodies weren't complete. More or less, they were missing some parts. Everyone's complexion was very ugly. Lu Jianling looked at everyone and said, "Let's wait for them to expel the poison. Then we'll see how many people can be saved. If they can't be saved, then we can only give up." At the same time, all the disciples are not allowed to leave their rooms. We'll personally test and see if there is any poison left. If there is, then we'll keep waiting until there is no poison left. The elders didn't have any good ideas. They all nodded and then stood quietly in the plaza. They looked at the disciples who were trying to expel the poison with a sad face. Every time they heard a popping sound, their faces would twitch. At the same time, their eyes were about to spit fire. At this time, an elder suddenly said, "Sect Master, what do you think is going on this time? Who poisoned them? Why is this poison so overbearing?" Lu Jianling shook his head and said, "I've never heard of it. It's the first time I've heard of such a poison. It's too overbearing and too powerful. I've never heard of such a poison in the sword spirit boundary that can turn a person's flesh and blood into a tree. Even in the devil sect, no one has heard of such a poison." The others were silent. They didn't know the origin of this poison. This meant that they couldn't find an effective way to detoxify it. It was impossible to find an effective way to prevent it. For them, this wasn't good news. Lu Jianling replied, "After dealing with the gang's matters, we'll immediately go out and see if there are other places that have been poisoned. If there are other places that have been poisoned, we'll take a look and see what's going on." The elders nodded. Then they quietly looked at the people who were forcing the poison out of their bodies. After a while, the people who were forcing the poison out of their bodies slowly stood up. However, there were only a few of them who were completely intact. After everyone was done expelling the poison, Lu Jianling immediately said, "Everyone, open your shields and integrate your sword intent into them. Then we'll take a careful look at the situation of the poisoned people. At the same time, we'll see how many people have been poisoned. Go." The people nodded before they turned around and left. Lu Jianling and the others also followed. After a day of investigation, everyone returned to the square. However, their complexions weren't very good. Soon, all the data was gathered together. Finally, Lu Jianling came to the conclusion that the sword defense sect had lost nearly 10,000 people. Nearly 10,000 people were almost half of the official disciples of the sword defense sect. Although there were also some odd job disciples who died, the number of odd job disciples who died wasn't a lot. Most of the dead were the inner and outer disciples, especially the outer disciples. This time, the casualties of the sword defense sect's outer disciples were very heavy. Lu Jianling's complexion was ugly as he listened to the report. After some time, he said, "Have you tried to see if there's any more poison in the sect? Are there still toxins in the rooms of the dead disciples?" Everyone shook their heads. An elder opened his mouth and said, "I've already checked. The rooms of the dead disciples are devoid of poison. Moreover, there's no poison in their bodies. Even if we touch their bodies, there won't be any abnormalities. However, they're all dead. Moreover, they died the same way. Their bodies have already turned into wood. Even if I insert my sword intent into their bodies, it wouldn't have any effect. They're all dead." Lu Jianling coldly snorted, then he said, "Are there any other disciples infected?" Everyone shook their heads again. The elder said in a deep voice, "No, everyone who was infected has died. No one else was infected." Lu Jianling nodded and said, "Have all the disciples come out. First, cremate the dead disciples. Remember, they must be cremated. Don't bury them. I'm worried that the poison might lurk. Then contact the outside world and see what's going on." The elders nodded and then immediately went to inform the outside world. Along with their notification, the entire Sword Imperial sect came out. However, they were still trembling with fear. This was because what happened before was too terrifying. And when they knew that the poisoned people had already turned into wood, they were even more afraid. However, they had no choice but to follow the order. They gathered the people who had already turned into wood and cremated them. It was very convenient to cremate the people who had turned into wood. This was because the bodies of these people had already turned into wood. As long as the fire was lit, it would immediately burn. It would be impossible to put out the fire. Before long, they would have turned into a pile of ashes. If they didn't know that the wood was originally human, then they would certainly sigh at how easy it was to burn wood. But now, they just felt a chill in their hearts. After dealing with the matters in the sect, 7 days had already passed. Lu Jianling also managed to get in touch with the people outside. However, there were people in 5 cities that he couldn't contact. This made Lu Jianling very worried. He decided to send the disciples of the sect to those 5 cities to take a look. As the disciples left through the transmission formation, Lu Jianling's expression turned gloomy. He didn't know how they were poisoned this time. He also didn't know who poisoned them. This was because the poison came too quickly. In less than 10 days, half of the people in the sect had died. This was too terrifying. However, he didn't know that the worst was yet to come. Before long, the disciples that were sent out all returned to the Sword Imperial sect. And the news that they brought back made Lu Jianling feel cold. All the cultivators in those 5 cities had died. The ordinary people in the 5 cities were fine. Rogue cultivators were also able to survive. However, the clans in the 5 cities that were related to the Jianfu sect were all dead. Moreover, these clans had been in contact with the Jianfu sect recently. They either sent people to the Jianfu sect, or the Jianfu sect sent people to those clans. In short, they had been in contact with the Jianfu sect for a short period of time. In this case, the Jianfu sect had no way to determine whether the Jianfu sect was infected by the poison of the clans or if the Jianfu sect was infected by the poison. When Lu Jianling heard this news, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. He didn't know who was targeting the Jianfu sect. This time, the Jianfu sect's losses were too great. It had reached the point where it was deeply wounded. Although it was said that a sect like the Sword Defense sect would be able to slowly recover in the future as long as there were some experts in the sect, the current situation was really very unfavorable for them. Although a sect was divided into levels, and for a sect, the inner disciples and core disciples were the most important, but this didn't mean that the outer disciples weren't important. The outer disciples were equivalent to the cornerstone of a sect. If the cornerstone was gone, then the sect wouldn't be far away from decline. But this time, more than half of the Jianfu sect's outer and inner disciples had died. Such a loss was too heavy. The Jianfu sect couldn't bear it. At this time, Lu Jianling didn't dare to think about attacking the tide-observing gang. It wasn't that they couldn't take them down with their current strength. However, if they wanted to quickly deal with the tide-observing gang, then they would need to dispatch everyone. This was absolutely impossible. If they don't dispatch everyone, then it would be impossible for them to take down the tide-observing gang in a short time. And if they can't take down the tide-observing gang, then the Jianfu sect would be in trouble. Because of this, Lu Jianling had no choice but to give up on attacking the tide-observing gang. Not only could they not attack, they also needed to defend their sect to prevent others from taking advantage of the situation. Of course, the most important thing was that they had to find some treasures as soon as possible so that they could regrow their severed limbs. This was very important for them because losing their limbs would have a great impact on their strength. If they couldn't regrow their limbs as soon as possible, then they wouldn't be able to protect their swords and sections. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. Although the Jianyu sect was a small sect, it didn't mean that they didn't have enemies. In fact, the Jianyu sect had a lot of enemies. There were also several sects around the Jianyu sect. However, the relationship between these sects and the Jianyu sect was only average. If something happened to the Jianyu sect, then these sects wouldn't let go of this opportunity to bite them. From beginning to end, the Jianyu sect didn't think that the tide-observing gang was behind this matter. In their opinion, this was completely impossible. If the tide-observing gang had such a strong poison, then they would have already become a sect in the sword spirit plane, not just a small branch of the Spirit Crab Island. Moreover, the people of the tide-observing gang were all rogue cultivators who ascended from the lower realms. How could these rogue cultivators be so strong? Therefore, the people of the Jianyu sect didn't link this matter to the tide-observing city. Zhao Hai had been observing the changes in the Jianyu sect. After discovering that the Jianyu sect had completely given up on attacking them, Zhao Hai felt relieved. Then he took the transmission formation and returned to the tide-observing city. Although this matter had come to an end, it gave Zhao Hai a new understanding of curses. This curse was really too powerful. The Trent's curse was just one of the many curses. But now, this curse caused the Jianyu sect to lose half of its people. This was too terrifying. When Zhao Hai returned to the tide-observing gang, the people of the tide-observing gang were in a panic. They were really worried that the Jianyu sect would attack them. When the people of the tide-observing gang saw that Zhao Hai had returned, all of them looked at Zhao Hai anxiously. Zhao Hai looked at them and couldn't help but smile. Then he returned to his room and called Wen Hai and the others over. After Wen Hai and the others arrived, Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "I have good news for everyone. The Jianyu sect seems to have provoked a devil cultivator. I don't know what kind of poison that devil cultivator used on them, but all of the people from the 5 great clans of Green Wind Town died. I heard that a lot of people from the Jianyu sect died as well. There are also people from the other cities of the Jianyu sect that have died. Now, the Jianyu sect can't even take care of themselves, so we don't have to worry about them." When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they stared for a moment before they showed a happy expression. However, when Wen Hai and the others looked at Zhao Hai, they felt that this matter might be related to Zhao Hai. Although they had followed Zhao Hai for a long time, they still couldn't see through his strength. Just like now, although Zhao Hai had just ascended to the Sword Spirit realm, Zhao Hai was much stronger than them. They didn't know how strong Zhao Hai was at this time. However, they didn't say anything. They knew that this wasn't the time to do so. Whether this matter was related to Zhao Hai or not, they must treat it as if it had nothing to do with Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the group and said, "This time's crisis has been resolved, but we still need to learn from this lesson. Old Tang, establish the Foreign Affairs Hall as soon as possible. Make sure to recruit people carefully. Make sure to pick those who are clever and loyal." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Tang Ming nodded, then Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "External affairs can't be rushed. What we need to do now is to make wine. This will be the main source of income for the Watcher Gang. We need to do it now." Tang Ming nodded, then Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "All right." Everyone nodded. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "We've already controlled the production of spirit rice. The cultivation of spirit crabs hasn't started yet because we need to wait for the silver barracuda and seaweed to grow. However, we can't start making wine right away. You can go and ask if there are any people in the gang who learned how to make wine in the lower realm." When Wen Hai nodded and said, "Yes, boss. We'll go and ask in a while." "Boss, didn't you say that you know how to make wine? Why do you need to look for people who know how to make wine?" Zhao Hai replied, "Of course I know how to make wine. However, I can't do it alone. Moreover, we need to prepare a lot of things. First of all, we need to prepare all kinds of tools, wooden basins, wooden barrels, and iron pots. We haven't prepared any of these yet. There's also a place and a wine kiln. How can we make wine in this case? Because of this, we need to prepare a lot of things." Everyone nodded. Then when Wen Hai looked at Zhao Hai with an awkward expression and said, "But boss, among us, besides you, I'm afraid that no one can make wooden basins or barrels. What should we do? We can't let you make everything, right? Also, we haven't made a wine kiln yet. Moreover, there's no place in the Sword Spirit realm to buy those things." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Actually, I've already thought of a way to make wooden basins and barrels. You shouldn't have forgotten about my Aquarius trees. As long as I plant some Aquarius trees, we'll have everything. Then there's nothing to worry about. As for the wine kiln, leave it to me. However, I still need you to prepare the other things, especially the big pots used to make wine." Chen Yan opened his mouth and said, "Boss, this is very simple. In some big cities, there are a lot of small refining workshops. If we want something, we can order it from them. There's no need to worry about anything. In fact, even wooden basins and barrels can be sold in those cities. After all, these daily necessities are still useful to ordinary people. However, if we want to make high-quality spirit wine, then the distiller's yeast is also very important. We don't have that, and water is also very important. Zhao Hai nodded and said, making wine isn't a simple matter. However, I'm going to use the spirit rain technique to make the water. Ordinary water won't do. If we want to make money in the future, then we must make a name for ourselves. Everyone nodded, then Zhao Hai said, Chen Yan, I'll leave this task to you. You need to go to Sword and Tent City and find a place that won't attract too much attention. Then you need to order everything you need. Don't find a single refining workshop, just find a few. I'll give you the blueprints so that they can take care of the blueprints. As for what to use to make the wine, Chen Yan, you need to buy some ordinary jade as well as some high-quality silks. Remember, don't sell special silks, just ordinary ones. It's best if you sell them in the entire sword spirit realm so that people can't find out where they came from. Chen Yan nodded, then Zhao Hai turned to the others and said, in addition to these things, we also need to get everyone moving. In the future, the division of labor will be clear. Those who guard the spirit fields will be responsible for guarding them, those who guard the orchards will be responsible for guarding them, those who guard the orchards will be responsible for guarding the orchards, those who make wine will be responsible for raising spirit crabs, and those who raise spirit crabs will be responsible for raising spirit crabs. In any case, these things won't take a long time, so we can give everyone something to do. This way, everyone will have a fixed income. Everyone nodded with a happy expression. They also hoped that the Tidewatcher gang would develop as soon as possible. This would also be good for them. Therefore, they were willing to cooperate fully with Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at everyone, then he smiled faintly and said, all right, I won't say much. In short, go and tell everyone that we have passed through this crisis. But now, the tidal tribe will be busy. Make sure that everyone is mentally prepared. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, I won't say much. In short, go and tell everyone that we have passed this crisis. Everyone laughed, they weren't afraid of being busy. Because of this, they felt that they had something to strive for. Therefore, all of them stood up and cupped their fists towards Zhao Hai before they turned around and left. After everyone left, Zhao Hai returned to the space. Upon entering the villa, Laura and the others immediately welcomed him. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled faintly, I didn't expect this matter to be resolved this quickly. The might of the Trent's curse was beyond my expectations. Laura and the others nodded, all right, I'll give it a try. Laura and the others nodded. To be honest, although they had seen a lot of slaughter, seeing the Trent's curse still made their hearts shiver. This was because the Trent's curse was too terrifying. In a blink of an eye, a person would turn into a piece of wood. This was something that made people feel cold from the inside out. Zhao Hai and the others nodded. To be honest, although they had seen a lot of slaughter, seeing the Trent's curse still made their hearts shiver. In addition to the Trent's curse, there were also the Devil's curse, Stone's curse, Zombie's curse, Blood Boil's curse, and other curses that were even more powerful than the Trent's curse. They didn't dare to imagine what would happen if those curses were to be used. Laura sighed and said, Brother Hai, I finally understand why you didn't use curse techniques before. This curse technique is too formidable. Not only is it formidable, when a person dies, they would become very strange and terrifying. No wonder people who use curse techniques would be regarded as devil cultivators. Brother Hai, it seems like you shouldn't use curse techniques too much in the future. Laura sighed and said, it's better if you don't use curse techniques. Zhao Hai looked at Laura and the others, then he smiled faintly and said, naturally, I wouldn't use the Trent's curse all the time. However, there are also other curses that can be combined with other curses. Although they can be considered as curses, their appearance is similar to ordinary techniques. At most, it would make people think that they are difficult to deal with. Moreover, with the energy transformation technique that I researched, I think that my techniques are already very powerful, so I don't need to use curses at all. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's right. That's the case. Laura nodded, then she said, Brother Hai, don't you want to make a few identities? I think that this is a good opportunity. You can use your magic techniques and send out a clone that uses curses. Then you can create another clone that uses Buddhist techniques. This way, people wouldn't suspect you. Isn't this good? Zhao Hai nodded, then he smiled faintly and said, I also think the same. But I don't want to use clones right now. This is because it makes me feel strange. I'll do it myself in the future. But if I practice Buddhist techniques, do you think that I should design a monk's avatar? Also, if I use curses, wouldn't I need a special avatar? When Laura and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but laugh. However, they didn't oppose Zhao Hai's idea. Laura opened her mouth and said, all right, then we'll help you design a few avatars. If you're satisfied, then you can use these avatars in the future. Come, let's help Brother Hai design a monk's avatar. Then the women gathered together and began to design Zhao Hai's avatar. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but pat his head. He felt that he had made a mistake. Everyone in Tideview City became busy. Some people were assigned to look after the fish farms, silver barracuda farms, and seaweed farms. Some people were assigned to look after the spirit fields. In fact, they weren't just looking after the spirit fields. They were responsible for planting and harvesting. Aside from the spirit fields, they didn't need to do other tasks. If they wanted to do other tasks, the gang would give them contribution points. But now, more and more people were preparing to make wine. At this point, the Tideview gang knew that their crisis has been resolved. They can now live a normal life, and making wine was something they must do. Zhao Hai already said that the Tideview gang's main source of income would be winemaking. This was very important for the Tideview gang. Therefore, they were very careful about making wine. The things that Xianxia ordered were quickly brought back. Those things weren't difficult to make. They were just some daily necessities, not artifacts. For a refiner, it was very easy to make them. Zhao Hai also planted a lot of Aquarius trees in Tideview City. These trees were planted in the area where they would be making wine. They can be used as barrels. After that, the people of the Watcher gang went to the orchard and plucked a lot of fruits. Then they washed the fruits and squeezed them into juice. Then they mixed it with Zhao Hai's distiller's yeast before sealing it up. These things weren't like the spirit rice. They only needed to be busy for a few days to plant the spirit rice. There were a lot of things that they needed to do. Whether it was picking the fruits or pressing the juice, they needed to do it bit by bit. It was very time-consuming. And with the limited tools and the large orchard, it took them more than a month to turn all the fruits into wine. However, they still hadn't fermented, so they couldn't be considered real wine. They needed to store it for a while. Because they weren't very good at making wine, it was inevitable for them to be clumsy. Zhao Hai had no choice but to keep an eye on them. Fortunately, they were done. Afterwards, Tideview City returned to its original state. Everyone did their tasks and cultivated. There wasn't much to do. Not long after Zhao Hai finished making the wine, Ding Chunming returned from the market. This time, he came back with several cultivators. Although there weren't a lot of them, they were all very capable. These people also met with Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai had a good impression of them. They weren't crafty and had good talents. Therefore, Zhao Hai had them join the Tideview gang and become its disciples. However, Zhao Hai was also planning to focus on training these people. He would select some talented and loyal members of the Tideview gang and train them. In the future, these people would be under Zhao Hai's direct command. Regarding Zhao Hai's approach, the people of the Tidewatching gang didn't oppose it. They all ascended from the lower realms and had experienced a lot of ups and downs. Naturally, they knew why Zhao Hai wanted to do this. They also thought that this was normal. If they were in Zhao Hai's shoes, they would have done the same. Zhao Hai's eyes lit up. However, ever since these people arrived, Zhao Hai began to go into seclusion from time to time. In any case, the Tideview gang was already operating normally, so he didn't need to worry about anything. Naturally, his seclusion wouldn't affect anything. Although Zhao Hai went into seclusion from time to time, his control over the Tideview gang didn't decrease at all. At this time, the Tideview gang didn't have a lot of pills and artifacts. However, because everyone could go out and train from time to time, their cultivation speed didn't slow down. On the contrary, it was much faster than before. A month after Ding Chunming returned from the market, the people of the Tideview gang gathered at the seaside. Everyone was looking at the seaside with excited expressions. The reason why they were so excited was because today was the day that the Tideview gang officially started to put the crab seedlings into the rock spirit crab farm. This also meant that the Tideview gang would start to breed rock spirit crabs. As long as their rock spirit crabs are successfully bred, then they wouldn't need to catch rock spirit crabs in the future. They would have their own rock spirit crabs to produce, so they wouldn't have to worry about Spirit Crab Island's missions. They also wouldn't have to spend 10 days every month catching rock spirit crabs. Today wasn't the day of high tide. Jiao Hai and Wen Hai were holding large wooden trays in their hands. There were also a lot of people like them holding large trays. These large trays were divided into small compartments. Each compartment contained a rock spirit crab. However, these rock spirit crabs seemed to be sleeping, they were lying there motionlessly. Jiao Hai looked at everyone and said, "All right, it's almost time. Everyone, put in the crab seedlings." Everyone nodded, then they turned over the trays in their hands. One by one, the rock spirit crabs fell out of the trays and onto the beach. Jiao Hai looked at the rock spirit crab seedlings and nodded. There weren't a lot of rock spirit crabs. This time, Jiao Hai only threw in 10,000 of them. Jiao Hai already knew that these rock spirit crabs didn't take a long time to mature. They only needed 3 months to grow to the size of a plate. However, this was their limit. Then they would lay eggs and reproduce. Moreover, a crab can lay a lot of eggs. Because of this, the rock spirit crabs haven't gone extinct. Otherwise, with the Spirit Crab Island's method of catching them, the rock spirit crabs would have already been caught. The rock spirit crabs weren't very big, the biggest one was only the size of a plate. The rock spirit crabs that could grow to the size of a millstone weren't natural rock spirit crabs. They were specially bred by the Spirit Crab Island. The rock spirit crabs that Jiao Hai and the others caught were only small crabs. They weren't mature yet. Jiao Hai wanted to put them in the crab farm and let them mature before laying eggs. This way, the crab farm could spread out. These crabs were the seed crabs that they prepared. After the rock spirit crabs that were dormant left the trays, it didn't take long for them to move. Then all of them crawled towards the sea. When Jiao Hai and the others saw the rock spirit crabs move, they relaxed. Then Jiao Hai called the people in charge of the crab farm and told them to take care of the crab farm. Then he led the people out of the crab farm. Although there wasn't anything earth-shattering happening in the crab seedlings this time, everyone was very happy because they saw hope. After everyone returned to Tideviewing City, Jiao Hai called Wen Hai and the others to the conference room. He looked at them and said, "Wen Hai, I'll be going into seclusion for a period of time. During this time, I'll leave the matters of the Tideviewing gang to you. Wen Hai, you'll be in charge. Old Tang, Little Guang, and the Ho brothers, you'll help Wen Hai. Chun Ming, you'll train the people we selected. These people aren't suitable for magic arts, but they're very talented in martial arts. You'll train them well. Chen Yan, I'll give you a task. You need to use your ability to establish a channel for the Tideviewing gang to communicate with the outside world. Remember, no matter what method you use, you must establish this channel. But you must not let others know that you're a member of the Tideviewing gang. This is because in the future, our cultivation methods, pills, and artifacts will all be sold through this channel. Because of this, this channel is very important for us. In order to establish this channel, you can mobilize all the resources in the gang. Whether it's crystal stones or people, we can provide them to you first. I just want to see the results. Do you understand?" When Qin Yan heard Jiao Hai, he immediately stood up and said with a solemn expression, "Yes. Don't worry, I understand. Channels are important, but what's more important is your safety. I don't want anything to happen to you. You can use those brokers and give them benefits, but you must ensure your safety." Jiao nodded, then waved his hand and asked him to sit down. Channels are important, but what's more important is your safety. Chen Yan replied, "Yes, Don. I'll pay attention to my safety." Jiao Hai turned to Feng Jinggan and said, "Jinggan, the matter you're responsible for is also very important. Because Qin Yan has to establish a channel, he can't do anything else. In the future, the Tidewatering Gang's intelligence collection will fall on your head. My requirements for you are the same. Prioritize the supply of materials, people, and items. As for our intelligence, especially about the nearby forces, and even the entire sword spirit realm, you need to collect as much as you can. The more, the better. However, pay attention to your own safety. Feng Jinggan cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Yes, don't worry." Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Today, I'll let you know. My strength has reached the qi refining realm. If there's anything you can't solve outside, then come back and tell me. I'll think of a solution. Don't force it. The Tidewatch gang has just been established, so there are a lot of things we need to do. However, everything must be done with safety as the priority." Understood? Everyone replied in unison, "Yes." Don't worry, don't worry. We'll pay more attention." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "If someone from the Spirit Crab Island comes, then you must receive them well. Don't neglect them. If they want to go to the crab farm, then that's fine. If they ask, then just tell them what we've discussed. In short, don't let them know that we're breeding rock spirit crabs. As for the spirit rice, you can let them take a look, but don't let them know that we're brewing wine. In any case, we'll be sending the spirit rice to the Spirit Crab Island. If they want to see it, then let them see it." Everyone nodded, then Zhao Hai said, "If the person from Spirit Crab Island is called Xiaoyi, then Wen Hai, you can go and wake him up. When I went to Spirit Crab Island last time, I had some interactions with this Xiaoyi. This person's strength is extraordinary, and his bearing is excellent. He's a person worth befriending. Moreover, we also need to make friends with people from Spirit Crab Island. Xiaoyi is a suitable candidate." "Alright, that's all, you can leave." Everyone nodded and then turned around to leave. Sealed Sword City was a very famous city in the sword spirit realm. The reason why this city was famous was because it was home to a sect, the Sealed Sword Sect. The Sealed Sword Sect was a sword cultivation sect. However, this sword cultivation sect was somewhat special. They were very different from ordinary sword cultivation sections. Ordinary sword cultivation sects were either martial arts sects or profound sections. On the other hand, the Sealed Sword Sect was a Buddhist protector sect. Those who understood Buddhism would know that official Buddhist disciples wouldn't use swords. Buddhist weapons were generally limited to a few types. Buddhist monk's saber, Buddhist staff, prayer beads, and wooden fish. These were the most common weapons used by Buddhist disciples. As for swords, they weren't the most common weapons used by Buddhist disciples. However, Buddhist sects had protectors. The relationship between protectors and Buddhists was very close. However, they weren't necessarily Buddhists. Sometimes, protectors were considered a position. They were like guest elders that were invited by a clan. They didn't necessarily belong to the clan, but they worked for the clan. They protected the clan while the clan provided them with resources. Buddhist protectors were actually a bit like this. However, Buddhist protectors were different from ordinary guest elders. Their status in the Buddhist sects wasn't as high as the guest elders. In fact, many Buddhist protectors were defeated by Buddhists. However, Buddhists didn't kill them. Instead, they used some Buddhist precepts to make them Buddhist protectors. Many of the Buddhist protectors used to be extremely vicious and evil people. Because of this, Buddhist protectors were able to use all kinds of weapons. The Sealed Sword Sect was a sect established by Buddhist protectors. Legend has it that the first sect master of the Sealing Sword School was a sword cultivator, but he was both good and evil. He did things based on his own likes and dislikes. He could bark like a dog just to make a child happy, or he could slaughter an entire city in a fit of rage. He was also very strong, so no one could stop him. Later on, a Buddhist high monk found him and discussed the Tao with him for 3 years. He wanted to use Buddhist teachings to dissolve the high monk's evil aura. However, the sword cultivator didn't repent. Instead, he was annoyed by the high monk and prepared to kill in front of the high monk. The high monk was able to entangle him for 3 years. Naturally, the sword cultivator was strong. He wasn't a match for the high monk. But this time, when he was about to kill, the high monk told him that he would take as many swords as he wanted to kill. Moreover, he wouldn't retaliate and wouldn't use any techniques to protect himself. The sword cultivator directly said that he wanted to kill 10,000 people. Therefore, the high monk sat on the ground and let the sword cultivator stab him 10,000 times and let the 10,000 people go. The sword cultivator thought that the high monk was just joking and would definitely dodge or use a technique to protect himself. Therefore, he stabbed the high monk. Unexpectedly, the high monk didn't dodge or use a technique to protect himself. He was stabbed by the sword cultivator. However, because of the high monk's strength and vitality, he didn't die immediately. He just sat there enchanted. When the sword cultivator saw that the high monk didn't retaliate, he was very happy. Then he stabbed the high monk again and again. He stabbed the high monk 81 times before the high monk died. After the high monk died, the sword cultivator suddenly came to his senses and felt the high monk's mercy. Therefore, he buried the high monk and sealed his sword beside the high monk's grave. He built a hut next to the high monk's grave and cleaned the high monk's grave every day to atone for his sins. After that, his story spread all over the world. Naturally, there were people who wanted to join him. He didn't reject them, and instead, he took in many disciples. In the end, he took in many disciples, and slowly, it became a small city. The small city expanded, and slowly became the Sealed Sword City of today. The name Sealed Sword City was also given to it because he sealed his sword here. The first suzerain of the Fengjian sect was surnamed Gao and his name was Gao Qingjue. The high monk who was killed by him was Holy Monk Pu Yuan, one of the 8 great holy monks of the Million Buddhist sect. After Gao Qingjue established the Fengjian sect, he took the initiative to go to the Million Buddhist sect and became the protector of the Million Buddhist sect. The Fengjian sect also became the protector of the Million Buddhist sect. However, after Gao Qingjue killed Holy Monk Pu Yuan, he didn't use his sword anymore. When he fought with others, he always held a branch in his hand and never killed anyone. However, it was unknown whether it was because Holy Monk Pu Yuan had dissolved the evil in his heart. His strength was much stronger than before. Because of this, the most obvious symbol of the people of the Fengjian sect was a branch embroidered on their clothes. The number of leaves on the branch determined their level. The sword they used was also shaped like a branch. It was very strange. However, the strength of the Fengjian sect couldn't be underestimated. In addition to their relationship with the Million Buddhist sect, almost no other sect dared to touch the people of the Fengjian sect. The Fengjian city was turned into an open city by the people of the Fengjian sect. There were all kinds of people here. As long as you paid taxes to the Fengjian sect on time every month and didn't cause trouble in the city, no matter what your identity was, you could move freely in the city. Even if you were chased by other sects outside, the Fengjian sect could guarantee that you would be absolutely safe here. Of course, there was a prerequisite. The prerequisite was that the person you offended was not from the Million Buddhist sect, nor could he be from the Fengjian sect. Otherwise, the Fengjian sect would not be polite to you. Although the Fengjian sect was just a protector of the Million Buddhist sect, they were very polite to all Buddhists. Buddhists didn't need to pay taxes in the city. They even set up a courtyard in the city to receive Buddhists. As long as you're a Buddhist disciple, whether you're a rogue cultivator or a disciple of a sect, you can rest, eat, and live in the courtyard. It's said that the rogue cultivator who lived in the city for the longest time had already lived in the city for more than 30 years. The Fengjian sect didn't give him any face. Of course, the Fengjian sect would provide you with food and lodging, but they wouldn't care about other things. If you want to use cultivation resources, you have to find a way. However, this was already a very good treatment for the Buddhist sect disciples. Because the city was very open, it had become a huge commercial city. Whether you rent or sell a house here, the cost would be huge. The Fengjian sect would provide you with food and lodging, saving you a lot of money. The Buddhist sect disciples also liked to come to Fengjian sect. This was because there were many Buddhist sects here, so they could interact with each other. This was especially true for the rogue cultivators. Many people believed that rogue cultivators wouldn't have Buddhist disciples or profound sect disciples. However, this was a very wrong idea. The number of Buddhist and profound sect disciples among rogue cultivators wasn't any less than other people. This was because even in the sword spirit world, there were many disciples of the big sects who died outside. Some were killed by others and some were killed by beasts. Naturally, they would leave behind some inheritances. Some lucky people would pick up these inheritances and slowly cultivate until they became cultivators. However, these people weren't recognized by the Buddhist or profound sects, so they naturally became rogue cultivators. The Sealed Sword City was as lively as it was every day. Countless people were coming and going from the city gate. The location of the Sealed Sword City was very special. The city was built on a plain at the intersection of 3 mountains. There was also a large river flowing on the side. These 3 mountains were the Extreme Martial Mountain, the Martial King Mountain, and the Traveling Moon Mountain. These 3 mountains were very huge and contained countless treasures. Naturally, there were also countless demonic beasts. It was the best place for rogue cultivators to hunt demonic beasts and search for herbs. Moreover, Sword Sealing City was an important transportation route. Naturally, it was very prosperous. Although most of the cities in the Sword Spirit realm were using transmission formations, other transportation methods weren't abandoned. For example, Sword Sealing City had several main roads that lead to other cities. There were also waterways that connected the upper and lower reaches of the city. Because of this, Sword Sealing City had a lot of caravans and adventurers going in and out of the city. It was already noon, but the south gate of Sealed Sword City was still very lively. Wang Heng, an outer disciple of the Sealed Sword sect, was standing there looking bored. He was an outer disciple of the Sealed Sword sect and was assigned a mission to guard the city gate. This was a very boring job, there wasn't much profit to be made. However, every disciple of the Sealed Sword sect had to do this job. The city gate of Sealed Sword City didn't collect taxes, and no one was allowed to cause trouble within 10 li of the city. Therefore, they didn't have anything to do, they just stood there and watched people go in and out. Wang Heng had been guarding the city gate several times already, but he didn't see anyone causing trouble. He heard that the last time someone caused trouble in Sealed Sword City was 10 years ago. That person got into a fight 8 li outside of the city and was imprisoned for a very long time before being released. Since then, no one had caused trouble in Sealed Sword City, including within 10 li of the city gate. Until today, no one had caused any trouble in Sealed Sword City. At this time, Wang Heng heard a clanking sound. This sound was very clear, as if something was hitting something. Wang Heng wasn't unfamiliar with this sound. This was because there were a lot of Buddhists in the city. Their staffs and shovels had iron rings attached to them. When these iron rings vibrated, they would make this sound. Wang Heng looked towards the source of the voice and saw a tall figure slowly walking towards the city gate. This person was holding a huge staff in his hand. Before long, this person arrived in front of the city gate. Upon seeing this person, Wang Heng couldn't help but sigh, what a majestic monk. That's right, it was a Buddha. This Buddha wasn't very tall, only about 7 feet tall. According to the ruler of the Sword Spirit world, he was about 1.8 meters tall. This wasn't considered too tall in the Sword Spirit world where body cultivators were everywhere. However, this person gave people a very majestic feeling. This was mainly because of his broad shoulders and broad back. His muscles were like copper and iron waves. He had a generous face, a big beard, long hair, and a headband on his head. His pair of big round eyes made him look like an angry Vajra in a temple. He had a dignified aura. What a majestic Buddha, everyone who saw this Buddha couldn't help but secretly praise him. Although this Buddha was very majestic, his eyes were currently half closed. He held a Buddhist staff in one hand and prayer beads in the other as he slowly walked forward. This gave people a feeling of peace and tranquility. He was obviously a majestic person, but he gave people a feeling of peace and tranquility. This was very strange. These two different temperaments on this Buddha didn't make people feel uncomfortable. The Buddha slowly walked forward and entered Sealed Sword City. Naturally, the guards of the city didn't care about him. One must know that Sealed Sword City was very polite to Buddhists. Since this Buddha was a Buddhist, nobody would make things difficult for him. The Buddha slowly entered Sealed Sword City. The city was very lively, there were all kinds of shops. On both sides of the wide streets, there were countless merchants, peddlers, and rogue cultivators hawking their wares. Although this Buddha's eyes were half closed, he was still very clear about his surroundings. He had inquired a lot before finally deciding to come to Sealed Sword City. Sealed Sword City was the best place for Buddhist cultivators to settle down. This was especially true for rogue cultivators. This Buddha was naturally Zhao Hai. His current appearance was designed by Laura and the others. He was a rogue cultivator who obtained a Buddhist inheritance. The reason why Zhao Hai wanted to use this identity was because it would bring him a lot of convenience. At the same time, it would also allow him to be more familiar with the sword spirit plane. Although Xiaoyu had already introduced him to the sword spirit plane, and Xiaoyu didn't lie to him, his understanding of the sword spirit plane was still lacking. Because of this, Zhao Hai wanted to personally understand it. Moreover, with such an identity, it would be more convenient for him to do things in the future. As for the identity of a devil cultivator, Zhao Hai didn't want to reveal himself. After all, devil cultivators weren't like rogue cultivators. Devil cultivators weren't welcomed wherever they go. If Zhao Hai were to reveal his identity as a devil cultivator, then it wouldn't be good for him. Zhao Hai slowly walked forward. When he arrived at Sealed Sword City, the first thing he wanted to do was to enter the temple that was specially designed for Buddhists. Inside the temple, he would have a place to live and eat for free. Although Zhao Hai didn't lack money, his current identity was that of a rogue cultivator. Naturally, he would need a place to live. Buddhas were different from ordinary monks. Ordinary monks would cultivate in temples, but Buddhas weren't. Buddhas generally represented asceticism. They held a staff and alms bowl in their hands as they walked the world. They would beg for food for a living and use asceticism to comprehend Dharma. This staff was not only a tool for them to beg for food, but also a tool for them to defend themselves. Because of this, Buddhas who cultivated alone would have a few tricks up their sleeves. Naturally, the Buddhas here referred to the Buddhas on earth. Although the Buddhas in the sword spirit plane also focused on asceticism, these Buddhas were generally rogue cultivators. True monks with backgrounds would mostly cultivate in their own sections. Zhao Hai's expression was calm as he slowly walked forward. But after a while, he still didn't see a temple. So he turned his head to a rogue cultivator and said, Ba. Benefactor, may I ask where the auspicious temple is in Sealed Sword City? This little monk wants to hang tin there. Generally speaking, monks would say hang on a bed. However, Buddhas would say hang on a bed based on the monk's staff in their hands. Although they didn't have a monk's staff in their hands, they would still say hang on a bed because the monk's staff looked very similar to a monk's staff. The stall owner looked at Zhao Hai. He knew that one cannot be disrespectful to Buddhist cultivators in the city. Therefore, he immediately said, Master, the monastery that Master is looking for isn't on the main street. Master can go forward and see an archway with the word Zen on it. Then turn around and walk forward until you see the monastery. Zhao Hai nodded, then said, Master, please go ahead. Zhao Hai saluted the man and thanked him. Then he walked forward. In fact, monks generally put their palms together, but this kind of salutation wasn't suitable for a Buddha. This was because when Buddhas walk outside, they would usually carry a monk's staff or an alms bowl. In this case, there was no way for them to put their palms together, so they could only do a single palm salutation. Now, many monks were doing a single palm salutation. Before long, Zhao Hai saw an archway with the word Zen in it. This archway was very tall and was made of a jade-like stone. On the archway, there was a large Zen character engraved on it. On the pillars of the archway, there were many scriptures engraved on it. Moreover, one could see that this archway had been made for a long time. It looked very simple and grand. Zhao Hai slowly walked along the street where the archway was located. Before long, he saw a large courtyard. This courtyard was very strange. It should be made of ordinary stone. On the outer walls, there was a layer of white paint. This made the entire courtyard look very clean. Although this courtyard wasn't far from the main street, it was very quiet. It really had a sense of tranquility in the midst of chaos. On the gate of the courtyard, there was a large sign with the words Zen Temple written on it. The gate was open. Zhao Hai slowly walked towards the gate. After entering the gate, there was a large courtyard. Inside the courtyard, one could see some monks. Some of these monks were sitting quietly in the courtyard, slowly counting prayer beads and silently reciting scriptures. When Zhao Hai entered the courtyard, he didn't attract the attention of the monks. He looked around and saw that there were many rooms in the courtyard. Some of the doors were closed with a small sign hanging on them. Some of the doors were open, allowing one to see everything inside. These rooms were very small. There was only a bed, a praying mat, and a small table. There was nothing else inside, but the rooms were very clean. At this time, Zhao Hai suddenly heard footsteps. Then a person walked in front of Zhao Hai. This person was also dressed as a monk. He didn't have anything in his hand, so he bowed to Zhao Hai and said, Ba. Young monk Huida, master. May I ask where master is from? Do you want to hang your name in the temple? The monk asked where Zhao Hai was from. Naturally, he wasn't asking about Zhao Hai's hometown. Instead, he was asking about the temple where Zhao Hai used to cultivate. Zhao Hai bowed to monk Huida and said, Ba. This monk's Buddhist name is Jing Hai. I didn't cultivate in the temple. I just received my master's legacy and cultivated alone. This time, this monk went out to cultivate. I heard that Sealed Sword City was recruiting Buddhist disciples. Therefore, I came here to practice for a while. As soon as monk Huida heard Zhao Hai, he understood what Zhao Hai meant. He knew that Zhao Hai was a rogue cultivator. However, he didn't show any disrespect. He just bowed to Zhao Hai and said, so that's how it is. Master Jing Hai, please wait a moment. I'll go through the registration process and then arrange a room for you. Zhao Hai gave monk Huida a salute. After monk Huida returned the salute, he led Zhao Hai to a meditation room on the side. This meditation room should be the best one in the courtyard. The room was divided into two parts. The inside was a place to rest while the outside looked like an office. However, there were no chairs inside, only prayer mats. There was also a long table. On the table, there were some papers, pens, jade slips, and other things. Huida sat on the prayer mat behind the table as he picked up a pen and wrote something on the paper. It was nothing more than Zhao Hai's Dharma name. Then he put the paper away and took out a jade slip. After inputting some information into the jade slip, he took out a wooden token and said to Zhao Hai, Master Jing Hai, you can use this token to enter any of the rooms in the courtyard. After you enter, you can hang this token outside the door. You don't need to take it with you when you go out. But if you want to leave Sealed Sword City, then please return this token to me. If you don't return after a month, then I will automatically take back this token. Then he handed the wooden token to Zhao Hai. After receiving the wooden token, Zhao Hai gave Huida a salute. Then he turned around and left the meditation room. The courtyard was very big, there should be a lot of rooms in the courtyard. Zhao Hai saw that this courtyard was only the first part of the courtyard. There were hundreds of rooms here, not to mention the second and third parts, there were even more rooms. However, Zhao Hai didn't pay attention to these things. This time, he didn't come out to cause trouble. Moreover, Sealed Sword City didn't allow violence, this was the same for Buddhist cultivators. Because of this, Zhao Hai was very safe in this place. Zhao Hai didn't go far. He entered the courtyard and looked around. Then he saw a room in the corner. This room wasn't any different from the other rooms. Perhaps the lighting was better, but this wasn't a good thing. Zhao Hai went to the door and hung the wooden token on it. Then he entered the room and closed the door. The door didn't have a bolt nor a lock. However, there were some fluctuations coming from the door. Zhao Hai knew that this was because of a formation. However, this formation wasn't a defensive formation, nor was it a warning formation. The main function of this formation was to make the door more secure, so that it wouldn't be blown open by the wind and rain. Zhao Hai placed his Buddhist staff to the side and then sat cross-legged on the praying mat. Then he closed his eyes and began to chant. Although he was the only person in the room, he had already decided to use his Buddhist cultivator identity to cause trouble. Naturally, he needed to act. Moreover, what Laura and the others said before wasn't completely correct. Zhao Hai's development in magic arts was indeed great. However, he couldn't let go of other aspects. After all, as long as you develop your magic arts, you would become an expert. Zhao Hai's current identity was a body cultivator. His body was one of Zhao Hai's greatest advantages. If Zhao Hai only practiced magic arts and didn't cultivate his body, then it would be a waste. In fact, Zhao Hai's current advantage in magic arts was more obvious than his magic arts. Zhao Hai also planned to use this time to study Buddhist techniques. Buddhist techniques naturally had their own uniqueness, and their fighting strength was also very strong. If he could learn them well, then it would be very beneficial for Zhao Hai. This was one of Zhao Hai's advantages. No matter what he does, he would be very serious about it. Although his identity as a monk was fake, he was still very serious about being a monk. At this point, he didn't even ask about Tideview City. This was because he knew that it wasn't only Wenhai who was watching over the city, there was also Laura and the others. In fact, even before entering the Soul Realm, Zhao Hai's forces were mostly under Laura and the others' control. Although Zhao Hai was chanting, he was also using these scriptures to verify his Buddhist techniques. In fact, Zhao Hai had studied a lot of Buddhist techniques. Moreover, he was very clear that although Buddhist scriptures seemed to be useless to cultivators, if one wanted to study Buddhist techniques, then one must study them well. Otherwise, it would have a huge impact on one's strength. Moreover, it would be impossible for one to display 100% of one's strength. One might even suffer from qi deviation. While Zhao Hai was chanting, Huida's voice was suddenly heard from outside. "Master Jinghai, it's time for lunch. Do you want to eat with me?" Zhao Hai stopped and then slowly opened his eyes. Then he stood up and opened the door. Looking at Huida, he said, Ba, I thank Master Huida for reminding me. Let's go together." Huida smiled faintly and said, "Master Jinghai is too polite. Let's go." Then she walked inside. Zhao Hai quickly followed behind, but he didn't bring his staff. He was very clear that in Sealed Sword City, nobody would dare to touch his things. Otherwise, if he was caught by the people from the Sealing Sword sect, then he wouldn't have a good time. It didn't take long before the two entered the second courtyard. This courtyard was similar to the first courtyard. There were a lot of rooms inside. But now, there were several large barrels in the courtyard. Several monks were standing behind the barrels with large wooden spoons in their hands. These monks had alms bowls in their hands. When the monks arrived at the barrels, they would use the wooden spoons to fill their bowls with food. Then the monks would take their bowls and leave. Huida looked at Zhao Hai and said, "This is the rule of the monastery. When people eat, they have to hold their own bowl. Then you can go back to your room to eat. You can also eat here. If one bowl isn't enough, then you can come and get more. If Master Jinghai doesn't have an alms bowl, then the monastery can give you an iron bowl for free. Although it's not a good thing, it's not a problem for you to eat." Zhao Hai said, "Thank you, Master Huida. I have an alms bowl." Then Zhao Hai's hand moved as an alms bowl appeared in his hand. This alms bowl was very big. It had a dark green exterior. It didn't look very eye-catching, but it was very heavy. Huida was a knowledgeable person. He looked at the bowl and sighed, "It's really a good item. Is it an artifact? Or a defensive artifact?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly at Huida and said, "Right, this is an artifact left behind by my master. This is the only artifact left behind by my master." Huida nodded and said, "My master must have been a senior monk." Then he didn't say anything else. He waved his hand as another bowl appeared in his hand. This bowl wasn't as big as Zhao Hai's, but it was dark golden color. It was also very beautiful. Zhao Hai was also a discerning person. At a glance, he could see that Huida's bowl was a very good artifact. Its material was very good. This bowl should be able to attack and defend at the same time. However, Zhao Hai didn't say anything. He just stood there in line. Before long, they arrived in front of the large wooden barrels. Each barrel was filled with rice. However, the rice wasn't spirit rice or anything like that. It was just some spirit rice mixed with some coarse rice. This was already very good. One must know that a lot of rogue cultivators haven't eaten spirit rice in their entire lives. The Sealing Sword sect was actually willing to put spirit rice in their food. This was already very good. Zhao Hai lifted the bowl over. The monk in charge of the rice scooped 2 spoonfuls of rice for Zhao Hai. Most people can only get 1 spoonful. However, it was clear that he saw that Zhao Hai's body was quite strong. Therefore, he scooped 2 spoonfuls for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't say anything. In fact, 1 spoonful or 2 spoonfuls was enough for him to eat. The other barrels were filled with vegetables. Zhao Hai lifted the bowl over. Each of them scooped a spoonful of vegetables for Zhao Hai. this meal was over. Zhao Hai took the bowl and walked to the side. Then he took out a wooden spoon and ate. Most of the other monks did the same as Zhao Hai. While Zhao Hai was eating, 3 large barrels were placed in the courtyard. One was placed further away while the other 2 were placed closer. Zhao Hai discovered that one of the barrels was empty. As for the other 2, one was filled with cold water while the other was filled with hot water. Zhao didn't understand, but soon he understood. Not far away, there was a monk who had finished his meal, but he couldn't finish it. The monk went to the big wooden bucket and poured the leftover rice into it. Then he went to the big bucket of cold water and used a wooden spoon to scoop some water to wash his bowl. Then he went to the hot water bucket, filled it with hot water, and took it to the side to drink. At this time, the other monks were also doing the same. Zhao Hai understood what the buckets were for. Zhao Hai ate very quickly, it didn't take long for him to finish his meal. Then he washed the bowl and filled it with hot water. While Zhao Hai was drinking, Huida also came over. Huida looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. Master Jing Hai just came to Sealed Sword City. There might be some things that you don't know. I've been in Sealed Sword City for a long time. If there's anything you don't know, you can ask me directly. Zhao Hai gave Huida a salute and said, I have something I want to ask Master Huida. Master Huida, do you know if there are any places around Sealed Sword City that are suitable for adventuring? When Huida heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, that's simple. Outside of Sealed Sword City are 3 mountains, the Extreme Martial Mountain, the Martial King Mountain, and the Profound Moon Mountain. On these 3 mountains, there are countless treasures and beasts. If you really want to go on an adventure, you can go hunting in the mountains. If you don't want to take risks, you can also become a guard for some small caravans in the city. Because Sealed Sword City is located in an important area, there are a lot of caravans that pass through the city every day. Many small caravans can't afford to hire a guard, so they need to hire some temporary guards. Master Jing Hai can participate in this. If Master Jing Hai doesn't want to go alone, then I can introduce you to the other monks in the courtyard. They also do this for a living. When Zhao Hai heard Huida, he quickly said, then I'll have to trouble Master Huida. This little monk is alone, it's better for me to go with everyone. Huida nodded and said, Master Jing Hai, come with me. It just so happens that the monks in the courtyard have returned. I'll introduce you to them. Zhao Hai quickly complied, then he stood up and drank the water in the bowl before following Huida. While walking forward, Huida said to Zhao Hai, the gathering of monks is a group of monks in the city. There are a lot of them, about 500 of them. They are made up of rogue monks like you and me. The reason why we formed this group is because we can't do anything about it. Although we don't have to worry about food and clothing in Sealed Sword City, if we want to cultivate, we need other resources. We can't get these resources for free, so we have to do some missions and take risks. We might not be in danger in the city, but outside the city, we'll be in danger. There are a lot of monks who died outside the city. So we had to unite and slowly, the gathering of monks was born. Huida let out a long sigh and said in a deep voice, the gathering of monks is actually a very loose organization. Most of us live here. We communicate with each other like friends. Whenever there is a time, we will go out to do missions together. There are no clear conditions for joining or quitting because after everyone receives a mission, the crystal stones obtained will be evenly distributed. However, if someone accepts a mission, he or she can get 10% more crystal stones as a reward and the rest will be equally distributed. If you go out on an adventure, it depends on the situation. I was one of the founders of the gathering of monks, but now I don't go out to do missions. Today I'm introducing you to everyone so that everyone can get to know you and understand your strength. If there is a mission in the future, we can call you. If you want to go on an adventure, you can also call people and we can act together. Zhao Hai nodded, then he followed Huida forward. Before long, they arrived at the first courtyard. At this time, there were a lot of monks sitting in the courtyard. Some of them were chanting with their eyes closed while others were discussing the Tao in groups of 2s and 3s. They looked very leisurely. Huida entered the courtyard and glanced at the monks. He chanted the name of Buddha and said, Ba. Masters, this is Master Jing Hai who just hung the tin in this courtyard. He also wants to join our gathering of monks. Please take care of him in the future. When Zhao Hai heard Huida, he also chanted Buddha's name. Then he put his palms together and said, Jing Hai greets masters. This little monk has just arrived at Sealed Sword City. I hope that masters can take care of me. When the monks in the courtyard heard Zhao Hai's words, a lot of them gathered around him. Several monks also put their palms together as they gave Zhao Hai a salute. One of the monks with a round face smiled at Zhao Hai and said, This monk Yuan Jing has seen Master Jing Hai. Welcome to Sealed Sword City. I hope that Master Jing Hai can take care of me in the future. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Master Jing Hai, I'm Yuan Jing. Yuan Jing had a round face, and he was also a little fat. When he smiled, his eyes disappeared, making him look very amusing. He gave off a very friendly feeling. However, Zhao Hai didn't dare look down on this fat monk. This was because he discovered that this monk's strength had reached the 11th level of qi refining. He could be considered an expert in the courtyard. Zhao Hai quickly put his palms together and said, Master Yuan Jing is too polite. This little monk has just arrived. I hope that masters can take care of me in the future. Yuan Jing smiled faintly and said, Well said, well said. How strong is Master Jing Hai? What kind of secret art do you specialize in? Zhao Hai was stunned. One must know that most people didn't want others to know their strength. As for what secret art they specialize in, they wouldn't tell others. That would be tantamount to telling others about their low cards. It wouldn't do them any good. However, he glanced around and found that everyone was looking at him, as if they were waiting for him to say it. Even Huida didn't stop him. He knew that he had to say it. It seemed that this was related to what kind of task he would receive in the future. Zhao Hai put his palms together and said, This little monk is a body cultivator. I have the strength of a 9th order qi refining realm cultivator. I specialize in close combat. Zhao Hai reported a level that wasn't low. In fact, his current physical strength was indeed around the 9th order qi refining realm. If he didn't use any secret arts, he wouldn't be able to use his full strength in close combat. Then, his strength hadn't reached the qi refining realm. So, what he said wasn't wrong. When Yuan Jing heard Zhao Hai say this, he was even happier. He nodded and said, That's the best. Master Jing Hai, I really do have a task here. We will set off the day after tomorrow to Sun River City. We need a total of 20 people. I wonder if Master Jing Hai is interested in joining? When Zhao Hai heard Yuan Jing say this, he couldn't help but ponder for a moment. Then, he said in a deep voice, Dare I ask Master Yuan Jing, how much is the reward? How long will this trip take? Yuan Jing smiled and said, From here to Sun River City, it will take about 20 days. On this trip, each person will receive 10 second-class crystal stones. I wonder if Master Jing Hai is willing to join? Zhao Hai nodded and said in a deep voice, This little monk is willing to go. Many thanks, senior brother Yuan Jing. When we set off the day after tomorrow, please call me. The smile on Yuan Jing's face widened. He hurriedly said, That's the best. When we set off the day after tomorrow, I will call Master Jing Hai. After he finished speaking, he put his palms together and bowed to Zhao Hai. Then, he turned around and left. As he left, a few monks around him also left. After Yuan Jing left, Huida opened his mouth and said, Master Jing Hai, this monk Yuan Jing is one of the more capable ones among the monks. He can always receive tasks. Moreover, the tasks that he receives aren't too dangerous and the rewards aren't low. He also takes care of the monks in the group. I believe that it would be best for you to go with him. Then, this little monk will take his leave. I wish Master Jing Hai that this mission will go smoothly. After he finished speaking, Huida put his palms together and bowed to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also quickly put his palms together and bowed back. He said in a deep voice, Many thanks, Master Huida. The two of them said a Buddhist prayer before turning around and parting ways. On the third morning of Zhao Hai's arrival in Sealed Sword City, after eating breakfast, Yuan Jing went to look for Zhao Hai. He was still smiling as he bowed to Zhao Hai. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, Master Jing Hai, we'll be leaving today. How are your preparations? Zhao Hai replied, I'm ready. We can leave at any time. Do we leave now? Yuan Jing nodded and said, Let's go now. It's already quite late, it's time to leave. Right, have you prepared food and water? We'll need to prepare our own food and water along the way. Jiao nodded and said, I've already prepared that. Master Yuan Jing can rest assured. Yuan Jing nodded and said, all right, then let's go now. Jiao nodded, then he followed Yuan Jing out. Along the way, Jiao went back to his room and took out his staff. Then he followed Yuan Jing out of the monastery. Behind Yuan Jing, there were more than 10 monks, making a total of 20 people. It seemed that Yuan Jing had already found everyone for this mission. Jiao followed behind Yuan Jing as they silently walked forward. Before long, the group left the Zen archway and headed towards the city gate. When they arrived at the city gate, they discovered that more than 10 beast carriages were already waiting for them. These beast carriages were very large and were filled with a lot of things. However, Jiao could still feel that these beast carriages were filled with beasts. This was because he could feel the aura of life within them. Naturally, there was also the unique stench of these beasts. These beast carriages seemed to have just arrived. Beside the carriages were some workers. These workers weren't very old, they seemed to be in their 20s. The oldest among them didn't seem to be more than 30 years old. Jiao noticed that the strength of these workers was very low. The lowest among them was at the first level of qi refining while the highest was at the third level. They were considered the lowest level of cultivators. Jiao was very clear that cultivators like them were actually ordinary people in the sword spirit plane. This was because the sword spirit plane's environment allowed almost everyone to cultivate. People like Jiao and Jiao were the ones with the least talent for cultivation. Therefore, they could only be regarded as ordinary people. At this time, the workers also saw Yuan Jing and the others. Then the worker walked to the side of a carriage and whispered something. Then the door opened and a person walked out of the carriage. This person was a thin old man in his 50s. He wore a navy blue robe. Although his appearance was ordinary, the material looked good. Jiao even felt a trace of magic power fluctuations coming from the robe. It seems like this robe was a magic robe. When Yuan Jing saw the old man, he immediately greeted him. He put his palms together and said, Shopkeeper Wu, I've made you wait for a long time. Please forgive me. The old man nodded and said, we've also just arrived. Master Yuan Jing, let's go with the price we've agreed on. The conditions will be the same as what we agreed on, right? There won't be any reneging, right? Yuan Jing shook his head and said, absolutely not. Shopkeeper Wu can rest assured that the price will be the same. Moreover, we'll take care of our food and accommodation. Shopkeeper Wu nodded and said, all right, then let's go. After he said that, he turned around and boarded the carriage. Then under the shouts of the workers, the convoy slowly went out of the city. Yuan Jing and the others didn't walk on either side of the carriage. Instead, they walked behind it. While walking, Yuan Jing whispered to Jiao and the others, this is Shopkeeper Wu. He's a shopkeeper of the Soul Mountain Trading Company in Xianxia City. He's famous for being stingy. Do you know why we got this escort mission? In fact, our price is the same as the others, but we have one thing in common. We have to take care of our own food and lodging along the way. Because of this, we got this task. Hearing Yuan Jing's words, everyone couldn't help but be stunned. They really didn't think that it would be like this. Just because of food and lodging, they could actually get this mission. As the shopkeeper of a large firm, it was really shocking that he would be so stingy to this extent. Jiao had also heard about the Spirit Mountain Trading Company. It was a very big trading company. It had some fame in the sword spirit realm. For such a company to actually make a decision about food and lodging was something that Jiao didn't expect. Yuan Jing looked at everyone and said, don't underestimate the cost of food and lodging. It will take us about 10 days to travel from Sealed Sword City to Sun Mountain City. In these 10 days, we will be camping in the wilderness for 3 days while the remaining 7 days will be spent in a hotel. If all of us are paid for by Shopkeeper Wu, then he would have to spend 5 more second-class crystals. If we add in the food, then it would be a total of 10 second-class crystals. This is equivalent to hiring 1 more person, do you understand now? Do you understand now? Jiao and the others nodded. Although 10 second-grade crystals didn't seem like a lot, Don't forget that the people of the Tidewatch gang only earned one first-grade crystal a day from catching rock spirit crabs for Spirit Crab Island. One second-grade crystal was equivalent to 3 first-grade crystals. In other words, 10 second-grade crystals were equivalent to 30 first-grade crystals. This was equivalent to 3 months of income for a rogue cultivator in Tidewatch City. After all, before joining the Tidewatch gang, this was their only source of income. Every month, they would only be able to catch rock spirit crabs to exchange for crystals during the high tide. One mission was equivalent to 3 months of income for a rogue cultivator in Tidewatch City. It was no wonder that a lot of cultivators would rather live in such a big city and live in danger than go to Tidewatch City. This was because the income here was much higher than in Tidewatch City. Yuan Jing looked at everyone and said, "Masters, this is the reason why I asked you to bring food out. Although you can stay in the inn along the way, you have to pay for it yourself. If you want to eat in the inn, you have to pay for it yourself. If you don't want to stay in the inn and eat the food in the inn, then you can meditate next to the carriage at night and eat the food you brought. This way, you can save a lot of money. Although we are also Buddhist disciples, we are still rogue cultivators. So if you want to save more crystal stones to exchange for cultivation methods or pills, I think it's better if you don't stay in the inn and eat your own food. What do you think?" Everyone nodded and didn't say anything. Zhao Hai also didn't say anything. For him, this was a very common thing. In the past, when he was in the Soul Realm as a plant master, he had to rely on dry rations and wild vegetables to survive. At most, he would add some salt. Therefore, what Yuan Jing said wasn't a big deal. Zhao Hai nodded and didn't say anything. Seeing that everyone nodded, Yuan Jing continued, "Along the way, we will encounter many villages. In those villages, there will be some vegetables for sale. We can buy some and use them for our meals. We can also sell some salted vegetables. Of course, we can also sell some meat. This depends on everyone." Everyone nodded and didn't say anything. Although they were Buddhist cultivators, this didn't mean that they couldn't eat meat. In fact, true Buddhist cultivators ate meat. This was because true Buddhist cultivators were begging for food in the beginning. Moreover, they didn't eat afternoon. In other words, they relied on begging for food to survive and couldn't eat afternoon. As for those who begged, they naturally ate whatever they wanted. If someone gave you a piece of meat and you didn't want it, then why would you ask them to cook 2 vegetarian dishes for you? Was that possible? Therefore, it wasn't strange for Buddhist cultivators to eat meat in the beginning. Moreover, cultivators like Zhao Hai, especially body cultivators, relied on their bodies to fight and cultivate. In this case, if they don't eat meat, they wouldn't have enough nutrition. It wouldn't take long for their bodies to collapse. Therefore, it was impossible to say that they didn't eat meat. After telling everyone about this, Yuan Jing also said, "Alright, everyone, this is the general situation. After the carriages leave Sealed Sword City, we'll disperse and walk on both sides of the carriages. This way, if the carriages are attacked, we'll be able to react immediately. However, the journey is still relatively safe, so you don't need to worry too much." Everyone nodded and then whispered the name of Buddha. The speed of the carriages wasn't slow. Before long, they were already 10 li away from Sealed Sword City. Yuan Jing and the others walked on both sides of the carriages, protecting them. Zhao Hai walked in the middle with his staff in hand. His eyes were looking down as he walked forward. However, his speed wasn't slow at all. Along the way, they also encountered a lot of convoys. These convoys were also pulling things along with their guards. When the people in the convoys saw that their guards were monks, they were surprised. But then they remembered that they were in Sealed Sword City, so they felt relieved. But Yuan Jing surprised Zhao Hai. He knew a lot of the guards in the convoys. From time to time, people would greet him and he would greet them. From this, one could see his connections. No wonder he received so many missions. With such connections, it wasn't strange for him to receive so many missions. When it was almost noon, the carriages passed by a village. However, they didn't stop. Yuan Jing took the initiative to go to the village and buy some vegetables and meat. Then he directly followed the carriages forward. At noon, the carriages arrived at a relatively large town. The carriages stopped at a small shop outside the town. Zhao Hai and the others also took out their rations and drank some water. Then they closed their eyes and rested. After shopkeeper Wu and the others ate, the carriages immediately went on their way. The carriages were very quiet. Zhao Hai and the others were also moving forward. However, their speed wasn't slow. In the afternoon, they passed by 2 more villages. When night fell, they saw a small town and prepared to rest. The caravan slowly stopped in front of an inn. A waiter immediately came out of the inn and bowed to the people in the caravan. "Dear guests, if you want to stay here, our inn has the best private courtyard. It can accommodate 40 people, and it can also accommodate 20 carts. Every night, it only costs 5 pieces of second-grade crystal stones." At this time, shopkeeper Wu opened the door and walked out of the carriage. He looked at the waiter and said, "Give me a courtyard that can accommodate 10 people. However, the courtyard has to be big enough to accommodate our wagons. At the same time, send us food for 16 people. You don't need to worry about anything else." The waiter looked at the convoy in confusion. There were 15 wagons in the convoy, and each wagon was driven by a waiter. These 15 people, along with shopkeeper Wu, were exactly 16 people. However, shopkeeper Wu only prepared a place for 10 people. One must know that there were 20 monks in the convoy as guards. However, it was clear that shopkeeper Wu didn't prepare a place for them to live, nor did he prepare food for them. This made the waiter even more puzzled, but he still immediately replied, "All right, please come with me. The wagons can be driven directly to the backyard." Shopkeeper Wu nodded. He didn't return to the wagons. Instead, he followed the waiter and went directly to the backyard. Zhao Hai and the others were also following behind. Their faces didn't have any expression, nobody was angry. This was because this was very normal. They had already agreed with shopkeeper Wu that they would be responsible for their own food and accommodation. Naturally, shopkeeper Wu wouldn't prepare food for them. Before long, the wagons under the waiter's command entered a courtyard. The courtyard wasn't big, so after the 15 wagons were placed inside, it was already crowded. However, there was a woodshed in the courtyard, where firewood was prepared. However, there was no pot in the courtyard, only a kettle. Outside the courtyard, there was a well where one could go to get water. When all the wagons had entered the courtyard, the waiter took 3 second-class crystals as payment and turned around to leave. In a private courtyard like this, the waiter didn't need to take care of the customers. All he needed to do was to deliver the food to the customers when the time came. The workers unloaded the beasts, fed them with fodder, and went to wash up. At this time, Zhao Hai and the others had nothing to do. Of course, they still had to ensure the safety of the beasts at night. Yuan Jing looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, go get some water. Since there's firewood in the store, we can use the firewood to cook some food. Then we can rest outside for a while." Everyone agreed. Zhao Hai and the other 2 monks took on the task of fetching water. There were wooden buckets in the courtyard. They took them to the well outside and fetched a few buckets of water before returning to the courtyard. When they arrived at the courtyard, they found that Yuan Jing and the others had already taken out the firewood in the courtyard and set up a simple rack outside, ready to cook something to eat. Zhao Hai and the others used the water they fetched to wash up. Then they gathered around the fire. Yuan Jing looked at everyone and smiled faintly. "Everyone, who's good at cooking? If you don't know how to make it, then I'll have to do it. Let me tell everyone first, the food I make is very disgusting. It can only be cooked by force. My nickname is Poison Won't Kill Everyone. What ingredients do you have? Take them out and let's eat together, okay?" When everyone heard this, they laughed. Zhao Hai stood up and said, "Let me do it. I used to live in the wild, making food isn't a problem. I also have some good things here." While saying this, Zhao Hai took out some dried food as well as some dried meat. The dried meat that Zhao Hai took out were all of the best quality. There were plenty of these things in the space. Not to mention 20 people, even if it was 20 million people, Zhao Hai would still be able to afford it. When they heard Zhao Hai, everyone didn't say anything. They just chuckled and took out some food that they brought. They brought a lot of food, all kinds of ingredients. Some people even brought some raw rice. Zhao Hai looked at them and couldn't help but smile. He waved his hand and took out his bowl. Then he took out some stones from the courtyard and placed them on the fire, turning it into a simple stove. Then he moved his hand and made his bowl bigger. Then he placed the bowl on top of the stove. Then he took out the ingredients that everyone brought. Then he put some water and salt in the pot. After that, he put the dried meat in the pot. He didn't rush to put the other things in. Then he added some branches on top of his bowl as well as the dried food that everyone brought. After that, he turned around and dealt with the other things. When everyone saw Zhao Hai deal with this matter in an orderly manner, they couldn't help but feel surprised. Yuan Jing chanted Buddha's name and said, Ba. Master Jing Hai, did you cook a lot in the past? Zhao Hai chuckled and said, I used to practice outside. You should know that although I'm an ascetic monk, I spend more time in the wilderness than in the city. Therefore, most of the time, I cook by myself. Because of this, I always have some food on me. I'm also quite skilled in cooking. Everyone nodded. Yuan Jing smiled and said, It seems like we're in luck today. We have to thank Master Jing Hai. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Don't worry about it. Since we're doing missions together, then we're on the same side. We might have to do missions together in the future, so there's no need to be so polite. Everyone chanted Buddha's name as they looked at Zhao Hai with a friendly expression. Yuan Jing said in a deep voice, Master Jing Hai is right. We will have many opportunities to cooperate in the future. Apart from accepting missions, we will also enter the 3 big mountains for adventures. We will also have some unexpected gains. After all, there are many rogue cultivators who die in the 3 big mountains every year. Even if we can't hunt demonic beasts or find medicinal herbs, sometimes we can still pick up some good stuff. If there is a chance in the future, would Master Jing Hai like to work with us? Zhao Hai smiled and said, All right, of course. If there's an opportunity in the future, we'll have to work together. I've never been to a big city like Sealed Sword City before, it's really lively. Yuan Jing sighed and said, Sealed Sword City is very good. However, if it weren't for the fact that Buddhist cultivators are very polite and provide free food and lodging, then I wouldn't have stayed here. This is because there are a lot of things to spend money on. Rogue cultivators who aren't Buddhist cultivators need to spend a lot of money on food and lodging. Currently, a lot of rogue cultivators live outside the city. During the day, they take missions, take jobs, or go on adventures. At night, they rest outside the city. This is because the houses in the city are too expensive, they simply can't afford it. Zhao Hai said, I also heard about the situation in Sealed Sword City, so I came here. If I go on an adventure outside, then I can only go to the market to exchange for things. Even then, I might not be able to get what I need. Therefore, I came here. The other monks also sighed, their situation was similar to Zhao Hai's. At this time, the water in the pot began to boil, and the fragrance of meat began to spread. Zhao Hai moved his hand, then he took out some tree branches and threw them into the bowl. This made everyone confused. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled, these are just ordinary pine tree branches. However, when placed together with the meat jerky, it produces a very fragrant smell. You'll understand when you eat it. While he was talking, he also put the other meat ingredients into the pot. However, he didn't put the vegetables in. At this time, the aroma had spread throughout the courtyard. Even the staff of the Spirit Mountain Trading Company had smelled the aroma and ran over. They had just eaten and the food was sent over by the store. However, it was just ordinary food. Now that they smelled the aroma, they were still attracted over. Zhao Hai didn't care, he just smiled as he looked at the meat in the bowl. From time to time, he would touch the dry rations on the bowl. These dry rations were mostly pancakes, this was because they were more convenient to store. After a while, when the meat was soft, Zhao Hai threw the vegetables into the pot. When the vegetables were almost cooked, Zhao Hai opened his mouth and said, All right, let's eat. Everyone chanted Buddha's name and expressed their thanks. Then they took out their bowls and prepared to eat. At the same time, Zhao Hai took out a large wooden bowl and filled it with vegetables. Then he took a pancake and ate it. At this time, the staff of the caravan also came over. When Yuan Jing saw this, he quickly said, Everyone, if you don't mind, then you can eat with us. I hope that this crude food can still enter the eyes of the benefactors. The staff were also people who often traveled outside, so they naturally didn't be polite. They all expressed their thanks, then they took out some bowls and chopsticks from the caravan's luggage and ate as well. When they ate the food, they were stunned. This was because the taste of the food was surprisingly good. The meat was very rich, and with the addition of the vegetables, the taste was beyond their expectations. Originally, these staff just wanted to eat 2 pieces of meat. But now, they didn't think so. The most delicious thing in the bowl wasn't the meat, but the cooked vegetables and the soup. Yuan Jing and the others were also surprised, but they didn't say anything. They just kept eating until there was nothing left in their bowls. Then they put down their bowls and let out a long breath. Yuan Jing looked at everyone and couldn't help but laugh. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Master Jing Hai, I think you should prepare our meals in the future. Do you agree?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Master Jing Hai, I think you should prepare our meals in the future." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "All right. In any case, there's no need to prepare anything special. We'll just eat dry rations. But I don't know how to make complicated dishes. I only know how to make stews. I hope everyone doesn't mind." "Of course not, of course not," everyone said in unison. Zhao Hai smiled and took his bowl from the fire. Then he washed it in the water before putting it away. Then everyone sat around the fire and chatted. There was also a kettle sitting on top of the fire. The staff of the caravan had already gone to rest. Only Yuan Jing and the others were sitting around the fire. Yuan Jing looked at everyone and said, "I think that we rogue cultivators should communicate more. We don't have a lot of resources to begin with. If we don't communicate, then our progress will be slower. So I think we should communicate more in the future. What do you think?" Everyone nodded. Everyone nodded. Zhao Hai also opened his mouth and said, "Master Yuan Jing is right. We rogue cultivators have very few usable materials. If you get a good thing, you might not be able to use it, but others might. If we sell everything we get, and then use crystal stones to buy the things we need, we might have to spend a lot of crystal stones. Therefore, communication is necessary. Not only the exchange of goods, but also the exchange of cultivation experiences. This is the only way out for us rogue cultivators. This is the only way for us to communicate." Everyone nodded. Yuan Jing also said, "Then after this mission, we'll go back and organize everyone. I believe that this will be very beneficial for us." Everyone chanted Buddha's name. Then a monk said, "Master Yuan Jing and Master Jing Hai are right. This kind of communication is very important for us." "I completely agree." The others also nodded in agreement. Yuan Jing said in a deep voice, "All right, then this matter is settled. After we go back, we'll organize it together. It's getting late. Everyone has been on the road for a day. Let's rest early." Everyone didn't say anything, they just nodded. Then everyone drank some hot water and went to find a place to meditate and rest. After a night of silence, the next morning, everyone stood up and washed up. After eating a simple meal, they left the inn and headed towards Sun Mountain City. Nothing happened along the way. This was because the distance between the two cities wasn't very far. Moreover, there were many people along the way. It must be said that there weren't any dangerous places. Only when they needed to rest in the wilderness for 3 days would there be danger. This danger might not necessarily be people, it might be beasts. After all, this place wasn't far from the mountains. There were also a lot of forests on both sides of the road. Who knows when beasts would come out? Because of this, Zhao Hai and the others were mainly there to guard against beasts, not to guard against thieves. Nothing happened on the second day, and the third day was the same. However, on the fourth day, everyone became nervous. Zhao Hai also learned from Yuan Jing that they would be resting in the wilderness for the night. Since there was a village here, they could only camp in the wilderness. Zhao Hai didn't have any objections. He had a lot of experience camping in the wilderness. Therefore, he didn't feel nervous and just followed the group. When night fell, they found a place to camp. This was an open space near the forest. It was clear that it had been cleaned up. It should be a place where caravans would often camp. There were also traces of bonfires here. The ground was very hard, it can be seen that people often lived here. After unloading the beasts, Zhao Hai prepared dinner. Yuan Jing opened his mouth and said, "Everyone must pay more attention tonight. Although this road is relatively safe, it's not like there haven't been any accidents. There are still beasts in the forest. Tonight, everyone will take turns to be on duty." Nobody objected. This was related to their lives, so naturally, they wouldn't object. Zhao Hai sat quietly on the side of the cart with his eyes closed. He seemed to be resting. In fact, everything that happened around him couldn't be hidden from him. Now that it was his turn to keep watch, the others had already gone to rest. They had a total of 20 people and were divided into 5 groups. Each group would keep watch for about 2 hours. This way, everyone would be able to get enough rest and wouldn't be too tired tomorrow. Zhao Hai and the others were the first group to keep watch. This was very advantageous for Zhao Hai and the others. This was because they only needed to keep watch for 2 hours before they could rest. Time passed by little by little. 2 hours quickly passed by. Zhao Hai and the others woke up the second group of people to rest. In fact, the so-called rest was just meditation. Although it was a bit tiring, it couldn't be helped. They earned this kind of hard-earned money. As Zhao sat there, his spiritual force entered the space. Inside the space, he rested well. This was tantamount to sleeping, so these days, he rested better than the others. In the middle of the night, Zhao Hai was suddenly awakened. He opened his eyes and looked around. Then he immediately communicated with the trees around him. When he did, Zhao Hai immediately knew that they were surrounded. Zhao Hai immediately surrounded them and loudly said, "Wake up, there are enemies." Along with Zhao Hai's roar, the people in the camp woke up. Yuan Jing also jumped up and looked around. However, he didn't see any enemies. Even the people on watch didn't see any enemies. They looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. Yuan Jing looked at Zhao Hai and said in a deep voice, "Master Kamsi, are you joking? There are enemies here." Zhao Hai replied, "No, there are enemies. They're about to arrive. We're already surrounded." At this time, shopkeeper Wu also woke up. He looked around and then frowned as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Master, aren't you thinking too much? This road is very safe. Where are the enemies?" As soon as his voice fell, a ray of light shot towards him from the darkness. Zhao Hai, who had been paying attention to his surroundings, moved and appeared beside shopkeeper Wu. He waved the Buddhist staff in his hand and attacked the ray of light. Dang! There was a loud sound. The sound spread far and wide in the silent night. Everyone's eyes lit up. Then, their expressions changed. Yuan Jing shouted, "Be careful! Enemy attack! Protect the carriage!" He 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 he. A strange laughter was heard. Then a voice said, "Good. I didn't think that you useless monks would be able to find us. It's rare, it's really rare." Following this voice, a group of people came out from the forest and the road and surrounded them. There were more than 50 of them, and they all held weapons in their hands. They were all dressed in black, and their faces were also covered by black cloth, so it was impossible to see what they looked like. Yuan Jing looked at these people with an unsightly expression and said in a deep voice, "Friends, from which path are you from? May I know how we monks have offended you? You need to think carefully. This caravan belongs to the Spirit Mountain Trading Company. If you dare to touch it, the Spirit Mountain Trading Company won't let you off." "Ha ha ha, even if we touch it, who would know? Don't look around. In Sealed Sword City, no matter what you buy, no one will investigate its origin. As long as these things enter Sealed Sword City, you don't need to worry about being found out. As for you stinky monks, just wait to die." Yuan Jing looked at the person who spoke. This person was also wearing black clothes. However, his body was very fat, like a big ball. It was very strange. Seeing this person's body, Yuan Jing couldn't help but be stunned. Then his expression changed. He couldn't help but shout, "Fat wolf, you're fat wolf? Fat wolf, we have no enmity with you. Why are you doing this to us?" When the fat person heard Yuan Jing, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then he pulled off the black cloth on Yuan Jing's face and said with a strange smile, "I said that this thing is useless. I didn't expect you to be so smart. Ha ha ha, Yuan Jing, you didn't think that you would have a day like this, right? When you stole our business, didn't you think that you would have a day like this? You're a monk. Instead of cultivating in the Zen garden, you came out to steal our business. How hateful. Today, I'll let you die without a burial place. Fat Wolf, what do you mean by this? Do you dare to touch our Spirit Mountain Trading Company's goods? This time, it was shopkeeper Wu. Who spoke? Obviously, he also knew this person called Fat Wolf. Although Zhao Hai didn't know this person called Fat Wolf, he was able to guess his identity from the conversation between Yuan Jing and Fat Wolf. This Fat Wolf must be the leader of a group of rogue cultivators in Sealed Sword City. They also relied on escorts to make a living. However, Yuan Jing stole their business. Because of this, these fellows held a grudge and attacked them tonight. Fat Wolf looked at shopkeeper Wu and coldly said, "Old Wu, you're not that great. If it wasn't for the Spirit Mountain Trading Company, then I would have already killed you. You old miser, every time you escort someone, you pay the least. This time, you actually gave your business to these stinky monks for food and drinks. Naturally, I can't let you live." Shopkeeper Wu's face was livid with anger. Perhaps in his opinion, what he did was not wrong. He was a businessman, so naturally, he would pursue the maximization of profits. Naturally, he would save as much as he could. However, he had never thought that he would be attacked like this tonight just because he wanted to save some costs. Zhao Hai looked at Fat Wolf and the others. These people who came with Fat Wolf didn't take off the black cloth on their faces. However, these people's strength wasn't weak. The weakest of them had reached the Qi refinement 7th stage. Moreover, they all had the smell of blood on them. Obviously, they had killed many people. The thing that was shot at shopkeeper Wu was a dart. Although it was said that ordinary cultivators wouldn't use it, there were still some low-level cultivators who would use it. The dart that was shot was actually an artifact with the ability to break Qi. The so-called ability to break Qi was actually to break a person's protective shield. Although Yuan Jing and the others weren't very strong, there were still some people who could release their Qi and form a protective shield around their body. Ordinary attacks wouldn't be able to break that shield. The dart could only be regarded as a low-level artifact. It was something that could break a person's protective shield. Among low-level cultivators, it was a relatively vicious hidden weapon. These people used such a vicious hidden weapon to attack shopkeeper Wu. Moreover, Yuan Jing also recognized Fat Wolf's identity. Today's matter couldn't be settled easily. Therefore, Zhao Hai was very careful to pay attention to Fat Wolf and the others. Just as Fat Wolf and Yuan Jing were talking, they had completely surrounded the entire convoy. Now, even if they wanted to rush out, it was impossible. Yuan Jing wasn't a rookie who came out for the first time. He immediately noticed Fat Wolf's actions. His face changed and he said, "Fat Wolf, you don't need to talk so much nonsense. Things have already reached this point. If you don't die, then I die. Come." After saying that, Yuan Jing moved his hand and two weapons appeared in his hand. One was an iron wooden fish with a long handle, and the other was a small wooden hammer with a round head. It was used to knock the wooden fish. These two weapons were very strange. The other monks also took out their weapons. They had all kinds of weapons, from shovels to Buddhist commandment blades, from iron prayer beads to chime cudgels. They had all kinds of weapons. Fat Wolf looked at Yuan Jing and the others, then he laughed and said, "It's too late to make a move now. Brothers, let's wash them with blood today. Their goods will be ours. We won't have to worry about food for a long time." Then Fat Wolf rushed towards Yuan Jing, followed by the others. Zhao Hai looked at them and couldn't help but coldly snort. Then he raised his Buddhist staff and went towards a black-clothed man. The black-clothed man was tall and had a pair of iron plates in his hand. One could see at a glance that they were heavy weapons. As soon as the black-clothed man saw Zhao, he knocked the iron plate in his hand. With a clang, Zhao felt a force rushing straight towards him. He couldn't help but snort. "Ba, Buddha," he said. The black-clothed man looked at Zhao and said, "Ba." An invisible force rushed out of his mouth. This was a high-level Buddhist technique, lion's roar. Two invisible forces collided in the air. With a bang, the two forces dissipated. Zhao Hai then took large strides forward. The black-cloaked man also rushed towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai raised his Buddhist staff and used the splitting Mount Hua technique to strike the black-cloaked man's head. The black-cloaked man raised his two iron plates and used the burning the heavens technique to meet Zhao Hai's Buddhist staff. With a loud clanging sound, the two weapons collided. Bang, bang, bang. The black-cloaked man couldn't take Zhao Hai's attack and was forced to retreat several steps. Zhao Hai naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity. The Buddhist staff in his hand used the fishing for the moon technique. The iron plate under the Buddhist staff went straight for the black-cloaked man's lower body. Although the black-cloaked man was forced to retreat and his arms were numb, he didn't lose the ability to fight back. He used the iron plate to block Zhao Hai's Buddhist staff. At the same time, he borrowed Zhao Hai's momentum to jump 7 or 8 meters away. At this time, a black-cloaked man raised his blade and attacked Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't have the means to chase and attack. He swung the Buddhist staff in his hand and used the sweeping thousand troops technique to attack the black-cloaked man. The black-cloaked man didn't dare to meet Zhao Hai's attack head-on. He was very clear that the black-cloaked man was one of the strongest among them. But he couldn't block Zhao Hai's attack and was forced to retreat. With his strength, if he met Zhao Hai's Buddhist staff head-on, he was afraid that he would be swung to death by Zhao Hai. Therefore, he jumped and dodged Zhao Hai's attack. Behind him, a black-cloaked man rushed towards Shopkeeper Wu. Obviously, he was prepared to kill Shopkeeper Wu first. How could Zhao Hai agree to this? One must know that they were the caravan's guards and Shopkeeper Wu was the person who hired them. If they let those people kill Shopkeeper Wu, then their task as guards would fail. Therefore, Zhao Hai's figure moved and retreated in front of Shopkeeper Wu, protecting him behind his back. At this time, Shopkeeper Wu's complexion was ashen. Although he wasn't very strong, he was still a person who had seen the world. Therefore, this scene didn't scare him. He just stared at Fat Wolf. Obviously, he wanted to remember Fat Wolf in his heart and wait for an opportunity to take revenge in the future. Zhao Hai didn't care too much about this. He was protecting Shopkeeper Wu as he faced the 3 cultivators. The strength of the 3 cultivators wasn't weak, but even with the 3 of them joining forces, they still couldn't break through Zhao Hai's defensive circle. Instead, they were forced back by Zhao Hai. This time, Zhao Hai was walking the path of a body cultivator. His strength was incomparably formidable. Every move he made was heavy and powerful. The cultivators simply didn't dare to meet Zhao Hai head-on. Thus, for a time, the two sides were in a deadlock. However, Zhao Hai's moves were getting sharper and sharper. Although they were still ordinary moves, the cultivators felt that it was getting harder and harder to resist. They were slowly being pushed back by Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the cultivators and said, "Master Yuanjing, let's gather together. Let's gather 3 people. Let's first protect Shopkeeper Wu and the others. Then we'll deal with them." Yuanjing nodded. It wasn't very difficult for him to deal with Fat Wolf. Fat Wolf and the other 2 cultivators besieged Yuanjing, but they couldn't do anything to him. However, not everyone in the monks' group was an expert. Several monks were already injured. After hearing Zhao Hai's words, Yuanjing and the other cultivators attacked and forced their opponents to retreat. Then they directly retreated to Zhao Hai's side and protected Shopkeeper Wu. Zhao Hai looked around and said, "Shopkeeper Wu, we'll need your cooperation. We'll move forward. Follow us, don't leave our protective circle." Shopkeeper Wu also knew that it was better to listen to Zhao Hai at this time. Therefore, he nodded and complied. Zhao Hai said, "Protect Shopkeeper Wu and follow me." After he said that, Zhao Hai tightened his grip on the Buddhist staff and went straight forward. All the people in front of him were forced back by him. Before long, he arrived at the side of a monk who was injured and was struggling to support himself. After that, Zhao Hai continued to move forward and brought another monk into the circle. In this way, as Zhao Hai slowly moved forward, the monks were slowly gathered by Zhao Hai. They formed a protective circle around Shopkeeper Wu and the several workers. But now that several workers had been killed, there was no other way. Although Fat Wolf and the others were still attacking, it didn't have any effect. Zhao Hai and the others had already stabilized the formation. Moreover, under Zhao Hai's leadership, they began to counterattack. Fat Wolf also discovered that they were slowly falling into an awkward situation. They couldn't break through Zhao Hai's protective circle and couldn't deal with Zhao Hai's group. They would be in danger in the future. Although they can hide in Sealed Sword City and don't need to worry about Zhao Hai's retaliation, they had offended the Spirit Mountain Trading Company. The Spirit Mountain Trading Company was a very large organization. Since they dared to touch the goods of the Spirit Mountain Trading Company, the company naturally wouldn't let them off. They would only be able to make a living in Sealed Sword City in the future. Because of this, Fat Wolf and the others couldn't retreat. They could only keep attacking, hoping to break through Zhao Hai's protective circle in one fell swoop and kill Zhao Hai's group. This way, they would be able to transport the goods away. When Zhao Hai saw that everyone was protected, he opened his mouth and said, "Master Yuan Jing, you guys protect shopkeeper Wu. Let me kill him for a while." After he said that, Zhao Hai suddenly let out a roar as he tightened his grip on the staff. In an instant, the iron rings on the staff rang as the staff disappeared. Then several people who came with Fat Wolf and the others were directly covered by Zhao Hai's staff. Before long, several miserable screams were heard as these people were killed on the spot by Zhao Hai. Then Zhao Hai's staff shadow expanded as it engulfed several people. Then these people were also killed by the staff shadow. Fat Wolf and the others saw that the situation wasn't good. If Zhao Hai continues like this, then it wouldn't take long for them to be finished. Fat Wolf immediately shouted, "Split up half of the group and deal with that guy first. We'll go around Yuan Jing and the others." The others nodded, then they immediately split into two groups. Half of them went straight towards Zhao Hai, while the other half surrounded Yuan Jing's group, attacking them non-stop. Yuan Jing and the others felt the pressure lessen. Naturally, Yuan Jing also knew why they felt the pressure lessen, so he immediately said, "Everyone, hold tight. Let's destroy these guys and then go help Master Jing Hai." The monks around him nodded, then their attacks intensified. Fat Wolf and the others felt the pressure increase. At this time, they only hoped that the other half would deal with Zhao Hai quickly. Otherwise, they would be in trouble. However, things didn't go as he wished. Zhao Hai was too strong. Moreover, when he saw so many people besieging him, he didn't want to attack anymore. He just focused on defense. At the same time, he didn't let those who wanted to leave. He kept them in place, making it impossible for them to help Fat Wolf and the others. After fighting for half an hour, several screams were heard from Yuan Jing and the others. It turned out that Yuan Jing and the others had succeeded. On the other hand, Zhao Hai was still entangling Fat Wolf and the others, making it impossible for them to help. Yuan Jing and the others were very happy. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would be this strong. They also saw that Zhao Hai didn't lie to them. His spiritual qi was only at the 7th level of qi refining. However, he was a body cultivator. Moreover, his body cultivation method should be very powerful. Not only was his strength huge, his defensive ability was also very amazing. Because of this, Zhao Hai was able to kill so many people. To be honest, in the sword spirit world, there were several kinds of people that ordinary cultivators didn't want to encounter. The first was the devil sex. The devil sex had strange methods. You might unknowingly fall into their trap. The second was sword cultivators. In the eyes of ordinary cultivators, sword cultivators were a group of lunatics. They focused all their means on their swords and pursued the ultimate goal of breaking all techniques with a single sword. This kind of extreme pursuit made their attack power so strong that it made people's hair stand on end. Of course, the sword cultivators here referred to those who were pure sword cultivators, not sword cultivators. Sword cultivators and sword cultivators were two different things. The third was the body cultivators. Generally, body cultivators would first refine their body before refining their qi. Because of this, even if their level wasn't high, no one would want to provoke them. This was because their bodies were very strong. When facing an enemy, their bodies would be very difficult to deal with. Sometimes, it wasn't impossible for them to kill people above their level. Because of this, although Yuan Jing and the others saw Zhao Hai's massacre, they didn't doubt him. After all, Zhao Hai was a body cultivator. Although body cultivators were very strong in the early stages, they wouldn't have an obvious advantage in the later stages. And because of this, body cultivators would spend a lot of time cultivating their bodies. Therefore, in the later stages, it would be more difficult for them to advance. This was one of the shortcomings of body cultivators. And because of this, a lot of people didn't learn body cultivation methods. Fat Wolf and the others were getting more and more anxious. They had discovered that their operation today could be considered a failure. If they didn't leave, then they might all stay here. But if they leave, then they might be chased by the Spirit Mountain Trading Company. Relatively speaking, the safest place now was Sealed Sword City. But in the future, they could only grow old and die in Sealed Sword City. Fat Wolf and the others couldn't help but regret. But it was useless. No matter how much they regretted, they couldn't change anything. The reason why they failed this time was because they didn't expect Xianxia to be here. Just as Fat Wolf and the others wanted to retreat, but before they could, another scream was heard. Another 2 people who followed Fat Wolf were killed by Xianxia and the others. Fat Wolf and the others knew that they couldn't delay any longer. If they did, then they wouldn't be able to leave. So Fat Wolf immediately shouted, "The situation is tense. Retreat." Following Fat Wolf's command, the others attacked twice before jumping out of the circle. They turned around and ran towards the forest, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Xianxia didn't chase after them. Although he could catch up, he knew that it wasn't necessary. Moreover, he didn't want to expose his abilities. After all, he was just a body cultivator. Ba. Xianxia chanted. Buddha's name. He stood there and looked at the corpses on the ground. Then he placed his staff to the side and put his palms together. Then he softly chanted the rebirth mantra in order to save the souls of the dead. Xianxia and the others didn't say anything. They just quietly looked at Xianxia. Then they followed Xianxia and chanted the rebirth mantra. At the same time, shopkeeper Wu walked towards the corpses of the dead people. He looked at the corpses with a sad expression. After some time, Xianxia stopped. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at his surroundings. Then he picked up his staff and walked towards the corpses of the workers. Then he turned to shopkeeper Wu and said, "Benefactor Wu, I'm sorry. We weren't able to protect them." Shopkeeper Wu nodded and said, "I'm sorry. We weren't able to protect them." Shopkeeper Wu shook his head and said, "No, this has nothing to do with you. If it weren't for Master Xianxia, then I'm afraid that we would all be in danger. We should be thanking Master Xianxia." Ba. Many thanks for Benefactor Wu's forgiveness. This little monk can't thank you enough. May I ask Benefactor Wu, what are you going to do with the bodies of these benefactors? Xianxia softly chanted Buddha's name as he asked. Shopkeeper Wu looked at Xianxia and said, "Thank you for your concern, Master Xianxia. I'm going to take them back and hand them over to their families. At the same time, I'll give them the compensation they deserve. This is the principle of our Spirit Mountain Trading Company." Ba. Xianxia softly chanted Buddha's name. Then he turned around and walked towards Xianxia. He still had a lot of things to deal with, so he didn't have time to chat with shopkeeper Wu. Xianxia and the others were currently treating the injured monks. This time, a total of 7 monks were injured. If it weren't for Xianxia's timely rescue, then more people would have been injured. Fortunately, these injuries were only flesh wounds. As long as they were treated with medicine, they could be cured. Xianxia also took out some medicine and applied it to the wounds of the monks. Then he had them rest on the side. There was still some time before dawn, so they could rest for a while. After treating the wounds of the monks, Xianxia and the others turned their attention to the bodies of the black-robed men. Xianxia looked at the bodies of the black-robed men and then quickly walked over. Then he tore off the face mask of one of the black-robed men. Upon seeing the face mask, Xianxia couldn't help but coldly snort. Xianxia went to Xianxing's side and said, Ba. Master Xianxia, you're angry. This is a taboo for Buddhist cultivators. What's wrong? Do you know him? When Xianxia heard Xianxia, he couldn't help but let out a long breath. Then he whispered a Buddhist prayer and said, Ba. Yes, this person is one of the people who followed Fat Wolf. He can be considered a member of Fat Wolf's team. However, Fat Wolf's team only has 30 people. This time, they actually brought so many people. I want to see who the others are. Then Yuan Jing tore off the face masks of the black-robed men. After looking at the corpses of the black-robed men, Yuan Jing couldn't help but whisper, "Bah, they're all ordinary rogue cultivators. It seems like Fat Wolf summoned them. Master Jinghai, what do you think we should do next? How do we deal with these corpses?" Zhao Hai didn't think that Yuan Jing would discuss with him. This made him realize that his strength has been recognized by Yuan Jing and the others. Yuan Jing even regarded him as an important member of the team. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Hai said, "Let's bury their corpses. Let's finish the mission first." Yuan Jing nodded and said, "Alright, let's collect their belongings. We can buy some crystals when we return to Sealed Sword City. We will depart at dawn." Zhao Hai and the others nodded. Then they collected all the things on the black-cloaked men. Then they carried the black-cloaked men into the forest and found a place to bury them. After everything was done, the sky began to brighten. Zhao Hai began to prepare breakfast. Because there were several wounded people, Zhao Hai specially prepared some medicinal materials for breakfast. Shopkeeper Wu and the others were not in the mood to make breakfast because of the attack, so they ate with Zhao Hai. After breakfast, Yuan Jing let the injured monks sit on the cart to replace the workers who had been killed. Everyone moved forward. This time, they were even more careful. Even during the day, they were still paying attention to their surroundings. However, the next few days were very safe. They didn't encounter any attacks. They didn't know where Fat Wolf and the others went, but in any case, no one attacked them. Finally, on the 10th day after they left Sealed Sword City, they entered Xianxia City. Xianxia City was a medium-sized city, but because it was close to the river, it was very prosperous. Although the Spirit Mountain Trading Company was an organization that spread throughout the continent, their shop wasn't very big. Moreover, the things they sold weren't high-grade goods, but some necessities for low-level cultivators. Because of this, the Spirit Mountain Trading Company's area in Xianxia City wasn't very big, it was more like a grocery store. Perhaps it was because of this that shopkeeper Wu was very serious about the matter of crystal stones. After Zhao Hai and the others sent shopkeeper Wu and the others to the backyard of the store, Yuan Jing directly went to shopkeeper Wu to settle the bill. Shopkeeper Wu didn't give them more crystal stones. Although Yuan Jing's escort mission caused shopkeeper Wu's group to die, there were no additional losses. Therefore, shopkeeper Wu didn't deduct their money. Both sides just completed an ordinary transaction. For people like Zhao Hai and the others, as long as they safely delivered the goods, the mission was considered completed. As for how many people you defeated, it had nothing to do with the employer. After all, this was an escort mission. If it was really that safe, then there would be no need to hire guards. After Yuan Jing settled the bill with shopkeeper Wu, the group left the Spirit Mountain Trading Company's branch in Xianxia City. Then Yuan Jing asked Zhao Hai and the others to wait for him in a small store before he went out. The store that Zhao Hai and the others were staying in could be said to be one of the worst stores in the city. However, it provided food and accommodation. They ate ordinary meals and stayed in a shared room. Of course, the price was also very cheap. Zhao's group of 20 people lived in the store for a day, and it only cost them a second-class crystal stone. Moreover, it was free for 3 meals. This price was really cheap. Zhao Hai also knew what Yuan Jing was going to do. He must have gone to accept a mission. They came to Xianxia City to complete a mission. If they just went back like this, then it would be a waste. Therefore, Yuan Jing should want to accept a mission to return to Sealed Sword City. This way, not only would they be able to return to Sealed Sword City, they would also be able to earn more crystal stones. Zhao Hai also had to admit that Yuan Jing was very talented in this aspect. If he wasn't a Buddhist cultivator, then he might have become a good merchant. Zhao Hai originally thought that they would wait here for 2 days. Who would have thought that Yuan Jing would come back in the afternoon? When he came back, he immediately invited Zhao Hai and the others to the dining room. After everyone sat down, Yuan Jing looked at Zhao Hai and the others and said, "This time, our luck is good. There's a small caravan heading to Sealed Sword City. However, they only have 10 carts and are only willing to pay 5 second-grade crystals per person. However, they can provide us with food and accommodation. Moreover, their standard isn't lower than our current place. What do you think? Zhao Hai looked at the others, then he said, I think we should go back. Although the reward this time is low, don't forget that there aren't as many opportunities here as in Sealed Sword City. We need to return to Sealed Sword City as soon as possible in order to have more opportunities. Moreover, we don't have any guarantee of safety here. Some of our masters were injured this time, they need to go back and rest as soon as possible. Because of this, we can't have a good rest in Sun Mountain City. Therefore, I agree that we should go back. The other monks nodded as well. Although the injured monks were now much better, they didn't object. Although their injuries weren't heavy, they still needed to rest for a while before they could recover to their peak state. Although there were a lot of pills in the sword spirit realm that could heal injuries in a short time, these pills were very expensive. It was impossible for them to afford them. For rogue cultivators like them, the medicinal pills they used were the cheapest kind. The medicine they used was like the golden sore medicine. Although it could stop bleeding, the effect was not necessarily good. Even if they wanted to use these medicinal pills to stop bleeding, it was impossible to use them to stop the bleeding even if the wound was a little bigger. It was precisely because of this that some rogue cultivators needed to recuperate for a period of time after being injured in order to recover their full strength. Recovering strength was very important for rogue cultivators because if their strength couldn't recover to its peak state, there might be a situation where they were injured on top of their injuries. In that case, it might become a hidden injury, and at that time, it would be really troublesome. Seeing that the others didn't object, Yuan Jing nodded and said, all right, then it's settled. Tomorrow morning, we'll set off with the team. This time, we'll be able to relax. I told them that all of us can take their carriages to the Sealed Sword City. Hee, how about it? Isn't this mission easy? Isn't it easy? Bah. It seems like Master Yuan Jing calling shopkeeper Wu a miser wasn't wrong. I found that taking other missions is much more comfortable than following shopkeeper Wu. Zhao Hai softly chanted the name of Buddha. When Yuan Jing and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then they laughed. Generally, when they take on guard missions, the employer will provide them with food and lodging. Only shopkeeper Wu didn't. Yuan Jing said, let's take a good rest here today. Right, their food doesn't seem to be very good. Why don't we eat Master Jing Hai's food tonight? What do you think? When everyone heard Yuan Jing, they all laughed. Zhao Hai naturally didn't object. It was rare for everyone to be so relaxed. That night, everyone ate Zhao Hai's food in the store. They also replenished their food and water. Then they went to bed early. The next morning, they arrived at the gates of Sun Mountain City and waited for the arrival of the small caravan. The people of the small caravan obviously didn't want to waste time. Not long after Zhao Hai and the others arrived, they also arrived. Then the caravan set off. At this time, the gates of Sun Mountain City had just opened. On the way back, Zhao Hai and the others were very careful. This was because they were worried that Fat Wolf would attack them. However, in the first 3 days, they didn't encounter anything. However, this was also within Zhao Hai's expectations. This was because during these 3 days, they had a place to stay. After 3 days, they would have to stay in the wilderness for 1 day. Then there would be another day where they could stay in the wilderness. Then there would be another day where they could stay in the wilderness. Then there would be another day where they could stay in the wilderness. Then there would be another day where they could stay in the wilderness. Then there would be another day where they could stay in the wilderness. Then there would be another day where they could stay in the wilderness. Then there would be another day where they could stay in the wilderness. Then there would be another day where they could stay in the wilderness. Then there would be another day where they could stay in the wilderness. Then there would be another day where they could stay in the wilderness. Then there would be another day where they could stay in the wilderness. Then there would be another day where they could stay in the wilderness. However, on the 4th day of their departure from Sun Mountain City, they encountered trouble when they were camping in the wilderness. This time, they weren't attacked by humans, but by beasts. Moreover, the beasts that attacked them were very strange. It turned out to be a group of rats. These rats were called sharp-fanged rats. They weren't very powerful beasts, and their courage wasn't very big. However, this time, they actually attacked the convoy. A total of several hundred sharp-fanged rats were easily eliminated by Zhao Hai and the others. This allowed them to harvest some sharp-fanged rat's skin, fangs, and whiskers. Although the rat's skin, fangs, and whiskers looked very inconspicuous, they were very useful. Not only can the rat's skin be made into clothes, it also has a certain degree of resistance against earth-based techniques. Moreover, it was also one of the main raw materials for making earth-based beast soul talismans. As for the rat's whiskers, they were an important material for making talisman brushes. As for the rat's teeth, they can be used as refining materials. Because of this, Zhao Hai's harvest this time wasn't small. Moreover, they directly sold the rat's skin, fangs, and whiskers to the caravan that they were protecting. This was also the rule of the escort team. The escort team was responsible for the safety of the caravan. In the process, if the escort team suffered any casualties, the caravan wouldn't need to pay extra. Naturally, the loot obtained by the escort team would also belong to the escort team. If the caravan wants it, then it can only obtain it through normal transactions. After selling the sharp-fanged rats to the caravan, each of them received 3 second-grade crystals. Zhao Hai and the others earned quite a bit this time. Then the caravan set off again. They didn't encounter any danger, so they returned to Sealed Sword City without any surprises. After sending the caravan to the designated place, Zhao Hai and the others returned to the monastery. Upon entering the monastery, Zhao Hai saw Huida standing in the courtyard, looking at them with a smile. Everyone gave Huida a salute and said, "Ba. We have seen Master Huida." Among them, except for Zhao Hai, the others had already put away their weapons. Because of this, only Zhao Hai performed a single palm salute, while the others performed a hand salute. Huida smiled faintly at everyone and said, "You came back quite quickly this time. Fortunately, I didn't have to take away your houses and wait for you to come back." "Hee, how was the mission this time? Did it go smoothly?" Yuan Jing replied, "Fortunately, in general, it went smoothly. However, we also encountered some dangers. Some of us were injured, so we need to take a good rest. I'll tell you more when we have the opportunity. Master Jing Hai, why don't we get together and talk about what happened this time? What do you think?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, Ba. Master Yuan Jing is right. We should talk about it. Master Huida, we'll talk about it later." Everyone didn't object. Then the group walked towards the courtyard. When Huida heard Zhao Hai and Yuan Jing's words, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression couldn't help but change. He didn't think that Zhao Hai and the others would encounter danger this time. But he also knew that now wasn't the time to ask. So he just gave a salute to the group before letting them pass. Zhao Hai and the others didn't say anything. If it weren't for Master Jing Hai, we would have been in danger. Therefore, we can be considered as one of our own. I'll be frank with you. The gathering of monks has always been a very loose organization. If you want to join, you can join. If you want to quit, you can leave at any time. But at the same time, we can't be a whole. Like this time, if we were really an organization like Fat Wolf, then we could have sent people to collect some information in the city in advance. Maybe we would have known about Fat Wolf's actions and we wouldn't be in such danger. Even if something happened to us, there would have been someone to avenge us. So I think we should form the most rigorous organization, just like a gang. What do you all think?" Zhao Hai was mentally prepared for Yuan Jing's statement, so he wasn't surprised. However, the others were very surprised. They looked at each other and didn't say anything. Yuan Jing glanced at everyone and said in a solemn voice, "Is everyone unwilling? If you have any opinions, feel free to voice them out." Zhao Hai nodded, "I agree. Actually, there are a lot of monks in the monastery right now. All of them are rogue cultivators. However, because the monastery provides food and lodging, none of them have formed a gang. If it were other rogue cultivators, they would have already formed a gang. Master Yuan Jing's idea is very good, I think it's feasible. I think we can form a gang. Not only would we be able to participate, we can also pull in more people. This way, our strength would be greater. As for the operation of the gang, I think we can use the methods of other gangs, but there are still some differences." When Yuan Jing and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then Yuan Jing looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Master Jing Hai, What do you think is the difference between our gang and the other gangs? Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, we can attract more people. These people will naturally have high and low strength. Some of the weaker people can't go out to do missions and can only stay in the city. If they go out to do missions and encounter any danger, they can only wait for death. However, we can have them help us collect information. For example, we can let them know if there are people in the city who need to hire guards and so on. Every time we do a mission, we can have them inquire about it. Every time we do a mission, the income will be divided into several portions. One portion will be handed over to the people who collect information, one portion will be handed over to the gang to maintain the operation of the gang, and the rest will be distributed to the people who carry out the missions. Although the people who carry out the missions will receive less than before, we may be in less danger. At the same time, we may receive more missions, so our income won't be less. Moreover, with the existence of this gang, we can all be considered a family. In the future, if we encounter an attack from Fat Wolf's group, they can completely defend the place or escape. Then they can send a message to the gang to ask for reinforcements. This time, Fat Wolf's group didn't have a lot of people and their strength wasn't very strong. We can still deal with them. But what if we encounter a stronger enemy next time? What if we can't deal with it? What should we do? Do we still defend? I think this is the meaning of the gang's existence. When Yuan Jing and the others heard what Zhao Hai said, they couldn't help but nod. Yuan Jing looked at Zhao Hai and said, but what about the management of the gang? Zhao Hai replied, Master Yuan Jing, you are very talented in management, so I think that you should be in charge of the management of the gang. Moreover, every time we carry out a mission, it would be best if we do it voluntarily. If there are too many people who want to participate, then you will be the one to coordinate. Moreover, the gang also needs other management personnel. This is why I said that a portion of the income from every mission should be handed over to the gang. This is because only by handing over a portion of the income to the gang can the gang operate normally. After all, it is impossible for a gang to operate without sufficient crystal stones. Master Yuan Jing, you can also receive a fixed amount of crystal stones from the gang every month. Of course, if our gang develops and our business is good, then your income will naturally be higher. What do you think? What do you think? Everyone looked at each other and then nodded at the same time. Zhao Hai's proposal was very good. Yuan Jing didn't oppose it. In fact, he wasn't very ambitious. But after this matter, he really thought that they should form a gang. Otherwise, they would be in more danger in the future. In Sealed Sword City, nobody dared to touch the monks. Moreover, they were provided with good food and drink. This made the monks in the city lose their vigilance. They forgot that in this world, only Sealed Sword City was their paradise. Once they leave the city, nobody would be polite to them. They were just ordinary rogue cultivators. Because of this, in the past few years, the monks in Sealed Sword City went out to do tasks or go out to adventure. Their losses weren't small. Yuan Jing has been in the city for a long time, so he also noticed this situation. Moreover, he was a sly person, so he came in contact with a lot of people and did a lot of tasks. Because of this, he was always vigilant. At the same time, he slowly discovered the advantages and disadvantages of the monks. Because of this, he wanted to form a gang. This didn't mean that he wanted to be a gang leader, he just wanted to make himself safer. At the same time, he also wanted to help the monks in the city. In the past, he wanted to learn from the other gangs and form a gang that was controlled by a gang leader. However, this way, the other monks wouldn't want to join his gang. But now, Zhao Hai's proposal was a good thing for him. This was because the conditions of forming a gang were very good. He believed that a lot of people would want to join. Sealed Sword City was a paradise for monks. Because of this, a large number of rogue monks gathered here. If all of these rogue monks can join their gang, then their gang's strength wouldn't be underestimated. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and nodded, then he said, I think we can do this right now. Master Yuan Jing has been in the city for many years, so he knows a lot of people. Moreover, he has also helped a lot of monks. I think that it would be best for him to come out and mediate this matter. The others didn't object. They understood Yuan Jing more than Zhao Hai. In fact, Yuan Jing has been an organizer of the monks for many years. It's just that nobody gave him a real identity. Now that he came out and formed a gang, he was the most suitable candidate. Yuan Jing didn't hold back. He said, "All right, then I won't hold back. I'll take care of this matter. Everyone is now part of our gang." "Right, we haven't given the gang a name yet. What do you think would be a good name?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, then I won't be polite." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Isn't Assembled Monks a good name? We can use this name. This way, we won't feel unfamiliar with it. What do you think?" Yuan Jing nodded and said, "Gathering of Monks is a good name. All right, let's do it this way. This time, all the crystals will be distributed to everyone. Everyone should take a good rest. I might be busy with the establishment of the gang, so we won't be taking any missions for the next few days." Zhao Hai nodded, then he took Yuan Jing's crystal and stood up. He clasped his hands together and said, "Master Yuan Jing, I'll be going back first. When the gang is established, please inform me. I'll be going to the mountains outside the city for a few days. If I'm not there, there's no need to worry." Zhao Hai nodded, then he took the crystal stones from Yuan Jing. Yuan Jing nodded and said, "All right, Master Jing Hai, you've worked hard this time. Please." Zhao Hai bowed to the others and said a Buddhist prayer. Then he turned around and walked towards the courtyard. Before long, he returned to his room. As soon as he entered the room, he heard Huida's voice, "Ba. Master Jing Hai, can we talk?" Zhao Hai quickly opened the door and said to Huida, "Master Huida, please come in." Then he invited Huida into the room. Huida wasn't polite, he bowed to Zhao Hai before entering the room. After the two sat down in the room, Huida looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Master Jing Hai, I don't know what kind of danger you encountered this time. How could there be any danger from Sealed Sword City to Sun Mountain City? This road has always been very safe." Ba, Zhao said with a wry smile. This time, the danger was really a man-made disaster. When Master Yuan Jing accepted the task, although the price was the same as the other party, we had to take care of our own food and lodging. The other party was a small rogue cultivator gang, and their leader was called Fat Wolf. They wanted the caravan to take care of their food and lodging. Shopkeeper Wu was a very stingy person, so he hired us. Fat Wolf held a grudge against us and tried to kill us on the way back. Although we injured a few people, we were able to repel them in the end. Aside from that, there was no other danger. But when we were returning to the city, we were attacked by some sharp-toothed rats. It was strange to say that these timid rats took the initiative to attack us this time, but there was no danger. Ba, so that's how it is. When Huida heard Zhao Hai, he also said a Buddhist prayer and said, "I've also heard about Fat Wolf. This person isn't a decent person. I heard that he escorted a small caravan out of the city several times. Since then, the caravan had disappeared. But he came back safe and sound. As for Manager Wu, I've worked with him several times before. He's very stingy." "Right, you said that you encountered an attack from the caravan, can you tell me about it? Where did you encounter the caravan?" When Zhao Hai heard Huida, he couldn't help but stare. He didn't think that Huida didn't care about Fat Wolf and the others. It seems like Huida already knew Fat Wolf and the others. What he cared about was the sharp-toothed rats. However, Zhao Hai still replied, "On the fourth night after we left Sun Mountain City, we encountered a sharp-toothed rat at our first campsite. We also managed to get a lot of extra income." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Since we left Sun Mountain City, we encountered a sharp-toothed rat." Huida nodded and said, "This matter is very important. I must immediately report it to the Sealed Sword sect. Master Jing Hai, this time, it might even bring you some extra income." Zhao Hai looked puzzled at Huida and said, "What do you mean by outside income?" Now, there was still a talent who could earn extra income? "Master Huida, is there a problem with the sharp-toothed rats?" Huida shook his head and said, "The sharp-toothed rats might not necessarily have a problem, but I don't know if there will be a problem in Sword Sealing City. After I became the manager of the monastery, I heard some rumors about Sword Sealing City. It said that the reason why Sword Sealing City was built here isn't only because it's the place where the first city lord's sword was sealed, it's also because it's the place where the three mountains converge. Moreover, it said that in each of the three mountains, there's a powerful beast commander. Every once in a while, they would come out of the mountains and lead countless beasts to slaughter the people living here. The reason why Sword Sealing City was built here is to deal with these beasts. It's said that every 100 years or so, some powerful beasts would attack the city. And before the beasts attack the city, there would be some premonition. A lot of timid beasts that don't dare to fight against humans would suddenly become brave and attack the humans. Because of this, beasts attacking the city is a very troublesome matter. The Sword Sealing sect attaches great importance to this matter. When Zhao Hai heard Huida, he couldn't help but stare. Then he said, "There's actually such a thing? You mean to say that the sharp-toothed rats attacked us because the beasts were about to attack the city?" Huida replied, "I can only say that there's a possibility. Whether it's true or not, we still need to investigate it several times. However, we must report this matter to the Sealed Sword sect. Maybe there will be a reward. If there's a reward, then you can also get a share." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "I don't want to get a reward. I've heard that there have been beasts attacking cities in other places. Cities that were attacked by beasts didn't end well." Huida replied, "Actually, this is an opportunity for rogue cultivators. Master Jing Hai, you're a Buddhist cultivator. You should know that our Sealed Sword City has a very good relationship with the Buddhists. If there really is a beast attack and you perform well, then the Sealed Sword sect might recommend you to the Buddhists and let you become an outer disciple. If you really become an outer disciple, then you'll reach the heavens in a single bound." When Zhao Hai heard Huida, he stared. Then his eyes couldn't help but light up. This was a normal reaction for rogue cultivators. For rogue cultivators, joining a sect and becoming a disciple, even if it's just a part-time disciple, was still better than being a rogue cultivator. After all, the information of a great sect wasn't something that a rogue cultivator could imagine. Zhao Hai also didn't oppose letting his avatar join a great sect. After all, he needed to increase his strength as much as possible. Zhao Hai chanted Buddha's name and said, Ba. So there's such a good thing. Thank you, Master Huida. Huida smiled faintly and said, Master Jing Hai, there's no need to be so polite. If I wasn't seriously injured and couldn't increase my strength, then I would also want to join a great sect. But now, I can only stay here for the rest of my life. When Zhao Hai heard Huida, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Huida and said, Master Huida was seriously injured? You can't increase your strength? What's going on? Huida looked at Zhao Hai, then he smiled bitterly and said, Ba. Master Jing Hai, it's no wonder that you don't know. You're also a rogue cultivator, it's impossible for you to know things that only the disciples of great sects know. In fact, the disciples of great sects have studied the souls of people. Aside from those who don't have souls, they have studied the souls of ordinary people. They can see how talented you are in cultivation. Master Jing Hai, you're a tree soul bearer, so your talent can be considered good. However, if a person is seriously injured, then it would affect their soul. Take a look at my soul, it's a Buddhist commandment blade. However, my Buddhist commandment blade is damaged. This is because my body was seriously injured, which affected my soul. Because of this, my strength can no longer increase. Huida didn't say that Zhao Hai really didn't see it. Huida's soul was indeed a Buddhist commandment blade. In fact, after arriving in the immortal realms, Zhao Hai rarely paid attention to other people's souls. This was because everyone in the sword spirit plane could cultivate, so paying attention to souls was useless. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't pay much attention to other people's souls. There were also some high-level cultivators who directly hid their souls. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't pay much attention to other people's souls. However, in order to make things easier for himself, he disguised the soul item on his head. His rainbow grass soul item has now become an ordinary tree soul item. But in the sword spirit boundary, there were all kinds of soul objects. For example, there were some soul objects that didn't exist in the lower realms. There were also some soul objects that looked like Buddhas. There were also some soul objects that were very strange. Some of them looked like a person's hand, some of them looked like a foot, and some of them looked like a human's foot. These soul objects were very strange. Originally, Zhao Hai thought that it was only because the sword spirit boundary was a higher realm that there were so many special souls. But now, it seems like this wasn't the case. Souls seem to represent other things. Just like in the lower realms, souls could represent one's talent. Huida's soul object looked like a Buddhist commandment blade, but when you looked carefully, you would find that his Buddhist commandment blade was full of cracks. If it was a real blade, it would have been broken by now. Zhao Hai let out a long breath and said, "Grandmaster Huida, can you tell me more about this soul?" Huida nodded and said, "Actually, this isn't a secret. It's just that there's a problem with how rogue cultivators receive information, so they haven't heard about it. In the sword spirit realm, there are a lot of unique soul objects that other realms don't have. For example, flying sword souls, ghost souls, Buddhist souls, and Taoist souls. Those who have these soul objects are all top geniuses, especially those who cultivate cultivation methods that correspond to their soul objects. Because of this, as long as a person has such a soul object, the sects in the sword spirit realm would attach great importance to them. Hostile sects would want to kill them while sects with the same soul object would want to obtain them. Therefore, as long as such a person gets close to a sect, they would immediately become the most valued disciple of that sect. Speaking up to here, Huida paused for a moment before he continued, besides these people with special souls, the rest are ordinary souls. Ordinary souls can also determine a person's talent. For example, you're a tree soul, but your talent isn't that great. In the sword spirit boundary, the ones with the worst talent are those with ordinary souls. For example, tables, chairs, and other types of souls. They simply can't cultivate. Zhao Hai nodded. He discovered that the division of souls in the sword spirit boundary was similar to the lower realms. It's just that there were some souls that didn't exist in the lower realms. The rest were quite normal. Huida continued, in addition to talent, as you cultivate, your soul will also undergo some changes. If you really find a cultivation method that suits you, and if you cultivate seriously, your soul will also undergo some changes. In the end, it will become very powerful. And if your soul is powerful, it means that your cultivation speed will also increase. Naturally, if your soul is injured, it means that your talent is gone. Just like me, if my soul is injured, I won't die. But if I want to cultivate, it would be impossible. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "So that's how it is." "Thank you, Master Huida." Huida shook his head and said, "You don't need to be so polite. In fact, under normal circumstances, souls can't be injured. I heard that the great sects of the sword spirit boundary have researched this matter. Therefore, if a person's soul is injured, their soul will be damaged. However, they can't die. Therefore, they can't improve their strength. There is a close relationship between souls and the spiritual realm." Zhao Hai thanked Huida once again. Then Huida gave Zhao Hai a salute before he turned around and left. After sending Huida to the door, Zhao Hai closed the door and sat on his praying mat. Then he closed his eyes and began to chant. At the same time, bursts of golden Buddhist light slowly came out of his body. What Huida told him today was very useful to him. Of course, in the aspect of soul objects, there wasn't much use. Huida didn't say anything special about them. As for the important relationship between soul objects and the soul, Zhao Hai already knew about it. Otherwise, they wouldn't be called soul objects. What Zhao Hai was concerned about was the matter of the beasts attacking the city. In Zhao Hai's opinion, this beast attack should be similar to the beast tides in the lower realms. Beast tides, no matter which realm they were in, were synonymous with terror. Unless you had the strength to eliminate all of the beasts, then no matter where the beast tide appears, it would mean that a large number of people would die. This was inevitable. Zhao Hai didn't care about the beasts. If there was a beast tide in the sealed sword city, then he would be in some danger. But at the same time, this also represented an opportunity. If he could use this matter to join one of the big sects, then that would be great. After resting in the monastery for a day, Zhao Hai went out the next morning and strolled around Sealed Sword City. He didn't have the chance to take a good look at the city before, but now he finally had the chance. Sealed Sword City was very lively. There were some rogue cultivators setting up stalls on the streets, constantly peddling their wares. There were also some ordinary people with low strength. They were pushing small carts with fruits and vegetables on them. There were also some smaller carts with food on them, constantly peddling their wares. On both sides of the street, there were many shops. There were shops that sold daily necessities, taverns, pill shops, and even magic artifact shops. This was a strange city that was made up of ordinary people and cultivators. Everything here looked very novel. As Zhao Hai casually walked down the street, he saw a lot of rogue cultivators selling ordinary monster meat. For cultivators, these things weren't very useful. Even body cultivators didn't need much of it. But for ordinary people with low cultivation, they wouldn't be able to achieve anything in their lifetime. These meats could be used as their own food. The price wasn't very expensive, and eating them was good for the body. Even if it couldn't improve one's strength, it could still make one live longer. Moreover, Zhao Hai also discovered that the people in Sealed Sword City also used silver and gold coins. This made Zhao Hai surprised. While Zhao Hai was walking forward, he suddenly saw a monk. It was normal to see a monk in Sealed Sword City. However, this monk was a bit special. He was sitting there with a bowl in front of him. His eyes were closed as he chanted while he rotated prayer beads in his hand. Zhao Hai saw some silver and gold coins in the bowl. It seems like this monk was begging for food. This made Zhao Hai surprised. At the same time, Zhao Hai discovered that the people of Sealed Sword City seemed to have a good impression of the monks. From time to time, someone would throw a silver coin into the monk's bowl. Although silver coins were the lowest level of currency in the sword spirit plane, for the people of Sealed Sword City who didn't have any hope of cultivating, silver coins could still be used to buy things. Zhao Hai looked at the monk a few times before he turned around and left. Then he went to a nearby magic artifact shop. This shop was very big and there were many rogue cultivators going in and out. It seems like business was very good. Just as Zhao Hai entered the shop, a shop assistant immediately came to greet him. When the shop assistant saw Zhao Hai's monk attire, he immediately clasped his hands and said, "Greetings, Grandmaster." "What does the Grandmaster need?" Zhao Hai looked at the shop assistant and said, "Ba, I don't deserve to be called a Grandmaster. This little monk is Jing Hai. Benefactor can just call me Jing Hai. This little monk wants to buy some ordinary magic arts. Does this shop have any?" The shop assistant quickly replied, "Of course we do. Grandmaster Jing Hai, please. What kind of magic arts does Grandmaster Jing Hai want? What kind of magic arts do you want?" Zhao Hai lowered his voice and said, "I want some special techniques, low-level techniques that aren't expensive. This little monk only has a dozen or so second-grade crystals. Do you have any techniques like this?" Zhao Hai nodded. When the shop assistant heard Zhao Hai, he didn't show any expression. Instead, he nodded and said, "Grandmaster, please come this way." Then he led Zhao Hai to a quiet area. There were some chairs there for people to rest. The shop assistant asked Zhao Hai to sit down and then asked Zhao Hai to wait for a moment. Then he left. Before long, he came back with two things in his hands, a cup of tea and a book. The shop assistant put the tea on a small table next to Zhao Hai. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Grandmaster Jing Hai, please have some tea. This is our shop's catalog of low-grade magic arts. You can take your time to find them." Then he handed the book over to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai chanted Buddha's name and thanked him. Then he took the book and opened it to read. There were a lot of spells recorded inside the book, all of them were low-level spells. Moreover, the prices of these spells weren't expensive, they were very cheap. One could even buy a few spells for a dozen or so second-grade crystals. However, Zhao Hai glanced at the magic arts. Most of them could be found in the tide-watching gang. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't buy them. There was no need for that. Therefore, he looked through the books bit by bit. After some time, Zhao Hai finally found a few magic arts. These were low-grade magic arts, but they were very rare. Then Zhao Hai stood up and placed the book down. The shop assistant was waiting for Zhao Hai. When he saw Zhao Hai put down the book, the shop assistant immediately looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Grandmaster, I don't know if there's anything you want." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I want the 57th, 134th, and 216th magic arts. I only want those three." The shop assistant nodded. Then he told Zhao Hai to wait for a moment before he turned around and left. Before long, the shop assistant came back with 3 jade slips. He handed the jade slips to Zhao Hai and said, "Grandmaster, these are the magic arts you want. They all have a spiritual imprint on them. As long as you pay, you can break the spiritual imprint and check the magic arts. If it's not what you want, or if it doesn't match the contents, you can return it. But if you leave the shop, then you can't return it. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he took out some crystals and gave them to the shop assistant. Then he scanned the 3 jade slips with his spiritual force. The seals on the jade slips were broken. Then Zhao Hai's spiritual force entered the jade slips and carefully looked at them. There were no problems with the contents of the jade slips. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "There are no problems. Thank you, benefactor." Then Zhao Hai gave the shop assistant a salute before he turned around and left. The shop assistant accompanied Zhao Hai to the door before he returned to the shop. Zhao Hai strolled around Sealed Sword City for a while before he returned to the monastery. When he arrived, he saw a monk who went on a mission with him last time. The monk was standing in the courtyard and chatting with Huida. When Huida saw Zhao Hai, he smiled and said, "Grandmaster Comsi, Grandmaster Comsi, Grandmaster Comsi is looking for you. Since you're back, you can chat." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he walked towards Comsi and gave him a salute. Then he said, "Ba. Grandmaster Comsi, do you need something from me?" Comsi also gave Zhao Hai a salute and said, "Grandmaster Comsi, please come with me. I have something to tell you." Zhao Hai followed Comsi to the courtyard. When they arrived, Comsi led Zhao Hai to his room. After the two sat down, Comsi said, "Grandmaster Comsi, I heard that you went to the first rank house today?" Zhao Hai stared for a moment, then nodded and said, "Yes, let's go to the first rank house and see if they have any magic techniques for sale. You should know that it's necessary to know a few magic techniques when living in the wilderness." Comsi nodded and said, "Today, I asked you to come here mainly to talk about the formation of our monks. This matter is being handled by Grandmaster Yuan Jing, and we're all here to help. Right now, we have more than 100 people participating. All of them are monks from the monastery. Everyone is very pessimistic about our current situation. It's just that no one wanted to take the lead. Now that Grandmaster Yuan Jing has taken the lead, a lot of people came to participate." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Ba, this is really good. This way, the strength of our monks will be even stronger. This is a good thing." Comsi smiled and said, "This is indeed a good thing. We're also very happy." "Right, Grandmaster Comsi, in 2 days, Grandmaster Yuan Jing will hold his first meeting. When the time comes, you must participate. You're the first person to propose this. You can't not participate." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I'm also a member of the monks. Naturally, I'll participate. Don't worry." Comsi nodded, then he said, "But as more and more people join, some people have some ideas that they shouldn't have. Some people even want to squeeze Grandmaster Yuan Jing out and become the leader themselves. Grandmaster Yuan Jing is currently contacting other people. He wants to ask for your opinion." Zhao Hai chanted Buddha's name and said, Ba. "We were the ones who proposed to gather the monks together. We elected Master Yuan Jing as the leader. Naturally, the others don't have this qualification. If it is necessary, I think we will have to use force. No matter what, we are still a group. If there is chaos and we can't quell it, then wouldn't the monks fall into chaos?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." When he heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he said, "Master Yuan Jing means that this matter should be settled peacefully. After all, they are now part of our group. If we use too much force, then it wouldn't be good. Moreover, this is Sealed Sword City, private fights aren't allowed inside the city." Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai said, "I think we should discuss this matter when we have time tonight. Don't forget, all sects won't be polite to traitors. Ba, then we'll discuss this matter after Master Yuan Jing and the others return today." "Oh right, Master Jing Hai, I wonder what you bought from the first rank house today? Can you tell me?" "Yes, Master Jing Hai, can you tell me what you bought from the first rank house?" Zhao Hai glanced at it and said in a deep voice, "It's nothing, just a few low-level spells. I spent all the crystals I got from this mission." Master Jing Hai replied, "So that's how it is. Master Jing Hai, if you want to buy a technique or a cultivation method, you can ask the people in the monastery first. Everyone has a lot of cultivation methods that can be sold or exchanged. It's much cheaper than buying them in a shop. If you can find a suitable one in the monastery, then it'll be much more worthwhile than buying it outside. Master Jinghai nodded. Master Jinghai, I'm not sure what you're talking about. Zhao Hai smiled and said, all right, thank you for telling me. Then I'll go back and rest. He stood up and sent Zhao Hai out of the door. Then, Zhao Hai returned to his room. After returning to his room, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. He didn't think that the monks would try to seize power when they had just been established. It seems like people's nature would never change. Time passed quickly and the day quickly passed. When the sky darkened, Zhao Hai finally heard Yuan Jing calling him from outside. He opened the door and let Yuan Jing and the others in. This time, there were 5 people who came with Yuan Jing. One of them was certain, but he did not know the other 4. They were not the people who went on the mission with him. It seemed that they were new to the gathering of monks. These people's strength was not weak. They had already reached the 10th or 11th level of the qi refining realm. Yuan Jing introduced them to Zhao Hai. These people were the elders of Sealed Sword City. They were thin and looked to be around 30 years old. One of them had a sad face, he was called Ku Rua. One of them was a fat man with a fierce face, he was called Jie Chen. One of them was a fair and clean man, he looked like a scholar, he was called Wu Xian. The last one was very dark, he was also a Buddha, he was called Jiao Xian. After the introduction, Yuan Jing turned to Zhao Hai and said, Master Jinghai, I think I've already told you about the current situation. There are a lot of monks who have joined our group. However, many of them are led by Master Hui Kong. Master Hui Kong is an old man of Sealed Sword City. His strength has reached the 12th level of qi refining. A lot of monks believe that the leader of a group must be the strongest, and Master Hui Kong is the strongest among us. Therefore, they want to elect Master Hui Kong as the leader. This matter is somewhat troublesome, so I'm preparing to contact everyone to suppress this matter. After all, we have worked hard to come up with this matter. Now that the position of leader has been given to someone else, this little monk is unwilling to do so. Ba. Zhao Hai chanted Buddha's name and said, this is very normal. Even if Master Yuan Jing wants me to, I won't agree. As a leader, strength isn't the most important thing, you need to know how to manage things. I don't know about Master Hui Kong, but if he really knows how to manage things like Master Yuan Jing, then I'm afraid that he would already have a monk faction in the city, and wouldn't wait for us to establish one. Now that we're establishing a faction, he wants to rely on his own strength to pick the fruits. How can this be allowed? This little monk will never agree to this. Master Yuan Jing, I think that we should use other means to solve this matter and establish our prestige. What do you think? What do you think? As soon as Yuan Jing and the others heard Zhao Hai's words, they immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. They couldn't help but look at Zhao Hai in surprise. They didn't think that Zhao Hai's killing intent would be so great. He actually wanted to deal with Hui Kong. Yuan Jing chanted Buddha's name and said, Ba, Master Jinghai, I think it's better to start from the beginning. Master Hui Kong is very strong, he's not someone that can be dealt with by ordinary people. Moreover, in the Sealed Sword City, private fights are not allowed. If they are found out, they will be severely punished. When Zhao Hai heard that Yuan Jing didn't say that they couldn't fight, he knew that Yuan Jing was tempted. In fact, this matter was solved according to Zhao Hai's method. A newly established group, if they couldn't establish their prestige, not to mention outsiders, even the members of the group would have disloyalty. Therefore, what Zhao Hai said was very reasonable. It was best to use Hui Kong to establish their prestige. Unfortunately, with their strength, if they used Hui Kong to establish their prestige, they would have to pay a big price. After all, Hui Kong was a Qi Refinement Stage 12 master. End of chapter 4378. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.